The discharge of nuclear wastewater into the sea by Japan has triggered a chain of disasters: extinction of marine life, an outbreak of greenhouse gases, and prehistoric torrential rains carrying ancient viruses that could lead to the end of the world. Cheng, who struggled to survive for 3 years, is reborn on the eve of the disaster. Awakening the survival base of the apocalypse, he hoards hundreds of billions of resources. In this life, he will eliminate the hypocritical white lotus and slaughter the bloodthirsty zombies, upgrading his ultimate fortress. In the darkest abyss of human depravity, he ignites the first ray of dawn for the new era with his own hands. Chapter 1. Living Again. At the end of June, summer has arrived. Although it is not yet the peak of summer, Cheng already feels a bit hot, but fortunately, a light drizzle brings some coolness. Let's go. If we don't hurry, we'll miss the train. Hey, wait for me. At the school gate, boys and girls drag their luggage, some huddle together making plans for their next meeting, while others rush to the train station. Only one person stands silly at the school gate, letting the raindrops fall on his face. Cheng Light Industry University, Cheng looks at the large characters at the gate, his gaze somewhat dazed. He clearly remembers being swallowed by a tide of corpses. How could he appear in this place? Could it be? Thinking of this, Cheng quickly takes out his phone. June 23rd, 2022. Looking at the date displayed on the screen, Cheng pinches himself hard. The sharp pain on his face makes him gasp. It's real, he is not dreaming. He has been reborn. Reborn 3 days before the apocalypse, according to his memory. Half a year ago, Japan disregarded international opposition and stubbornly discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea, resulting in the death of a large number of marine organisms. The methane gas produced by the decaying bodies of these organisms ascended into the sky, causing global warming, melting the glaciers at the North and South Poles, and raising the global sea level. Thus, on June 24, 2022, a catastrophic rainstorm swept the globe, lasting for 3 full days, causing unprecedented floods in countries around the world, submerging vast farmlands, and destroying numerous homes. Moreover, the torrential rain carried an ancient virus, causing nearly all crops infected with the virus to wither, rendering the farmland unusable and all reservoirs undrinkable. Due to contamination, humans infected with this virus even turned into mindless zombies. Some say this catastrophic rainstorm was the Earth's self-formatting after suffering from terminal illness. Others say it was nature's revenge for Japan's discharge of nuclear wastewater. In any case, after the rainstorm, the Earth was rejuvenated, with numerous mountains overflowing with spiritual energy and countless plants and animals mutated under its nourishment. He survived in this zombie-infested, mutated, creature-laden apocalypse for 3 whole years, until one day, during a tide of corpses, he was betrayed by his teammates and perished in the tide. Thinking of this, Cheng clenches his fists tightly. I end this life. He will definitely not allow such a thing to happen again. This moment. A ringtone suddenly rings in his hand. He picks up the phone and looks at the name on the screen, and after a brief moment of shock, his expression gradually turns cold. Huang Shui, his ex-girlfriend, and also his senior in the same major. Before the apocalypse, Huang Shui was bedridden in her hometown, and for 3 years, Cheng took care of her day and night, spending almost all his earnings from writing on her. But as graduation approached, she cheated on him with a rich second generation, and on graduation day, she called a breakup a tea that time. He was depressed for more than a year and even suffered from depression. Most importantly, this woman betrayed him multiple times during the apocalypse, and the last time directly led to him being swallowed by the tide of corpses. Now seeing this name again, Cheng feels nothing but disdain for his past self. He presses the answer button. Hello, Cheng. A haughty female voice comes through the speaker, accompanied by a series of low, heavy breaths. What's the matter? Cheng replies expressionlessly. The other party's voice clearly falters, seemingly surprised by Cheng's attitude, but still says, let's break up, we're not suitable. Okay. Cheng nods in agreement before decisively hanging up the phone and directly blacklisting and deleting Huang Shui's number. He then finds QQ and WeChat and blacklists and deletes her from there as well. A woman like her, so fickle, is not worth him wasting a single moment. Meanwhile, on Huang Shui's side, Cheng's attitude makes her somewhat furious. Clearly, she was the one who proposed the breakup. Why does it feel like she was the one being dumped? No, Huang Shui has never been treated like this. She has always been the one to dump men, never the other way around. Picking up her phone, Huang Shui dials Jiang Cheng's number again. Ding. The number you dialed is currently in use. Please try again later. Hearing the busy signal, Huang Shui becomes even angrier. This stupid idiot, how dare he blacklist me? I let him play for 3 years and oh, I have to get an explanation. Huang Shui pulls up WeChat and QQ to send a message. But the next moment, a huge red exclamation mark pops up. This makes her scream in anger. Now is not the time to seek revenge on Huang Shui. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng quickly thinks about the current situation. 3 days until the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, the country will face widespread famine. So the primary task is to stockpile food and water. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng takes out his phone and opens the App Store, downloading all the various shady loan apps. These loan apps are very convenient. As soon as identity information is uploaded, the money arrives within minutes. Jiang Cheng doesn't care whether these so-called apps are legitimate. After all, they will all be useless after the torrential rain. After about half an hour of operation, Jiang Cheng borrowed about 1 million from the apps, but this is still not enough. He then searched for some shady loan information online and called them directly. Hello, is this Mr. Fu? Hello, do you need a loan? Let me introduce our loan methods to you. In need, give me 200,000 and I'll send you the ID photo right away. Okay. The other party hesitated for a moment, seemingly never having encountered such a straightforward client, and immediately responded with a smile. I have to say, these loan sharks do have one advantage. They really lend money quickly. After downloading the required app, the 200,000 was immediately in his hands. Next, Jiang Cheng contacted several more shady advertisements until he had gathered another 1 million. Only then was he satisfied. As for what comes next, he glanced at the train ticket on his phone and headed straight for his hometown, Lincian City. Lincian City is only a 45-minute ride from Cheng. Looking at the scenery flying by outside the window, Jiang Cheng feels a bit emotional. In his previous life, Lincian City was directly submerged by the torrential rain, flooding half the city. Fortunately, his home is a 3-story standalone house, located in the highest geographical area of Lincian City, thus avoiding being flooded. However, the zombie outbreak after the rain forced him to go to the survivor camp in Lincian City. But this small city camp, only a 5th or 6th tier, barely lasted 3 years, before completely disappearing in a tide of corpses. After getting off the train, as soon as he exits the station, a taxi driver runs over and says, "Are you going to Lincian City? It's only 20 per person." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Cheng replies, "They'll pay 100, I don't want a carpool." Okay. The driver was also taken aback, then immediately smiled brightly. A car can only carry 4 passengers, at most 80. Jiang Cheng offered 100. Not only did he save on gas, but he also traveled comfortably. Once in the car, it took just 20 minutes to reach the city center. After sending the driver away, Jiang Cheng stood in front of his standalone residential building, his eyes feeling a bit warm. The house was left to him by his parents before they passed away. Muttering to himself, Jiang Cheng took out the key from his pocket to unlock the door. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Apocalypse Survival Base Binding in progress. Binding completed. Please activate the survival base immediately. Apocalypse Survival Base, Chapter 2. Apocalypse Survival Base. Realizing what was happening, Jiang Cheng quickly unlocked the door. Ding. Apocalypse Survival Base activated. Please name the base. Let's call it Dawn. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, if he were to live this life again, he hoped the future would be filled with dawn. Congratulations, host. Name successfully registered. Dawn base activated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a base storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. Within this space, time is frozen and stored items can be preserved permanently. Base level 1 spirit pool. 1 cubic meter can be used for body enhancement and vegetation irrigation, consuming 0.5 energy points per cubic meter. Base level 1 cultivation room. 1 acre can be used to plant genetic crops, consuming 1 energy point per acre per day. Base level 1 energy conversion room. 1 room can convert all things into energy points. Base level 1 gym. 1 room consuming 0.5 energy points each use. Base level 1 sleep pod. 1 consuming 0.1 energy points each use. Level 1 gene enhancement potion. 1 can enhance body attributes. 1 free base renovation. Listening to the series of prompts, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but open the system panel to check his physical attributes. Host. Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Wisdom. 1 average human is 1. Strength, 2 average human is 1. Agility, 0.8 average human is 1. Spirit, 0.6 average human is 1. Comprehensive combat power, 4.4. Energy points, 0. This is my body data? Cheng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Exiting the system panel, a mechanical voice sounded again. Would you like to proceed with the first renovation of the base? Renovate. Cheng nodded without hesitation that in this apocalypse, a house with standard concrete walls and regular steel doors wouldn't withstand a zombie's impact, not to mention the glass windows and security bars that hadn't been replaced in over a decade, now broken and rusted. All of these needed upgrading. As the voice faded, the system entered sleep mode, but that's fine. Looking at the faint glow emanating from inside the house, Cheng put down his luggage and headed straight for the agricultural market. The first step in the apocalypse, stockpiling supplies. The agricultural market is a large wholesale market in Lincian City, where most supermarkets in the city come to restock. Soon, Cheng found a rice store. Boss, I want to buy rice. The boss was a middle-aged man, reclining in a chair, glanced over lazily without raising his head, and said, "Which kind do you want? Which one is better?" Cheng directly asked, not knowing much about market prices. The foreign one is Siamese jasmine rice, and the domestic one is Wuchang fragrant rice, the boss replied. Without thinking, Cheng said, "I'll take the domestic one. I want 100 tons. What?" The boss immediately sat up, looking at Cheng in shock, thinking he had misheard. 100 tons, Cheng said calmly. The middle-aged boss swallowed hard and said, "Young man, do you know how much 100 tons is? You tell me. Drink some water first, let me calculate," the boss said, quickly getting up to hand Cheng a bottle of mineral water, then picked up a calculator to start calculating. Before long, the boss raised the calculator and said, "At wholesale prices, 1 pound of rice is 1.8 yuan. 100 tons is 200,000 pounds, which is 360,000 yuan. Are you sure you want this?" The boss added for confirmation. "Yes. Wait a moment, I don't have that much stock at the moment. I'll contact the manufacturer, and it could be delivered tonight." Okay. After leaving his contact information and delivery address, Cheng paid half the deposit, recorded a video as proof, and walked to the next store. Following the same method, Cheng purchased 30,000 pounds of pork, 10,000 pounds of beef, 5,000 pounds each of chicken, duck, and fish, 100,000 eggs, various fruits and vegetables, several types of vegetable seeds, and a full array of daily necessities and drinking water. It was now 6 p.m. He had left the house around 11 a.m., just as the base renovation was completed. From the outside, it still looked like the old house, with a deep red painted iron door, gray concrete walls, stainless steel security bars, and ordinary frosted glass windows. "Is this it?" Cheng frowned slightly, took out the key, and prepared to check the interior. Just as he stepped forward, a mechanical voice sounded. "Scanning in progress. Please do not leave." "Scan successful. Identity confirmed. Please enter." Mastered. In less than half a second, the door automatically slid open to the sides. Upon entering, Cheng was stunned by the sight before him. He could hardly believe this was his old house. First, all the original concrete walls had been replaced with waterproof and heat-insulating materials, 1 meter thick. The front door had been replaced with half a meter thick tungsten steel. From the inside looking out, the lighting had been adjusted to optimal levels, and one-way bulletproof glass had been installed. Neither floods nor storms could breach the base's defenses. Inside, the house originally had 3 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, 6 bedrooms, 2 halls, and a small courtyard, but the system had modified it to 3 bedrooms. In the master bedroom where Cheng stayed, a level 1 sleep pod was installed, consuming 0.1 energy points per use, allowing for the recovery of body attributes and minor injuries after resting for 6 hours. The rest included a level 1 cultivation room, covering an acre, used to cultivate plants without needing Cheng to tend to them personally, just sow the seeds, and the cultivation room would automatically grow them, maturing every 3 months and automatically harvesting, consuming 1 energy point and 2 cubic meters of spirit pool water daily. A level 1 spirit pool, which could convert 1 cubic meter into spirit pool liquid for every 0.5 energy points consumed. Drinking it could enhance body attributes by 0.1, but could only be consumed once a day. The spirit pool could also irrigate vegetation, with spirit plants yielding an increase of 0.1 body attributes with each consumption that a level 1 gym, consuming zero point 0.5 energy points per hour, increasing either strength or agility by 0.1 each time. A level 1 storage space with a total area of 1,000 cubic meters, where time stands still. A level 1 energy conversion room, connected to all sewage and waste outlets in the house, converting waste into energy points, with more valuable items yielding higher energy points. Aside from these facilities, the entire house functioned as an independent unit, capable of connecting to external power sources and converting energy points into kinetic, thermal, and electrical energy. The information about the entire base renovation was also transmitted into Cheng's brain. In other words, all these facilities rely on energy points to maintain operation. According to this consumption, about 34 energy points are needed each day. But currently, my energy points are at 0. How can I obtain them? Thinking this over, Cheng glanced around the hall. When he saw the socket on the wall, he suddenly had an idea and asked the system, can electricity be converted into energy points? Of course, 1 kilowatt could be converted into 0.1 energy points, and the base can absorb 100 kilowatt hours of electricity each day, the system replied. Can water be converted into energy as well? 1 ton of water can be converted into 0.1 energy points. Each day, 5 tons of water can be collected through the tap water pipeline. I remind the host that there is an automatic water collection, purification, and storage device installed above the base, which can be allocated for use automatically. Great! Cheng felt a bit pleased. This way, before the apocalypse, he could obtain 30 energy points just from electricity. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse, the entire city was cut off from power, and he only had 3 days to gather it. Moreover, he could also convert all the discarded items at home. With this in mind, Cheng directly said, "System, collect all external materials and resources and convert them into energy points." Yes, host. After solving the energy point issue, Cheng eagerly took out the gene serum rewarded by the system. After all, in this damned apocalypse, only the strong can survive. Chapter 3: Heavy Rain. This is a futuristic test tube with a transparent glass tube flowing with green liquid. Cheng unscrewed the test tube stopper and tilted his head to pour it in. As the genetic agent entered his abdomen, Cheng instantly felt a surge of scorching airflow released within him, with this heat flowing from his lower abdomen to every corner of his body. The entire process lasted about a minute. Once the heat dissipated, a wave of coolness rushed in, and Cheng felt better than ever, his mind clearer than before. Especially his eyes, which had recovered from the nearsightedness caused by long hours of typing. Can I see clearly? The newfound clarity of vision moved Cheng a bit, but soon he caught a whiff of a foul odor. Damn! In just a few seconds, Cheng rushed to the bathroom, spending a full hour washing off the grime from his body, and the wastewater flowed through the sewage pipeline into the energy conversion room, turning into energy points. Looking at himself in the mirror, Cheng revealed a satisfied expression. He wouldn't say he was handsome. His nose was slightly prominent, his lips were of moderate thickness, and a pair of calm, deep-set eyes gave off a sense of stability. After drying off, Cheng silently muttered, "System, check my attributes." Host, Cheng gender, male age, 23 wisdom, 2, normal human is 1, strength, 3, normal human is 1, agility, 1, 8, normal human is 1, spirit, 1, 6, normal human is 1, comprehensive combat power, 8, 4 energy points. 2, the average strength of an ordinary person is 100 pounds, with a strength attribute of 1, which means that every 1 point of strength attribute equals 10 pounds. Cheng directly increased his strength to 300 gene through a genetic enhancement serum, and his physical fitness absolutely surpassed that of a special soldier. With 2 points of intelligence, Cheng could think more clearly about problems. With an agility of 1, 8, considering that an average person runs at 7 meters per second, his speed reached 12.6 meters per second. In addition to speed, his reaction ability and other aspects were also correspondingly enhanced. His mental strength was 1.6. The system did not provide an explanation, but Cheng felt that his thinking was clearer than before. These 4 attributes combined gave him a combat power of 8.4, which is double that of a healthy human. Is this the effect of a level 1 genetic enhancement serum? I just wonder if I can obtain more genetic serums in the future. After a tiring day, Cheng lay on the bed and fell into a drowsy sleep. At 11 p.m., the delivery driver called to say he was waiting at the designated intersection. Cheng arrived at the agreed location and directly settled the final payment. Then he handed a pack of Huangalu cigarettes to the driver, saying, "Big brother, thank you for your hard work." The driver was a middle-aged man with dark skin, looking worn out, clearly someone who had been in the freight business for years. When he received the Huangalu from Cheng, he accepted it without hesitation and smiled, saying, "Thanks, little brother." He then called out to the loaders, "Brothers, unload the goods. Be quick about it." With that shout, everyone started to work. Cheng quietly waited on the side. This unloading took almost 6 hours to complete. Afterwards, Cheng sent 2 boxes of Huangalu cigarettes for the workers to distribute, and this grand unloading finally came to a satisfactory end. Glancing at the time, it was just 5 o'clock. In another hour, the sky would start pouring down torrential rain, with an astonishing rainfall of 3,000 millimeters. By then, the virus that would accompany the heavy downpour would drag the entire world into the abyss. Looking at the departing dock workers and drivers, there was not a trace of pity in Cheng's eyes. Everyone has their own fate. If it weren't for his second chance at life, he would end up just like them. Closing the door, Cheng noticed that his energy points had already reached 8 and immediately dove into the gym. It must be said that the gym provided by the base was quite spacious, at least 100 square meters, with very complete facilities. Just as he stepped into the gym, a 3-dimensional, high-cold beauty approached him. "Master, I am the training spirit of the gym. Please follow me for training now." "Okay." Cheng responded and began training under the guidance of the instructor. First came a set of warm-up exercises, followed by training for his limbs and core strength. And the final class focused on basic combat and weapon usage. After leaving the gym, an alert from the base system suddenly rang out. "Warning, massive virus invasion. Rainwater purification system activated." Hearing the sound, Cheng's expression turned serious. A heavy rain was coming. Outside the base, it seemed as if the sky had been punctured, with rainwater pouring down. The streets, which were once clearly visible, were now obscured by sheets of rain, splattering noisily on the ground. Breakfast shops in Lincian City usually start preparing around 4 o'clock and open at 6, but this sudden downpour caused the shop owners to curse. Damn it, the weather changes just like that. Looking at the curtain of rain outside, the owner could only pray for it to stop soon. Not only the breakfast shops, but school children were also running towards the school gates with umbrellas. However, in such heavy rain, having an umbrella was nearly useless. Before they even reached the classroom, they were all drenched. As for those going to work, some took leave, while others with unreasonable bosses had no choice but to grit their teeth and head to the office. On the roads, traffic accidents were frequent due to the heavy rain. Under this downpour, tiny humans were like lambs awaiting slaughter, completely unaware of the impending disaster. For the next 3 days, Cheng stayed indoors, spending every day in the gym, and by drinking the water from the spirit pool, his strength attribute increased from 1 to 3. 6. During this time, news reports on social media highlighted that this extraordinary heavy rain had submerged 80% of cities nationwide, causing numerous buildings to collapse and severe property damage. Military forces from various countries were deployed for flood relief and rescue operations. Each time Cheng saw these reports, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. The rescue efforts would be in vain. Even 3 days later, this national community would collapse, and human society was about to regress into a dark age of the survival of the fittest. On the morning of June 27th, at 6 o'clock, the rain outside had subsided, and a golden ray of light pierced the eastern horizon, illuminating the world once again as if hope had finally arrived. Cheng sat on the balcony, looking at the residential building that rose less than halfway out of the water, his gaze very calm. This epic flood, although it caused considerable casualties, did not completely defeat humanity. However, the murky water was mixed with a lot of debris, broken wooden beams, uprooted roadside weeds, and trash that had spilled out from overturned garbage bins were all present. Many pale corpses also drifted slowly beneath Cheng's eyelids. These bodies included middle-aged women, young men, and underage children. Among them, Cheng recognized one, the elderly Jiang Pa from next door, who lived alone and was over 80 years old. She usually collected scrap to earn a living. Unfortunately, now she lay with her eyes tightly shut, her swollen body aimlessly floating on the water surface. Around him, the faint sounds of people's cries mixed in the air. Sigh. Cheng sighed. For those who have unfortunately passed away, perhaps death is a form of liberation, while those who remain are about to face much greater difficulties. The flood will gradually recede today, but tomorrow, the horror is just beginning. After taking a sip of the boiled spirit pool water, Cheng put down the cup and dove back into the gym. He needed to be fully prepared for the upcoming zombies. Chapter 4. Mutation. Kill. Cheng gripped the axe tightly and swung it forward with force, then quickly adjusted the angle of the blade with his wrist for a horizontal strike. In an instant, two shadows of the axe flashed by. The entire process took less than a second. He had been training like this for 3 consecutive days, and today was the 4th day. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Cheng sheathed the axe and looked at the speed data displayed on the screen of the gym wall, feeling very dissatisfied. With physical qualities more than double that of an average person, it still took him half a second to execute the 2 strikes. Such strength would be manageable against slow-moving ordinary zombies, but if he encountered a first-tier mutated creature, he would be in danger. He remembered that after the apocalypse broke out, a large number of zombies appeared in Lincian City. The first to emerge were the slow-moving, ordinary zombies. As time went on, the zombie virus began to evolve. Among the ordinary zombies, a type of mutated creature was born. Some were as strong as an ox, capable of flipping a small car, while others were agile, faster than a galloping horse, reaching speeds over 70 kilometers h. Once, as a scavenger, Cheng went out to the camp to find food and witnessed an unforgettable scene. A dozen explorers attacked a first-tier strength-type mutated creature, and within less than 20 seconds, they were all brutally killed by it. These explorers had been coaches at various combat gyms in Lincian City, easily handling 3 to 5 ordinary people, but when faced with a first-tier mutated creature, they were completely annihilated. Apart from a more common first-tier strength-type and speed-type mutated creatures, there were also second-tier, third-tier, fourth-tier, and even stronger mutated creatures. Thinking of this, Cheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. First-tier, mutated creatures would appear in half a month, and relying solely on the attribute boost from the gym and the spiritual pool was far from enough to face them. Unless the spiritual pool and gym could rapidly enhance physical attributes, that would be a different story. So Cheng asked, "System, how can I improve my physical attributes faster?" The system's voice immediately responded. The host can upgrade the base's equipment. Currently, it is recommended to upgrade either the gym or the spiritual pool. What are the conditions for the upgrade? Cheng asked again. To upgrade to a level 2 spiritual pool, 50 energy points are required. To upgrade to a level 2 gym, 50 energy points are required. 50 energy points? In these 3 days, the base had collected a total of 42.08 energy points. Consumed 8. 3 energy points, leaving 33. 78 energy points remaining, which meant he was still 22 points short of the required 50. At the rate of energy point collection by the base, by the time he gathered 50 energy points, he would be in trouble. Moreover, the base also required energy to operate, and starting today, due to the flood, the city's power supply system had collapsed this morning. He had previously converted all the waste at home into energy points, meaning he could currently only rely on the water supply pipes to gather energy points. The water supply pipes could collect a maximum of 5 tons of water per day, which would convert to 0.5 energy points. At this rate, his base would be out of operation in just over half a month. This absolutely cannot happen. There must be more ways to obtain energy points. He recalled that a type of crystal would condense in the brains of zombies, which serve as the circulating currency in survivor camps during the apocalypse, replacing paper money. The energy contained in these crystals could help humans become awakened. He just didn't know how many energy points this gray crystal could convert. He could catch a few ordinary zombies to see. In the afternoon, the flood slowly receded. The ground was covered with a large amount of mud and scattered debris. Survivors who had taken refuge in high buildings cautiously opened their doors after the flood had receded. With the first person taking the lead, others followed suit and stepped outside. Cheng sat on the balcony, looking down with unusually calm eyes. Here, a great show was about to unfold. More and more people were coming out onto the street. Some began to clear the garbage in front of their doors, while others searched for the bodies of their deceased loved ones. But they had not been out long when a piercing scream rang out. Cheng glanced over. He was a middle-aged man nearing 60, his movements strange as he pounced on a young man, burying his head to bite. A nearby ant quickly rushed over, trying to pull him away, but before she could get close, the middle-aged man suddenly turned around, his pale eyes glaring fiercely at her, his blood-soaked mouth letting out a howl that was not human. "Old Cheng, what's wrong with you?" "I am." Before the ant could finish, the middle-aged man lunged at her, and amidst a chorus of screams, the ant gradually stopped struggling. People on the street saw this and scattered in all directions. In just a few minutes, the ant, who had seemingly gone still, suddenly twitched. Her eyes flew open, revealing a pair of pale orbs, and her body twisted as she stood up again, letting out a mournful scream. Cheng recognized these two. They were his neighbors, Aunt He and her husband, who live across the street. Aside from the chaos on the street, piercing screams continued to erupt from the houses around, with some jumping out of windows and landing on the ground in a mass of writhing flesh. Various horrific scenes unfolded in every corner of Lincian City. The number of zombies increased exponentially. Soon, the streets and residential buildings were filled with terrifying zombies. Cheng had no intention of saving this group of people. He was not a saint, nor did he need to risk everything for a bunch of neighbors. He wanted to verify his conjecture. "Dawn, open the door." "Yes, master." The door opened. Cheng walked onto the street. These zombies had an extremely sensitive sense of smell. As soon as a living person appeared nearby, they immediately turned their heads and followed the scent. In just a few seconds, a zombie ran up to him, roaring and growling. Its blood-stained mouth lunged toward Cheng to bite. Cheng remained calm. He had seen too many zombies like this in his previous life. As a scavenger, he had killed hundreds of zombies over 3 years. He waited for the zombie to approach, then raised his machete and swung it horizontally, just like in the training room. The blade flashed by. The huge head crashed to the ground and rolled, letting out a weak roar. With its head severed, a large amount of black-red blood gushed from the zombie's neck, and its body convulsed before going limp. Cheng was not in a hurry to take out the crystal, as there were at least 20 zombies eyeing him hungrily. He took a light breath, raised his knife, and swung it at the next zombie charging at him. With a whoosh, the machete sank into flesh, and with nearly 400 pounds of force, the zombie was instantly decapitated. After killing 2 zombies, Cheng adjusted his stance and continued to swing the machete. In less than a minute, he exhaled, looking at the more than 20 zombies with severed heads on the ground, and Cheng silently nodded. This was his most glorious achievement since facing zombies. Then, he crouched down, grabbed a zombie's head, and forcefully stabbed downward at the crown. With a crack, the skull split open. There was no mixture of red and white brain matter, only an unclear grayish-white liquid and a small gray, transparent crystal the size of a marble. He skillfully dug out these zombie crystals and packed them into his bag. In front of the energy conversion room, Cheng opened his backpack and took out a gray zombie crystal, feeling a bit nervous as he tossed it into the conversion chamber. He then quickly looked at the system data panel. He saw that the energy points, which had originally displayed 33.78, changed to 34.78. The energy points had increased by 1 point. In an instant, a wave of immense joy surged through him. A single gray zombie crystal had actually brought him a full point of energy. This time, he had hunted down 24 zombies. After calming down, he decisively threw all the remaining crystals into the conversion chamber, and the energy points jumped from 34.78 to 57.78. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Energy points reached 50, upgrade options available. Level 2 Spiritual Pool, required energy points 50. Level 2 Gym, required energy points 50. Level 2 Sleep Pod, required energy points 50. Upgrade the gym for me. Chapter 5 Trouble. Upgrade successful. The system voice announced. Level 2 Gym, consumes 1 energy point per hour of use. Increases body attributes, strength or agility, by 0.5 each time. Usable twice a day. The second use will reduce the attribute increase by half and includes intermediate combat skills. This means the gym can increase attributes by 0.75 each time. Cheng's eyes sparkled. In half a month, he could at least increase his strength attribute to 16.55. 1655 gene is already the level of a half-awakened being. With such strength, even if he encounters a first-level mutated creature, he might not be able to defeat it, but he could escape. However, his current strength attribute is only 3.6, barely reaching the level of an amateur boxer. Before the first-level mutated creature appears, he has at least achieved a basic survival capability. The remaining energy points are 7.78, enough to sustain the base for a little over a day. Cheng twitched his lips. He needed to gain more energy points. With this thought in mind, Cheng fixed his piercing gaze on the zombies wandering outside the base and once again took his knife and stepped out. The area where the base was located was called Yanghe Community. It housed the second-best private high school in the city, and many parents would rent houses nearby for convenience in taking care of their students. It is worth mentioning that there were numerous small, non-woven fabric workshops in Yanghe Community, which employed many parents taking care of students, and various breakfast shops and supermarkets also emerge around the school, forming a unique ecological chain for Yanghe Community. This also resulted in a population of tens of thousands in Yanghe Community. Let's start the cleanup from Yanghe West Road. Cheng made up his mind. After all, Yanghe West Road was less than 30 meters from a base, and if a horde of zombies were attracted, he could hide in the base at the first moment. With this thought, Cheng first crouched behind a building. The zombies wandering on West Road moved very slowly because the majority of the residents were over 55 years old, with a mix of zombies transformed from seniors over 70. Among a group of zombies, only a few young zombies were occasionally mixed in. After observing for a while, Cheng picked up a soda can from the ground and threw it out. The can clanged as it hit the ground, immediately attracting the wandering zombies. Although they didn't T-spot any living creatures, they slowly began to move in this direction. A good opportunity. Spotting a zombie that had walked around the corner of a building, Cheng swiftly drew his knife and slashed at its neck. With a swift motion, the zombie had almost no reaction as its head rolled off and its body fell down. The fall of this zombie did not attract the attention of the others behind it, who continued to move forward. Seeing two more zombies appear, Cheng raised his machete again for a diagonal slash. The head of the zombie on the left was instantly severed. Upon seeing its companion die, the other zombie slowly turned its head, and when it saw the human in front of it, its eyes immediately lit up with excitement. It raised its hands and was about to pounce. A flash of the knife passed by. The zombie's gaze quickly dropped, and it fell to the ground with a confused look. Cheng looked at the two zombies he had killed, his expression excited. At this rate, it wasn't impossible to upgrade the gym to level 3. Next, he waited patiently, and he managed to slay over 20 more zombies, leaving no trace of them on Yanghe West Road for the time being. For now, this would do. Looking at the heads of the zombies scattered on the ground, Cheng squatted down to begin collecting crystals. But the next moment, a sharp female voice rang out. Cheng was slightly taken aback, but it was only for a moment before he continued to lower his head and dig for the crystals. In the apocalypse, human nature is complex. One moment you might save someone, and the next, they could betray you. He had deep experience with such situations. At that time, when a zombie tide struck, a teammate was trapped among the corpses. He and his brother Shinfu went to rescue him, and after much effort, they managed to get him out. However, that person was actually a trap set by Huang Shui, who closed the city gate as soon as they entered, leaving him and Shinfu unable to get in and overwhelmed by the zombie tide. He would never allow such a thing to happen a second time. He dug out all the zombie crystals. Cheng counted and found there were 30. But before he could take 2 steps, a girl suddenly dashed out from a small alley in front of him, blocking his path. The girl was about 20, very pretty, wearing a JK uniform. The plain white shirt accentuated her tall curves, and under the ultra-short plaid skirt, her long, fair legs were particularly eye-catching. However, the girl looked extremely flustered at that moment. Perhaps she had run too hurriedly. Strands of hair fell messily over her forehead, making her appear quite disheveled. Help! Help me, there are a lot of zombies behind. Yi Jingwen breathed heavily. her chest rising and falling rapidly. She spoke in gasps, clearly unable to run any longer, looking at Cheng for help. "Oh." Cheng responded expressionlessly and turned to leave. "Hey, don't go. Hey, how can you just stand by and watch? Wait for me." Seeing Cheng leave and glancing back at the zombies that were about to catch up, Jingwen endured the sharp pain in her chest and chased after the direction Cheng had gone, feeling the girl following behind him. Cheng looked speechless and quickened his pace. In his eyes, this girl was definitely a big trouble. But just as he turned into the alley leading to the base, he suddenly stopped and unconsciously tightened the grip on his machete, feeling 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind. Was his mouth possessed? What he feared had come true. Right in front of him, at least 30 zombies were rushing towards him, and more zombies were continuously emerging from the open doors of the residential buildings on both sides of the alley. It must have been attracted by that idiot's voice. Cheng was somewhat annoyed. Because of this stupid woman, his current situation was quite uncomfortable. In front of him was a horde of over 30 zombies, and behind him, that stupid woman was running towards him with a large group of zombies. He should have checked the almanac before going out in the afternoon. A trace of helplessness flashed across his face, and Cheng's expression gradually became sharp. At times like this, blaming the heavens and others was a sign of incompetence. He calmed down and began to think of a countermeasure. The total number of zombies on both sides exceeded 60. If he charged indirectly, no matter how skilled his knife techniques were, facing a horde of zombies attacking from all directions would ultimately lead to exhaustion and him becoming fodder for the zombies. That was not what he wanted to see. After a half-second silence, Cheng's brain raced, and his gaze swept around the houses until it landed on the narrow doorframe of a private house, and his eyes burst with brilliance. As long as he could lure the zombies into this private house, he could fully utilize the advantage of the narrow doorway to hold them off. However, Cheng turned to look at the girl behind him, whose face was streaked with tears. Don't leave me, save me," Jingwen cried out, her bright eyes red and swollen, her body seemingly at its limit. In a moment of carelessness, she lost her footing and fell hard to the ground. Jingwen struggled desperately to get up, but no matter what, she couldn't stand. She could see the zombies behind her getting closer and closer. What hassle? Cheng sighed. If he didn't save her, with this woman's loud voice, it would definitely attract more zombies. By then, even with his stamina, he would be overwhelmed and exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Cheng bent his legs and rushed over under Jingwen's incredulous gaze. His agility attribute was 1.8, allowing him to reach a speed of 12.6 meters per second, which meant he could cover a distance of 100 meters in less than 9 seconds. In one swift motion, Cheng picked up the girl and slung her over his shoulder, sprinting desperately towards the residential building. Chapter 6. Surprise roar. Seeing the prey in front of him escape, the surrounding zombies surged forward like a tide. "Hold on tight." Cheng let out a low shout. Jingwen on his shoulder had not yet realized what was happening when she felt her body suddenly lift off the ground. "Ah!" Jingwen screamed in fright, which excited the surrounding zombies even more. Fortunately, as she fell, she landed in a sturdy embrace, leaving her momentarily dazed, her emotions like a roller coaster. Before she could calm down, a sharp reprimand came from beside her. "Shut up. Do you want us all to die here?" Cheng suppressed his anger and scolded in a low voice. Jingwen felt wronged. Did she not even have the right to be afraid? Before the apocalypse, her family was well off and her parents pampered her. In college, due to her outstanding appearance, suitors would line up from the classroom to the school gate. When had she ever been treated this way? In an instant, tears fell from the corners of her eyes like beads that had broken loose from a string. Cheng didn't care about Jingwen's emotions. In his view, tears were the least valuable thing in the apocalypse. Carrying Jingwen, he charged straight into the front door of a nearby house. After finding the stairs, he grabbed the handrail and ran up. Upon seeing a bedroom, he directly dove in, closed the door, and locked it, then tossed the woman on the bed. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was familiar with the terrain here. Otherwise, he would have really been done for. However, this was not the time to rest. Cheng turned his head. He saw the girl half lying on the bed, her skirt lifted due to the recent weightlessness, exposing her long, white legs completely to the air. Her round hips were wrapped in a pink Winnie the Pooh, complemented by the girl's looks that could rival any internet celebrity. Under normal circumstances, this would have certainly attracted a lot of attention from admirers. However, to Cheng, it was worth less than a piece of bread. He still remembered the survivor camp in Lincian, where food was scarce and many survivors went without meals, leading many women to sell their bodies just to trade for half a bag of expired instant noodles. He said irritably, "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and help." "You, why are you being so fierce? I haven't offended you." Jiang could no longer tolerate Cheng's rudeness and cried out. "Oomph," Cheng sneered, disdainfully saying, "Why? Because I saved you. If you talk back again, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies." If this woman continued to be unreasonable, he wouldn't mind using an axe to send her to an early rest. Jiang wanted to retort, but before she could speak, she noticed Cheng's gaze had suddenly turned icy. "You could try." Cheng's voice was cold. Jiang immediately closed her mouth obediently. She was scared because she could see from Cheng's eyes that if she spoke again, she would really die. Seeing the woman in front of him quiet down, Cheng pointed to the side and said, "Move that chair over here." Jiang nodded. Although she didn't understand what Cheng meant, she did as she was told. After placing the chair, Cheng instructed Jiang to brace it against the door. His plan was simple. He wanted to use the chair to jam the door, leaving just enough of a gap for a person to squeeze in sideways. "When the zombies charge in, hold the door, otherwise we both might end up here," he warned, taking a deep breath as he pulled the door open at a 30-degree angle. Seeing the living person inside, the zombie was the first to rush over. The door shook violently as the zombie slammed into it, and the force made Jiang's palms sting as she remembered Cheng's earlier words and braced against it. Seeing that it couldn't break through the door, the zombie started to wriggle into the gap created by the open door. Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately swung down the machete in his hand. With a thud, a gray-white head rolled to the ground, and black-red blood splattered onto the door, scaring Jiang so much that she trembled all over. This was far too intense for her, a sophomore student. After taking care of one, Cheng readied his stance. Another zombie charged at him. Following the same method, Cheng swung the machete again. A head was once more severed. Next, over 40 zombies were beheaded in succession by Cheng, piling up outside the door with the corpses of the slain zombies, while the ground was stained black-red with their blood. The remaining zombies were hindered by these bodies, moving sluggishly. Cheng's physique had already surpassed that of an ordinary person, but high-intensity combat still made him feel a bit strained. However, the remaining zombies could no longer pose a threat to him. "You just stay here," he advised the exhausted Jiang. Cheng then simply opened the door and walked to the staircase, where he began to slash at the zombies that were still climbing up. A full hour passed. Cheng held the machete, panting heavily. He had exhausted most of his strength, but the results were quite gratifying. There were zombie heads rolling all over the ground, at least 60 in total. This meant that his haul from this trip was enough to support his upgrade of the spirit pool with a surplus. Next, Cheng began to clean up the battlefield. He collected 78 ordinary zombie crystals, plus the 30 he had previously killed, making a total of 108. After finishing this, without waiting for Jiang to react, Cheng turned and ran downstairs. He had saved this woman out of necessity. With the danger now gone, her life or death was no longer his concern. This residential building was very close to the base. Scanning successful. "Please enter, master." The base gate opened. Cheng quickly dove in. Almost immediately, he threw all the ordinary zombie crystals into the transformation chamber. Remaining energy points, 115. 78. Looking at the 3-digit energy points, Cheng directly said, "System. Upgrade the spiritual pool for me." Ding. Upgrade successful. Level 2 spiritual pool. For every 1 energy point consumed, 2 cubic meters of spiritual pool are transformed. Drinking once can enhance internal attributes by 0.5 and can be enhanced twice daily, with the effect of the second enhancement halved. Each time the irrigated vegetation is consumed, it can increase physical attributes by 0.2, with 1 increase available daily. There is a 1 chance to awaken the latent extraordinary genes in a human body. Becoming an awakened one. I've hit the jackpot. Cheng looked at the introduction in surprise. He did not expect that the upgraded spirit pool water could not only enhance human attributes, but also had a chance to unlock extraordinary genes to become an awakener. This was simply too unexpected for him. It is worth noting that in a survivor base of 1,000 people, there are at most 2 awakeners and 10 half-awakeners. Such a ratio can be considered very low. The Lincian survivors base, where Cheng was previously located, had nearly 3,000 survivors, among which there were 5 awakeners and 30 half-awakeners, with a ratio of 1 in 600. The condition to become an awakener is to consume zombie crystals, which is something all survivors in the base know. After swallowing the zombie crystal, the crystal's energy can awaken the extraordinary genes hidden in the human body, granting different abilities. Some people can control flames, while others possess immense strength. Their physical fitness is 20 times that of ordinary people. However, everyone knows that knowing this does not mean everyone dares to try it. The number of people who successfully awaken is very rare. The failure rate of awakening is high, and failure means being assimilated by the zombie virus contained in the zombie crystal and becoming a zombie, which is equivalent to death. There are also those who consume zombie crystals but do not awaken any abilities. This group of people is known as half-awakeners, and their physical fitness is 10 times that of ordinary people. The risk of becoming a half-awakener is no less than that of becoming an awakener, and it may even be greater. Therefore, having a 1% chance of becoming an awakener is already a great fortune for Cheng. With the spiritual pool, perhaps I can become a true awakener within 6 months. Chapter 7. Opening the cultivation room, suppressing the joy in his heart. Cheng looked towards the first-level cultivation room. Previously, he did not open the cultivation room due to insufficient energy points, but now that he has a way to obtain energy points, he began to contemplate. Converting the spiritual pool requires 1 energy point per day. Using the gym for 2 hours requires 2 energy points. Each use of the sleep pod consumes 0.1 energy points. If he opens the cultivation room, the total energy consumption per day would be 4.1 points. With his current remaining 78 energy points, he can maintain this for nearly 16 days. Of course, this is based on no energy conversion. In terms of the current situation, things are still developing in a promising direction. Thinking about this, Cheng walked straight to the storage space on the 3rd floor. Before the apocalypse began, he had purchased a large quantity of fruit and vegetable seeds, not because he was afraid of running out of supplies, but because he had a sense of crisis since childhood. One cannot just wait and eat away their resources. What should I plant? Cheng glanced at the dazzling array of merchandise on the shelves and frowned. Cheng picked cabbage, garlic, and bittermelon again. For 1 acre of land, he planned to divide it into 6 plots. After taking the seeds, Cheng directly opened the door to the cultivation room. What is this? Cheng was stunned by the scene inside the room. The originally 30-square-meter bedroom had transformed into a black land the size of half a basketball court, exuding a pleasant fragrance of soil. The ceiling of the house had been replaced by a clear blue sky. If he didn't already know that this was a cultivation room, he would have thought he had entered another world. This was just too magical. After a moment of admiration, Cheng took out the seeds and looked at the black land, but the smile on his face suddenly froze. He didn't know how to plant. It was quite embarrassing. Even before his rebirth, as a scavenger in the Lincian survivor camp, he had never done any farming work. After all, survival was a problem back then, let alone farming. Furthermore, large areas of land were contaminated by ancient viruses. Although crops could be grown, no one dared eat them. System, how do I plant the seeds? Cheng asked somewhat awkwardly. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. The black land in the cultivation room is rich in spiritual energy and requires no excessive processing for the crops. You can plant the seeds directly. Since that's the case, Cheng simply decided to try planting a few seeds every 20 centimeters. Without hesitation, he took off his thick cotton armor, rolled up his sleeves, and started sowing. 1 acre of land is neither too big nor too small, especially in the hands of someone like Cheng who had never farmed before. It took him nearly 2 hours to finish. After burying the last few seeds, Cheng let out a heavy breath. Damn it, this kind of work is even more exhausting than killing zombies. If anyone dares to say that farmers are useless again, he would definitely give them a slap. However, when he looked at the black soil in front of him, scattered with seeds, a sense of pride welled up inside him. It was something ingrained in his bones. The only thing that made him feel a bit pained was that this acre of land consumed a whole 2 cubic meters of spirit pool water, which meant he lost 2 energy points all at once. Plus, the spirit pool would automatically use 1 energy point to replenish itself. Looking at his remaining energy points, Cheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Forget it, everything is for survival. Besides, it seemed there would be another opportunity to increase attributes at the gym and spirit pool today. Thinking of this, Cheng's expression improved a bit. Right next to the base is a small alley, also called Yanghe West Road. There are only a dozen or so residential buildings here, and the zombies had basically been cleared out by Cheng during the afternoon battle. Originally used to lure zombies, Yi Jingwen looked at the empty room, feeling both shocked and scared. She never expected to be so close to death one day. Moreover, that person actually just left her and ran away. Am I really that useless? A feeling of grievance suddenly surged up, and her nose felt a bit sour. Sitting on the ground, she wrapped her arms around her calves, burying her head in her legs and letting the tears fall. After a long while, her mood eased a little. Wiping her tears, Yi Jingwen struggled to stand up with the help of a chair. But the next moment, her stomach growled unexpectedly, accompanied by a wave of hunger. For a moment, tears welled up in her eyes again. Sniffling, Yi Jingwen decided to find something to eat first, and then figure out a place to settle down once she regained her strength. Thinking this, she carefully supported herself against the door frame and peeked outside. Upon seeing the zombies scattered all over the ground and the pools of foul-smelling blood, she frowned. Suppressing her stomach discomfort, Yi Jingwen cautiously navigated around the zombie corpses and began searching the house. This residential building is quite large, with 3 floors in total. The first and second floors have been flooded, rendering many items unusable, but she found a white refrigerator on the 3rd floor. Creak! The refrigerator door opened. Inside lay 3 apples, which looked like they had been bought not long ago. Swallowing hard, Yi Jingwen picked up 1 apple and began to devour it. Having gone from starving since yesterday afternoon to this afternoon, she had never found an apple so delicious. The sweet and sour juice rekindled her hope for survival, and she even swallowed the apple seeds whole. After finishing one, she picked up a second. Just as she was about to take a bite, sudden hurried footsteps approached. Who? She quickly turned her head. 2 middle-aged men dressed like migrant workers appeared in her line of sight. They were momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. For a moment, the 6 eyes met. Yi Jingwen was so scared she froze in place. After a brief silence, the 2 middle-aged men exchanged a glance. One of them, a slightly shorter and leaner man, took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, "Hand over the apple in your hand." Meanwhile, inside a Walmart supermarket in Lincian City, hundreds of people sat on the ground, listening to a middle-aged man in a security uniform speaking. The security guard spoke with a strong local accent. "Everyone, please stay calm and listen to me. There are those monsters outside, and going out is certain death. We've already lost 2 of our colleagues while guarding the escalator." As he finished, the rest of the hundreds of customers echoed in agreement. Right? Staying here is not a solution. What if something happens to the elderly and children inside? Can you bear the responsibility? As the noise grew louder, the middle-aged security guard raised his voice, looking helpless. "Stop shouting. I have no solution either. Going out means death. We can only wait for the government to send someone to rescue us." After he spoke, the customers fell silent, with some women quietly sobbing. Just as everyone's mood was low, a young man suddenly stood up and said, "Then tell me, if we stay here, how will we distribute these supplies?" As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze turned strange. Chapter 8. Growth Kill. Kill. 2 shadows of knives crisscrossed in an instant. Cheng wielded his machete, his chest rising and falling, beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down his forehead, soaking his clothes. "Dawn, report the data." The tall, elegant shadow next to him said expressionlessly, "The speed of the strikes is 0. 10 seconds per strike, with an average speed of 0. 12 seconds per strike, which is 0. 3 seconds faster than the average speed during the last training." Jiang nodded. At this rate, he would be able to control his blade's speed within 10 seconds in less than 2 days. He put down the axe and took a big gulp of the spiritual water beside him, then silently opened his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Cheng gender, male age, 23 intelligence, 2. 1 for an ordinary human, strength, 3. 85. 1 for an ordinary human, agility, 2. 05. 1 for an ordinary human, spirit, 1. 6. 1 for an ordinary human, overall combat power, 9. 5 energy points, 61. 78 strength and agility attributes have each increased by 25 points, which means strength has increased by 25 gene, and his maximum running speed can exceed 14 meters per second. This is the enhancement brought by the level 2 spiritual pool and level 2 gym. Although the energy points consumed have increased exponentially, it is undoubtedly worth it. So what if he upgraded to a level 3 spiritual pool? Jiang Cheng's mind stirred, and he immediately asked, System, how many energy points are needed to upgrade to a tier 3 spirit pool? Ding. Insufficient permissions. Please upgrade all equipment and the base to tier 2 first. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. All right. Jiang Cheng temporarily suppressed the thought of upgrading the spirit pool and directly said, System, list the energy points required for other devices, including base upgrades. Level 2 cultivation room, 100 energy points. Level 2 storage space, 50 energy points. Level 2 energy conversion room, 100 energy points. Level 2 sleep pod, 100 energy points. Level 2 base, 1000 energy points. Hiss. Looking at the energy points required for the upgrades, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but gasp. He had initially thought that the energy points needed for upgrading other devices would be the same as for the gym and the spirit pool. But now it seemed not only were they different, but it was also a huge challenge for him. There would be a lot to do in the future. Jiang Cheng sighed, put down the teacup in his hand, and looked out at the pitch-black window, his gaze somewhat lost. June 27th, 2022, 8:36 in the evening. Nightfall. This was also the first night after the world had entered the apocalypse. The floods had destroyed most of the power systems, plunging the entire Lincian city into darkness, with only sporadic dim yellow lights flickering through the windows, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. Silver Avenue. Inside a Walmart supermarket, a middle-aged man picked up his phone and dialed a number while the others gathered around him. How's it going? Did you get through? May the Bodhisattva bless us. I must go through. People were chattering anxiously until the man couldn't help but raise his voice. Quiet down, everyone. The phone speaker emitted intermittent beeping sounds, and the survivors held their breath. Finally, after a few seconds, a melodious song began to play, followed by the soft voice of a little girl from the phone. Daddy, is it you? It went through. It went through. The middle-aged man looked at everyone with wild joy and quickly picked up the phone, saying, Hello, Tian, it's Daddy. Recognizing the man's voice, the little girl burst into tears, and the man hurriedly comforted her. Baby, be good. Don't cry for now. Tell Daddy. How are Mommy and Grandpa and Grandma? As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl cried even harder, sobbing as she said, Daddy, Mommy was bitten to death by the monsters outside. She is dead. Hearing that his wife had died, the man trembled, as if struck by lightning. But he steadied his emotions and continued to ask anxiously, What about Grandpa and Grandma? Daddy, where are you? I'm so scared. The man's face turned ashen. Hanging up the phone, he directly handed it to the person next to him and raised his voice. Who wants to rush out with me? The crowd looked at each other, and finally about 50 people stepped forward. Count me in. My son is waiting for me at home. Dozens of people grabbed some tools from the supermarket and marched down the escalator. Watching the backs of these people leaving, a middle-aged man in a security uniform scoffed. How many waves is this now? Brother Wong, it's the 3rd wave, a colleague replied. Brother Wong took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled slowly, lamenting, Those monsters are quiet now. Do you think they will succeed? But soon, screams echoed from downstairs. June 28th, 2022. Early morning. The sun slowly rose. The once bustling streets were now dead silent. The breakfast shops that used to be crowded had become dilapidated after the floods, and zombies swept through. Those students who should have been heading to school and workers going to their jobs had turned into aimless zombies, wandering the streets. In just 4 days, A small city with a population of over 90,000 had become a dead city. Cheng didn't have the habit of waking up early. But during those 3 years of the apocalypse, he couldn't spend each night peacefully. Every day, he hovered between life and death, which led him to habitually wake up at 5 o'clock to prepare. After having breakfast, with the blessing of the spiritual water, his strength attribute increased by another 0.75. 460 pounds. Feeling the power in his arms, Cheng thought he could easily take down a zombie without a machete. But obviously, he wouldn't do something so foolish. He still couldn't be immune to the zombie virus. Even the tiniest wound could be fatal. And he didn't want to turn into a mindless pile of rotten flesh. It was time to stretch his muscles a bit. Cheng's gaze was like a torch. After warming up, he directly entered the gym. 2 hours later, his agility attribute increased by 0.75, reaching 2.8, meaning his speed had reached 19.6 meters per second, allowing him to cover 100 meters in just over 5 seconds. Such a figure is quite terrifying among humans, far exceeding the speed limit for cars on city roads. With such superhuman speed, he would be able to survive longer in a zombie-infested apocalypse. He thought about today's plan. He intended to go to a small clinic on West Street to gather some usable medical supplies. He had prepared some items before, but they were just common prescription medications and not in large quantities. Now he needed some drugs for treating wounds and preventing bacterial infections. After putting on his cotton clothes and pants, he wrapped his ankles and wrists with tape, then slung on his backpack and headed downstairs. Dawn opened the door. Chapter 9. Saving people with a slash. He took down the zombie that charged at him. Cheng glanced at the street, confirming that no zombies were approaching before he began collecting the zombie crystals at his feet. A total of 21, including a zombie dog. It is worth mentioning that the zombie virus can infect not only humans but also animals. Infected animals are agile and pose a greater threat than ordinary zombies turned from humans. For example, zombie dogs can easily penetrate metal with their teeth, reaching your bones even if you're wrapped in iron. After placing the last crystal into his backpack, Cheng tightly gripped his machete and continued to explore along the wall. His search was not fast, causing minimal noise. Occasionally, 2 unsuspecting zombies would rush over and be swiftly taken down with a single slash. After walking about 500 meters, he saw the first clinic on the side of West Street. The blue sign with white letters read West Street Gynecology Clinic. The name of the person in charge momentarily stunned him. Li Jianjun. When he was a child, Cheng often came here with his mother for 4 drips due to his poor health, and they later even became distant relatives. After his parents passed away a few years ago, he lost contact with them. In Cheng's memory, Uncle Li was honest and friendly, always smiling when chatting with others. He wondered if Uncle Li was still around. Forget it. I can barely take care of myself. Cheng shook his head self-deprecatingly. If he had possessed such strength before his rebirth, he would have maintained his confidence in surviving against the slow-reacting zombies. Many survivors had similar thoughts in the early days. The situation was dire, but the country had tanks, planes, artillery, and even nuclear weapons. After hard-fought battles, they could eventually rebuild their homes. But what was the reality? Half a month later, the mutated zombies appeared, deeply instilling fear in the survivors. When shell after shell exploded against the mutated zombies, they remained unscathed. When missiles struck, reducing cities to rubble, the mutated zombies rose one by one from the ruins, and humanity realized that perhaps only the mutated zombies could defeat themselves. Fortunately, the emergence of awakened ones changed everything. After experiencing so much, Cheng deeply understood that with his current strength, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. Taking a deep breath, Cheng walked to the clinic's door. The glass door in front had been smashed, and looking through the glass, he saw no signs of survivors inside, only bloodstains on the ground and some severed limbs. So it was. Cheng carefully crawled into the broken glass hole. What greeted his eyes was a medicine cabinet. The medicines on it seemed to have experienced a disaster, scattered chaotically on the ground. Some commonly used medications could only be found in inconspicuous corners, and those with broken packaging or open seals were definitely unusable. Cheng frowned, rummaging through for a long time, picking out a few usable boxes of medicine to put into his backpack. In the apocalypse, getting sick is a terrifying thing. There are no doctors, no equipment. You can only search for some medicine to try and treat yourself or leave it to fate. For conditions like appendicitis that require surgery, you'd better pray that it doesn't perforate and worsen. It's better to keep some supplies. Cheng smacked his lips and looked at the backpack. A small box of amoxicillin, a bottle of enteric-coated capsules, and a bag of Banlon root gone. After packing these up, Cheng stood up directly. He remembered there was a larger pharmacy about 50 meters ahead, and across from that big pharmacy was a large supermarket. However, just as he was about to slip out, a wave of foul odor wafted in. Almost instinctively, he turned and made a horizontal slash. With a thud, a round head dropped to the ground, emitting a weak roar. He couldn't let his guard down at all. Looking at the zombie's head on the ground, Cheng bent down skillfully to collect the crystal, then raised his knife and continued along West Street. After walking a few steps, suddenly, a group of men's voices echoed not far away. "Chase, don't let that woman escape. Damn it, don't let me catch her or I'll break her legs." Cheng instinctively leaned against the wall and glanced at the open door of the breakfast shop next to him, then quickly slipped inside. After hiding, he quietly stretched his head out, using the gaps between the stacked steamer baskets to observe a group of men. They were about 40 meters away from him. 8 in total. These men were wearing safety helmets and holding steel pipes or wrenches, and some were carrying shovels, making it hard to see their expressions. Running in front of these 8 men was a young woman who looked quite good. However, her hair was disheveled, and there were several red handprints on her face, clearly indicating that she had been beaten by this group. Cheng instinctively frowned slightly. At a glance, these were just some street thugs taking advantage of the apocalypse to commit acts of murder, arson, and assault against women. However, even so, Cheng had no intention of meddling in their affairs, nor did he want to waste time and energy on these people. He could only pray that this group would leave quickly and not hinder his collection of medicine. But things often went against one's wishes. The young woman, seeing no way out, rushed into the pharmacy in front of her. "Damn it, just when you're afraid of something, it comes." Cheng cursed under his breath, grinding his teeth in anger. After the apocalypse, the law had become meaningless. Without the constraints of the law, the evil in human nature began to swell rapidly, and the fate of this young woman was almost predictable. Seeing the woman enter the pharmacy, the men who were chasing her slowed their pace and laughed as they surrounded the entrance. "Beauty, why are you running? We're not bad people, are we?" One of them said. "Yeah, so many people have been bitten by zombies. Don't we need to make a small contribution to prevent humanity from going extinct?" A few men mocked. "You bastards, even if I feed the zombies, I won't give you animals anything," the woman inside shouted. "Ligo, look." A lewd-looking man glanced at the burly man beside him. Ligo was about 30, tall and strong, with a face full of flesh, and his bulging muscles made him intimidating. He spat on the ground and impatiently said, all right, move quickly. If we attract zombies, we'll be in trouble." Then he added, "Be careful, don't kill her. She's a doctor. If someone gets a cold later, we'll need her." "Got it, Ligo." The younger men replied in unison, one after another entering the store. Soon, the sound of the woman's screams filled the air. A bunch of beasts. Cheng originally didn't plan to get involved in this idle matter, but when he heard what this Liga said, he hesitated. A doctor is definitely a scarce and precious profession in the apocalypse. At critical moments, they can save lives. If such a talent could be brought into the base, then medical care would have a certain guarantee in the future. For him, it was just an extra pair of chopsticks. With this in mind, Cheng picked up a machete and rushed towards the pharmacy in a few quick steps. Inside the pharmacy, a woman was held down by 3 men, while another man was tearing at her clothes, large patches of her white skin exposed. "Get away! Take your dirty hands off me! You bunch of beasts! Bastards!" Just as the woman was desperately screaming, a faint voice came from behind them. "Hey!" Chapter 10. Capturing a doctor in view was a young man wrapped in a down jacket, holding a rusty, broken knife pointed at them. "Damn it! I thought I was surrounded by a bunch of people. After all this, I scare myself." One man patted his chest, feeling a bit guilty about what they were doing. The others felt similarly. Before the apocalypse, they were restrained by the law, but after the apocalypse, their true nature was exposed. Now that there was only one opponent, the men's expressions relaxed, revealing a hint of disdain. Kid, want a medal in our business? The leader, Li Gu, stepped forward and impatiently said, "This is none of your business. Get lost, or I'll kill you." Jiang Cheng's expression was calm. His physical attributes had greatly improved, although he couldn't handle mutated zombies. Taking down a few idiots was still easy for him. This doctor he was determined to save. He said, "I've taken a liking to this woman. You can all leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the pharmacy suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Cheng as if he were a fool, and the woman beside him had a face full of despair. "Haha, big brother, I think this kid is probably scared crazy by the zombies. P.S. even holding a rusty, broken knife. He can't be thinking of challenging all 8 of us like in a martial arts movie, right?" The younger brothers couldn't help but laugh wildly. Li Gu also looked at Jiang Cheng with a mocking expression and said, "Kid, since you made me laugh, hand over the supplies in your backpack, kneel down and bow 3 times to the brothers, calling out for mercy, and I'll spare your life. How about that?" It seemed you didn't understand my meaning. Jiang Cheng shook his head with some regret. He didn't want a conflict with humans. But there were always some fools who couldn't see the situation clearly and insisted on seeking death. That was beyond his control. Hearing this, Li Ji's expression also turned cold. Without further ado, he stepped back a few paces and said, "Disable this kid." "Yes, big brother." The younger brothers heard this and stood up one by one, surrounding Jiang Cheng, a group of self-righteous fools. Jiang Cheng secretly cursed, and his expression hardened as he slightly bent his body. "Damn it, I'll teach you a lesson for showing off." One younger brother, dragging a steel pipe, cursed and rushed forward. Well, he was 3 or 4 steps away from Jiang Cheng. He swung the pipe down, aimed directly at Jiang Cheng's head, leaving no room for mercy. If he didn't teach this young man in front of him a lesson, he wouldn't understand the cruelty of the world. Jiang Cheng squinted his eyes. Facing the fierce wind, he tilted his body to easily dodge the attack, then, under the incredulous gaze of his little brother, quickly grabbed the steel pipe with his left hand, yanked it hard, and swung the machete in his right hand horizontally. This was a special move taught by the gym system sprite specifically for dealing with zombies, and he never expected to use it in a fight against humans one day. With a thud, a round head flew off. Losing its head, a large amount of blood gushed from the neck, and the torso collapsed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably, blood splattering across the floor, creating an extremely bloody scene. For a moment, the atmosphere in the pharmacy became eerie. He killed along. One little brother trembled, clearly shaken by the blow. Brotherly was also stunned by Jiang Cheng's ruthlessness. To behead someone in one encounter, this person must be a madman. Swallowing hard, Brother Li's previous disdain vanished, and he shouted, "Brothers, be careful. Let's go together. This kid is deadly." In fact, without Brother Li's command, the other 6 little brothers had already witnessed Jiang Cheng's power. They exchanged glances, then looked at Jiang Cheng, and with a tacit understanding, charged forward at the same time. "Damn it, I'll kill you. I'll take down this son of a bitch." The sounds of knives slicing into flesh echoed continuously. In just a few seconds, all 6 men who charged in fell to the ground, wide-eyed and lifeless in a pool of blood. In contrast, Jiang Cheng, aside from taking a few hits, had no major issues. After dealing with the little brothers, Jiang Cheng wiped the blood off the machete, glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, and then looked up at Brother Li, who was frozen in place, and said, "Now it's your turn." Little brother, no. Brother, I was wrong." Brother Li, as if waking from a dream, fell to the ground and began to kowtow frantically. This was no inexperienced young man. He was simply a killing god, the kind that kills without blinking. Especially the sight of 7 heads rolling on the ground completely shattered his courage. "Brother, I was blind and didn't recognize the great mountain. Considering that it's tough for everyone to survive in this apocalypse, please spare me. I promise I will never do such things again. From today on, you are my ancestor. This woman is yours, and you can do whatever you want with her." Brother Li begged desperately. Jiang Cheng sneered in mockery. "Let him go. If he lets him go now, who knows when this guy will stab him in the back. If you don't eliminate the roots of the problem, it will sprout again with the spring breeze." He understands the nature of people in the apocalypse very well. Jiang Cheng looked at Brother Li and smiled. "Are you sure you won't do it again?" Upon hearing this, Brother Li felt a surge of joy and quickly crawled over on his knees, saying, "I won't, absolutely not." If there's a next time, Before he could finish, a flash of a blade passed by. Brotherly stared wide-eyed at the body in front of him that had lost its head, and a trace of confusion rose in his heart. How could this headless guy be wearing his clothes? Unfortunately, he would never know the answer. Kicking aside the still twitching corpse, Cheng walked expressionlessly towards the woman. The woman looked to be around 28 or 29 years old, with a remarkably beautiful face. She wore a blue sports jacket over a white t-shirt, and a pair of tight jeans perfectly outlined her curvy figure. However, the woman currently had a vacant expression, and the white t-shirt, torn into shreds by this group of people, revealed her purple lace-patterned underwear that covered her plump figure, which she seemed not to notice. Clearly frightened by the bloody scene. Cough, cough, cough. Cheng didn't intend to explain to her and directly asked, "Are you a doctor? Surgery?" Cheng was not clear about the medical standards of the First People's Hospital in Lincian City, but a surgeon was definitely a valuable asset. And this woman had reached the position of attending physician at such a young age, which suggested she had some skills. So he nodded and asked, "What is your name?" Ru. The woman replied with her name. "Good, Ru. I saved you, and from now on, you're mine," Cheng said, extending a hand towards Ru. Ru was taken aback, her face showing a mix of embarrassment and anger. The man's words were indeed ambiguous. What did he mean by mine? Did he have his eyes on her body? Ru thought to herself that she still had some looks, and even among her colleagues in surgery, she was referred to as the beauty of the hospital. It was normal for someone to be attracted to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had 8 men pursuing her. Thinking about it, she looked over with some fear, and when she saw the clarity in his eyes, she began to doubt herself. Was she overthinking it? Was he not interested in her body? However, given the current situation, she didn't know where to go from here. If this man treated her well, it wouldn't be impossible. With that thought, Ru's face flushed, and she gritted her teeth and reached out to shake his hand. Cheng looked at Ru, whose face was flushed, and knew that she misunderstood his meaning. However, he was too lazy to explain and directly said, "My base needs to prepare some medicines, and we really need doctors like you to help us fight against diseases in the future. But I don't understand the specific effects of these medicines, so for now, I'll rely on you as the doctor of my base." It turned out he was interested in her identity as a doctor. Ru detected some implications, but did not let her guard down. As for now, Ru cooperatively asked, "Is it just collecting medicines? What else do you want to do?" Cheng retorted in annoyance. Ru was momentarily taken aback. She couldn't believe that a man would remain indifferent in front of a completely unarmed beauty. She could only say that this man was still hiding his true feelings. However, she quickly came to terms with it. Let him hide. It was much better than those beasts who acted like wolves and tigers at first sight. With that thought, Ru stopped overthinking, accepted her fate calmly, and quickly entered work mode. Penicillin was essential, and there was a large need for gauze, iodine, cotton swabs, and syringes. Ru pointed out a pile of items, while Cheng searched for them and put them into the bag, making it look like he was the one working. The two quickly packed 2 large bags of medicines. Just as they were about to leave, a roar came from not far away. Chapter 11. Friendliness. "Don't make a sound for now." Cheng put down the bag and suddenly spoke. Ru immediately quieted down, looking at Cheng with a questioning gaze. On the left side of the street, more than 30 meters away from the pharmacy, a group of zombies was slowly moving towards them. A serious expression appeared on his face. There were roughly over 30 zombies, most likely attracted by the bloody scent of the corpses on the ground. According to his memories from before his rebirth, although zombies moved very slowly, their sense of smell and hearing were extremely sensitive. Any slight noise within a mile would draw them in. Moreover, the scent of living humans, especially the smell of their blood, was a fatal temptation for them. Now that a batch of zombies had been attracted, it was likely that other zombies were not far behind. Okay, Ru said, somewhat scared. As she followed him, she had seen how those monsters devoured people, tearing them apart until not even bones were left. And they felt no pain and were unafraid of injury. Many of her colleagues at the hospital had exhausted themselves while fighting zombies, unaware of this characteristic, and had been bitten to death. The two of them moved one in front of the other. Jiang Cheng carried the medicine, 2 bags weighing about 60 pounds. But with his current strength attribute of 4.6, it was very easy for him. The road to the base wasn't too far, and the few zombies he encountered were quickly dispatched with a single slice to the head. It turned out that zombies would die as long as their heads were chopped off. Lu Xinru looked as if she had discovered a new world, her face filled with excitement. This meant that as long as the army gathered powerful heavy firepower to blow off the zombies' heads, they could be completely wiped out. The idea was good, but zombies wouldn't be eradicated that easily. Jiang Cheng ruthlessly shattered Lu Xinru's fantasy. Why? With her dream broken, Lu Xinru felt a hint of dissatisfaction. Jiang Cheng said, "You will know in the future." After saying that, the two increased their pace. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Cheng finally arrived at the entrance of the base. Lu Xinru also saw what Jiang Cheng referred to as the base and twitched her lips. It was a small 3-story house. The window's security bars were rusty and the red iron gate was covered in scratches. Lu Xinru really wanted to ask, "Is this the base you're talking about?" But she held back. Perhaps all men are like children, enjoying calling their shelters bases. Jiang Cheng did not see Lu Xinru's expression and directly walked up to the big door, saying, "Dawn, open the door." What a childish man, Lu Xinru thought to herself. The base was already outrageous enough, and now there was an all-intelligent voice control door. But the reality was that a mechanical electronic voice suddenly sounded. Scanning successful. Identity confirmed. Please enter, master. With a clear sound, the crimson iron door automatically opened, sliding towards the wall, revealing a futuristic all-metal decor. This gave Lu Xinru the illusion of stepping into an alien spaceship. It really is a base. Just a base, nothing to be surprised about. Let's hurry inside. Jiang Cheng reminded her. To be honest, he felt a bit proud when he saw Lu Xinru being amazed by the technology of the base. Okay. Lu Xinru nodded in a daze and walked in, the large door behind her automatically closing without leaving a single gap. Are you a foot basin eagle agent? Or from the great Zhou Dragon Group? Or are you not from Earth? Lu Xinru asked excitedly. Jiang Cheng said irritably, "Have you read too many web novels?" Oh, Lu Xinru, like a little girl who made a mistake, pouted and obediently followed behind, listening to Jiang Cheng's introduction. First of all, this base is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the kitchen and leisure area. The second floor is the resting area, which has 3 bedrooms in total. One is mine, and you can choose from the remaining 2. Once you've made your choice, I will register your identity information in that bedroom. You are not allowed to open any other rooms without my permission. The refrigerator in the kitchen has food, milk, and snacks. If you run out, you can tell me, and I will replenish it in a timely manner. In the future, in addition to being the base's doctor, you will also need to take on the responsibilities of a chef and cleaning. As for other tasks, you will follow my orders. Lu Xinru was surprised and asked, "Is that all?" Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with my arrangements?" No. Lu Xinru quickly shook her head. She wasn't dissatisfied. She was too satisfied. Being provided food and drink and only having to cook and clean was simply heaven in the apocalypse. That's good. Now, come with me to see the room. Jiang Cheng took Lu Xinru upstairs for a tour. After the tour, Lu Xinru was once again a little shocked. In the bedroom, the bed was neatly made, and the mattress, made of an unknown material, looked as soft as milk. Lu Xinru tentatively pressed her hand down on it, and her palm sank right in. Oh my God! If a whole person lay down on this, wouldn't they be completely enveloped? The bedroom was equipped with a bedside lamp, a desk, and a projector. There was also an adjustable view window, all controlled by voice. The bedroom even had a fairly large bathroom, fully equipped with toiletries and other essentials. Even before the apocalypse, such facilities would definitely surpass those of star-rated hotels. After touring the bedroom, Lu Xinru couldn't help but express her doubts. Are you sure you don't want to keep me? But Jiang Cheng looked at her as if she were silly. Do you think I'm that shallow? After retorting with annoyance, Jiang Cheng reminded her, if you've made your choice, I need to start recording your identity information. This room next to you then. Lu Xinru took a deep breath. Although it was nice that this man didn't have any intentions towards her, she still felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. She also had a curvy figure, with an E cup. All right. Jiang Cheng nodded and said to the door marked with room 2, Dawn, Register room 2 under this lady's identity information. Access rights set to use only. Yes, master. Dawn's mechanical voice sounded. Following Jiang Cheng's instructions, Lu Xinru stood at the door, and soon, her biological information was recorded by Dawn. Jiang Cheng immediately recalled information about Lu Xinru. Name, Lu Xinru. Age, 28. Skills, intermediate medical skills. Beginner cooking skills, 60. The doctor's skills are quite good, but Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask, System, what does friendliness level mean? It refers to the degree of friendliness a person has towards the host. A friendliness level of 10 means there will be no conflict with the host. A friendliness level of 20 indicates a casual acquaintance. A friendliness level of 30 means communication is possible, such as asking for directions. A friendliness level of 40 represents a nodding acquaintance, allowing them to work together in the same place. A friendliness level of 50 means a casual friendship, where they can work together amicably. A friendliness level of 60 indicates a quick rapport, establishing initial trust with the host, making them barely friends. A friendliness level of 70 means they can become close friends with considerable trust. A friendliness level of 80 indicates extreme trust, allowing them to become best friends. A friendliness level of 90 denotes deep trust, where the person will generally believe what the host says as long as it's not too far-fetched. A friendliness level of 100 means unconditional trust. Even if the host lies, the person will still believe unconditionally. So, you're saying that saving this woman's life is only seen as initial trust in her eyes? Jiang Cheng said, somewhat speechless. That's one way to understand it. All right then, Jiang Cheng casually remarked. It seems that this friendliness can indeed be used as a measure to determine whether someone is an enemy or a friend. Exiting the system, Jiang Cheng then said to Lu Xinru, if you're hungry, you can go to the kitchen and make something yourself. What about you? Lu Xinru asked politely, as she was indeed feeling a bit hungry. I'll talk about it later. After giving Lu Xinru this instruction, Jiang Cheng hurried downstairs. He needed to quickly convert the items in his bag. Chapter 12. The Reckless Yi Jingwen Remaining Energy Points, 87. 68. Jiang Cheng did not expect that a zombie dog's crystal could convert 2 energy points. This means that the stronger the zombie, the higher the energy points it can convert. What about first-tier, mutated zombies? How many energy points can they convert? Excited, yet heavy-hearted, Jiang Cheng realized that there were only 11 days left until the first-tier, mutated zombies appeared. At his current enhancement speed, increasing his attributes by 1.5 each day, he would barely reach the level of an awakener in 11 days, but it would still not be enough against those 2 first-tier mutated zombies. Just as he had seen, one had immense strength, capable of flipping over a car, with a force exceeding 1.5 tons, and the other could run faster than an ordinary car, with a speed exceeding 70 km/h, and both appeared simultaneously. If I become an awakener, will there still be a chance? Jiang Cheng pondered for a while. While awakeners significantly increase their physical abilities, they also awaken their own accompanying powers. In his past life, as a scavenger, he could only look up to these awakeners. Consuming zombie crystals was too dangerous. He didn't want to pin his hopes on that 1 in 500 chance and could only rely on the spirit pool. Currently, the awakening probability of the spirit pool was 1%, just the effect of a level 2 spirit pool. He wondered if upgrading the spirit pool to level 3 could increase the awakening odds. Then there was the issue of future development for the base. A person's power was limited. He needed talents from all walks of life. Just like the survivor base in his past life, they needed to form a powerful human army to resist the zombie tide that would come 3 years later. At this thought, a hint of fear flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. He could never forget the gigantic figures that swept in like a tsunami during the zombie tide. Nor could he forget how a single punch easily pierced through a wall 5 meters thick and 100 meters high, as if it were a thin membrane. People were submerged by the zombie tide in panic, hopes swallowed by fear. He didn't want to experience such things again. The only thing he could do now was to become stronger, and then stronger again. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint fragrance wafted from the kitchen. He unconsciously swallowed. To be honest, although his storage had collected many ingredients, his cooking skills were rather they could only be considered not inedible. Turning around, Lu Xinru had already brought the dishes to the table. A plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of shredded pork with green peppers, and a plate of dry pot cauliflower. These were very ordinary home-cooked dishes, but to Jiang Cheng, they were tempting delicacies. Don't just stand there in a daze. If you want to eat, come and eat. I cooked enough for 3 people, Lu Xinru said irritably, then glanced at the dishes on the table, secretly swallowing her saliva. Since the apocalypse began, she hadn't had a decent meal, and, as for being full, she had only dreamed of it. Now, after 4 days, she didn't expect her cooking skills would have a chance to be showcased. Then I won't be polite. Jiang Cheng thanked and walked into the kitchen to serve himself a large bowl of rice, then quickly sat down at the dining table and began to eat ravenously. Seeing this, Lu Xinru hurriedly served herself a bowl and quickly joined the fray. Night fell. It seemed that the melting glaciers and the peak of the greenhouse effect were causing the temperature to be much hotter than usual, without air conditioning or fans. And with the zombies wandering day and night, the survivors found it hard to sleep all night long. In the house, Yi Jingwen was on the verge of a breakdown. Her hands were tied with rope, and she felt sticky and grimy from not having bathed for 4 or 5 days. What frustrated her the most was the 2 stinking middle-aged perverts beside her. These 2 had not only stolen her apple when she was at her most helpless, but they also occasionally touched her inappropriately. Fortunately, since she had moved out of the police station, these 2 perverts had not gone too far. However, this situation could not last forever. Sooner or later, these 2 would discover that the police station no longer existed. At that time, Yi Jingwen didn't dare to imagine. No, I must escape. Yi Jingwen took a furtive glance at the 2 middle-aged perverts beside her and found that they were sleeping soundly, snoring loudly, with no signs of waking up. They shouldn't notice. Talking to herself, Yi Jingwen quietly moved to the wall, rubbing her hands against the corner of the wall. Her movements were small. The rope was made from strips of torn bed sheets. After a short while, a faint sound echoed. The cloth strip broke in 2. She showed a look of joy, carefully glanced at the 2 perverts again, and found they were still fast asleep. She quickly shook her slightly sore wrists and began to untie the rope around her ankles. This time, she worked much faster than when she was rubbing the rope. Soon, the cloth strip around her ankles loosened. She didn't want to wait a moment longer. She stood up and twisted the door latch, preparing to escape. But in the next moment, a dull voice sounded behind her. "University student, where do you think you're going?" Yi Jingwen's body trembled in fear as she immediately pressed down the door latch. With a click, the door opened, and without thinking, she rushed out. "Liangkai, wake up! The female university student has escaped." The middle-aged man quickly pushed the skinny man beside him, who was still sleeping. The man named Liangkai suddenly woke up, immediately climbed up, and said, "What? She escaped? Quick, hurry up and catch her. If that dead girl gets to the sheriff, we might end up in big trouble." The 2 grew more frightened as they thought about it, and hurriedly chased after her. The disaster had only begun 5 days ago. The name of law and order still suppressed people's beastly nature like a giant rock, but soon this rock would fall off a cliff. Yi Jingwen dashed down the stairs, running with all her might. Her fear of the 2 men completely surpassed her fear of the zombies, and she didn't care if she would attract zombies. She ran while desperately calling for help, hoping that the man from the previous day would appear. "Help! Someone is trying to assault me. Help!" The night was deep and quiet. Jiang Cheng was originally eating when he heard the noise outside, causing him to pause with his chopsticks. Lu Xinru, sitting across the dining table, also stopped her chopsticks and looked at Jiang Cheng with a questioning expression. Jiang Cheng shook his head and continued to pick at the chopsticks in his hand. Lu Xinru also silently closed her mouth and quietly continued eating. She was also fed up with the moral coercion of the saintly. The reason she wanted to speak up was based on her humanity. Yang South Road. Yi Jingwen ran wildly, with 2 big men chasing her fiercely from behind. The 3 of them ran for a while, but there was no movement from the houses on either side. After running for 3 or 4 minutes, Yi Jingwen ultimately could not keep up. Her speed drastically reduced. The 2 big men, due to years of working on construction sites, had excellent stamina, only breathing heavily because of their age. "Run. Let's see how far you can go." "Damn it, don't talk nonsense." The man beside him quickly stopped him. The conversation between the 2 parties fell silent. Suddenly, a zombie appeared around the corner. "Zombies?" The middle-aged man said, frightened and stumbling over his words. while the thin black man beside him cursed. "Look at your crow's mouth. You really opened the seal." The two exchanged glances and stopped chasing, turning to run the other way. But as they turned, the road behind them was blocked by zombies that had come in response to the noise. The number of zombies around them grew, darkening the area and surrounding Yi Jingwen and the two men in the middle. The faces of the two men fell. This is bad. Chapter 13. Yi Jingwen's Death Zombies. Only when faced with true fear do people feel scared. Yi Jingwen looked at the surging zombies in front of her, her heart filled with only two words: "It's over." The zombies weren't fast, but there were many of them, like maggots in a filthy pit, crazily swarming towards the scent. The circle surrounding Yi Jingwen and the two middle-aged men continuously shrinking. "Wansheng, let's fight," said the thin black middle-aged man named Liang Kai. "Fight," Zhang Wansheng replied fiercely, glaring at Yi Jingwen not far away, while cursing, "I really regret not killing this female student." After saying that, Zhang Wansheng and Zhou Liangkai quickly scanned their surroundings. And when they saw a house with its door open, they rushed towards it. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Jingwen also ran toward the house. Ordinary zombies were slower than humans, and a few of them quickly reached the house. However, the number of zombies was high, and they weren't afraid of pain, surging into the house like a black tide, with more zombies constantly emerging from around the corner on Yanghe South Road. Not long after, screams of the two men echoed from within the house. The house where Yi Jingwen was also got flooded with zombies. With a face full of fear, Yi Jingwen slammed the door shut, using the strength comparable to that of an adult man to push the bed, desk, wardrobe, and everything movable to block the door. But the zombies were strong, and there were too many of them. The locked door was soon smashed open, creating a gap. But the next moment, bang! The door was smashed open wide, and a zombie squeezed through the gap, followed by more zombies, pushing aside the furniture that blocked their way and closing in on her. Don't come over." Yi Jingwen retreated to the edge of the window, glancing down at the 6 or 7 meter high ground, constantly motivating herself. "Jump! There is still a chance of survival. If I don't jump, I'll be pinned down by rotting hands and bitten by the foul mouths of maggots. I'll fight." Determined, Yi Jingwen struggled to climb up the window, her hands gripping the edge as she tentatively leaned outward until her body was hanging vertically against the wall. Just as the zombies were about to grab her, she closed her eyes and let go of her hands. Bang! At the moment she hit the ground, a sharp pain shot through her heel. Looking down, she saw her ankle twisted at an unnatural angle. "My foot is broken." She fought back tears that were about to overflow. Taking a deep breath, she dragged her leg and slowly got up, then moved toward another house. No matter what, she had finally escaped those zombies. But the next second, the situation changed abruptly. Bang! A zombie suddenly fell from the windowsill and smashed onto the ground, landing headfirst and twisting its neck a full 180 degrees. Because its cervical vertebrae were broken, it could only struggle madly on the ground. Then came the second, third, fourth. These zombies were not afraid of pain and had no thoughts. A tear rolled down her cheek, and a pale smile appeared on her beautiful face. Suddenly, she didn't want to run anymore. The night was very long, especially while listening to the zombies howling outside. Lu Xinru tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She kept thinking about what would happen to those people outside. But reason told her this was the end of the world. Before the apocalypse, she was a doctor, an angel in white, saving lives and healing the injured. After the apocalypse, she was just a fragile woman, afraid, with flesh and blood, and she could die. After thinking a lot, she persuaded herself and fell into a drowsy sleep. Silver Avenue, inside the Walmart supermarket. Don't you dare grab. If you grab again, no one will have anything. Security guard Wang Gu shouted hoarsely, but there were too many people, and his voice quickly disappeared in the crowd of over 200. He looked helplessly at the customers frantically grabbing items in front of him. Crazy. They've all gone mad. After cursing, Wang Gu said to a colleague beside him, "Go to the warehouse. These people's lives and deaths are no longer our concern. It should have been like this a long time ago. We're just security guards, and they won't listen to us anyway." The security guards quickly left. Meanwhile, during the frenzy of looting, no one noticed that zombies were climbing up the escalators. Morning. Jiang Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and drank the water from the spirit pool, while also opening his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Wisdom, 2. Normal humans have 1. Strength, 6. 1. Normal humans have 1. Agility, 2. 8. Normal humans have 1. Spirit, 1. 6. Normal humans have 1. Overall combat power, 12. 5 energy points, 82. 58. The attribute boost from the gym and the spirit pool water are random, possibly enhancing strength or agility. This time, agility did not increase, but strength rose to 6. 1, indicating that he now possessed 610 pounds of energy. However, he had used 5, 2 in just one day, which was quite a lot. He needed more energy points. While Jiang Cheng was washing up, the monitor next to the bathroom mirror suddenly played a news broadcast. It was worth mentioning that although the flood had damaged some base stations, a few high-elevation ones were still operational, albeit with weak signals. On the screen, an elderly man in military uniform held a microphone and said, "Hello, everyone. I am the commander of the military district in Chuzhou province. Currently, due to the spread of the zombie virus, most of Chuzhou province has fallen. Therefore, I urge all survivors to remain calm, gather all usable supplies around you, and try to stay alive. Our military will send personnel to various districts for rescue in 10 days. Please hold on. Difficulties are only temporary. As long as we humans unite as one, we will eventually overcome this disaster." After that, the old man spoke a lot more, mostly encouraging words. If others had heard it, they would probably be overjoyed. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng sighed. The army would indeed send personnel to the surrounding areas, but by that time, each city had long since governed itself, and every human survivor base was like a small country. No one was willing to let the army take away their people, as they had just tasted the sweetness of power. Then there were the mutated beings. It seemed that other cities would encounter mutated beings even earlier. With a curl of his lip, Jiang Cheng washed up, prepared himself for any eventuality, and after saying a word to Lu Xinru, he took a machete and stepped out the door. Yanghe South Road, second alley. Jiang Cheng stared silently at the tragic scene before him. The pungent smell of blood had begun to decay. On the ground lay a black platform shoe, quietly resting amidst the chaos, surrounded by a severed arm and a familiar JK skirt. Not far away, a pile of zombies still wriggled. Clearly, something had happened in this alley last night. Jiang Cheng fell silent for a second, then stepped over with his knife from the JK skirt. Everyone has their fate. Some people are simply not suited to be born in the apocalypse, and death is a relief for her. At least that's what Jiang Cheng thought. Not going out to save people doesn't mean he's cold-blooded. There's no obligation for anyone to save anyone else. The great heroism for the people and the country is just a novel. Reality is always a bloody reality. He is just an ordinary person who also wants to live. Holding a machete, Jiang Cheng attracted the zombies in a more brutal way than before, striking the stainless steel railing of the roadside houses forcefully. The metallic clang echoed through the Yanghe community. One by one, the zombies quickly appeared at the intersection. Perhaps the horde from last night hadn't wandered too far. In just a minute, more than 40 zombies had gathered. "Kill!" Jiang Cheng let out a low roar. His body transformed into an arrow and shot out. With a strength attribute of 6. 1, he was able to control the trajectory of his blade with greater precision. Poochie, a head flew off. Jiang Cheng was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, each strike taking off a head. And the occasional zombie that grabbed his arm was also thrown away by Jiang Cheng's terrifying strength. 10 minutes later, the ground was covered with the corpses of zombies. Hoo-hoo! Jiang Cheng continuously inhaled and exhaled to adjust his breathing, a technique used in intermediate combat training at the gym that allowed him to quickly recover his stamina. Looking at the ground again, he estimated there were over 60 heads. Jiang Cheng silently squatted down and took out the crystals one by one, zipped up the bag, and glanced at the street. Today, he planned to clean up several alleys on Yanghe South Road. Chapter 14, Giant Egg. With a flick, he forcefully shook off the dirty blood from the axe, and Jiang Cheng also felt a bit tired. After a whole morning, he had cleaned out the first, second, and third alleys on Yanghe South Road, filling his backpack with at least 500 crystals. It could be said that for the next month, he wouldn't have to worry about energy points. However, besides Yanghe South Road, there were also Yanghe North Road and Yanghe West Road, which are the main roads of the Yanghe community, with a population of at least over 10,000, as well as the aviation alley and Yanghe School in between, which has over 5,000 teachers and students. If they all got infected, there would be at least 15,000 zombies in total. There was still a long way to go. He opened the conversion room and dumped all the zombie crystals from his backpack inside. Cheng's data panel showed that the remaining energy points were fluctuating. Remaining energy points, 602. 58. Looking at the three-digit energy points, Cheng felt a sudden rush of wealth. He immediately opened the base equipment panel. The energy points required for upgrades were Level 2 cultivation room, 100 energy points. Level 2 storage space, 50 energy points. Level 2 energy conversion room, 100 energy points. Level 2 sleep chamber, 100 energy points. Level 2 base, 1,000 energy points. If he didn't upgrade the base, the energy points needed to upgrade all the equipment would be 350 points. That was within an acceptable range. After careful consideration, Cheng said directly, "System, upgrade all upgradable equipment except for the base." Ding. It requires 350 energy points. Do you want to upgrade? The system asked again. Cheng was also straightforward. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Remaining energy points, 252. 58. Level 2 cultivation room. Area of 5 acres consumes 5 energy points per day for automatic cultivation. The crops cultivated mature once every 3 months and can be automatically harvested after maturity. Each acre consumes 2 cubic meters of spiritual pool, and the planted crops can be consumed 3 times a day, each time strengthening by 0. 3 attribute points, strength, agility, spirit, with a required interval of 3 hours between uses. As expected of the Level 2 cultivation room after the upgrade, but the consumption has significantly increased. I just don't know what effect the increase in spirit attribute points will have. Cheng thought to himself, and then looked at the information for the next upgraded device. Level 2 storage space. Total area of 5,000 cubic meters. Within the storage space, time is frozen. The stored food comes with a small spiritual enhancement once. Consuming it can automatically increase 0. 1. Strength, agility. Can be strengthened once a day and automatically consumes 0. 5 energy points daily. I didn't expect there would be such an effect. Cheng couldn't help but sigh. The heavy mood he had due to the JK skirt had lightened quite a bit. He continued to look down. The secondary energy conversion chamber, along with all the waste outlets of the building, automatically absorbed dissipated energy from the outside world and converted it into energy points, increasing the conversion rate by 0. 1 times. A 0. 1 times conversion rate? This means that a regular zombie crystal that could only be converted into 1 energy point before could now be converted into 1 energy points. He looked further down. The secondary sleep chamber consumed 0. 5 energy points each time 1 entered, allowing for 6 hours of rest to recover physical attributes and repair most injuries. And each sleep increased mental attributes by 0. 1. After reading about all the equipment upgrades, Cheng was very satisfied. Overall, the increase in attribute points was significantly improved, with the daily attribute gain rising from 1.5 to 1.7, including the extra 0.1 in mental attributes. This was still without the crops in the cultivation room being mature. If they were mature, the daily increase in attribute points could rise by another 0.9. However, there was a problem with energy point consumption. Originally, he only needed 1 energy points a day, but now it had increased to 14 energy points. With his current storage of 252, 58 energy points, he could last a maximum of 18 days. Upon seeing this, Cheng's mouth twitched. He felt like he had gained something, but it also seemed like he hadn't completely profited. It was like thinking he had gone from being a worker to a boss, only to find out that while he was earning more, his expenses had also increased, and in the end, he still looked like a worker. However, the only equipment left for him to upgrade was the base. The secondary base required a full 1,000 energy points. He wondered what changes it would bring. Cheng felt a vague sense of anticipation. The Silver Avenue, Walmart living supermarket. Last night, it was bustling with people, but this morning, all the living survivors inside had turned into zombies. However, these zombies were a bit abnormal. Their eyes were blood red, and they bit their kind as soon as they caught them. Inside a supermarket the size of a football field, there were over 300 such zombies. The huge commotion attracted more zombies from outside, constantly increasing their numbers. The entire scene was bloody, violent, and disgusting, making one involuntarily associate it with the term, raising goo. It was unclear how much time had passed, but all the zombies eventually fell, their heads torn open, and the zombie crystals inside vanished without a trace, leaving only two half-human tall blood-red meatballs standing in the center of the supermarket. At first glance, they looked like two gigantic insect eggs, occasionally wriggling as if something extraordinary was being nurtured inside. Since the appearance of these eggs, the zombies outside stopped rushing in and even retreated upon approaching the mall, as if there was something terrifying inside. In no time, a vacuum zone appeared around the mall, making it seem as if all the zombies had vanished. In a corner of the mall, a man's head poked out. He looked around and, after confirming it was safe, immediately signaled to his companion not far across. "Come over here, there are no zombies." Receiving the signal, a girl immediately jogged over. Just as she approached, slap. Her fair face instantly swelled up, and she looked at her boyfriend in disbelief. "Did you hit me?" The man, with a face full of disdain, replied, "Of course. It was you I hit. Let me tell you, Jiang, I've been holding back for a long time." Under the girl's furious gaze, the man slapped her again. Looking at the two handprints on the woman's face, the man finally felt relieved. "Cheng, you are such a beast." Jiang, continuously beaten, immediately shouted, "Cheng, what right do you have to hit me? I've been with you for 3 years. During these 3 years, you ate at my house, lived in my house, and my parents didn't even mind that you were poor, even preparing to reduce the bride price from 300,000 to 200,000. Is this how you repay me? Huh. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't be so angry." Cheng was also irritated, cursing, "Damn it. Isn't it you who said you didn't want to be apart from your parents and kept clinging to me? That's why I agreed to live at your place. I only make 4,000 a month, and I give her parents 3,000 for living expenses. You don't even work at home, yet you still buy this and that. Isn't that all my money? What do you mean I eat and drink at your place? And your bride price? Your dad is a mall security guard, making only about 3,000 a month, and your mom spends all day playing mahjong. Your family doesn't even own a house, crammed into a 50-square-meter rental, with your conditions. How dare you ask me for a bride price of 300,000 and still have the face to say it?" Listening to this, Jiang lost some confidence, but still held on. "As a man, shouldn't you take care of your wife? Besides, after the apocalypse broke out, we didn't kick you out." "Hey, right? Taking care of a wife. Don't think I don't know you were out there sleeping with others when you were trying to break up with me a few years ago. Almost getting picked up by the police for being a prostitute. Do you think I don't know about that? And your family, those two old folks, all they do is eat and sleep at home. Getting them to search for food is like pulling teeth. It's only because I risked my life these past few days to find food that your whole family hasn't perished yet." Once Cheng said this, Jiang completely fell silent. Seeing her yielding, Cheng didn't bother wasting more words and directly said, "Stop pretending to be silent. Hurry up and come with me. If we don't find something to eat soon, we'll end up feeding the zombies." "Oh," Jiang mumbled softly and followed behind Cheng. The two cautiously entered through the side door of the mall, and upon discovering there wasn't a single zombie inside, Cheng's face lit up with joy, and he headed towards the second-floor supermarket along the corridor. However, as soon as they stepped into the supermarket, they were stunned by the sight before them. The floor was covered with zombie corpses, almost all of it. What the hell happened here? Jiang swallowed hard. Cheng, already impatient, said, "Why the hell do you care so much? While there are no zombies around and the supplies are abundant, let's hurry up and start collecting." "That's true." Jiang nodded. "Remember, only take food, don't pick up useless stuff." The two pushed shopping carts and began to rapidly gather supplies. But they didn't notice that in the middle of the household goods section, two blood-red giant eggs suddenly cracked open a seam. Chapter 15. The Wonderful Use of Storage Space Poo. A gray claw broke through the shell, and a yellow-green viscous liquid slid down the gray claw, hitting the floor with a dripping sound. "Hey, Cheng, did you hear something?" Jiang felt something was off as she pushed the shopping cart. Cheng, uninterested, replied, "What could possibly be there? I think you're just hallucinating." Ooh. Before he could finish the word here, a gigantic claw burst through his chest. Liang Cheng felt a sharp pain in his chest, and in disbelief, he looked down, wanting to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a large amount of blood erupted from it, making his words unclear. But Zhou Lijuan understood. Liang Cheng was telling her to run. However, her legs felt weak from fear, and she couldn't move, only covering her mouth tightly to suppress a scream. Woo! Oof! The claw swung forcefully, and Liang Cheng was thrown against the wall, bursting out a spray of blood, splattering Zhou Lijuan's face and leaving her completely frozen in place, with a large wet patch on her jeans. Bang! Bang bang! With each step the monster took, the ground trembled, and just one step away from Zhou Lijuan, a deafening roar erupted as the claw swung down. Shhhhhh. The sound of water flowed from the bathroom, shadows moving behind the frosted glass. After each battle, Jiang Cheng would wash himself clean, for even in the apocalypse, he couldn't stand lying in bed covered in sweat. He wasn't sure why he had developed this habit. Perhaps it was due to the years spent in the survivor base, where he couldn't take a shower. In the survivor base, water was extremely precious. Since rivers and lakes had been polluted by the virus, they could only obtain drinking water through distillation, followed by several rounds of filtration and disinfection to remove the virus. As for showering water, that was out of the question. Being able to take a shower once a year in the base was considered a luxury. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Cheng wiped the droplets off his head and carefully examined himself in the mirror. He had a slender figure, but his streamlined muscles appeared extremely explosive. If he were in the pre-apocalypse world, his looks would be on par with any internet celebrity. Moreover, due to frequent battles, he exuded a strong masculine aura, which could be described in women's terms as man. Unfortunately, in this apocalypse, beauty and handsomeness were of no use, serving only as toys for the strong. Opening the bathroom door, he heard Lu Xinru's voice from downstairs. "Dinner's ready. Come down and eat." "Okay," Jiang Cheng responded and quickly got dressed before heading downstairs. Today's dishes were braised beef, stir-fried eggs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and lotus root and pork rib soup. Lu Xinru came out of the kitchen with a large bowl of lotus root soup, wearing an apron. Just the aroma made Jiang Cheng feel that even if Lu Xinru wasn't a doctor, he would still be lucky to have her as a cook. He quickly picked up his bowl and chopsticks and put a piece of lotus root into his mouth. The moment he bit down, the tender texture instantly filled Jiang Cheng's fatigue from battle. However, after swallowing, Jiang Cheng suddenly froze. "What happened? Did I make the flavor too light?" Lu Xinru couldn't help but ask. "No." Jiang Cheng shook his head. It wasn't that the food was bad. Rather, after eating it, his agility attribute increased by 0.1. In other words, just by eating, he had increased his speed by 0.7 meters per second. It could be said that upgrading to a level 2 storage space was definitely worth it. However, a question arose in his mind. If eating food rich in spiritual energy could increase his attributes, could Lu Xinru also benefit? Or was the daily enhancement only applicable to him, with no effect on others? Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng tentatively asked, "Dr. Lu, can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Lu Xinru casually picked up a piece of rib. "Do you feel anything when you eat?" Jiang Cheng asked. Lu Xinru looked confused. "Feel? What kind of feeling?" Saying this, she suddenly looked at Jiang Cheng with a playful expression. "What? Are you asking if I have feelings for you? How could that be?" Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes and then said seriously, "I mean like an increase in strength or suddenly feeling more agile." "Hey, now that you mention it, I did notice that I couldn't hold a pot with one hand before, but today I can flip it with one hand," Lu Xinru said in surprise. "Well, that's that." Jiang Cheng confirmed his guess. Sure enough, anyone who ate these spiritually enriched meals could gain enhancements, but each person could only be enhanced once. Then, wouldn't it mean that if Lu Xinru drank the spiritual pool water and trained in the gym, she could also enhance herself? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng silently muttered, "System. Can others also enhance their attributes through the gym?" Ding. Others can only enter the gym for training if their friendliness with the host reaches 90. And the attribute enhancement can only occur once, with the increased attribute value being half of the host's. The spiritual pool and spiritual food have no friendliness restrictions, but can only enhance once, with the increased attributes being half of what the host gains, the system explained. Jiang nodded secretly. This should also be considered a protective mechanism of the system for him. This way, no matter what, he could crush and recruit personnel with his strength. Can I see the attributes in various aspects? Cheng asked again. All right, it's mostly about upgrading the system. I just don't know what changes the system will undergo when the base is fully upgraded to level 2. After finishing the meal, Cheng prepared to go out again. This time he wanted to search the security office of the Yanghe community to see if he could find something useful. Meanwhile, at the Yanghe Community Security Bureau, a dozen zombies were tightly surrounding the detention room. The iron bars of the detention room were locked from the outside, causing them to only stare at it helplessly from outside. Inside the detention room, 3 security officers, 2 men and 1 woman, looked weak. I can't hold on any longer. One male security officer sat on the ground, holding his stomach. He hadn't eaten for 2 days. Zhou Lin Ro, how about we fight our way out? It's better than dying here. Another male security officer said weakly. Wang Wei is right. If we don't eat soon, we will starve to death before the zombies can bite us, Zhou said. Lin Ro thought for a moment and said, but there are only 3 of us, and there are over a dozen zombies outside. Charging out would definitely be a dead end. No, I don't care anymore. I still have 3 bullets in my gun. How about you, Zhou? Wang Wei clearly couldn't stay put any longer. Zhou replied, I have 4. The 2 looked at Lin Ro and asked, Lin Ro, what about you? I have 1 left. Lin Ro gritted her teeth and said. In fact, she still had 2, but she reserved the last one for herself. All right, we have a total of 8 bullets. We have a chance. Wang Wei said, then added, I'll count to 3, and on 1, I'll open the door, then we charge out together. Okay. Zhou and Lin Ro replied in unison. All right, I'm starting to count now. Wang Wei slowly walked towards the iron door, looking at the dozen hands reaching through the iron door. He swallowed hard and then counted down. 3, 2, 1, charge. Wang Wei decisively pulled open the iron door. Lin Ro and Zhou immediately raised their guns and aimed at the incoming zombies, preparing to fire. Let's fight these damn zombies. Chapter 16. Fool, a zombie rushed up as soon as it saw the iron door open. Zhou took a deep breath, raised his gun, and fired. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, and 2 blood blossoms blossomed. Zhou, don't shoot randomly. Aim before you fire, Wang Wei reminded. I know, Zhou replied in a deep voice. 1 shot went wild and hit a zombie's shoulder, while the second shot blew the head off another zombie. Lin Ro also calmed down, raised her gun, and aimed at a zombie, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet entered through the zombie's forehead, and the zombie fell instantly. In no time, they had already taken down 2 zombies, greatly encouraging the 3 of them. Not bad. Let's keep this up until we reach the armory, Wang Wei said. Generally speaking, ordinary security officers were not equipped with guns, as the management of firearms was very strict in the Great Zhou. Even if they were armed, it would only be for major tasks, and each bullet would require a corresponding report. However, each security bureau had its own armory, though there were only a few guns and not many bullets, enough to deal with the zombies outside. Zhou continued shooting, while Lin Ro held back a bit since she only had 1 bullet left. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots rang out. 3 zombies fell, revealing a door that had been blocked. Seeing a gap opened, the 3 rushed forward together. Wang Wei stepped up to open the door, but the remaining 8 or 9 zombies immediately pounced on them. The 3 were suddenly entangled by the zombies, their limbs restrained, making it impossible to aim. Damn it, Zhou roared, trying to break free, but the zombies were too strong. Seeing that they would be trapped like this, all 3 would perish in the mouths of the zombies. Suddenly, Zhou said, You guys escape. I'll buy you time. Upon hearing this, both of them were stunned for a moment, and then immediately scolded, What the hell are you talking about? If we're leaving, we leave together. Enough of this nonsense. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave at all, Zhou said with a bitter smile, looking at his arm, where a bloody bite mark was clearly visible. He had been infected. The 2 followed Zhou gaze and saw the wound. After a brief silence, Wang Wei said, Brother, I will remember you. After exchanging glances, Zhou didn't know where the strength came from, but he kicked off against the wall behind him and charged directly at the zombies in front of him. In an instant, several zombies were knocked to the ground by Zhou. Go, Wang Wei said angrily. Lin Ro also turned her head red-eyed and took advantage of the moment. Jiang pinned down several zombies to rush out through the door. As security officers, the two knew the location of the armory. They quickly ran to a warehouse in the backyard. But soon, the two were dumbfounded. The anti-theft door of the warehouse was tightly locked, and the key was with the head, who had been attacked by zombies that broke into the bureau 2 days ago. The two exchanged glances and saw the rejection in each other's eyes. Gritting their teeth, they simultaneously charged at the anti-theft door. Bang! The door shook, but showed no signs of opening. They continued. Bang! Another hit, and the door remained locked. At this time, the zombies inside had already heard the noise and were coming over, surrounding the two. The situation was extremely urgent. 1, 2, 3, charge! Wang Wei shouted, going all out, while Lin Ro gritted her teeth and charged with all her might. Bang! Just as the zombies were less than a meter away from them, the anti-theft door was broken open. Due to inertia, both fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain, they quickly got up. Lin Ro immediately closed the anti-theft door and braced herself against it, while Wang Wei rushed forward to violently dismantle the locked iron cabinet containing the firearms. I can hold it. Lin Ro thought her shoulder was about to fall apart. There were many zombies outside, and each zombie had the strength of an adult man, continuously rushing against the door. Fortunately, Wang Wei managed to break open the cabinet in time. He quickly pulled out 2 guns and nodded at Lin Ro. Lin Ro immediately stepped back. The door was instantly smashed open by the zombies, and one by one, they rushed in. Bang! A flame shot out. A zombie fell to the ground, and then Wang Wei fired continuously. His aim wasn't very precise, but at such close range, he couldn't miss. After a series of about 10 shots, the few zombies outside were completely cleared. Next, the two quickly grabbed 2 guns and over 100 bullets from the armory, then ran toward the outside of the security bureau. The zombies that had already been attracted by the gunfire rushed towards the two on the main road. Not only that, but several connected streets also had zombies continuously converging towards them. Seeing this, Lin Ro and Wang Wei immediately lost the desire to fire their guns and turned to run wildly. Meanwhile, Cheng was walking down the street with a machete in hand. He remembered that the security office of the Yanghe community should be on the Yanghe Avenue ahead. He had applied for an ID card once during high school to prepare for the college entrance examination, but he hadn't been there much in the following 5 years, so his memory was a bit hazy. I shouldn't have taken a wrong turn, right? While pondering, a series of roars suddenly echoed from a distance. Zombies! Cheng's expression changed, and he immediately backed against the wall by the roadside, peeking out to secretly look at Yanghe Avenue. Hiss! When he saw the horde of corpses, Cheng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. To be honest, it was his first time witnessing such a large-scale zombie gathering since his rebirth. It was a dark mass, at least 1,000 of them, in front of this group of zombies. A man and a woman in security uniforms were desperately running for their lives. These two must have stirred up a zombie nest. With a sigh, Cheng turned and slipped into a nearby shop. As it stood, dealing with 100 or 200 zombies at once was already his limit. He didn't want to risk his life for 2 strangers. On Yanghe Avenue. No, I can't do it anymore, I can't run. Wang Wei gasped for breath. He usually didn't exercise much, and after running over 500 meters, he was already drenched in sweat. After a few more steps, he stopped in place. Lin Ro was a veteran and had better physical fitness, but after several days without food, her condition was not much better than Wang Wei's. Nevertheless, she endured her weakness and said, Don't stop, or else Cheng's sacrifice will be in vain. Wang Wei forced a smile, looking at the horde of zombies closing in behind them, and simply pulled out his handgun, saying, You go on ahead, I'll cover you. No, we leave together. Lin Ro insisted, then drew her gun and aimed at the horde of zombies, saying, Cheng has already sacrificed himself. I can't let you die too. Hearing this, Wang Wei was touched. He didn't expect this young recruit, who had just joined less than a year ago, to be so stubborn. However, he still said, All right, stop being sentimental. You go first, it's better than both of us sacrificing. Seemingly afraid Lin Ro would stubbornly refuse to leave, he continued, If you really feel guilty, do me a favor, find an opportunity to go to my home, see if my wife and kids are still there, and if they are, take care of them for me. Lin Ro hesitated a bit. Wang Wei, feeling resolute, shouted, "Go! Hurry up!" Lin Ro's body trembled. Seeing him like this, she brought her feet together and seriously saluted the old security officer, then turned with red-rimmed eyes and limped toward a nearby restaurant. Seeing Lin Ro leave, Wang Wei relaxed a bit, murmuring to himself, "I didn't expect there would be a day I'd be a hero." With that, he looked crazily at the oncoming horde of zombies and shouted to the sky, "I'm Wang Wei, the security officer of the Great Zhou, ID number 007843. You monsters, come at me." Bang, bang, bang. Fire snakes shot out, and the front row of zombies fell to the ground. But there were just too many zombies. As the front row fell, the rear row stepped over their bodies. Soon, Wang Wei was engulfed in the tide of corpses. Chapter 17. Refusal. What a complete fool. Through the shop's glass, Cheng watched this scene, feeling indescribable emotions. This disaster had created too many tragedies and brought forth many heroes. Regarding Wang Wei, he thought the man was foolish but worthy of respect. With a sigh, Cheng turned to look at the female officer struggling to move toward the restaurant. This female officer moved very slowly, barely covering half a meter per second. Judging by sight, she was at least 50 meters away from the restaurant, while the zombies moved at 3 times her speed, estimated to be 100 meters away from her. At this rate, by the time the female officer reached the restaurant's entrance, she would be caught by the zombies. Should he save her or not? Cheng felt conflicted. He estimated that he was about 200 meters away from the female officer, but with his agility attribute of 2.9, he could reach her in at most 10 seconds, especially since there were no other threats around. In that case, Cheng's gaze swept over the gun at the waist of the female officer, and he no longer hesitated. He decided to do a good deed. With this thought in mind, he silently tucked the machete into his waistband and then flipped over, stepping out of the store, his footsteps like a sharp arrow shooting forward. At the same time, faster, faster. Lin Ro's face was pale. Her strength had reached its limit, and she could only move through sheer willpower. In her mind, as long as she could reach the restaurant and use the cover inside, she could still fend off this group of zombies for a while longer. While thinking this, she struggled to move and completely failed to notice a stone under her feet. Carelessly stepping on it, her ankle twisted, and her body immediately lost balance and fell down. Ugh! Falling to the ground, Lin Ro let out a muffled groan of pain. But she quickly reacted, ignoring the throbbing pain in her ankle and the scraped palm, forcing herself to prop up her arms and drag her injured leg toward the restaurant. Lin Ro, you can't die yet. You can't let Zhou Chang's sacrifice go to waste. You haven't fulfilled Wang Wei's last wish. Lin Ro kept reminding herself. But she was just a newly employed officer, only 22 years old, in the prime of her life, and had never encountered such a situation. Feeling a pang in her nose, a sense of helplessness rose in her heart, and the more she crawled, the stronger this feeling became. Tears dripped from her delicate face onto the scorching ground, quickly evaporating. Turning her head again, she saw that the horde of zombies was less than 50 meters away. Despair gradually filled her heart as she murmured, "Who will save me?" In the next second, "Hey," I said, "Officer, what are you doing lying on the ground?" The male voice ringing in her ears made Lin Ro think she was hallucinating. However, the male voice rang out again. "If I help you up, you won't try to frame me, will you?" Lin Ro raised her head in surprise. The man was backlit by the sun, making it somewhat blinding, but she could still make out his appearance, squinting eyes, a slight smirk. He looked like someone who could use a beating, yet she felt no anger toward him. ID number 006525. If you don't speak, I might just leave. The man's voice carried a hint of teasing. "Please help me. I don't want to die." Lin Ro shouted with all her strength. She wanted to live. Cheng could hear the longing for life in Lin Ro's voice. He smiled faintly, bent down, and picked Lin Ro up in a princess carry, then slowly stood up and said, "Then please hold on tight." Lin Ro felt very light in his arms. Weighing less than 95 pounds, Cheng secretly shook his head, thinking that this little girl must be in a clerical position. Weighing 95 pounds had almost no impact on Cheng's running. Lin Ro only felt the howling wind in her ears. And although the horde of corpses behind them wanted to chase, they could only roar as they watched them gradually move away. The look in their eyes was playful, Tsk. I didn't expect you to be into this. Into what? Jiang Cheng looked puzzled. Lu Xinru casually said, the temptation of the uniform. After finishing, she provocatively added, if you have any difficulties, feel free to come to your sister. I guarantee I'll teach you how to last long. Ugh. All right. She's injured. You're the doctor, so the treatment is up to you. Jiang Cheng said irritably. No problem. Lu Xinru gave an okay gesture. After Jiang Cheng set the person down, she immediately stepped forward and asked, where are you hurt, little peacekeeper? In nothing. Just sprained my ankle. Lin Ro felt a bit displeased when Lu Xinru called her little peacekeeper. Just a sprain? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your chest? Lu Xinru laughed. Lin Ro looked down at her chest in confusion and asked, what could be wrong with my chest? It's beating, Lu Xinru said, bursting into laughter immediately. At that moment, Lin Ro realized she had been tricked, her face turning red instantly. Jiang Cheng shook his head while watching. It was a pitiful sight for the young girl to face an experienced man. After Lu Xinru finished treating Lin Ro's wound, Jiang Cheng decided to be straightforward. Stepping forward and saying, Code 006525, I've saved you now, so we need to talk about the reward. Lin Ro was taken aback. She was in a comfortable environment and felt relaxed, but she didn't immediately react to Jiang Cheng's words. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And besides, I saved your life. As the saying goes in our ancient Zhou culture, a drop of water should be returned with a burst of spring. Saving a life is even more. Are you asking me to repay you with my body? Before Jiang Cheng could finish, Lin Ro quickly caught on, and her gaze towards him grew wary, her right hand subtly moving to the grip of her gun. Seeing the change in Lin Ro's expression, Jiang Cheng realized she misunderstood him and shook his head, saying, no, I'm not interested in women. Is it due to some unspeakable secret or a special preference? Lin Ro's gaze towards Jiang Cheng became even more peculiar, and her right hand tightened around the gun handle. Jiang Cheng's expression suddenly turned sour, because he caught a glimpse of Lu Xinru, who was already laughing uncontrollably nearby. Perhaps worried about making him awkward, she covered her mouth, her body shaking slightly. Looking quite distressed, taking a long breath, Jiang Cheng stopped beating around the bush and said directly, I don't have any strange habits. I'm just a normal man. If you still doubt it, you'll know tonight when you come to my room. All right, let's not talk about this topic anymore. What I want to discuss is the gun in your hand. Gun? Lin Ro looked at the dark gun body with a puzzled expression, not understanding what Jiang Cheng meant. Jiang Cheng said, yes, it's a gun. I need the gun in your hand right now, and the more, the better. I also hope you can tell me if there are any guns at your security station, or if there are any military bases or armories in the entire Lincian city. This is very important to me. Lin Ro listened and shook her head without thinking, refusing. I can't tell you about this matter. It's confidential. But I saved you, Jiang Cheng said with a grim expression. Lin Ro was indifferent to Jiang Cheng's gaze and continued, you can choose to kill me, but I will never tell you where the guns are. Chapter 18. Awakening level. Jiang Cheng didn't expect that this woman was actually tough. He was definitely going to get a gun. Although it wasn't very effective against first-tier mutated beings, it was still quite effective for killing ordinary zombies. Upon hearing this, Lin Ro was somewhat moved. Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to say, I carry a gun merely for self-defense, and to some extent, it can also be considered as protecting the people. In exchange, I can offer you shelter at the base, along with food and accommodation. Of course, nothing is free. Food is precious in this apocalypse, as you can imagine, so you will need to work for me. The nature of this arrangement can be understood as cooperation. What do I have to believe in you? Lin Ro, not being foolish, looked at Jiang Cheng with a piercing gaze and said. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Cheng immediately showed a smile. This meant that Lin Ro had already softened her stance. Jiang Cheng said directly, you can follow me, which could be considered a form of supervision. I won't randomly kill innocents unless my life is threatened. That's my bottom line. Then he added, if you don't agree, you can leave now, and I won't stop you. Lin Ro was at a loss for words. She wanted to speak, but felt inexplicably aggrieved. It was Lu Xinru who timely stepped in to mediate. All right, you're a grown man. Why are you being so harsh on a girl? Then she turned to Lin Ro and said, little peacekeeper, there's zombies everywhere outside. If you go out, can you guarantee you'll survive? If this person dies, then all your ideals will be in vain. Hearing Lu Xinru's words, Lin Ro's body trembled. She suddenly remembered what Wang Wei had entrusted her with before he died. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I agree. That's more like it." Lu Xinru immediately beamed with joy and shot a glance at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will provide meals 3 times a day. There are 3 rooms upstairs. Room 1 and Room 2 are for me and Dr. Lu, and you can stay in Room 3. "Thank you," Lin Ro said weakly. "No need. We are just in a cooperative relationship," Jiang Cheng replied, and then said to Lu Xinru, "Dr. Lu, please tell her about the precautions regarding the base. I have some matters to attend to." Okay. After reaching an agreement with Lin Ro, Jiang Cheng went directly into the transformation room and threw in more than 20 crystals from his backpack. His energy points rose again to 281. 58. He then entered the cultivation room, planting rapeseed, onions, and garlic on 1 acre, sweet potatoes on another acre, and rice on the remaining 2 acres. After finishing the work, it was already midnight. June 30th, 2022. 7 Uhr morgens. In the training room. Your punches should be straight, and you need to use your waist for power. This way, you can deal multiplied damage in an instant. The virtual figure of the mature woman had a cold expression, her tone devoid of any emotion. And she would directly point out Jiang Cheng's mistakes every time he made one. After 2 full hours, Jiang Cheng felt completely exhausted, but fortunately, after a brief moment of fatigue, the spiritual water quickly helped him recover his strength. Huff! Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh and stood with his fists retracted. System. Open my data panel. Host. Jiang Cheng. Gender. Male age. 23. Wisdom. 2. Normal human is 1. Strength. 7. 45. Normal human is 1. Agility. 3. 05. Normal human is 1. Spirit. 1. 7. Normal human is 1. Superpower. Awakening degree. 0. 5. Comprehensive combat power. 14. 2. His strength had already increased to 745 gene, and his speed had increased to 21.35 meters per second, meaning he could complete a 100-meter run in 5 seconds. With a spirit of 1. 7. He currently didn't feel anything particularly special. If there was any change, it might just be that his spirits were exceptionally high. However, the newly appeared superpower section was particularly eye-catching, especially the awakening degree data, which made him curious. System. What does awakening degree mean? Ding. It refers to the host's level of awakening. When the awakening degree reaches 100, the host can complete the awakening and become an awakened one, the system explained. Then how can I increase the awakening degree? As the host's attributes improve, along with the cleansing of the spiritual pool, the awakening degree will also rise. In other words, as long as he continued to increase his attributes, he could become an awakened one someday in the future. That would be an awakened one. Jiang Cheng gazed up at the existence he had admired for 3 years. In his previous life, there were 5 awakened individuals at the Lincian survivor base, and Jiang Cheng had the fortune to meet 4 of them. In the eyes of the base's survivors, they were like deities. If he could also become an awakened, perhaps. As he thought of this, an incredibly arrogant face appeared in Jiang Cheng's mind. Would that bastard who was Huang Shue's lover, during the 3 years at the base, would often suppress him using his authority, instigated by Huang Shue, and was the mastermind behind the zombie tide incident, which led to his death among the horde of zombies. If he didn't kill these 2, his rebirth would be meaningless. However, according to rumors in the Lincian base, would awaken his ability amplification within half a month after the zombie outbreak. As the name suggests, it allowed him to enlarge his arms and legs, and his strength would increase tenfold. But the side effect was that he needed to consume a large amount of food after amplification. It was said that Huang Shui awakened at the same time as Wood. Her ability was fire, making her a human-shaped cannon that could throw fireballs with her bare hands. If they awakened and fought, it would be quite troublesome. It was better to eliminate these 2 bastards while they were still undeveloped. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself. As for their current location, Huang Shui was bedridden due to a leg illness. By the year Jiang Cheng graduated, her illness had almost healed, but she still couldn't exercise excessively. This meant that it was very likely they were at Huang Shue's home in Lincian City right now. In that case, he would go see them tomorrow. Today, he had something important to do. After washing up, Cheng put on his down jacket, wrapped his wrist, and went directly to find Lin Ro. We shouldn't delay. Let's set off to get the guns today. So soon? Lin Ro was a bit surprised. But after the dual attack of delicious food and a comfortable room yesterday, she was in a very good mood. If we wait any longer, we might be beaten to it by criminals, and the survivors in Linxian City will be in even more danger. Jiang Cheng knew the other party's soft spot. For the justice-filled Lin Ro, she would never allow other survivors to suffer illegal harm. All right, I'll set off with you right now. Lin Ro nodded seriously, and after a simple tidy-up, the two headed straight for the Yanghe security office. Chapter 19. Enemies June 30th. Achtua Morgens. In a residential building in Shaqiao community. As he spoke, the man quickly gestured to the middle-aged woman beside him, who immediately shouted, Xiaoxua, come out for a moment. Your dad needs to talk to you. A voice of impatience came from the room. Mom, can't you and Dad just tell my darling directly? Oh, come out for a moment. Lying in bed every day. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? You should get out of bed and walk around. The middle-aged man urged. Just as they were talking, a young man, sitting in a recliner with his legs crossed, spoke up. I say, old man, don't use my father as an excuse. If you want to go out to find food, just say so. Why be so secretive? Huh. Huang's father looked embarrassed and continued to smile apologetically. Isn't it because I didn't want to trouble you? If you really wanted to avoid troubling me, you wouldn't have spoken up, would mocked, then added, if you want me to go out to find food, that's fine. First, you and your precious daughter must go with me. And from now on, your and this old woman's food will be cut in half. After all, it's full of zombies outside, and getting food isn't easy. I've already been generous enough to agree to take care of you two useless old folks. Huang's father and mother felt a bit of anger rising, but considering the other party's background, they could only suppress it and force a smile. But inside the room, Huang Shui couldn't stand hearing others talk about her like this. In her eyes, her parents had raised her with great difficulty and had taken care of her when she was sick. Speaking of care, she suddenly felt a bit angry. That bastard, she didn't know if he was dead or alive, had clearly pursued her for 3 years, yet on graduation day, he turned his back on her. Such a man deserved to be bitten by a zombie. Cursing under her breath, Huang Shui thought it would. Fortunately, heaven favored her a year ago. She met this rich second generation at an escape room in Chudu. He was generous and understood her needs. If it weren't for this damned apocalypse, she would have married into a wealthy family and become a noble woman. Taking a deep breath, Huang Shui walked out in her slippers, pouting wood. How can you say that about my parents? They raised me after all. You should apologize to them. Apologize? You wish. Don't think just because you slept with me, you can get cocky. You'd better recognize your own identity, Wood said disdainfully. Huang Shui, who was always proud, couldn't stand being belittled by Wood and immediately cried out, You ungrateful jerk. I kicked Jiang Cheng for you and gave you my precious first time, and this is how you treat me? First time? Wood sneered. Do you think I'm a fool? You think I don't know you had your hymen repaired at LMI? Besides, only Jiang Cheng, that idiot, would believe your little tricks. You could fit a bare sausage in the ground, and you still dare to say it's your first time. You're talking nonsense. I'll kill you. As her lies were exposed, Huang Shui immediately lunged at Wood in a frenzy. A crisp slap echoed. Huang Shui looked at Wood in disbelief, covering her face. You actually hit me? I hit you, this kind of cheap slut. I advise you to face reality. Wood spat on the ground, then slowly stood up, looking down at Huang Shui's family inside the room. Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. With this kind of trash, I've played with countless people. And if you want something, you need to have the attitude of someone asking for it. Now, I allow you to reorganize your words. The Huang family exchanged glances, and finally, under Huang father's pleading gaze, Huang Shui could only endure her anger and pretend to be obedient. Darling, I'm begging you, if we don't go out to find food, we'll all starve to death. Saying this, she sat on Wood's lap, one hand slowly moving down. Hiss! Wood drew in a breath, his anger dissipating by half. And he finally said contentedly, That's my little darling. So what are we doing now? Huang Shui rubbed her sore wrist, looking hopeful. All right, no time to lose. Pack your bags, and let's go out together. Daddy, why are we going to the Yanghe security office? In a corner at the street entrance, a woman couldn't help but ask the young man beside her, and the middle-aged man beside her also looked at him inquiringly. Naturally, to find guns. The young man said calmly, In this apocalypse, he was just a bit stronger than ordinary people. If he could find firearms at the security office, his chances of survival would increase. The three were Huang Shui, Wood, and Huang Father. In their line of sight, a handsome young man dressed in a down jacket was carrying a rusty big knife, followed by a petite and charming woman with a ponytail. Even Wood, who had played with many women, couldn't help but be moved by the ponytailed girl. Just as he was lost in thought, is it him? How could he be here? Huang Shui was momentarily speechless, but as she thought of the environment she was in, she immediately lowered her voice. Huang Shui said, "He is Jiang Cheng. So he's a little lapdog," Wood chuckled. He had been a bit worried about who it might be, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. He directly said, "Huang Shui, since he's your lapdog, you handle this. We'll wait for him to come out. If he has a gun on him, you just go ask him for it. I'm sure he won't refuse." But Huang Shui suddenly hesitated. After all, she felt in the wrong, and she wasn't quite sure about the way Jiang Cheng had hung up the phone that day. Wood raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong? Can't you even command a lapdog? Aren't you good at PUA?" "Oomph. Who says I can't command him?" Huang Shui's temper was also provoked. In the past, no matter how much she scolded or insulted Jiang Cheng, he would never retort, and even when they were on the verge of breaking up, as long as she beckoned with her finger, Jiang Cheng would immediately come running. Thinking of this, Huang Shui felt confident again. She confidently said, "Just wait and see how I train this dog." "All right, let's just wait then." Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng followed Lin Ro through the entrance of the security office, passed through a corridor, and entered the backyard warehouse. "This is it." Lin Ro pointed to the warehouse door. Jiang Cheng nodded. The two of them entered the warehouse one after the other. This so-called armory was very different from what Jiang Cheng had imagined a security office's armory to be. It was only a quarter the size of an ordinary school classroom, with a broken filing cabinet inside. There were 6 handguns and a dozen electric batons, along with 5 boxes of ammunition. "Is that all?" Jiang Cheng said somewhat disappointedly. Lin Ro rolled her eyes and replied irritably, "We're a security office, not a military warehouse. Having these few is already pretty good, all right?" "Fine." Jiang Cheng sighed. Although it was somewhat different from his expectations, at least there were a few weapons. He packed 5 handguns into his backpack and stuffed one filled with bullets into the pocket of his down jacket. However, just as he was about to step out of the security office's main door, a familiar and nauseating voice suddenly came from the side. "Jiang Cheng, stop right there." Chapter 20. What must I who? Jiang Cheng paused, turning his head to look aside. When he saw the newcomer, his expression instantly turned cold, and he tightened his grip on the axe, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Lin Ro was equally surprised by Jiang Cheng's change, curiously glancing over to see how this man, who had remained calm in the face of zombies, could suddenly undergo such a drastic transformation. In her line of sight, the girl wore a plain white short-sleeved shirt, accessorized with a blue butterfly tie around her neck and a Scottish-style red-brown skirt, complemented by skin-colored stockings that accentuated her straight legs. The woman's large eyes and delicate arched eyebrows appeared somewhat intimidating due to their upward tilt, and the prominent nose on her rectangular face disrupted her overall appearance, with her slightly thin lips giving off a harsh impression. "Well, Jiang Cheng, I was wondering why you hung up on me. Turns out you have a new woman." Huang Shui sneered at Lin Ro, who stood beside Jiang Cheng. Under such a malicious gaze, Lin Ro instinctively felt uncomfortable. When Huang Shui referred to her as Jiang Cheng's woman, she wanted to retort, but seeing Jiang Cheng's demeanor, she silently closed her mouth. This man must have gone through something significant to change so much. In fact, Lin Ro even deliberately moved closer to Jiang Cheng, secretly giving Huang Shui the middle finger behind her back. Seeing Jiang Cheng remain silent, Huang Shui sneered even more, mocking, "So I hit the nail on the head, huh? Don't think that just because you're silent, I'll let you off the hook. What do you want?" Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke, his voice cold and indifferent. Huang Shui was startled by Jiang Cheng's presence, but thinking of his past submissive demeanor, any fear she had quickly dissipated. She continued to act domineering, saying, "It's simple. You kneel down and apologize right now, cut ties with the woman beside you, and hand over everything in your backpack to me. Then I might consider giving you a chance to be my confidant again." "Confidant? Ha ha ha." Jiang Cheng suddenly laughed, though the laughter had an unsettling quality. In his past life, he had been unable to see through this woman's true nature, obediently complying with her every demand, even after they had been intimate countless times. She still referred to him as her confidant, telling him he was honored to be a top candidate for marriage. After the apocalypse, this woman showed her true colors, using the lives of his brothers as leverage to force him to act as bait to attract a first-level mutant. Such events had occurred countless times until he ultimately died in a zombie tide. Hearing the same words again now, Cheng found it utterly laughable. He chuckled at himself for only seeing through her true nature after living a second life. But luckily, heaven had given him another chance. "What are you laughing at?" Huang Shui asked, a hint of insecurity in her tone. As the laughter ceased, Cheng's expression shifted from cold to one of amusement as he said, "I'm laughing at your shamelessness. What right do you have to demand my supplies? You dare to insult me?" Huang Shui was furious. "Cheng, you ungrateful bastard. I'll let you sleep with me so many times. And this is how you treat me?" After cursing Wood, she never expected Cheng, her once submissive lapdog, to insult her too. In a fit of rage, she charged at him, swinging her hand toward his face. However, before she could land a hit, she felt her hand being firmly gripped, and with difficulty, she turned to see a hand tightly clutching her wrist, with cold, indifferent eyes staring at her. What do you want?" Huang Shui was frightened. She had never seen such a cold gaze, one that seemed to hold the weight of life and death. Cheng grasped Huang Shui's wrist, lifting it without the slightest hint of pity, and said, "It seems you have forgotten I said that things do not go beyond 3. You won't have the chance to slap my face a third time." Listening to Huang Shui's words, Cheng's body trembled slightly, his gaze burning as he stared at the woman before him, and he incredulously said, "Really? I swear if I lie to you, I won't have a good death." Huang Shui vowed earnestly, her tone soft and her expression aggrieved, but inside she was secretly delighted. She knew very well that Cheng could not stand to see her cry or speak softly. This tactic was nearly foolproof. Hearing their conversation, Lin Ro, as a woman, suddenly felt a chill creeping in. Although she had only known Cheng for less than a day, she considered herself to have some understanding of this person. This woman was finished. Cheng took a deep breath, his gaze softened as he looked affectionately at Huang Shui, his lips gradually drawing closer. "Since you said that, then I want you right now." Before he could finish his sentence, the previously joyful Huang Shui suddenly changed her expression, and a sharp pain shot through her left shoulder. She widened her eyes in shock, realizing that her left arm was rising into the air, and from her left shoulder, blood gushed out like a bursting water pipe. "You!" Cheng kicked at Huang Shui's chest, and then tilted his head with a smile, saying, "I've heard enough of your lies. Now all I want is for you to die." Once upon a time, he dreamed that after graduating, if he wrote for another 2 years, they could be together. But that phone call shattered his daydreams. If they could just grow old without seeing each other again, that would be fine. But Huang Shui caused the death of a confidant who quietly accompanied him at the survivor camp and the death of the brother who trusted him. In a fit of rage for his beloved, he vowed to kill the woman who betrayed his brother. Wang Sui musti. D. Huang Shui's pupils dilated. If she was just afraid of Cheng before, now it was fear, a fear that came from the depths of her soul. She was still young. She didn't want to die. Ignoring the pain from her severed arm, she broke into a cold sweat, her face pale, forcing herself to kneel on the ground. She slammed her forehead against the floor and shouted, please spare me. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Don't want to die." Cheng's expression became even more playful. "Give me one reason not to kill you. As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want of me, maid. Whip, hot wax as long as you." Huang Shui wanted to shout louder, but Cheng interrupted her repeatedly. "That's enough." Cheng could already feel Huang Shui's gaze on him when she spoke, and Lin Ro was looking at him with a strange expression. "I have no interest in you," Huang Shui said, her body trembling as her mind raced. How could she possibly appease this madman? She didn't want to die. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she said again, "I know why you're angry with me. It's Wood. He tricked me into believing that he had billions at home and that he was involved in an oil business with the camel country. I was confused and believed him. Wood?" The moment Cheng heard that name, his pupils constricted. Just as he had guessed, Wood was already with Huang Shui at this time, and he might even be at Huang Shui's house. So Cheng asked, where is Wood now? If he were to name the person he most wanted to kill, Huang Shui would only come in second. Wood was undoubtedly first. At that time, he vowed that Wood must die. Chapter 21. The cunning duo. Just then, Huang Shui turned her head to look in a certain direction. One of the middle-aged men should be Huang's father, and as for the other, Cheng's gaze grew cold. He could forget anyone, but he would never forget Wood's appearance. Since he had encountered him today, he might as well eliminate both of them in the cradle. With that thought, Cheng tightened his grip on the machete in his hand. At the street corner. Damn, this stupid woman. Does she want to get us killed? Wood's heart raced. Cheng chopping off Huang Shui's arm was enough to show that the other party definitely wouldn't let him go. If Cheng really came over, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, Wood's brain raced as he glanced around. When he saw a zombie slowly wandering down the street, an idea struck him. He immediately stood up, stepped out from the corner, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "It was me who turned you green. If you have the guts, come and kill me." What kind of ability is it to make a move against a woman? You're looking for death. Cheng's expression was unfriendly as he drew his knife and charged forward. But just then, a roar echoed. A zombie? Cheng frowned, suddenly understanding Wood's intentions. No, he couldn't let this brat keep shouting. With that thought, he charged at Wood with all his strength, brandishing his knife. Seeing the situation was bad, Wood immediately dropped Huang Fu and turned to run, while continuously shouting, "Come on, all of you, get over here." No, if he continued to chase like this, he might have the ability to protect himself, but Lin Ro wouldn't be so lucky. With that in mind, Cheng had no choice but to fix his gaze on Wood, who was 200 meters away, pulled out his gun from his pocket, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Damn, a gun. Wood saw Cheng raise a dark object and immediately sensed danger, diving to the ground. His movement was still a bit slow, and his backside was directly hit by the bullet, but at least he avoided a fatal injury. Bang bang. 2 more shots fired. Wood rolled over, narrowly dodging 1 bullet. But the next moment, he let out a scream like a porcupine. He covered his groin with his hands and rolled on the ground. After firing 3 shots, Cheng had wasted quite a bit of time, and the zombies around began to gather in large numbers. He couldn't stay here any longer. Consider yourself lucky. At this moment, outside the security office, Huang Shui's figure had already disappeared, presumably hiding inside. Cheng didn't have time to go in and search for her, so he crouched down and called out, "Lin Ro, come up." But Lin Ro hesitated. After all, she weighed over 90 pounds, and Cheng, carrying her while facing dozens of zombies, could end up putting him in danger. "Trust me," Cheng added, without waiting for Lin Ro to respond. He simply grabbed her by the waist, and after a scream, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Hold on tight," Cheng reminded her with a word, bending down. And Lin Ro immediately felt the howling wind by her ear, followed by the constant sound of zombies falling around her. The entire escape process lasted only 5 minutes, and the two reached a safe area. "You, put me down," Lin Ro said with a pale face. Cheng released his grip. After Lin Ro steadied herself, she immediately leaned against the corner and began to vomit. If she had known Cheng was this capable, she should have just clung to him. When she was being carried earlier, her stomach was churning, and she almost vomited directly on Cheng's back. Sorry," Cheng said awkwardly. Lin Ro waved her hand. She didn't want to talk right now. At the security station, seeing the zombies approaching, Wood endured the intense pain in his groin and hurriedly ran toward the security station. Upon entering, he bumped into Huang Shui, who was leaning against the wall, and Huang Fu, who was standing to the side. "The zombies are coming. What are you standing around for? Hurry upstairs," Wood shouted angrily. "But Xiao Xue." Huang Fu looked at his daughter with concern. Wood looked at them, wishing he could stab these two, dragging him down. However, knowing he still needed their help to get food, he said, "Don't just stand there. Quickly help her upstairs." After that, seeing Huang Shui's wounds still bleeding profusely, he added, "Old man, quickly take off your clothes and cover her wound. Otherwise, when the zombies smell the blood, we'll all be dead." Okay. Huang Fu helped Huang Shui and would follow behind as the 3 ran upstairs. Just as they reached the 2nd floor, a zombie suddenly lunged at them. Huang Fu gritted his teeth and charged at the zombie, while would quickly rush to help. The two managed to twist the zombie's head off in less than 20 seconds. After dealing with the zombie, they continued to help Huang Shui into an office, barricading the door with tables and chairs, and the three hid behind the wall, covering their mouths and noses, not daring to make a sound. Before long, 5 or 6 zombies approached. The three held their breath even more. Just then, blood from Huang Shui's wound dripped onto the floor, threatening to flow out through the crack in the door. Seeing this, Wood immediately took off his shirt to soak up the blood, pressing it firmly against Huang Shui's wound, while using his other hand to cover his groin. This way, the few zombies lingered in the hallway for a while, and, not finding anything, left. Phew, we're saved. Wood breathed a sigh of relief and began searching the office. Logically, there should be something to find in the security station's office. After a thorough search, he indeed found a handgun in the corner, with 2 bullets inside. It must have belonged to a previous security officer. Holding the gun, he stole a glance at Huang Fu and Huang Shui, and when he saw they weren't looking, he stealthily tucked the gun into his pants pocket, knowing this would be his lifeline in the future. However, looking at the blood-soaked area of his pants, his eyes were filled with malice. All right, I'm fine now. Let's talk about what your next plan is. After Lin Ro had finished vomiting up her breakfast from that morning, she wiped her mouth and said, "Next, I need to collect some zombie crystals." Jiang Cheng had accomplished his goal for today. Now he just needed to gather zombie crystals to continuously upgrade the base equipment. As for his close confidant, it wasn't He that Jiang Cheng didn't want to find her, but she had already appeared in the survivor camp by then. At that time, seeing her in a pitiful state, Jiang Cheng had shared his last half-pack of instant noodles with her, and that was how they got to know each other. However, one thing was certain. She must be in Lincian City, still within the urban area, because half a month after the Great Flood, the first survivor camp in Lincian was established, which later became the prototype of the survivor camp where Jiang Cheng was located. It was composed of a team of 4 awakened ones, including Wood and Huang Shui. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase their strength. "There's no time to waste. Squat down," Lin Ro said weakly. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "There are no zombies here. You can leave." Lin Ro. However, seeing Jiang Cheng leave her behind and walk forward, Lin Ro stomped her foot in anger and followed him. Chapter 22. Mutated Body. "Hey, aren't you going to ask me why I want to kill them?" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask. All the way, Lin Ro was unusually calm. As a security officer, she had clearly been filled with a sense of justice yesterday and had made an agreement with him not to indiscriminately kill the innocent. That girl was not a good person. At the very least, she must have done something unforgivable to you. Moreover, I'm not the kind of old-fashioned person who doesn't know how to be flexible. Relying on her sixth sense as a security officer, Lin Ro guessed, while her big, watery eyes were full of gossip. "Hey, tell me, what exactly happened between you two? It's not just a simple case of cheating, is it?" Jiang Cheng nodded and then shook his head. If Huang Shui had simply cheated, it would be one thing. He could just consider a mistake in judgment. But this woman had colluded with a scoundrel to harm his brother and his beloved. Even if he were to slice her into 1,000 pieces, it would be hard to quell the hatred in his heart. "Fine, if you don't want to talk, I want to force you." Since ancient times, love has only left behind empty regrets, and this hatred is endless. Lin Ro teased, then continued, "By the way, where are we going next?" "Yanghai East Road." Jiang Cheng stated the destination and then asked Lin Ro, "What about you?" "Staying at the base should be more than just to survive. You must have something important you need to do." "Well, I promised Wang Wei that I would help him find his wife and children." Lin Ro's gaze became firm. "And if you can't find them?" Jiang Cheng asked. Lin Ro thought for a moment and replied, "Then I'll meet up with my brother in Chudu and continue the search." Chudu, the provincial capital of Chusheng, has an area equivalent to 4 Lincian cities. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, it was an economic and transportation hub for the Great Zhou in the Central Plains, with a population flow of around 20 million year-round. In such a densely populated international metropolis, Jiang Cheng found it hard to believe that there were no mutated beings now. Based on the experiences of the past 3 years, the more zombies concentrated in an area, the more likely it was to produce powerful mutated beings. Recklessly heading to Chuda now would definitely be the dead end. She would try to persuade him again when it was time for her to leave. Jiang Cheng thought to himself, Chudu, brothers, for our homeland. Let us kill for me. An officer commanded with a submachine gun in hand, and the other soldiers roared and charged forward. The dense firepower quickly cleared the zombies in this area. However, while 3 soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a sharp red, scythe-like object flew in from nowhere and pierced through one soldier's chest. Xiaowu. The comrades next to him turned red-eyed at the sight and raised their guns to start shooting. Tot. The bullets crazily hit the monster, but strangely, they only penetrated halfway into the monster's skin before getting stuck in the flesh. Roar. The monster let out a painful roar as it violently threw the human hanging from its scythe several meters away and leapt from the ground. What kind of monster is this? The soldiers were clearly shocked by the monster's power. They had never seen such a huge creature since the battle began. Die for me. After a brief moment of shock, the soldiers raised their guns to shoot. Unfortunately, this monster moved strangely and was very agile, aside from the first few shots. The rest of the bullets all missed. Seeing their magazines running low, one soldier hurriedly shouted behind, Xiaogua, hurry and report to squad leader Lin. There's a monster here. Got it, squad leader, hold on. One soldier immediately retreated towards the rear upon receiving the order. Watching the young soldier from the squad leave, the squad leader also let loose, pulling out a spare magazine from his waist and continuing to shoot. I don't believe this. I can't kill this beast. Rat-a-tat-tat. The firepower intensified again. About a minute later. Damn! Spitting out a thick phlegm, the squad leader pulled out a grenade from his waist and shouted, Come on, I'll treat you to a melon. He bit off the pin, released the detonator, and threw it directly at the monster. Roar! Seeing the object thrown by the human, the aberration roared and bit down on it. Boom! With a loud explosion, the monster's mouth was blown to pieces, its body swaying, clearly severely injured. However, this grenade didn't damage its core, and it couldn't be completely killed. Shaking its dazed head, it glared fiercely at the humans in front, its eyes flashing with red light. Roar! Opening its shattered mouth, the monster let out a roar and jumped up, swinging the 1-meter-long giant scythe on its arms quickly towards the human in front. Come on! The squad leader squinted his eyes, knowing that during the jump, the monster couldn't move its body, and its belly was its weak spot. Just as the monster was about to land, he took a big step forward, lowered his body, and thrust the bayonet fiercely into its belly. This should be the end. The bayonet undoubtedly stabbed into the aberration's belly. But the next moment, clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, and a spark flew. Looking again at the aberration's belly, the bayonet actually didn't penetrate. What the hell? The squad leader's mind went blank, and before he could curse, he felt a pain in his waist. Looking down, he saw that the monster's scythe had pierced right through his waist. This scene was witnessed by over 30 soldiers who had rushed over, especially the young Xiaogua who was leading the way, shouting in disbelief, Squad leader! The squad leader struggled to open his mouth. His lips and teeth stained red with blood, and blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. His body was slowly lifted by the aberration, as if deliberately demonstrating to the humans in front what the consequence of offending it was. Squad leader! Xiao was shouted angrily, wanting to rush up, but was fiercely stopped by the squad leader hanging on the scythe. Don't you dare come over. But Xiaogua's face showed unwillingness. The squad leader knew he wouldn't survive and shouted loudly, There's no but. Follow my orders. Shoot at me right now. No, you'll die that way. Xiaogua said painfully. Don't act like a coward. Listen to me. This monster is not something you can handle. Shoot at me now. The squad leader shouted. Saying this, without waiting for Xiaogua to speak, he glanced at the more than 30 comrades in front. His vision suddenly blurred, and the young faces of several fallen comrades from the squad appeared in his mind. Damn it, my squad had 10 men, and now they're all gone. No, wait, there's still one alive. My squad isn't completely gone. Realizing this, the squad leader summoned all his strength for one last roar. Brothers, I, Lu Fuxing, as your squad leader, command you now shoot at me. Hearing the angry shout of this old soldier, over 30 soldiers looked at each other, and finally, with determined expressions, raised their guns and pulled the triggers. Squad leader Xiao Gua, live well. Chapter 23. Zombie Crystal Rat-a-tat-tat. More than 30 soldiers fired simultaneously, the bullets forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped the aberration. Although the bullets couldn't cause significant damage to the aberration, the sheer volume of firepower suppressed it from advancing an inch. Seeing that they couldn't kill the aberration in front of them, Xiao Gua shouted, "You all hold on. I'll go call for a tank." After saying this, he ran towards the rear. Meanwhile, temporary combat command post. A young man stood in the ruins, frowning. Several soldiers had come to report being attacked by an unknown monster, suffering heavy casualties. What on earth is that thing? Could also be a type of zombie? Sigh. Now that Shudu has fallen like this, I wonder how my sister is doing in Lincian? Thinking this, the young man suppressed the thought of searching for his sister and immediately picked up the satellite phone and pressed it. He needed to report this situation to the military command. Soon, the call was connected. "This is the headquarters. Please state your matter. I am Lin Yi, the squad leader of the 353rd Regiment of the 120th Division. I am located at the Times Square in the South Mountain District. According to my soldiers' reports, we have encountered a large number of monsters, and these monsters are not afraid of submachine gun bullets. My squad has already sacrificed over a dozen soldiers. Requesting support from the headquarters. Squad leader Lin, the headquarters has received your message. Please hold on for half an hour, and reinforcements will be sent immediately." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi stood anxiously in place. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the street nearby, and a large amount of black smoke began to pour in this direction. Lin Yi steadied himself, wanting to move forward to investigate. The next second, a roar like that of a beast came. Lin Yi's pupils constricted as he saw a creature, about 3 meters in size and resembling a mantis, charge out from the smoke. It was called a mantis-like creature because its arms were like 2 giant scythes, its body gray, with a massive 8-part mouth wide open, revealing densely packed sharp teeth, while its body and lower half were humanoid. "What on earth is this thing?" Lin Yi murmured. Seeing this, the soldiers around immediately stepped forward and opened fire. However, the creature seemed completely unfazed by the bullets. Its side-like arms raised in front of its chest as it continued to close in. When it was about 2 or 3 meters away from the soldiers, it suddenly leaped up, its arms swinging the scythes rapidly. Pucci, watching the horrific scene before him, the remaining soldiers shot frantically, but the bullets merely seemed to tickle the creature, only partially embedding into its flesh upon impact. Seeing this, Lin Yi directly took out a grenade from his waist and shouted, "Get back." Upon receiving the command, the soldiers immediately retreated. The creature, however, looked up curiously at the black object arcing through the air. But the next moment, boom, a large fireball erupted, and the intense shock wave forced the creature to stumble back repeatedly. The steel balls from the grenade penetrated and embedded into the creature's flesh under the force of the explosion, causing it to wail in pain. Injured on its surface, the creature became enraged and no longer dodged the soldiers' gunfire, directly swinging its scythes to attack. Puff, puff, puff. 1 minute later, there was only Lin Yi left on the battlefield. He stared in disbelief at the bloodied creature and the bodies of his comrades, a wave of fear washing over him. What is this? Just then, a shock wave came from behind, striking the creature and causing it to stagger back from the explosive damage. Reinforcements had arrived. They had arrived. Cheng pointed to a road ahead and reminded, "You should find a hidden place to hide. Wait until I clean up the zombies here. Then you can come up and take out the things in the zombies' heads." Are you referring to that gray crystal? Lin Ro had actually wanted to ask this for a long time. When she went out with Cheng in the morning, they killed more than 30 zombies. And she saw Cheng take something out of the zombie's head. "Yes, these things are very important to me." Cheng nodded seriously. Seeing Cheng so earnest, Lin Ro weakly asked, "Can I ask what this crystal does?" Cheng fell into slight silence. Lin Ro thought Cheng didn't want to talk, so she quickly waved her hand and said, "I was just asking. If you don't want to say, that's fine too." Cheng shook his head. This wasn't a big secret. It was fine to tell Lin Ro. After all, Lin Ro currently had no hostility towards him, as evidenced by her friendliness level of 75 when he recorded the rune data last night. The probability of awakening after swallowing a zombie crystal was very low. Even if the other party knew, they might not dare to take the risk of death to gamble. So he said, this kind of crystal is called a zombie crystal. It is formed by the condensation of a zombie virus within a zombie's body. When ordinary people swallow this crystal, it can unlock human potential and awaken the extraordinary genes hidden in the body. For example, Lin Ro asked curiously, if we were to give examples, it's like those superheroes in movies. Some can breathe fire, some can become invisible, some have immense strength, and some can soar through the sky, Jiang Cheng replied. Seeing Lin Ro's expression, Jiang Cheng coldly interrupted. I advise you to abandon the thought of swallowing the zombie crystal. Although this thing can awaken extraordinary powers, it is actually similar to poison. The probability of an ordinary person awakening after swallowing it is only 1 in 500. And what about the remaining 499? Lin Ro asked. They die, Jiang Cheng said. Lin Ro was instantly taken aback. If what Jiang Cheng said was true, then this thing was indeed poison. Is there no way to reduce the mortality rate? Lin Ro still felt somewhat unwilling. There is. Jiang Cheng nodded. There is indeed a way to reduce the mortality rate of the zombie crystal. What is it? Lin Ro asked excitedly. Exercise. Continuously become stronger. When you reach your physical limit, then swallow the zombie crystal, your awakening probability will increase. Of course, it cannot guarantee awakening, Jiang Cheng said. His words completely dispelled Lin Ro's thoughts of swallowing the zombie crystal. Then forget it. Although I want to become an awakener, I'm not willing to gamble with my life. Very few people could resist the temptation of awakening and take the risk of swallowing the zombie crystal. This female security guard could decisively give it up. Just based on this decisiveness, Jiang Cheng regarded her differently. All right, apart from becoming an awakener, you can also choose to exercise. As long as you keep training year after year, one day you will become strong, Jiang Cheng said, not just a comforter. In the apocalypse, there were indeed people who became strong without swallowing crystals. Perhaps it was a compensation for humanity from Blue Star after the flood. There was a substance similar to spiritual energy in the atmosphere. Ordinary people could also strengthen themselves by absorbing this energy through cultivation, which was comparable to awakeners. Once, Jiang Cheng had met such a master at the Lincian survivor base. He had a good relationship with that old man, and they were like friends across generations. The old man even intended to teach Jiang Cheng everything he knew. Unfortunately, the old man was too old, having lost too much of his life essence. Although he absorbed spiritual energy to strengthen himself, it didn't extend his lifespan much. He passed away in the second month after Jiang Cheng entered the Lincian survivor base. Reflecting on this, Jiang Cheng felt a bit regretful. If he had found the old man earlier, not to mention whether he could learn everything from him, just for the sake of friendship, if he had been able to drink the old man's spiritual pool water every day for 2 months, perhaps the old man could have lived a bit longer. Chapter 24. The Era of Malice. Even though I know you're comforting me, thank you anyway. Lin Ro forced a smile. Even if what Jiang Cheng said was true, there wasn't much time for her to train. If it weren't for meeting Jiang Cheng, even having enough to eat every day would be a problem. Jiang Cheng was unclear about Lin Ro's thoughts and assumed that the other party had given up, so it was not good to say anything more. The two chatted casually along the way until they reached an intersection. At the corner of the intersection was a small supermarket with a sign that read Sunshine. The Sunshine supermarket had been here for several years. Since Jiang Cheng started middle school, this supermarket had been situated here, and he often came here to buy snacks and drinks. In addition to the Sunshine supermarket, there were also 7 or 8 other supermarkets nearby, all of which thrived in connection with Yanghe School, located just 100 meters away. Unfortunately, a flood had turned the once bustling street into ruins. Jiang Cheng pointed at the Sunshine supermarket and said to Lin Ro, I'll go lure the zombies in a bit. You just hide inside this supermarket. Wait for me to clear the zombies before I come and get you. Okay. Lin Ro didn't put on any airs either. Jiang Cheng's combat ability is very strong, but her presence would only add to the burden on the other side. It would be better to graciously take on the logistical responsibilities. All right, hide well. It won't take too long. Jiang Cheng gave a reminder and glanced at the school gate at the end of Yanghe North Road Alley, adding, if there are any emergencies, just call me. Okay. The tasks were assigned. Jiang Cheng watched Lin Ro hide into the supermarket before heading towards Yanghe East Road. He walked for almost half the way before stopping, taking a kitchen knife and striking the roadside utility pole vigorously. It was the same method, the same routine. Bang, bang, bang. The alley was exceptionally quiet due to the flood, as most residents had either drowned or turned into zombies. The sound of his strikes quickly spread along the entire Yanghe East Road. In the next moment, zombies stumbled out from a private house, while others either fell from upstairs or crawled out from windows. In short, there were various ways they emerged, and soon the entire Yanghe East Road was crowded with them. Yanghe East Road wasn't wide, about 5 to 6 meters, and only a couple of hundred meters long. Looking around, there were probably around 100 or 200 zombies. Jiang Cheng looked at the zombies in front of him, stopped his strikes, and his eyes were filled with excitement. These were all precious energy points. With a slight bend of his body, before the zombies could advance, he crouched and charged forward. Whoosh! A blade flashed out, and the head of the zombie at the front of the group flew off. Before the body could even fall, another flash of the blade appeared. Facing this group of ordinary zombies, Jiang Cheng was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, completely dominating the slaughter. Lin Ro, hiding inside the Sunshine supermarket, also witnessed this scene through the supermarket's glass wall. If Jiang Cheng's previous feat of single-handedly killing over 30 zombies showcased his strength, then what he was doing now could certainly be described as monstrous. After all, there were hundreds of zombies. Lin Ro was left dumbfounded. 10 minutes passed. The zombies that had been lured out were completely slain by Jiang Cheng, but more zombies continued to appear from the narrow alley, and without exception, they all turned into headless corpses. 5 minutes later, "Little security, come here." Jiang Cheng flicked the dark red blood off his machete and shouted towards the supermarket. "They're coming." Soon, a slender figure ran over from the supermarket. When Lin Ro reached him, Jiang Cheng grabbed a zombie's hair with his bare hands and explained, when grabbing a zombie, it's best to hold on to their hair, then press them to the ground and stab the knife forcefully into the crown of their head. The zombie crystal is located about 5 centimeters from there. Got it. Lin Ro nodded, carefully grabbing a zombie according to Jiang Cheng's instructions, then pulled out a dagger from her waist and stabbed it fiercely. Puchi, a dark red liquid mixed with deep blue gushed out from the wound, making Lin Ro feel nauseous for a moment. However, she quickly adjusted, enduring the sticky sensation as she pried open the skull. Sure enough, a gray crystal appeared among the blue flesh. Lin Ro hurriedly reached in to dig it out and held it up in front of Jiang Cheng like a treasure, saying, "Is this it? Well done." Jiang Cheng praised her. With the compliment, a smile appeared on Lin Ro's face. She wasn't completely useless after all. The two of them continued to dig out all the zombie crystals, including 20 zombie dog crystals. Finally, after counting, they had a total of 400 zombie crystals. 20 zombie dog crystals, plus the 36 crystals they had hunted in the morning. Today was indeed a great harvest. They returned to the base. Jiang Cheng immediately converted all the crystals, obtaining 503. 8 energy points, and the remaining energy points jumped to 728. 38. He still needed 300 energy points to upgrade the base. Jiang Cheng was very satisfied with this result. On July 1st, 2022, at 6 in the morning. A scream broke the peaceful morning. The sound was coming from downstairs. Jiang Cheng quickly ran downstairs, and when he saw Lin Ro, who was excitedly hugging the refrigerator, his expression was one of speechlessness. In contrast, Lin Ro was juggling the refrigerator like a circus performer, lifting it up and then putting it down again, as if she were playing with an interesting toy. Lu Xinru, who was beside Jiang Cheng, had a similar expression. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng arrive, she covered her forehead even more. "All right, if you keep this up, our refrigerator is going to fall apart." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but remind her with a twitch of his lips. Oh, I'm sorry." Lin Ro playfully stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed, but more excited. Jiang Cheng naturally knew what she wanted to ask. Before she could speak, he said, "Aren't you curious why your strength has increased?" Lin Ro nodded vigorously. Jiang Cheng explained, "The water we usually drink and the food we eat are special items rich in energy that can stimulate the human potential and enhance physical strength. The increase in strength is not particularly large, but as long as you persist in consuming them daily, little by little, you will gain extraordinary power. In other words, if I eat every day, can I also become a mighty figure like the ancient overlordly TSUNAMI, who is as strong as an ox? Lin Ro said excitedly. It can be explained this way, Cheng admitted. He wanted this woman to understand that only by staying at the dawn base could she gain extraordinary power. After all, having drunk his spirit pool water and eaten his meals rich in spirit water, it would be a huge loss not to stay and work for him. There's also one more thing. Cheng's tone turned cold as he. I hope this secret stays buried in your heart and that you don't tell anyone. Lin Ro, confused, asked why. If we can contact the military and hand this over, the army's strength will become even greater, right? Cheng replied calmly. But have you considered that a common man is innocent, but possessing a jewel brings guilt? If they really obtain this thing, what will happen to me, the one who possesses such a magical item? Upon hearing this, Lin Ro fell silent. She had already imagined the consequences. Raising her head, Lin Ro said apologetically, I'm sorry. I was too naive, but don't worry. With a serious expression, Lin Ro said, I will definitely keep this secret, even if it costs me my life. With these words, Cheng was satisfied and said, actually, your intentions are good, but this is a malicious era. We cannot use our kindness to test others' malice. What we can do now is to live well. Live well. Chapter 25. Rose Garden. Regardless of Lin Ro, who was still in a daze after having breakfast, Cheng directly dashed into the gym. Out with the knife. Out with the knife. Not enough. You could go faster. The figure of a strong woman beside him continuously issued commands, and Cheng crazily followed the orders to strike until he completely exhausted his strength. Only then did he stop. Who? Ha! Cheng lay on the floor, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. After resting for a while, he finally got up and took a big gulp of spirit pool water. Host, Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Wisdom, 2. Normal human is 1. Strength, 8. 95. Normal human is 1. Agility, 3. 15. Normal human is 1. Spirit, 1. 8. Normal human is 1. Superpower. Awakening level, 0. 8. Overall combat power, 15. 9. His strength was already 895 gene, just 105 gene away from the level of a semi-awakened individual. His speed had increased to 22.05 meters per second, and his awakening level had also improved. He wondered what the result would be when facing a first-order mutated zombie with strength. Cheng muttered to himself, and then remembered the old friend they talked about yesterday. If he were here with that magical technique, he would have the strength to fight against the mutated beings. There is no time to lose. Immediately, Cheng decided that today's search mission would be to find his old friend. He recalled that the old gentleman lived in a community by the Yanghe River, which seemed to be called Rose Garden. No, wait, Rose Garden. Cheng realized it and almost burst out laughing. This place was none other than the red light district of Lincian. What an unashamed old man. After making sure he was well prepared and gathered his belongings, Cheng specifically brought a bottle of spirit pool water for stamina recovery and hid a gun at his waist for emergencies. This time, he didn't plan to take Lin Ro with him. Before leaving, Cheng instructed the two of them. You stay at the base and keep yourselves busy. I'm going out for a bit. He bid farewell to them. Cheng went straight to the Rose Garden. It wasn't far. By walking along Yanghe East Road, he would pass by the ship community. There was a small incline, and after going up, he would reach the levee. Walking east along the Yanghe levee for a kilometer would lead him to the Rose Garden. He had basically memorized the entire map of the Yanghe community. One thing worth mentioning is that, with the absence of human activity, the originally murky Yanghe had become much clearer, and the river breeze carried a refreshing mist. However, one downside was that the river water was not drinkable, as it contained a large amount of ancient viruses. Cheng just glanced at Yanghe before starting to run quickly. He didn't want to waste too much time on the road. In less than a minute, a T-shaped road appeared on his right. On both sides of the road were residential buildings, possibly due to flooding or simply because they were old, with large chunks of the exterior walls peeling off. Green moss clung to them like psoriasis. Looking further down, the entrance of the community in front of the building had the words Rose Garden written in large characters. This is it, Jiang Cheng murmured to himself. The big place had already been determined, but he didn't know if the old man lived inside the neighborhood or in an old house outside the neighborhood. He walked down the embankment and began a search. Occasionally, inconspicuous zombies dressed lightly would come by, but he mercilessly cut them down with a single strike. After searching for about an hour, just as Jiang Cheng was about to give up, a loud bang suddenly sounded from next door. Jiang Cheng quickly rolled into the security room of the community and then peeked out to observe secretly. The next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted and his mouth slightly opened. This is a mutated creature. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked again in disbelief. This monster was entirely gray, about 3 meters tall, with muscles that looked like an enlarged version of Schwarzenegger. A first-tier strength-type mutant, I definitely won't mistake this. But shouldn't it have only appeared half a month later? Because the base had conducted an experiment where hundreds of zombies were confined in a cage to observe whether they would kill each other, in order to explore the reasons for the formation of mutants. As a result, these hundreds of zombies tore each other apart for a full 15 days before giving birth to a single mutant. The results of the experiment were published by the Linsien Survivor Base. Now that a mutant has appeared in Rose Garden, it can only mean one thing. This group of idiots did not consider the change in quantity, thinking that the result of the experiment with hundreds of zombies would be the same as that of thousands or tens of thousands. They really are a bunch of fools. No wonder they only lasted 3 years before falling. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but speculate that the appearance of a mutant in Rose Garden might mean that other areas have also seen mutants. However, just as he was thinking, a loud shout came from nearby. "Beast, take this punch from the old man." Jiang Cheng felt a jolt in his spirit. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. He quickly leaned out to take a look and saw a muscular old man stepping onto the road, suddenly leaping up and throwing a punch at the mutated creature. Bang! The two fists collided, producing an invisible ripple that spread outward, centered around the monster and the old man. A circle of cracks, half a meter in diameter, appeared beneath their feet. Wow, how much power must that be? The scene of their battle was comparable to a sci-fi blockbuster. He initially thought that old Yang was just bragging, but he didn't expect this guy to be so fierce before entering the survivor base. Jiang Cheng sighed, feeling increasingly convinced of old Yang's martial arts. However, he was somewhat curious. Since old Yang could go toe-to-toe with a strength-type mutant, why did he seem so weak and feeble in the survivor base? With a 20-centimeter wound on his chest? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a massive figure suddenly appeared at an eerie speed. Not good. Jiang Cheng silently thought it was bad and wanted to warn out loud, but it was too late. Suddenly, there was a puff sound. A gray scythe pierced through old Yang's chest from his back. Jiang Cheng saw clearly that the attacker was a first-tier speed-type mutated creature. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and old Yang's breath immediately weakened by 6 points. In disbelief, he turned his head and found a monster with an 8-petaled mouth roaring triumphantly at him. "Beast, how dare you sneak attack an old man? I'll take you down." Old Yang shouted angrily, his arm muscles suddenly swelling, and his hands seemed to be wrapped in a layer of white light. He directly grabbed the scythe embedded in his chest and made a 360-degree spin. The speed-type mutated creature was thrown away by old Yang's move, and the scythe was forcefully pulled out from his chest. Without the pressure of the scythe, a large amount of fresh blood gushed from the wound and splattered on the ground, and a wave of weakness instantly hit him. Unable to steady himself, old Yang half knelt down, a bitter expression on his face. "I'm still old. Even my perception has worsened." Chapter 26. Old Yang. So this was how the old man's injury came about. A normal person would have probably died from such a severe injury long ago. It was already a miracle that old Yang could hold on until he entered the base and live for another 2 months. "No, I have to go support." Having made up his mind, Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes, calculating his chances of winning against these two mutated creatures. If he faced this speed-type mutated creature, with his current speed of 22.05 meters per second, it would be hard to keep up, and the speed-type scythe was extremely sharp. One careless move could result in being pierced through the chest. However, against the strength-type mutated creature, he could use his speed advantage to maneuver around it. "Let's do it." Jiang Cheng tightened the long knife in his hand and took a deep breath. At this moment, old Yang was gasping for breath, struggling to stand due to massive blood loss. Was the old man really going to meet his end here? As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden roar pierced the air, accompanied by a strong gust of wind. Old Yang's eyes widened as he watched a pair of gigantic fists grow larger in his line of sight. His body wanted to move, but his limbs wouldn't obey. He was on the verge of being killed by a zombie. Suddenly, take this knife. A figure flashed into view and slashed fiercely at the arm of a first-level strength-type mutant that was charging forward. With a swoosh, blood splattered, and the blade sank in about halfway. Although it didn't cause significant harm to the strength-type mutant, it successfully halted its attack. At the same time, under the old man's puzzled gaze, the figure casually tossed him a bottle of spirit pool water, saying, "Old man, drink this." "Thank you, young brother." Old Yang didn't understand why this young man saved him, but he trusted him and took the bottle, gulping it down. Gulp, gulp. As the spirit pool water entered his stomach, the confusion on old Yang's face turned to shock. He felt a powerful energy coursing through his limbs, replenishing the spirit energy he had previously consumed, and most importantly, stabilizing the injury in his chest. "Good stuff," old Yang shouted, regaining control over his body. He was ready to fight again. Seeing old Yang's condition improve, Jiang Cheng didn't dare to linger and directly said, "Old man, leave this big guy to me. You take care of that speedy one, and we'll find a chance to escape." The old man was on the same page. Old Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. He had been filled with rage after being ambushed by the speed-type mutant and thought he would never get revenge. But unexpectedly, a turning point had appeared. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp blade sliced through the air. This time, old Yang was prepared. He bent slightly, waiting for the scythe to approach before shouting. Diamond fist. Golden light enveloped his fists, making them look like he was wearing golden gloves from a distance. As the scythe came crashing down, one of his golden fists met it head-on. Clang! The metallic clang was particularly piercing. The scythe couldn't advance an inch against the resistance of the golden fist and even seemed to be pushed back. Taking a direct hit from a first-level speed-type mutant scythe was quite the eye-opener. Jiang Cheng felt 1,000 admiration in his heart. But sensing the incoming wind from a punch beside him, he took a step and swiftly dodged, then turned around to mock. "Big guy, you're nothing special." The first-level mutated zombie let out a roar. Unlike an ordinary zombie, it had already evolved to a level where it possessed intelligence comparable to that of cats and dogs. Unable to tolerate being mocked by the tiny figure in front of it, it took a step forward, its towering 3-meter-tall body leaping up. And then it brought its fist down heavily towards Jiang Cheng. The force was great, but the speed was too slow. Boom! As the punch landed, the cement pavement directly caved in. "Big guy, bring on again." Jiang Cheng once again drew hatred. The strength-type mutant was enraged and charged at Jiang Cheng like a large truck. "Slow, too slow." Jiang Cheng shook his head. The big guy's maximum speed should be around 18 meters per second, which is definitely considered abnormal when facing an ordinary person. But it was far from enough against someone as agile as him, who had a score of over 3. He easily sidestepped the attack and gripped the machete, striking down with all his might. The zombie's waist was instantly slashed open with a half-meter-long wound, and a blue, viscous liquid flowed out from the injury. With a failed attack and taking damage, the big guy became even more enraged, his grayish-white eyes emitting a faint red glow, and the muscles on his body bulged, growing even larger than before. With a roar, the bleeding from the knife wounds on his waist and arms stopped, and the big guy fixed his gaze on Jiang Cheng, charging at him fiercely. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was swelling. He had gone berserk. Jiang Cheng immediately recognized the current state of the big guy, but he wasn't prepared to go head-to-head. According to the previous test data from the base, this big guy's strength could reach at least 5 tons, and in a rampaging state, it could reach 3 tons. Come on, I'll slowly let you bleed out," Jiang Cheng murmured, his eyes fixed on his opponent. This was his first one-on-one encounter with a first-level mutated organism, and he was already very satisfied to be able to fight to this extent. Roaring, the giant's fist swung wildly towards Jiang Cheng. In contrast, Jiang Cheng remained calm, continuing to leverage his speed advantage leisurely moving amidst the big guy's fierce attacks. Not bad. Kid, your speed is impressive, old Yang praised, then glanced at the pair of giant sides, saying lightly, I've been training for decades. I can't lose to the young ones. Come again, old Yang shouted, his hands glowing with golden light once more. The giant sides opened their 8-petal mouths and swung towards the old man. Just like that, both sides exchanged blows for a full half an hour. At the moment, the old man sent the first-level speed-type, mutated organism flying with a punch. Jiang Cheng hurriedly shouted, Great opportunity, let's retreat quickly. Good. Exchanging a glance with old Yang, the two quickly fled along the embankment. It was unclear if the two mutated organisms were wary of their opponents, but after the two retreated, they did not pursue, only staring deeply at the two humans as if to remember them firmly. After exiting the battlefield, the two ran 5 kilometers along the embankment, finally slowing down at the downhill entrance of the ship community. Both were drenched in sweat and panting heavily, especially old Yang, whose face was pale, and blood began to seep from the wound on his chest again. No, the old man can't go on. He can't run anymore. Young man, you go ahead. Old Yang relied on the spirit pool water to regain some strength, but after a battle, most of his energy was depleted, and after running such a distance, he was completely exhausted. After saying this, old Yang collapsed. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng hurriedly supported him and noticed that the other party had already lost consciousness. The bulging muscles began to slowly deflate, so he simply carried him on his back and ran toward the base. Such wounds should be manageable by Dr. Liu. Chapter 27. Old Yang takes a disciple inside the dawn base. The two girls were sitting at the dining table, eating and chatting happily. Sister Liu, tell us about yourself. Lin Ro asked gossipingly. Lu Xinru rolled her eyes and replied irritably, What could I possibly have to say? Lin Ro pouted and continued, Oh, it's about Jiang Cheng. He killed 7 people with his bare hands. Lin Ro was shocked. Lu Xinru shot her a sideways glance and asked, What, you little security guard, were you thinking? Lin Ro quickly waved her hands and said, No, I'm just a bit shocked at how decisive he can be. Based on my year of experience working at the station, many people commit murder out of impulse, and when they kill, they're usually trembling with fear and regret afterward. This is the first time I've seen someone as decisive as Jiang Cheng. Especially when I saw that girl yesterday. He gave off a very weary vibe, and I felt such a strong, killing intent from him for the first time. Linro felt a bit scared recalling this. Lu Xinru became interested and quickly asked, Hey, why didn't you mention this yesterday? Also, what exactly happened between you? Before Lu Xinru could finish her sentence, the base's main gate suddenly opened. Quick, quick, save him. Jiang Cheng's voice rang out. When Lu Xinru saw the old man covered in blood in Jiang Cheng's arms, she forgot about eating and quickly got up to run over. Quick, lay him down on the ground flat to avoid secondary injury. Xiaoji, go get a clean blanket to spread out. Okay, I'll go right now. Lin Ro hurried upstairs and quickly came down with a blanket. After spreading it on the ground, Jiang Cheng carefully laid old Yang down. All right, Jiang Cheng, go get 2 bottles of saline, 1 bottle of glucose, 1 bottle of alcohol, medical cotton swabs, iodine, needle and thread, gauze, and some penicillin. If there's none, amoxicillin can be used as a substitute. Jiang Cheng immediately went upstairs and came down in less than a second. Holding something, Lu Xinru took it and directly cut open old Yang's clothes. When she saw the wound that pierced through his chest, she was shocked. He was stabbed right through. Can be treated? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask. Lu Xinru hesitated for a moment and said, We need to take a look first. If important organs are damaged, it will be very dangerous, and the patient is too old. It's a miracle that he is still alive after such a severe injury. Jiang Cheng said in a deep voice, Let's save the person first. No matter what, just do your best. If he dies, it's just bad luck for this old man. All right, I'll do my best, Lu Xinru replied solemnly. To be honest, this was definitely a significant challenge for her. Many surgical instruments were unavailable, and if she accidentally injured a blood vessel during the procedure, there would be no hemostatic clamps to control the bleeding. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xinru began the surgery with Lin Ro's assistance, during which Jiang Cheng brought more spirit pool water as a supplement. They worked until 8 in the evening. I swear, this is definitely the most thrilling surgery of my surgical career, Lu Xinru sighed deeply. The process was incredibly intense. The patient's lungs and liver were damaged to varying degrees, and he had lost a large amount of blood. If it weren't for the spirit pool water, Lu Xinru felt that the old man wouldn't have lasted until the end of the surgery. More importantly, the entire procedure was done without anesthesia. Watching the old man's breathing gradually stabilize, Lu Xinru couldn't help but marvel at the miracle. After the surgery, Jiang Cheng, along with the two women, lifted old Yang into the sleep chamber in his room. Then they waited for the results the next day. "Thank you for your hard work last night." Jiang Cheng expressed his gratitude. Jiang Cheng nodded silently, and he remembered Lu Xinru's friendship. "What about me?" Lin Ro pouted discontentedly from the side. Clearly, she had done a lot as well. Jiang Cheng, however, knocked her forehead with annoyance and said, "You eat my food and drink my drinks. What's wrong with you taking something? Hey, just say it, why hit me? Do you believe I'll grab you?" Lin Ro covered her head and said with a crying face. But the next moment, "Thank you. When old Yang wakes up, I'll teach you how to become stronger." After saying this, Lin Ro looked up in surprise, only to find that Jiang Cheng had already gone upstairs. What the heck? Lin Ro pouted, but the smile in her eyes couldn't be concealed. July 2nd, 2022, 8:30 a.m. The moment old Yang opened his eyes, he screamed in shock. Did this old man go to the underworld? Jiang Cheng looked at the old man with a speechless expression and said irritably, "You're still alive." "Alive?" Old Yang glanced at the bandage on his chest and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a moment, he looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Kid, it was you who saved me yesterday, right?" As he spoke, he pointed to Lin Ro, who was eagerly waiting, and added, "And she helped by carrying the basin and changing the water, bringing you up. No matter how you put it, you both saved this old man." Old Yang said seriously, then glanced at the others and continued, "If you don't mind, once my injuries stabilize tomorrow, I will teach you all my skills in return." "How about that?" Jiang Cheng thought to himself. Is this old man talking nonsense because his injuries are too severe? Lin Ro's forehead broke out in a row of black lines as she listened to the old man's words. She saved him, but he wanted to take advantage of her and make her his disciple. What kind of reasoning is this? Lu Xinru also looked at Jiang Cheng awkwardly. Feeling the gaze of the two women, Jiang Cheng calmly replied, "No problem, but there's one thing. I won't become your disciple." "No problem. It's the 21st century now. It's just a teacher teaching students, not like the many mundane rules of the past." Old Yang's face immediately lit up with joy when he saw Jiang Cheng agree. However, Lu Xinru and Lin Ro were stunned. What did they just hear? Jiang Cheng actually agreed to learn from this old man? Could it be that this old man really has some extraordinary skills? The two girls exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Cheng immediately explained. Yesterday, this old gentleman faced two first-level mutated creatures by himself. You won't regret apprenticing under him. This is the only way to get stronger in the apocalypse without consuming zombie crystals. By the way, let me clarify that a first-level mutated creature is an evolved form of an ordinary zombie. Yesterday, we encountered a first-level power-type mutated creature and a first-level speed-type mutated creature. The power-type can lift a small car, while the speed-type zombie can reach a top speed that can catch up to a private car running at full speed, which is 200 kilometers per hour, or 55 meters per second. Are you saying that this old gentleman can defeat these two types of zombies? Lin Ro and Lu Xinru were even more surprised. You could say that. Chapter 28. Cleaning the school ahem, the old man isn't actually that powerful. Old Yang said shyly. But when he thought of yesterday's battle, he became indignant. If it weren't for that beast sneak attack, I definitely could have killed that big guy. Hiss, both girls gasped. If Jiang Cheng hadn't confirmed it, they would never have believed that what the old man said was true. To kill a power type weighing 8 tons. How strong would one have to be? All right, old man, take care of your injuries. Jiang Cheng instructed, and then reminded Lu Xinru. You'll have to take care of the dressing change. What about me? Lin Ro hurriedly asked. You will come with me to collect zombie crystals later. Jiang Cheng arranged the tasks and directly entered the gym. Shaqiao community. Inside the residential building. On a large bed in the side room, a young man was covering his groin and wailing incessantly. A middle-aged woman passing by the door each time had a face full of disgust. Until this morning, She could no longer bear it, and, with dark circles under her eyes, quietly complained to her husband. He's been screaming for 2 days now. Can't he stop for a moment? I haven't slept well for 2 days. If the zombies outside hear this, we're in danger. Her husband helplessly glanced at the young man. Although he wasn't the one getting shot, just looking at such a man in pain made him feel uncomfortable. However, he still comforted his wife, saying, at times like this, let's just endure. It was Huang Fu and Huang Mu. As he spoke, he glanced at the young man's groin. A hint of worry flashing in his eyes. This kid has already been shot in the butt and knees, and now his groin is injured too. I wonder if he will regret his relationship with Schwerer. He better not. Huang Mu glared, fiercely saying, if this kid doesn't agree, we'll just tie him up and feed him to the zombies. All right, dear, let's focus on Schwerer first. She's had a high fever for 2 days and has lost so much blood. I really don't know if she can pull through, Huang Fu said worriedly. Huang Shui was his cash cow. If his daughter died, his hopes of climbing into a wealthy family would be shattered. Back then, he was just a poor boy, and to achieve his leap from the countryside to the city, he married into his wife's family, even changing his surname to Huang to follow her, which earned him a city household registration in Lincian. Plus, his father-in-law had some money, and he was lucky enough to rent 2 commercial spaces in the city with the help of his classmates. The only regret was that he never had a son, just one daughter. Now that his daughter was about to marry into a wealthy family, everything was ruined by that damned kid. Yes, Huang Mu's eyes were filled with resentment. It's all that Cheng's fault. I really don't understand how someone could be so cruel. He just chopped off an arm without hesitation, showing no mercy. People like him should be bitten to death by zombies. Sigh, unlucky times, Huang Fu sighed, and the couple entered the bedroom together. On the large bed, Huang Shui's face was pale, her severed arm tightly bound with a cloth bag and wrapped in several layers of clothing, but blood still oozed out. Shui, how are you? Are you feeling any better? Huang Fu hurriedly asked, then instructed his wife, go boil some water to wash and change the bandages. Okay. Huang Mu was clueless about such matters and hurried to the kitchen as soon as she heard her husband. Once his wife left, Huang Fu looked at Huang Shui again. Dad, am I going to die soon? Huang Shui weakly asked. She had been in pain for 2 consecutive days, and today was the 3rd day. She had gotten used to the pain, but the massive loss of blood made it hard for her to speak. It's all that beast's fault. I just broke up with him. Why is he so cruel? Huang Shui suddenly had red eyes, her voice choking. To be honest, she couldn't understand why Jiang Cheng wanted to kill her. She had only brought him a few green hats and spent a bit of his money. Why was he so ruthless? All right, it's all in the past now, Huang Fu comforted. He actually knew very well his daughter's character. She often manipulated men and spent other people's money extravagantly, and this incident was a form of retribution. Speaking of which, Jiang Cheng wasn't bad. He made a decent amount of money while in college, and after the apocalypse, he was so strong. If his daughter had followed him back then, they probably wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in this apocalypse. As for food and drink, Huang Fu observed it from Jiang Cheng's woman beside him. She was fair-skinned with a hint of baby fat, clearly having a very good diet. Now, following his wife's advice, all bets had to be placed on that guy. Not only had he lived in his own home for over a month, but he hadn't seen a single rich father figure. Could it be that this kid didn't have a wealthy father at all? A thought suddenly popped into Huang Fu's mind, and once it appeared, it couldn't be stopped. Due to various signs, it was very possible that this kid was just a freeloader. What Middle Eastern oil sales, having relatives in Dubai, was that the kind of person his daughter could meet? With some suspicions, he was instantly in a state of confusion. Water is here, old Huang. Step aside. Don't block me from changing Schwerer's bandages. As soon as Huang Fu heard this, he immediately stepped aside. Soon, a piercing scream echoed, forming a rhythmic duet with Wood's cries. Dawn base. Inside the gym, Jiang Cheng wiped the sweat off his body and opened the panel. Host, Jiang Cheng gender, male age, 23 intelligence, 2. 1 for an average human, strength, 10. 2. 1 for an average human, agility, 3. 5. 1 for an average human, spirit, 1. 8. 1 for an average human, abilities. Awakening level, 1, 0. Overall combat power, 15. 9 energy points, 714. 38 strength attribute increased by 1. 25. Agility increased by 0. 35. And the spirit attribute did not increase due to giving up the sleep pod to old Yang last night. The awakening level increased from 0. 8 to 1. 0. With 99 remaining. Overall, the improvement was quite rapid. As for the spirit aspect, not increasing, Cheng did not feel regret. The sleep pod was not usable for old Yang, but the sterile environment of the sleep pod combined with the spiritual water would allow old Yang's wounds to heal faster, which was enough. After leaving the gym, Cheng directly pulled Lin Ro towards Yang's school. Outside the base. Wait, are you crazy? You want to clear the school? Lin Ro was somewhat surprised by Cheng's crazy plan. Yanghe School was within the jurisdiction of the Yanghe Public Security Bureau, and Lin Ro was well aware of how many students were inside. Yet Cheng said he wanted to clear the entire school. That was a school with over 5,000 people. In other words, there were at least 5,000 zombies inside. Lin Ro couldn't imagine what it would be like if 5,000 zombies rushed over. Well, Cheng nodded. 5,000 zombies sound terrifying, but the school is divided into 3 areas: elementary, middle, and high school, with gates separating each area. I can start clearing from the elementary section first. That shouldn't be too difficult. He was also very familiar with the environment inside Yanghe School. When he was a child, his father worked as a teacher at that school, and he lived there until he graduated from elementary school. But what if there are those types of mutated beings you mentioned among the over 5,000 zombies? Lin Ro's words made Cheng stop in his tracks. Indeed, there was a possibility. Chapter 29. Yanghe School, alright. Let's tentatively plan to clear the elementary section today. Once we go in, you stay in the security room and come over when I call for you. Cheng thought for a moment and said, among more than 5,000 zombies, it is indeed possible for a few mutated ones to emerge. The zombies in the elementary school are all children infected and transformed at a young age, and their strength is much weaker than that of ordinary adult zombies. Are you really going? We can clear the nearby streets first, Lin Ro said with concern. Cheng shook his head and said, the street cleaning is too slow. Let's leave it like this for now. Without waiting for Lin Ro to say anything, Cheng stood up and walked ahead. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Lin Ro had no choice but to follow behind. Yanghe School is a private school located on Yanghe North Road. Established in 2000, Cheng's father was also involved in the founding of the school. It is backed by an old shipyard workers community, adjacent to the shipyard and the riverside embankment, making it a densely populated area. After his father joined the workforce, his mother opened a small supermarket at the school gate. Cheng spent his entire childhood here and has deep feelings for the school. The two arrived at Sunshine Supermarket at the intersection in less than 2 minutes. Looking at the familiar street and the several supermarkets lined up on both sides, Cheng seemed a bit lost in thought. What's wrong? Lin Ro asked, noticing Cheng's strange mood. Coming back to his senses, Cheng shook his head and said, nothing, just remembered some things. Is it about your family? Lin Ro couldn't help but ask. In fact, she had been curious since she entered the base. How could such a large house only accommodate Cheng? Logically speaking, with Cheng's strength, his parents should be very safe. Cheng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Can I ask what happened at your home? Lin Ro asked again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Lin Ro apologized, as she could clearly sense Cheng's low mood. Saying this, Cheng pointed to a supermarket not far from the school gate and said, you see that supermarket? My family used to run it a long time ago. I often stole ice cream from home. And over there, there's an old couple who used to argue a lot. I got along really well with their daughter, but unfortunately, that couple moved away later. I heard the wife ran off with someone. In that school, my dad co-founded it with others. I used to live inside the school. Let me tell you, the infirmary in that school is haunted. I often had nightmares in there. Cheng chattered for more than a minute. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, sorry, I've been rambling a lot today. I hope you don't mind. I found it quite interesting. Lin Ro smiled and replied, all right, let's continue with today's plan. Every time he came, it was always a quick glance before he immediately ran off, because he didn't dare to look closely. The two of them chatted all the way to the school gate. The old stainless steel gate had been replaced with an automatic sliding electronic door, but the stone pillars on the side remained unchanged, with the words Yanghe School carved on the marble tiles. Next to the stone pillars was the security office. Please wait a moment. Cheng instructed and lifted the hatchet, directly kicking open the office door. Bang! The wooden door broke open, and 3 zombies' roars echoed from inside. Thu! 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 Cheng didn't say a word, raised his knife, and struck. In less than half a second, 3 zombies' heads rolled off. You stay here. I'll be back soon. Okay. After exiting the security office, to the left was the finance office and a whole row of teacher dormitories. Perhaps because the commotion in the security office was too loud, the zombies in the dormitory quickly gathered around, and with a glance, over 30 of them emerged, with more continuously pouring out from within. Most of these zombies had the faces of young people, and Cheng didn't recognize any of them. Tightening his grip on the machete, Cheng charged in. Vertical slash. Horizontal slash. Diagonal slash. The rusty blade glinted as it flashed among the horde of zombies. Every 3 minutes or so, Cheng stood steadily with his knife, his feet surrounded by over 60 zombie heads. Lin Ro gathered the crystals he called lightly, not expecting to encounter so many zombies right at the entrance. I'm coming. Lin Ro jogged out from the security office. When she saw the heads scattered all over the ground, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Cheng. Over 60 heads dealt within just 3 minutes. He was even more impressive than yesterday. However, her own strength had also increased significantly. When Lin Ro collected the zombie crystals, splitting open the heads was particularly easy. With a single strike and a gentle twist, the zombie skull would split in half. She estimated she had gained over 100 pounds of strength. Next, Cheng walked through the teacher's dormitory, occasionally encountering solitary zombies, all of which he dispatched with a single stroke. He passed through the corridor, went by a medical room and a public restroom, and after crossing a narrow path flanked by a wall and the student dormitories, a teaching building appeared before him, marked with the 3 big characters primary department. It was still the same as before, not much had changed. Cheng glanced around. The walls of the elementary school were painted with murals of animals playing games, and the student dormitory stood opposite the teaching building, with a spacious open area in between. In the middle stood 6 brick-made ping-pong tables, which were covered in moss, likely due to being submerged in floodwaters for too long. A little in front of the ping-pong tables were 6 sycamore trees that an adult couldn't even wrap their arms around. The leaves on them had completely turned yellow and fallen off due to the tree trunks being soaked in floodwaters for 3 days, leaving behind bare branches in what should have been a lush summer. Looking at these familiar sights, Cheng suddenly felt something was off. Where were the zombies? Cheng frowned and said, logically speaking, there should be at least 1,000 people in the elementary school department. So how could there be not a single zombie? And the surroundings were too quiet. Everything felt strange. Cheng squinted his eyes, leaning against the wall, and slowly moved forward along it. When he reached the entrance of the teaching building, he finally leaned forward to sneak a peek inside the classroom. Upon seeing a group of zombies swaying their heads on the desks, he finally realized something was off. These zombies were a bit different from the ones outside. He continued to look towards the lectern. In front of all the short zombies stood a strangely shaped female zombie, her body grayish-white, with pitch-black eyes. She held a pointer in her hand, waving it continuously. Whenever a zombie below stopped swaying its head, she would hit the lectern hard, and the stopped zombie would start swaying its head again. He decided to test things out, unable to gauge the strength of these zombies. He picked up a stone and stepped back about 10 meters from the classroom, then threw it hard against the glass. Bang! A large hole was smashed into the window, and shards of glass fell to the ground. At the sound, all the zombies in the classroom turned to look, and the female zombie teacher walked over to the window in confusion, glancing at the glass and then at the stone that had hit a small zombie's head. Suddenly, she let out a roar. A woo! With a push of her feet, she jumped directly out of the broken window and swept towards the open space. Upon seeing Cheng, she roared again, then charged at him with the speed of a human. Cheng looked with a question popping up in his mind. What on earth is this? Chapter 30, Awakening. Whoosh! The claws flew in, accompanied by a strong stench of decay. Cheng narrowed his eyes, just half a meter away from his chest. He sidestepped perfectly, avoiding the attack from the female teacher zombie. Stronger than ordinary zombies, with agile limbs, but not as powerful as a first-tier mutated creature. After a round of attacks, Cheng quickly analyzed the characteristics of the female teacher zombie. Roar! Missing her strike, the female zombie angrily howled at the sky, and a swarm of small zombies rushed out from the classroom, along with other zombies and mutated zombies from the remaining classrooms. Seeing her companions gather, the female teacher's zombie lunged at Cheng again. However, Cheng did not evade this time. He let out a cold laugh and swung his knife. With a thud, the female zombie's head flew off, her headless body swayed and fell down, shaking off the dark red blood from the machete. Cheng quickly struck at the few rapidly moving mutated zombies in front of him. Without any flashy movements, each slash resulted in a splash of dark red blood, a severed arm, or a flying head. The elementary school had over 1,000 zombies, with about 20 mutated ones like the female teacher, over 200 that could move agilely, and the rest were ordinary zombies, with his agility attribute at 3. 5. Almost no zombie could touch his body, and the few that managed to grab him only caught the thick down jacket he was wearing. For hours passed. Hoo-hoo. Cheng's shoulders heaved as he gasped for breath, his cotton jacket almost completely soaked with sweat. Yet, looking at the thousands of heads on the ground, he felt a sense of joy. The gains from this trip were enough for him to fully upgrade the base. Thinking this, Cheng pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. The liquid slid down his esophagus into his stomach, and the strength he had consumed in killing zombies was immediately replenished by more than half. He called for Linro. However, what the two of them didn't notice was that just as they left the primary school section, a small figure had climbed down from the window in the classroom and picked up a severed zombie arm from the ground, taking a big bite out of it. Inside the base, the two counted the spoils of today's battle. They had collected a total of 3 types of crystals. One was an ordinary crystal, completely gray, with 426 pieces. The second was a light gray crystal, which came from student zombies, totaling 205 pieces. And finally, the lightest crystal, extracted from teacher zombies, numbering 23 pieces. You go eat first, I'll go get busy. Cheng brought the sorted zombie crystals into the transformation room. First, the ordinary crystal converted 1568 points of energy. The light gray crystal converted 451 points of energy. The lightest gray crystal converted 101. 2 points of energy. Remaining energy, 2840. 2. I've hit the jackpot. Cheng suddenly thought of these 2 words and then eagerly said, "System, upgrade my base." Dinging sound. Upgrading the Dawn base will take 12 hours. During the upgrade process, all equipment in the Dawn base will operate normally. Please be patient, host. After the words fell, the system's voice disappeared completely. Is that it? Cheng was still a bit confused, but looking at the remaining 1840. 2 energy points. He knew that the base upgrade had already begun. Let's wait and see. He muttered to himself, closed the door of the conversion room, and walked towards the cafeteria on the first floor. After fighting for half a day, he was hungry. Around 3 in the afternoon. Shaqiao community. In a residential building. Huang Shuo lay on the bed, her face pale, her chest rising and falling violently, looking as if she was about to collapse. Beside her, Huang's mother was crying anxiously, pulling Huang's father and saying, "What should we do? You need to think of a way. What can I do?" Huang's father had a pale face, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for that bastard Cheng, how would his daughter have ended up like this? Seeing his daughter in such pain, how could he not feel heartache? If this continued, Huang Shuo would die from an untreated wound infection, so it would be better to... Thinking of this, Huang's father steeled his heart and said, "You go out first." "What do you want to do?" Huang's mother asked in confusion. "I told you to go out, so just go out." Huang's father raised his voice again. Having been married for nearly 30 years, Huang's mother knew what Huang's father meant. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down her face, but looking at her daughter in pain on the bed, she had no choice but to silently turn around and walk out the door, closing it behind her. Once Huang's mother left, Huang's father looked at Huang Shuo on the bed, reluctantly brushing aside her bangs that were damp with sweat, and said softly, "Shuo, Dad knows you are in a lot of pain, and we can't find a doctor. Dad doesn't want you to die in such pain." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Shuo suddenly opened her eyes and stared straight at Huang's father, wanting to speak. but saw Huang's father take out a gray crystal from his pocket and directly shove it into Huang Shue's mouth, then pressed his palm tightly over it. Don't blame Dad. Dad doesn't want to kill you either. The only way to ease your pain now is to become a zombie. Feeling Huang Shue struggle violently, Huang's father pressed down hard on her mouth to prevent her from spitting out the crystal. Soon, Huang Shue made a swallowing motion. Huang's father watched and immediately released his arm, picking up a stool by the bed, ready to deal with his daughter turning into a zombie. Dad, why? Are you doing this to me? Huang Shue stared wide-eyed in disbelief at her father, not expecting that the father she had admired for over 20 years would harm her today. For a moment, she stopped screaming and instead lay on the bed, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! Liars! You are all liars! Huang Shue felt her belief completely collapse, and her parents' image was no longer lofty. That man had once loved her so much. Washing her clothes, clumsily taking out a gift he had bought with a month's worth of his writing fees, and so on. Was it my fault? Huang Shue thought, but feeling the emptiness in her arms, her face was filled with resentment. She was not wrong. She just wanted to pursue the life she wanted. So what? She had only spent a few $100,000. So what? Just a man. Why should she be like those enslaved, feudal women, raising children and supporting her husband? She wanted to be a queen. She wanted every man to submit to her skirt like a dog. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a powerful force surge from within her. This force erupted from her stomach, coursing through her limbs, even wrapping around the place where her arm was broken. The intense pain gradually easing, and her facial features, twisted in agony, slowly returned to calm. Am I about to become a zombie? Huang's father clearly saw Huang Shue's change. He felt that his daughter seemed to be in less pain than before, which might be a sign before infection. In any case, he wouldn't act rashly before she turned into a zombie. Half an hour passed quickly. Huang Shue slowly opened her eyes and got up from the bed, her complexion rosy. The place where her arm was broken covered in newly grown flesh, her muscles more toned, and her body seemed to possess endless strength, making her feel very intoxicated. Xuya, how are you? Huang's father's voice sounded at the right moment. He was unsure of his daughter's current state. Although she had transformed into a zombie, she seemed almost like a normal person, so he could only ask tentatively. Coming back to her senses, Huang Shue looked straight at Huang's father and revealed a wicked smile, saying, "Very good, unprecedentedly good. You are Shueth." Although the person in front of him was still Huang Shue, Huang's father felt as if she were not his daughter, as her temperament and tone of speech seemed like two different people. Of course, Huang Shue looked at Huang's father with disgust. This damned middle-aged man had just tried to kill her, and now he was pretending to care, which was truly disgusting. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Huang Shue spoke again to drive him away, fearing she wouldn't be able to help but kill this old man. Then, I'll go out now. Huang's father gritted his teeth and replied, turning directly to leave, closing the door behind him. Once Huang's father left, Huang Shue suddenly felt a surge of heat emanating from her body. She couldn't help but spread her arms. The heat concentrated in her palms. Poof! A flame shot up from her palm. What is this? Huang Shue did not feel the flames burning her. Instead, her palm felt very warm, which meant she seemed to be able to summon flames. Confused, she tried to control the flames to disappear. Poof! With her intention, the flames in her palm immediately extinguished. Instantly, Huang Shue's expression brightened. She controlled it again with her mind. Poof! A fireball once again formed in her palm. Huang Shue was like a child who had just received a beloved toy, repeatedly manipulating the flames to appear and disappear. Finally, she clenched her fist and crushed the flames in her hand, laughing wildly towards the sky. Ha ha ha! Jiang, you didn't expect this, did you? I've turned misfortune into fortune and awakened my powers. As her laughter subsided, Huang Shue gazed out the window, murmuring to herself, Jiang, you'd better not let me find you. Chapitre 31, Breeding Technique. Inside the base, Jiang suddenly sneezed, and an ominous feeling fleetingly passed. He frowned and thought carefully, but found no other issues. However, this feeling interrupted his good mood for eating. With his brows furrowed so deeply, is something wrong? Do you need me to check you? Lu Xinru couldn't help but ask. Jiang usually gobbles down his food, afraid that others might snatch it away from him, But today he suddenly stopped, which was a bit unusual. After a moment, he continued to quickly pick up food again. The others noticed this and didn't dare to ask further. Only Lu Xinru, being a doctor, added, "If you're not feeling well, just let me know anytime." She then turned to the old man Yang and Lin Ro, saying, "You too as well." Jiang Cheng nodded. Seeing Jiang Cheng's lack of enthusiasm, old man Yang started a new topic. "I was planning to teach you my unique skills starting tomorrow. But now that I feel my body has recovered well, how about I share with you what I've learned after we finish eating?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ro became excited and asked, "Old man, can you tell us what kind of martial arts you've learned? Can I become like the martial arts superstar in the movie IP Man and shout, 'I want to fight 10 of them'?" I haven't seen the IP Man you mentioned," old man Yang said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Usually, he preferred watching movies like Eastbound and Down, The Top 10 Tortures in the Palace, The Queen's Secret, The Peaches Are Ripe, and Young Leaf Ching, etc. Seeing old man Yang embarrassed, Lu Xinru quickly intervened, saying, "Xiaojian, those movies are all flashy and showy. How can they compare to what the old man has learned?" Then she curiously asked, "So, what kind of movies do you usually like to watch, old man?" At this point, the old man, with a rosy complexion, replied, "Naturally, I enjoy watching adult films. The scenes, TSK, are exhilarating in battle, unlike domestic films, where the plots make me quite embarrassed and uncomfortable." Lu Xinru suddenly spat out a mouthful of rice. Jiang Cheng looked up and happened to meet Lu Xinru's gaze, and in an instant, Lu Xinru's pretty face turned bright red. Lin Ro, who was beside her, also lowered her head and looked at the table with a complicated expression. After a year of maintaining public order, she understood what she should and shouldn't know. Feeling the atmosphere gradually stiffen, Jiang Cheng cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, everyone, let's eat quickly. After we finish, we'll have class." Lu Xinru softly replied, quickly shoveling in a few bites before rushing into the kitchen. Seeing this, Lin Ro immediately stood up and followed her. Jiang Cheng naturally knew that the two girls were embarrassed by this old man. He said unhappily, "Old Yang, tone it down a bit." "Tone it down?" Old Yang, however, was unconcerned and said, "As martial artists, we follow our hearts. I'm just expressing what I think. If they're shy, it's because their mindset isn't mature enough." "Is that so?" Jiang Cheng naturally knew that old Yang was talking nonsense. With a thought, he directly said, "Is peeking at Widowly next door, taking a bath, also at will? Frequenting the Rose Garden Alley is also at will? How do you know?" Old Yang was first taken aback, but then he remained nonchalant and said, "Old man is still strong. Can't be helped." He. Jiang Cheng sneered inwardly. He already knew this old man's thick skin. However, he still had a way to deal with him. So he said, "All right, why not? When I have time, I'll go to Chudu and tell Ms. Zheng Ping that you often play computer games." What do you think she would say? "How do you know about Zheng Ping?" Old Yang jumped up in shock and seemed to think of something, his face showing signs of fear. "How do I know?" "Naturally, you told me yourself." Jiang Cheng thought to himself. In his previous life, when this old man was close to death, he asked Jiang Cheng to deliver a message to a lady named Zheng Ping, saying that Yang Jianan still loved her. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng never had the chance to go to Chudu before he died, but he still said, "Relative." "Relative?" Old Yang looked at Jiang Cheng suspiciously, his intuition telling him that this kid was talking nonsense, but he had no evidence. "All right, kid, you must keep this matter under wraps for me. If that tigress finds out, the old man is finished." He didn't care whether what Jiang Cheng said was true or false, and quickly gave in. By evening, several people sat in the training room. Old Yang stood at the front, scanning the three seated individuals, especially when his gaze met Jiang Cheng's. His expression immediately became serious. He said, "Originally, the old man promised Master that this martial art would never be passed on, but now that the apocalypse has arrived and humanity is facing a crisis, the old man believes that all sects should abandon feudal traditions and pass down orthodox martial arts. Today, the old man will teach the martial arts of our heavenly sect, breath collection method." Breath collection method? Lu Xinru and Lin Ro were both taken aback. In their impression, traditional martial arts techniques had names that were getting longer and more impressive, like Tianshan cracking plum hand or emerging tides of the Blue Sea. Even Jiang Cheng, who had previously seen the old man's information, was rendered speechless by this simple name for a technique. He, Do you all think this name is quite casual? Old Yang noticed the confusion on everyone's faces and couldn't help but laugh. A little, Lin Ro nodded. Although Lu Xinru didn't say anything, her expression had already betrayed her. Jiang Chen goes without saying. Old Yang continued. Although today's martial arts films are exciting, they are merely the imagination of those who have a superficial understanding of the subject. In reality, the true essence of martial arts focuses on one word: simplicity. Does the Great Way is extremely simple mean that? Jiang Cheng asked. Old Yang cast a look of appreciation and said, exactly, the Great Way is to simplify the complex, making it easy to understand. This is the ultimate philosophy of our TSUNAMI martial arts. Otherwise, with countless martial arts in the world, why are so few able to be passed down? It's because the masters of the older generation wrote martial arts treatises filled with complicated language that most people can't understand, which led to a break in the transmission. In contrast, those martial arts that are presented in a simple and understandable way, like Baji and Taiji, have been well preserved. At this point, Old Yang suddenly raised his voice. However, these so-called Baji and Taiji are still too complicated, while my TSUNAMI martial arts are even simpler, easy to learn at once. Please continue, sir. Jiang Cheng's expression turned serious upon hearing this. All right, let me give you a demonstration first. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Old Yang cleared his throat and said loudly, first, we need to take a deep breath. Remember, we must inhale through the nose. Jiang Cheng. Chapter 32, What is Realm? Don't just stand there, hurry up and follow my lead. Old Yang looked at everyone still in a daze and hurriedly said. Jiang Cheng was the first to react, unable to help but ask, Old man, are you serious? I'm an old man. Do you think I have the leisure to joke around with you young ones? Old Yang replied irritably. Jiang Cheng questioned, but what you explained can also be found online. Online? Old Yang scoffed. Aside from an abundance of adult films, those so-called breathing methods are nothing but cobbled-together scraps. How can they compare to my TSUNAMI martial arts? I said, do you really want to learn or not? My time is precious. Seeing that Old Yang didn't seem to be faking it, Jiang Cheng nodded to the two girls and said, let us do it together. Now that's more like it. Old Yang nodded in satisfaction and said, now, continue doing as I say. Breathe in through your nose. Remember to take a long, steady breath. Silently count to 7 in your mind. Swallow it into your belly. Then hold your breath for another count of 7. And finally, slowly exhale through your mouth. It really wasn't too different from what was online, Jiang Cheng thought to himself. But he felt inexplicably that Old Yang's method was not as simple as it seemed. Repeat the movements I just demonstrated 12 times, and then we'll start new ones. Old Yang said, then simply sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to wait. Jiang Cheng and the other two immediately began practicing as the old man requested, continuing until the 4th cycle. Jiang Cheng suddenly frowned. He felt a slight swelling in his lower abdomen, and a warm sensation rose from his dantian. This feeling was very distinct. In other words, what the old man said was true. After finding the sensation, Jiang Cheng continued to inhale through his nose and exhale, and after 12 cycles, he felt the energy mass in his lower abdomen grow larger like a little rabbit bouncing around in his belly, with each bump causing a wave of distension and pain. Jiang Cheng looked shocked. Lu Xinru and Lin Ro were similarly taken aback, although not as intensely as Jiang Cheng. They also felt uncomfortable. My stomach hurts, Lin Ro said, holding her stomach. Lu Xinru frowned and said, I feel a bit off too. She clearly wasn't on her period and hadn't eaten anything bad. After saying that, she looked at the expressionless Jiang Cheng and asked, could it be that you are too? Jiang Cheng nodded. Just when the 3 of them were a loss, Old Yang suddenly opened his eyes and laughed loudly. Looking at the confused crowd, he said, do you feel a bloating pain in your lower abdomen? It's like a little rabbit bumping around inside, right? Lin Ro replied, I didn't feel like a rabbit bumping, but I do feel something small jumping. Lu Xinru said, I'm similar to Xiao Jian. In the end, the 3 of them looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng felt uncomfortable. It hurt a lot like a rabbit. Old Yang cast a look of appreciation at Jiang Cheng and explained, this is a good phenomenon, indicating that you have initially absorbed spiritual energy into your body, and the intensity of the pain also reflects how much spiritual energy has been absorbed. The more spiritual energy you take in, the more your stomach will hurt, so there's no need to panic. This relates to the second step we are about to learn, controlling spiritual energy. Old Yang explained the principle. Because you have only learned to absorb spiritual energy and not how to control it, it causes the energy to run amok in your body. Therefore, the knowledge found online only teaches people to absorb energy, but not to control it, which can lead to issues in the body, and in severe cases, damage to the dantian and meridians, resulting in paralysis. So how should we control the energy? Cheng said, feeling uncomfortable. Now do as I do, Old Yang said, slowly spreading his arms. Then he raised them above his head, palms together, and slowly released his arms downward, crossing them over his lower abdomen. Finally, he brought his arms back to his chest, placing his palms on the dantian, and slowly exhaled the impure energy. Cheng quickly followed suit. Sure enough, at the moment his arms spread out, the energy in his dantian flowed like a little dog, immediately rushing along the direction of his arms towards his upper body, then following his arms to surge into his limbs, and finally returning to the dantian. After completing the whole set of movements, the spiritual energy in his dantian immediately calmed down, no longer feeling the previous swelling and pain. Instead, it felt as refreshing as taking a hot bath, completely transparent. No wonder practicing these techniques requires a master to guide you. If you practice recklessly on your own, it's very easy to go off track. Do you all feel very comfortable now? Old Yang asked again. Cheng was the first to speak. Yes, it's completely transparent. This time, Old Yang's face was no longer as calm as before. He immediately walked over and grabbed Cheng's arm, infusing him with a warm flow of energy. After a moment, he exclaimed, "You brat, you actually have the legendary innate body." Old Yang looked at Cheng with a shocked expression, then showed a flattering look and said, "Kid, join my TSUNAMI, and the position of sect leader will be yours in the future." "I refuse," Cheng said without hesitation. The old man's lewd expression surely meant nothing good. But what exactly was the innate body that the old man mentioned? Cheng asked directly. "Are you sure you won't reconsider?" "No reconsideración." "What a pity," Old Yang said with a look of regret, and he no longer dwelled on it. He explained, "When we are nurtured in the womb, we are innate bodies. At that time, all the acupoints in our body are open, and an innate energy is cultivated within, which is called an innate body. However, there are too many impurities in this world. After birth, the innate energy dissipates, and the open acupoints are blocked by the external polluted energy and impurities. Thus, innate turns into acquired. We martial artists absorb spiritual energy to reopen the blocked acupoints, returning from acquired to innate. So, what uses the innate body?" Cheng asked in confusion. Old Yang gave him an annoyed glance and said, "Having an innate body means that as long as you practice martial arts and accumulate internal energy, you will face almost no bottlenecks. Even breaking through to the innate realm in martial arts won't be too difficult." "How many realms are there for martial artists, and what realm are you in now?" "Old man, Cheng only knew about the levels of zombies and was not clear about the levels of martial artists. Martial artists, also known as ancient martial artists, are generally divided into 4 realms: acquired, innate, master, and grandmaster. Between each major realm, there are 12 minor realms. The old man is currently at the 5th level of the acquired realm. Do you believe in the ones in the movies?" Old Yang rolled his eyes. "Aren't they real?" Cheng became even more curious. Old Yang took a deep breath, trying not to curse, and explained, "The realms mentioned in those movies are not cultivation realms, but classifications of the techniques used with power. For example, Mingjin, if I hit a tree and it breaks in half, that's the visible power. Anjin, if I hit a tree and it looks fine on the outside but is rotten inside, that's the invisible power. Hua, as the name suggests, is the skillful use of power like Tai Chi, where you can deflect someone's strength with minimal effort. As for Gang and Dan realms, those are just made-up nonsense. The authors who classify such realms are actually referring to the Master and Grandmaster realms. The terms acquired and innate are called realms because each level up represents a transformation of the body, which in scientific terms is an evolution of life levels, fundamentally different from Ming and Anhua." After Old Yang's explanation, Cheng immediately understood, but it also overturned his perception of martial arts realms. Thinking about how the old man didn't mind the trouble of answering his questions, he straightened his expression and deeply bowed, saying, "Thank you, sir, for clarifying my doubts. Now that you understand, repeat the old man's earlier movements 12 times. Remember, breathe while doing it." Yes. This time, Jiang Cheng and the others no longer looked down on it as they had before. Chapter 33. Level 2 base. Jiang Cheng followed the previous actions. After 12 repetitions, his fatigue from the morning completely faded away, and he appeared very energetic. Good. Haste makes waste. Wait until tomorrow, and the old man will teach you new things. Old Yang looked at the three young people in front of him with satisfaction and turned to leave the gym. By evening, Jiang Cheng repeated the old man's movements 36 more times before finding a comfortable corner to sleep in the gym on the 3rd floor, as his bedroom was temporarily lent to the old man. July 3rd, 2022, 5:30 a.m. Jiang Cheng was awakened by the system's notification sound. Ding! The base upgrade is complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a level 1 operating room. In the operating room, the success rate of patient surgeries increases by 50. Upgrade energy points. 1,000. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 350 square meter bedrooms. Can help with sleep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 1 backyard of 100 square meters. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 level 2 gene enhancement liquid and 3 level 1 gene enhancement liquids. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the level 1 Apocalypse base mall, accessible only while in the base. The 5 consecutive messages made Jiang Cheng a little dazed, especially the last one about the level 1 Apocalypse base mall. He couldn't wait to ask, "System, how do I open the mall?" The host only needs to silently think about opening the mall. Jiang Cheng nodded and silently said, "Open the mall." In an instant, a row of product categories appeared in Jiang Cheng's mind, but there were only 6 types of products, and they would refresh only once every 24 hours. Jiang Cheng looked at the merchandise column. Energy points, 1840. 2. Level 2 Gene Enhancement Potion X1, 1,000 energy points. After use, all attributes increase by 5 points. Has certain antiviral capabilities, can increase awakening rate by 30. Level 1 Gene Enhancement Potion X1, 100 energy points. After use, all attributes increase by 1 point. Has certain antiviral capabilities. Level 1 Watermelon Knife, 200 energy points. Has toughness comparable to a level 1 mutant. Can cut through iron like mud. Level 1 Doomsday Warrior, 2,000 energy points. Strength comparable to a level 1 Awakener. No cognitive ability. Loyalty 100. Only requires 50 energy points daily to sustain life activities. Level 1 Ancient Virus Vaccine, 800 energy points. Ancient Zombie Virus Vaccine, after injection, can eliminate the virus in the infected person's body. Ineffective against those already transformed into zombies. Level 1 Venom Armor, 800 energy points. Like venom, entirely transparent, adheres to the host's body surface, undetectable by ordinary people. Can withstand some physical damage from level 1 mutants. Ordinary zombies cannot break through the physical defense. Remaining refresh time, 23:59:18. Looking at these 6 items, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but lick his lips. To be honest, he wanted them all, but unfortunately, he only had a little over 1,800 energy points left, so there weren't many things he could buy. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Cheng finally set his sights on the 6th item and said, "System, I want to purchase level 1 Venom Armor." Purchase successful. A flash of white light passed, and suddenly a transparent, slime-like object appeared in Jiang Cheng's hand, contained in a transparent box. Opening the box, the object crawled out along the edge of the box, then attached itself to his palm and slowly expanded until it wrapped around his entire body, including his head, before stopping its movement. Jiang Cheng gently felt the armor. It was very thin and light. If he hadn't intentionally sought it out, he wouldn't have sensed its existence at all. Looking at the armor, Jiang Cheng had a thought and picked up the hatchet that was placed next to the gym, striking his hand hard with it. This time, he put in all his strength. The next moment, he was dumbfounded. He saw a layer of white liquid suddenly shoot out from his arm, blocking the hatchet when it was just 10 centimeters away. Due to the excessive force, the hatchet cracked in half. Damn, the hatchet my grandmother left me. Jiang Cheng felt a sharp pain in his heart. This machete had accompanied him through several days of battle, and he had thought he could use it continuously. He never expected it to break here today. He didn't know whether to cry, or to laugh. Fortunately, the effect of the venom armor was indeed good, which gave Cheng some comfort. He then quietly placed the broken machete in the corner of the gym. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the item list again. The remaining energy points had turned into 1040. 2. And the venom battle armor in the first level had turned gray, marked as sold out. Let's get the watermelon knife then, Cheng said with a grim expression. Because of this armor, he now needed to spend an additional 200 energy points to buy a knife. Purchase successful. The white light shone again. A large machete measuring 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide appeared in Cheng's hand. The handle felt very comfortable to grip, and the watermelon knife felt somewhat heavy. Should I test its sharpness? Cheng thought, and silently picked up the rusty machete that was lying in the corner. Holding the watermelon knife in one hand and the machete in the other, he began to strike at each other. Crack! At the moment the two knives collided, the machete was directly sliced through by the watermelon knife. Not only that, the crack that was already on the machete spread upwards, and finally, with a snap, it broke in Cheng's hand. After doing all this, Cheng looked at the watermelon knife. There wasn't a single notch on the blade, and the body remained perfectly straight. A good knife. Cheng's eyes lit up as a strange thought suddenly popped into his mind. What would happen if he used this level 1 watermelon knife to cut through a level 1 venom armor? However, as soon as this thought emerged, he quickly suppressed it. He only had a little over 800 energy points left, and if the knife accidentally broke, he really wouldn't know who to cry to. He exited the mall interface. Next, Cheng began training in the gym and eventually injected himself with a secondary gene enhancement serum. System, display my profile panel. Host, Cheng, gender, male age, 23 level. Postnatal level 1, semi-awakened spirit. 0. 1 can amplify combat power by 10. Intelligence. 7. Average human is 1. Strength. 16. 45. Average human is 1. Agility. 8. 75. Average human is 1. Mentality. 6. 8. Average human is 1. Virus resistance. 0. 4. When reaching 1. Can be immune to first-tier mutant and below ordinary zombie viruses. Superpower. Awakening degree. 32. 0. Comprehensive combat power. 32. 4 increased the level, spirit, and virus resistance by 3 options. Cheng's eyes lit up as he scanned the information from top to bottom. The level and spirit were likely due to learning the breathing technique from old Yang, but he didn't expect it to have such a powerful effect. He was curious about how much his combat power would increase when his spirit reached 1. With a wisdom score of 7 points, Cheng felt that issues he previously found difficult to understand suddenly became clear, and he could provide the best answers to some complex problems. This might be the benefit of having a wisdom score of 7. His strength was 1645, equivalent to 1645 gene, which was comparable to that of a half-awakened individual. Just 355 genes short of a fully awakened one. However, even with his current strength, he felt he had nothing to fear, even if he encountered a fully awakened person. The most outrageous attribute was agility, 875, which meant he could move at a speed of 25 meters per second. Even if he faced a speed-type mutant, he wouldn't be afraid at all. His mental attribute was 8, and Cheng felt that his perception of the surrounding environment had strengthened, but aside from that, there were no other changes. His virus resistance had not yet reached 1, still lagging behind. Finally, his awakening level had already reached 32. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of abilities he would awaken when he reached 100. After shutting down the system panel, Cheng picked up a watermelon knife and exited the gym. However, as soon as he stepped out, he heard a scream. Chapter 34. The upgraded base. Cheng's figure flickered as he rushed downstairs with a knife. It took him less than 2 seconds to descend 3 floors. The screams were coming from the medical room on the first floor. Cheng hurried in, and when he saw Lu Xinru screaming while holding a medical cabinet, his face instantly darkened. Cough, cough, cough. Cheng cleared his throat twice as a reminder. Lu Xinru came to her senses. Her delicate face slightly flushed as she stammered, "I'm sorry. When I came down to make breakfast, I suddenly saw these. As a surgeon, this is the first time I've seen such a complete set of surgical equipment. I'm really excited. This can't be a dream, right? I understand." Cheng nodded in silence. The medical room was originally intended for Lu Xinru's use, and aside from her, there was no other doctor here. I have a request. Could you let me use this medical room? Lu Xinru asked hesitantly, her sparkling eyes looking pitiful. Cheng nodded with a chuckle and said, I agree. A good person enjoys peace throughout their life. After bowing deeply to Cheng, Lu Xinru turned to embrace the medical cabinet. She initially wanted to ask about the origins of this medical room, but then dismissed the thought. Since being rescued by Cheng and entering this base, everything inside was a mystery. So why ask too many questions? Sometimes, being simple can bring more happiness. It was evident that she truly loved it. After a brief complaint, Cheng left the medical room and, guided by the Doomsday system, toured the upgraded basic facilities of the base. First, they were waterproof. Heat-insulating concrete walls 1 meter thick, with an outer layer of metal plates about 10 centimeters thick, the material of which was unknown. Additionally, 2 micro-submachine guns were added inside the outer wall of the base gate. Apart from these, the previous 3 bedrooms had been transformed into 6, and finally, there was the backyard. Originally, it was a private yard left to him by his parents, but due to the erosion from the flood, it had turned into ruins. Most importantly, the backyard was a full 100 square meters with a broad view, equipped with a small fountain and a gazebo alongside a ginkgo tree. Taking a nap in the backyard during the leisurely afternoons was a wonderful experience. After touring the facilities, Cheng called Lin Ro and headed straight to Yang's school. He couldn't wait to acquire more energy points. On the morning of July 3rd, 2022, Shaqiao community would lay in bed in pain, continuously groaning for 3 days, his throat completely hoarse. The wounds on his buttocks and knees had become infected and suppurated due to a lack of cleaning over time, with the area around the wounds swollen like steamed buns. Aside from these 2 areas, what embarrassed him the most was Littlewood. Hey, is anyone there? If you hear me, come over. Are you all deaf, you bunch of bastards? Huang Shui, where the hell are you? Wang Ma, didn't you have your sights set on my family? If I die in your house, my dad will definitely not let you off. Wood's voice was weak. He simply didn't have the strength to shout. For 3 days, no one had paid him any attention, and he couldn't move, resulting in everything being taken care of in bed. Seeing that no one was responding, he shouted again. Didn't you want Huang Shui to come to my house? I agreed. Hurry up, I'm about to suffocate. Just as he was about to continue shouting, a cold voice came through. Wood, hearing the voice, Wood struggled to lift his head and saw a one-armed woman standing by the head of the bed. His face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, Baby, you finally acknowledged me? You just mentioned letting me into your Wu family, right? Huang Shui said casually. Wood hesitated for a moment, but still replied, Yes. As long as you save me, I will let you into my Wu family. Huh? Huang Shui sneered, looking at Wood with disdain. Just to enter your house? What else do you want? Otherwise, what do you expect? Wood threatened. There are many wealthy young ladies in Chudu who want to enter my Wu family, but can't. The opportunity is right in front of you. It depends on whether you cherish it or not. That was already his bottom line. Is that so? Huang Shui looked at the clownish Wood in front of her, feeling a bit self-deprecating. The man she had previously flattered turned out to be like this. She simply turned her body and prepared to leave the room. Seeing Huang Shui about to leave, Wood panicked instantly. Don't go. What conditions do you have? We can sit down and talk. As long as it's reasonable, I can't agree. Think it over before you come to find me. Huang Shui left those words and walked away. She wanted to enter the Wu family door, but not just to enter. She wanted everything from the Wu family. You cheap woman. You damn bitch. You tricked me. Just wait. When my dad arrives, I'll make sure to kill your whole family. Wood was furious and, after shouting a few words, fainted directly. Outside the room, when Huang Shui came out, Huang's father hurriedly approached and asked, How did it go? Just wait. He will agree, Huang Shui replied, not even looking at Huang's father as she went straight into the room and closed the door, leaving Huang's father awkwardly standing there. At the Lingshan City Highway toll station, 3 military jeeps and an armored vehicle rushed down from the highway entrance. Inside the vehicles, a radio crackled to life. Armored 1. This is Military Vehicle 1. I have arrived at the target city. This is Military Vehicle 2. I have reached the target city. This is Military Vehicle 3. I have arrived at the target city. Armored 1 received. All squads, Listen to my orders. Immediately look for temporary buildings to serve as defensive positions. Understood. Armored 1. After the 4 military vehicles exited the highway, they headed straight for the urban area. As they passed a vocational school, the armored vehicle issued another command. This is Armored 1. Target building found. Commence cleanup immediately. With that, the armored vehicle charged towards the zombies wandering at the entrance of the vocational school, while the other 3 military jeeps stopped in place, and 15 soldiers jumped down to open fire with submachine guns. Meanwhile, Cheng glanced at the school gate, then looked at Lin Ro, who immediately understood. You go ahead. I'll wait for you in the security office. Take care of yourself. Chapter 35. The unseen mutant. After giving Lin Ro his instructions, Cheng took his knife and walked inside. Yesterday, the elementary school section had already been cleared, and next he needed to clear the middle school section. It is worth mentioning that Yanghe School is well known for its middle school section. In the key high schools of Lincian City, the students from Yanghe School make up the majority of the entrance examination candidates. As a result, many parents are willing to give up free public schools and spend a large sum of money to send their children to the middle school section of Yanghe School. This has directly led to the middle school section of Yanghe School reaching an astonishing number of over 2,000 students. The main entrance of the school leads to the school plaza, where there is a flag-raising platform in the center directly facing the teaching building of the middle school section. Compared to the elementary school section, the plaza in front of the middle school teaching building is also empty. Cheng cautiously leaned against the wall on his left and slowly approached. When he got closer to the teaching building, he took a quick step, directly leaped up the stairs, rolled to dissipate the impact, and then pressed himself against the corner of the wall by the classroom window to peek inside. Where did everyone go? Cheng couldn't help but express his surprise when he saw that the classroom was completely empty. What was so strange about this Yanghe school? The zombies in the elementary department were a notch stronger than those outside. Could the zombies in the middle school department be any different? Putting aside these thoughts, Cheng cautiously checked a few classrooms nearby, and almost all of them were empty. The occasional figure he encountered was nothing but a torn-apart corpse. Strange. It was really too strange. After finishing the inspection of the first floor, Cheng climbed the stairs to the second floor, and it was still the same. Cheng directly went up to the top floor, which is the 4th floor. As soon as he climbed the stairs, he was hit by an extremely strong smell of decay, and there were also faint footsteps coming from upstairs. Sure enough, it was at the very top. Cheng secretly cursed and took a deep breath as he walked directly upstairs. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the upper floor, a zombie lunged at him. This one was different from the ordinary zombies outside. It was faster than an average person. Wow, did the zombies at Yanghe High School drink melamine? They're so fierce, he muttered under his breath. With a push of his toes, his body shot forward like a flying arrow, and with a watermelon knife in hand, he sliced through the air, leaving a silver line. With a poochie, black blood splattered 3 feet as the large head spun and flew into the air. He had taken down one. The commotion from the fight was not loud, but it soon attracted other zombies. Almost all the zombies fought with the same agility and immense strength as this one, slightly stronger than the elementary school zombies from yesterday, but a bit weaker than the female teacher zombies. Cheng looked at the horde of zombies in front of him and swallowed hard. If it weren't for the level 1 venom armor, he would definitely be scratched by the zombies while fighting in such a narrow corridor, but with the venom armor on, he had fewer worries. When it came to fighting, he was even more brutal than before. They fought for a full 3 hours. Hoo-hoo! Cheng's chest heaved violently. He never expected that his first battle after enhancement would be so strenuous. He lowered his head to sweep the area. Dark red. Thick blood flowed like a stream down the stairs, and the ground was almost covered with irregular zombie corpses of various sizes, some fragments still wriggling, creating an extremely disgusting scene. The battle should be over by now, Cheng thought to himself as he looked at the zombies scattered on the ground. But in the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Bang bang! A tremor suddenly shook the corridor. Before long, a monster appeared in Cheng's line of sight. This is also a mutated being? Cheng stared wide-eyed at the scene, noticing that this zombie looked very strange. Its body was similar to that of a strength-type zombie, even more muscular and taller, almost reaching 4 meters at a glance. But what was truly odd was its head. The neck was completely sunken in, with a gray-white-haired lowly half exposed, lying in the hollow of the neck, creating a very discordant sight. Let's test it out first. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, his intuition telling him that this zombie would definitely be difficult to deal with. However, since he had encountered it, he decided to test his watermelon knife on it. He took a swig from the spiritual water, then tightened the bottle cap and threw it hard at the zombie. In an instant, the bottle flew out of his hand, heading straight for the zombie's face. Ah! The little lowly screamed as she reached out with her chubby little hand to catch the incoming bottle. What a great opportunity! Taking advantage of the distraction, Jiang Cheng's figure flickered, and he drew a silver flash towards the little lowly. His current agility stat was 875, meaning he could move 25 meters per second, making him a mere phantom to an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the silver-haired zombie lowly was still reveling in her success of catching the water bottle, completely unaware of the impending danger. In the next moment, "Rest in peace," Jiang Cheng shouted angrily, and the long knife was already 1 meter away from the silver-haired zombie lowly's head, about to strike. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit from both sides of his body. Bang! Just half a meter away from the silver-haired zombie lowly's head, a pair of giant hands directly caught Jiang Cheng's watermelon knife. Jiang Cheng's pupils constricted. His knife was actually caught by this zombie, and the immense force transmitted through the blade nearly split his palm. Fortunately, the venomous armor absorbed most of the impact, allowing him to keep hold of the knife. Seeing that his strike had missed, Jiang Cheng leaned back and kicked forcefully at the zombie's arms, using the recoil to pull the blade free. He flipped in midair and landed steadily on the ground, then jumped back a few steps to maintain distance from this mutated creature. That was close. If he had been caught, he would have definitely lost his life. Jiang Cheng silently thought to himself, staring intently at the mutated creature in front of him as he began to devise a battle plan. After blocking Jiang Cheng's watermelon knife, the creature finally relaxed its massive, elephant-like arms, revealing a silver-haired little girl inside. Perhaps scared by Jiang Cheng's recent attack, or maybe because the water bottle in her hand was knocked away, the little girl let out a wail and started to cry. Her cries were sharp and similar to those of a mating wildcat, but even more piercing, causing a stinging pain in the ears just from listening. Watching the silver-haired little girl cry, the two giant arms beneath her flailed helplessly until one arm gently covered her head and patted her. The little girl sniffled a few times, and her cries finally stopped. In the end, the silver-haired little girl stared directly at Jiang Cheng, pointing at him with a small finger and saying, "Big guy, this human bullied and wants to eat him." Upon hearing the silver-haired little girl's words, the big guy quickly made a gesture of agreement, then bent down and assumed a running posture. With a loud bang, the ground of the corridor cracked beneath him before he suddenly vanished from the spot. Jiang Cheng's expression changed, slowly raising the watermelon knife to block in front of him. Here it comes. Chapter 36. Severely Injured. A metallic buzzing sound rang out. The watermelon knife blocking in front of him twisted and deformed, curving toward his chest. Damn! Jiang Cheng was struck hard in the chest and flew backward, but before he could hit the ground, a powerful wind struck from behind, delivering another heavy blow to his back and sending him crashing towards the floor. Bang! The corridor was directly dented by Jiang Cheng's impact. However, the mutated creature showed no signs of stopping. It raised its arms high and began to rain down punches on the dented Jiang Cheng. Boom! 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 The ground of the corridor was directly punched through, and Jiang Cheng's body quickly plummeted. After crashing through 3 floors, he finally came to a stop on the marble floor of the first floor. Before Jiang Cheng could catch his breath, the mutated creature leaped down. Is it coming again? Jiang Cheng cursed inwardly. The speed of this mutated creature was too fast, leaving him no time to react as he was hit several times in a row. If it weren't for the venom armor absorbing most of the damage, along with the breathing technique he learned from old Yang, he would have been turned into minced meat by now. Watching the mutated creature descend from the sky, its giant feet looming over him, Jiang Cheng quickly performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the attack. Meanwhile, inside the security office, Lin Ro was startled by the explosion sounds and hurriedly leaned out the window. When she saw the dust rising not far away and Jiang Cheng standing in the square, clutching his chest, her heart instantly leaped into her throat. Jiang Cheng seemed to be in trouble. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Lin Ro instinctively pulled out the gun hidden in her clothes. Wanted to go out and help. But just as she touched the doorknob, she snapped back to reality. Jiang Cheng's strength is countless times greater than hers. If even Jiang Cheng can't solve it, then wouldn't her presence just add to the opponent's burden? Lin Ro, you're truly useless. In the square, Jiang Cheng, holding his chest, stared grimly at the huge figure emerging from the smoke. Judging by the strength displayed by this guy, it was definitely more than one level. If they continued fighting, he would undoubtedly die. But if he turned to flee, Jiang Cheng secretly glanced at the security office behind him. He was less than 100 meters away from it. If he ran in that direction, Lin Ro, who was hiding in the security office, would likely be in danger. The only option for now was to hold off this monster and let Lin Ro escape first. Having thought through the plan, Jiang Cheng wiped the blood that had oozed from the corner of his mouth, gripped the knife handle tightly again, and assumed a defensive stance. Fortunately, the watermelon knife produced by the system shop was extremely resilient, having been bent several times without deforming. Come on, you damned aberration. I don't believe I can't kill you. Jiang Cheng cursed loudly, his figure flashing as the watermelon knife in his hand traced a silver Z shape on the ground, slashing horizontally towards the mutated creature. Big guy, kill him. The silver-haired little lowly instantly saw Jiang Cheng's strike trajectory and shouted out loud. The large mutated creature underneath her also reacted, swinging a punch towards the direction Jiang Cheng was attacking. Clang! The knife met the fist with a metallic roar, and the immense force from the blade made Jiang Cheng quickly retreat a few meters. He was actually blocked. Jiang Cheng was surprised, but he did not lose heart. He spun 360 degrees on his toes to unload the force, then ascended again, swinging his knife down. Big guy, he's on your left. The silver-haired little lowly shouted again. The headless giant immediately turned and charged to the left. Clang! This time, when the blade clashed with him, Jiang Cheng used the force to fly back 10 meters and landed steadily. The two consecutive attacks also allowed him to discover the movement patterns of this mutated entity. Every time he swung his knife, the giant could only determine the direction and launch an attack under the little lowly's command, which meant that the weakness of this mutated entity was the silver-haired little lowly hiding at its neck. As long as he could cut down that silver-haired lowly zombie, the mutated entity would lose control. He understood this, but another question arose: how to break through the giant's defense. It was indeed a tough situation. At this moment, Lin Ro had been watching the battle from the security room for a long time. Hearing Jiang Cheng shout, she instinctively wanted to ask him what to do. But the next moment, Jiang Cheng's voice interrupted her again. I naturally have a way to escape. Listening to this, Lin Ro no longer hesitated. She quickly pulled open the back door of the security room, took a deep look in Jiang Cheng's direction, and quietly said, "Take care." What a obedient little girl. Seeing Lin Ro leave, Jiang Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Adding a bit more force to the knife, he was swinging at the silver-haired zombie lowly. Die for me. Bang. This time, Jiang Cheng used all his strength and moved extremely fast. The mutated entity, realizing it couldn't punch in time, immediately raised its arms to block. Poochie! A splatter of blue blood flew out. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng saw that his knife had penetrated 3 inches deep, leaving a long cut of over 10 centimeters on the mutated entity's arm, cutting into the flesh by 3 centimeters. Seeing his attack succeed, Jiang Cheng pushed off with his feet against the arm and retreated a few meters, landing steadily. He then bent his legs and flew forward again, swinging his knife. Poochie! Another cut, this time on one of its legs. Retreat, land, and strike again. After executing 8 consecutive strikes, Jiang Cheng finally stepped back 10 meters and stopped attacking, standing there to catch his breath. In contrast, the mutated entity had 9 cuts all over its body, bleeding a lot of blue blood. Even though it had some recovery ability, Jiang Cheng's attacks had enraged it. The silver-haired zombie lowly felt the intense pain coursing through her body, and her delicate gray pupils fixed on Jiang Cheng as she said, "Human, and is really angry this time." Then she muttered to herself, "And it doesn't want to become so ugly. It's this human's fault. After saying that, her eyes turned red, and she threw her head back, letting out a sharp scream. Ah! At the same time, the arm beneath her went wild and violently smashed towards the silver-haired little lowly. Poochie! Blue blood mixed with bits of flesh flew out from her neck, and the original silver-haired lowly was completely smashed into a pile of meat paste. Cheng frowned deeply. What the hell was that operation? However, a strong sense of crisis surged within him. Just as he was dumbfounded, the monster's neck underwent a massive transformation. The flesh within beginning to slowly wriggle, gradually taking the shape of a head, with vaguely recognizable features resembling an enlarged version of the silver-haired lowly. It wasn't just the monster's head that was changing, the giant's body was as well. With a pop, 2 half-meter-long bone spikes burst out from its elbows, and its knees grew bone spikes over 10 centimeters long. The originally massive muscles rapidly contracted, and its 4-meter-tall body shrank down to 2 meters. Once the transformation was complete, the mutated entity stared at Cheng as if looking at a dead person and said, "Now that you've seen an end's ugly appearance, you must die." Cheng grinned and directly took out a glass syringe filled with green potion from his backpack, stabbing it into his arm. Instantly, he felt a surge of power flowing from within him. The injuries he had just sustained in battle were almost completely healed, and his depleted stamina was fully restored. System. Check my status panel. Host, Cheng gender. Male age, 23 level. Postnatal first layer, half-awakened spirit. 0, 1 can amplify combat power by 10. Intelligence, 7. 5. Normal human is 1. Strength, 16. 95. Normal human is 1. Agility, 9. 25. Normal human is 1. Mentality, 7. 3. Normal human is 1. Virus resistance, 0. 4. When it reaches 1. Immune to first-tier mutated and below ordinary zombie viruses. Superpower. Awakening degree, 32. 5. Comprehensive combat power, 33. 9. Why did my attribute points only increase by 0? 5. Is the system giving me a defective product? Cheng couldn't help but frown. The system immediately explained. Level 1 gene enhancer. The first injection increases several basic attributes by 1. The second injection increases attributes by half, and the third injection is ineffective. The host is undergoing the second injection. That's quite a loss. Cheng let out a silent sigh and exited the system. How should he put it? He couldn't say he lost out, as the data had at least increased. He looked again at the mutated creature in front of him. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he suddenly threw the glass syringe he had just injected towards the mutated creature. Then, using all his strength, he stomped his foot down hard on the ground, and his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, quickly dashing towards the school gate. Crack! The flying syringe was crushed in an instant. The mutated creature suddenly looked up towards Cheng's position, only to awkwardly realize that there was no trace of Cheng left, just a whirlwind of dust-filled air. Realizing it had been tricked, the mutated creature roared angrily towards the sky and sprang forward to chase after the school gate. In the blink of an eye, the mutated creature leaped over the 2-meter-high iron gate and raced towards Cheng, using the walls of the shops on either side for support. Human, you coward! Have the guts to stand still. Stand still? Ha! Cheng let out a cold laugh. Unless he was out of his mind, after a few exchanges, he knew very well that he was no match for this guy at all. If they continued fighting, it would definitely lead to his demise. But the next moment, a fierce wind suddenly swept by his ear. Cheng's eyes widened in shock as he quickly raised his hand to block. But the force coming from his arm sent him crashing against the wall of the shop by the roadside. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Cheng slammed into the wall, creating a large hole, and he rolled several times as he fell onto the ground along with the shattered bricks, spitting out the dust in his mouth. Cheng cursed under his breath. Looks like I've run into big trouble today. This bastard not only has a freakish speed, but also an unbelievable amount of strength, especially his fighting style, which gave him no chance to catch his breath. Comparable to a second-tier, mutated creature. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a fist came rushing towards him again. Are you addicted to hitting people or something? Cursing loudly, Cheng rolled to evade the attack, pushed himself up with both hands. and then swung his knife in a horizontal slash. Clang! The blade struck a hard white bone-like object, producing a piercing metallic hum, and at the same time, the blade trembled, nearly causing Cheng to lose his grip on the handle. "It's so hard, do you know that?" Cheng cursed again, sheathing his knife to gather strength. Then his arm drew arcs in the air, causing the watermelon knife to shimmer with silver light. Clang, clang, clang. The watermelon knife continuously clashed with the bone spikes, and with each impact, sparks erupted. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling, and the constantly flickering sparks made his eyes water uncontrollably. The attack lasted for less than a minute. Cheng gritted his teeth, his wrist aching from the intense sword swings. Just as he was about to strike again, his wrist stiffened. Not good. The bony spur suddenly lunged towards him. Caught off guard, Cheng's abdomen took the hit directly. The bony spur reached within a centimeter of his lower abdomen at high speed, and at that moment, the protective armor activated, sending transparent threads to wrap around the bony spur. However, the transparent threads only held for a moment before being shattered by the immense force of the bony spur, leaving only a small portion of the threads forming a transparent membrane that wrapped around the sharp tip of the spur. With no obstruction, the bony spur pierced through effortlessly. The sound of flesh being penetrated echoed. Cheng stared wide-eyed in disbelief at his pierced abdomen, streams of blood gushing out around the bone spur, dripping onto the ground. Drip, drip. The ground was instantly stained bright red. The intense pain from his abdomen left him momentarily weak. Am I going to die? Cheng stared blankly at his punctured lower abdomen, struggling to accept the reality. He had just managed to be reborn and hadn't yet had the chance to take revenge on those two bitches. And now he was going to die again? No, he couldn't die yet. There were still many things he hadn't done. A powerful will to survive continuously stimulated his brain nerves and his body. Suddenly, an unknown strength surged within him as Cheng roared, swinging a knife to strike at the bone spur embedded in his body. Crack! The bone spur broke off at the wound, and then Cheng swung again. Whoosh! He thrust the knife directly into the chest of the mutated creature. Roar! The chest was pierced, and the mutated creature let out a painful roar while instinctively throwing a punch. Bang! His shoulder was hit, causing Cheng to lose grip of the watermelon knife, and he flew backward for dozens of meters, enduring the throbbing pain in his shoulder. He leaped into the air and pulled out the gun from his pocket. Aiming at the mutated creature, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 6 bullets were fired without reservation. The moment he finished shooting, his back hit the ground with a painful thud. With a surge of potential, he reached the base entrance in just 2 seconds. With red eyes, he shouted loudly, "Dawn, open the door for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the base door opened immediately. Cheng, having exhausted his last bit of strength, felt darkness closing in and collapsed forward. Outside the alley, roar. The mutated creature let out a long howl, pulling the watermelon knife from its chest and stabbing it into the wall beside it, then opened its claws, frantically clawing at the air to vent its anger. Humans, I will kill you, kill you. Chapter 38. Recovery in the surgical room of the Dawn base. Under the shadowless light, Lu Xinru, pale-faced, finished stitching the last stitch and slumped backward. Fortunately, Lin Ro acted quickly and caught her just as she was about to fall to the ground. "Sister Lu, how are you?" Lin Ro hurriedly asked. "Okay, don't move yet. I'll come and help you in a moment." After saying this, Lin Ro turned and pushed the operating table with Cheng upstairs, leaving Lu Xinru sitting on the ground, murmuring in a daze. "I hope you wake up soon." July 5th, 2022. Morning. Inside the hibernation chamber, Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "I'm not dead." He looked suspiciously at the transparent glass in front of him and realized he was in a cryo chamber. He glanced at the time inside the chamber. July 5th. Wait, wasn't yesterday July 3rd? This means I was unconscious for a day and a night? Damn abnormality. Cheng gritted his teeth. He never expected to be injured so severely. And if it weren't for his desperate escape in the end, he might have ended up in the hands of that mutated creature. Alas, he can't go to Yanghe school for now, at least not until his strength has improved. As for the injuries on his body, Cheng sat up, looking down at his abdomen. He noticed that the wound on his lower abdomen was wrapped in a neat circle of bandages, and there were no signs of blood oozing out. Carefully unwrapping the bandage, he saw that his wound was stitched up with fine, dense threads. With such skill, it was undoubtedly Lu Xinru who had treated his wound. For a moment, Cheng felt immensely grateful for his choice back then. After re-wrapping the bandage, Cheng got dressed and got out of bed. As he opened the door to go outside, he saw 3 pairs of eyes at the entrance looking at him with surprise. Moreover, all 3 pairs of eyes had dark circles, clearly indicating that they hadn't slept well. Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. Seeing that Cheng didn't speak, Lin Ro took the initiative to say, "You finally woke up. You were unconscious for a whole day and night. It scared us to death. How do you feel?" Lu Xinru, who was beside her, also spoke up, her eyes full of concern. "Much better," Cheng smiled and replied. Aside from Lu Xinru's effective surgery, the sleep chamber had a built-in repair function, allowing him to recover most of his extensive external injuries in a short time. Although the wounds were still present, if he rested for another couple of days, he'd be back to normal. "That's good. I'll change your medicine later. Remember to avoid spicy and cold food for the next few days," Lu Xinru reminded him again. "Thank you, Dr. Lu. I understand." Cheng nodded in gratitude. "All right, since this kid is awake, it means the situation isn't too serious." Yang Laodat, who had been standing aside for a long time, couldn't hold back anymore and directly interrupted, causing the 2 women to blush slightly. The 2 women nodded at Cheng and turned to walk downstairs. Once they left, Yang Laodad's expression became serious as he asked, "Kid, tell me about what you encountered." When it came to the mutated being, Cheng's expression also became serious. The 2 sat on the balcony, pouring Yang Laodat a glass of water and serving themselves a glass as well. Cheng then began, "That day, Lin Ro and I went to Yanghe school to hunt zombies, and then," after a long pause, Cheng finally finished recounting the events from the day before yesterday. Yang Laodat furrowed his brows upon hearing this. "Are you saying that thing has the head of a little girl, a human body below the neck, and can transform?" "Yes." Cheng nodded, adding, "Its speed is faster than the side zombie we encountered last time, and its strength is greater than that of the bulky zombies." Reflecting on the previous battle with that zombie, he still felt a lingering fear. "It seems that the zombie you described is at least equivalent to a martial artist at the 7th level of acquired strength," Yang Laodat analyzed, then sighed deeply. "In this world now, sigh, who knows when it will all end?" "Who knows?" Cheng sighed and unconsciously looked into the distance. After chatting for a while longer, he went straight to the gym on the 3rd floor. With the recovery from the dormant pod, he could still do some simple recovery exercises without any issues. Inside the gym, he noticed that perhaps due to the upgrade of the base, the cold and aloof female hologram unexpectedly glanced at the wound on Cheng's abdomen and said, "Penetrating injury, internal organs damaged, but recovery is going well." "How do you know that? And you actually have your own consciousness?" Cheng asked in surprise. It is worth noting that the previous female hologram spoke in an icy tone, appearing as lifeless as a projected robot. Now, while still cold, the hologram spoke with a hint of humanity. "After upgrading the Dawn base to level 2, my system was also upgraded," the cold and aloof female hologram explained. "I see." Cheng nodded in agreement, then directly took off his coat and said, "All right, let's stop the small talk and start the training." "Yes, Master," the elder sister Shadow replied. This time, the training content was different from usual. Cheng could feel that the intensity of the training had noticeably decreased, which once again made him marvel at the humanity of the base. 2 hours later, Cheng wiped the sweat off his face and said, "System, check my profile. Host, Cheng gender, male age, 23 level. Postnatal first layer, semi-awakened spirit. 0. 1 can amplify combat power by 10. Wisdom, 7. 5. Average human is 1. Strength, 17. 7. Average human is 1. Agility, 10. Average human is 1. Mentality, 7. 5. Average human is 1. Virus resistance, 0. 4. When it reaches 1. Can be immune to Tier 1 mutated entities and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability. Awakening degree, 33. 0. Comprehensive combat power, 35. 6. Strength attribute increased by 0. 75. Strength reached 1770 gene. Agility attribute reached 10 points. Speed was 70 meters per second. Mentality increased by 0. 2. Awakening degree increased to 33. 0. Cheng took a thorough look at his data and found that with his current abilities, combined with a 0. 1 level of spirituality, he could definitely handle the previous first-tier awakened being. Such strength was enough for him to protect himself in Lincian City. However, it wasn't the time to be complacent, as the lessons from the other day were still fresh in his mind. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from downstairs. Dinner's ready. Chapter 39. Hard Qi Gong, Shaqiao Community. Inside the residential building, Wood had persevered through the whole day, but due to the hot weather and the severe infection of his wound, he felt as if he couldn't catch his breath, and a sense of death enveloped him. Am I going to die? Wood lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He should have been safely enjoying his life as a rich young master in Cheng. But he foolishly decided to follow Huang Shui to Lincian City for some excitement. And now he was caught up in a zombie situation, with his brother being killed and his wound festering without anyone to tend to it. Was this a punishment from heaven? As he murmured to himself, a faint female voice sounded again. So have you thought it through? Is it you? Hearing the familiar voice, Wood's dazed eyes regained a moment of clarity. But he no longer had the strength to turn his head and could only lie back and weakly open his mouth. The visitor was indeed Huang Shui. She looked down at Wood from above, her face devoid of any expression as she said, "You're about to die." "Yeah, I'm going to die." Wood sighed, his gaze dim. He didn't believe he could survive. "So, have you figured it out?" Huang Shui asked again. Wood gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "What if I have? I'm in this state. Can you save me?" Huang Shui replied, "Then how do you think I'm standing here talking to you? Right? You said your whole arm was broken. How can you stand?" A glimmer of light sparked in Wood's eyes. Huang Shui said, "I have my ways. Right now, you only have one chance. Just open your mouth, and I'll immediately restore you to your former state. You can save me?" Wood's eyes brightened further, his face trembling. "I don't want to repeat meaningless chatter with you," Huang Shui said, a bit impatiently. When a person is on the edge of a cliff, the desire to live becomes incredibly strong. Wood, who was on the verge of death, felt the will to live without hesitation and said, I promise you, as long as you can restore me from now on, the Wu family and I, Wood, will definitely follow Huang Shui." After saying that, he looked at Huang Shui with pleading eyes. "Good." Huang Shui nodded in satisfaction, took out a gray crystal, and stuffed it into Wood's mouth in one swift motion, all while thinking to herself, as for whether it works or not, it's all fate. "What did you give me to eat?" After swallowing the object, Wood just asked when his face suddenly turned pale, feeling as if thousands of ants were crawling all over his body, itching so badly that he felt worse than dead. This sensation lasted for more than a minute. Just as Wood was about to give in, a powerful warm current surged within him, rising from his lower abdomen and flowing through his limbs. The necrotic areas began to sprout new flesh, and his previously shriveled muscles swelled up like inflated balloons. 3 minutes later, is this the feeling of power? Wood inhaled deeply, intoxicated, stood up from the bed, and looked at Huang Shui with burning eyes, grinning wickedly. "My little darling, how should I thank you?" Saying this, he wrapped his arms around her waist, leaned in to breathe in the air near her ear, while his other hand recklessly roamed her back. Smack! Huang Shui slapped his hand away, took a step back, and said with disgust, "Just do what you promised." Of course, which showed no dissatisfaction with Huang Shui's actions. Instead, he moved even closer, one hand slipping into her collar, exhaling hot air as he whispered, "As my fiancé, I need to exercise my husband's rights in advance. I really need it right now." As he spoke, that disobedient hand applied some force. Huang Shui snorted coldly, allowing him to act as he pleased, her voice icy mixed with sarcasm. "Even if I were willing, could you?" "What do you mean?" Wood's expression changed immediately. Ever since he was shot and had his little Wood blown up by Cheng, he had become extremely sensitive to such topics, especially when Huang Shui brought it up. He felt a huge sense of humiliation and gripped tighter. The literal meaning. Huang Shui gently pulled Wood's hand away and said, "Besides, your hand is very uninteresting to me." After saying that, she turned around and left him with a remark, "I advise you to think about what we should do in Lincian City." "I am uninteresting." "Huang Shui, you're the one who's uninteresting." Meanwhile, after dinner, the group gathered again in the gym. Old Yang explained, "Yesterday, we discussed the breathing method and control method in the Qi gathering technique, and today, I will teach you my ultimate skill, hard Qigong." Hard Qigong? Jiang Cheng was taken aback again. To be honest, the name of this old man's martial art was really down to earth. He was not unfamiliar with the term hard Qigong. In fact, he was quite familiar with it. He remembered that during middle school, he had a physical education teacher who practiced hard Qigong. Before demonstrating it, he would need to gather his energy for at least a minute, and then he would break bricks with his head, hammer nails with his palms, and stop a high-speed rotating iron fan with his fingers. Moreover, this teacher, to prove that his skills were real, even brought out a photo with martial arts superstar Bruce Lee. But even if it was real, did that mean he had to headbutt bricks and pose for a minute before gathering his energy? By the time he finished, the other person might have already run a few hundred meters away. However, Jiang Cheng did not voice his doubts. The last time, the old man had spoken in a similar manner and had slapped him hard in the face. Now Jiang Cheng wanted to see how the old man's hard Qigong differed from that of his PE teacher. "Are you curious about the effects of hard Qigong?" Old Yang said mysteriously. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement and said, "I'm very curious." Old Yang, upon hearing this, immediately laughed and said, "Good, since you're curious. I'll perform something for you today. You three step back 3 paces. After the 3 complied and stepped back, leaving a clear space for Old Yang. He nodded in satisfaction and strode to the center of the empty area. Then he slowly closed his eyes, pressed his palms together in front of his chest, and took a deep breath. Hua! With a loud shout, Old Yang's eyes instantly widened, and the air around him began to flow rapidly, forming a small whirlwind. Jiang Cheng and the other 2 had their hair blown wildly, but their eyes remained fixed. The cyclone around Old Yang grew larger, with air continuously being sucked in from his mouth. His originally shriveled and weak body began to rapidly expand in the next moment. "Is this some kind of hard Qigong?" Jiang Cheng shouted in disbelief. Lin Ro and Lu Xinru were equally astonished. The breathing technique from yesterday had already amazed them, and now this hard Qigong was directly altering a person's physique. They watched as the originally one. 6-meter tall, Old Yang shot up to 2 meters. Not only that, but his clothes were torn apart due to his explosive muscles. Just by standing there, Old Yang exuded an immense sense of pressure that made Jiang Cheng and the others feel overwhelmed. Once he finished his breathing exercises, Old Yang was quite pleased with everyone's expressions, and then he smugly shouted at Jiang Cheng, "Hey kid, why don't you try hitting me now?" "Are you sure, old man?" Jiang Cheng asked in disbelief. Old Yang confidently replied, "If I tell you to hit me, then hit me." "All right," Jiang Cheng agreed, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He knew that his current strength was as high as 1,770 pounds, and with a 1 spiritual enhancement, the explosive damage he could unleash with 1 punch was nearly 2,000 pounds, which is equivalent to 1 ton. What does 1 ton mean? The explosive power of a wild northeast tiger's paw is 1 ton, capable of crushing bones to pieces. In other words, Old Yang was about to endure the force equivalent to that of a wild northeast tiger's strike. "Old man, are you ready? You still have a chance to back out. Otherwise, I'm going to make my move," Jiang Cheng reminded repeatedly. Old Yang impatiently said, "I told you to hit, so just hit. Stop dawdling like a woman." "Good." Jiang Cheng was not polite at all, directly walking up to Old Yang, then stepping forward, bending his arm to gather strength. With a quick pivot of his toes and a thrust from his waist, he threw a punch straight out, shouting, "Watch out, old man. Stop with the nonsense and just come at me." Old Yang shouted back just as loudly. Jiang Cheng launched a punch, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, directly striking towards Old Yang's abdomen. Bang! Chapter 40, a different level. The punch hit the abdomen, causing the flesh above to ripple under this immense force. At the point where the abdomen met the fist, a wave of air spread out into the sky. Puffed. Seeing Old Yang's struggling expression, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh in his heart, yet he was still extremely impressed. He had held back 3 points of his strength, but it was still over 700 pounds. To be able to withstand nearly a ton of force with his body clearly demonstrated that a postnatal 5th-level martial artist was indeed deserving of the title. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Old man, how do you feel?" "Just a punch, nothing to worry about." Young Loud Eye forced a smile, but inside he had already started cursing. He didn't expect Jiang Cheng to have such great strength, comparable to that big guy from before. "Oh." Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, "How about another round? I promise I'll use all my strength this time." "All your strength?" Young Loud Eye thought to himself that the kid had just held back. The thought of the power that kid could unleash made him shudder, and he quickly scolded, "You little brat, I was just demonstrating. Did you really think I was a punching bag?" He added, "Besides, if I demonstrate again, wouldn't that waste everyone's learning time?" After saying that, he looked expectantly at Lin Ro and Lu Xinru. The two girls either didn't understand or were intentionally trying to tease the old man. Lin Ro shook her head and said, "It's fine to demonstrate again. I'm bored to death doing nothing but practicing and eating every day." Lu Xinru shrugged and said, "As a doctor and cook, I have very little to do, so feel free." "Look, old man," they both agreed, "so let's do it again," Jiang Cheng said. Clicking a pause. Young Loud Eye stopped pretending and wave his hands. "Do it again? Are you trying to send me off early?" Puffed, puffed. There was a sound of snickering. Young Loud Eye turned around and saw Lin Ro laughing while holding her stomach, and Dr. Lu covering her mouth with her eyes crescent-shaped, filled with teasing. Looking at Jiang Cheng, he had a smirk on his face. "Good, you all teamed up to bully an injured old man. Truly heartbreaking." Young Loud Eye immediately became indignant, flexing his Schwarzenegger-like muscles, pretending to be heartbroken. Seeing the old man getting into it, Jiang Cheng directly said, "Old man, if you keep pretending, then He trailed off. Young Loud Eye instantly stopped and said seriously, "All right, let us not waste time. Let us start the lesson." The sudden change surprised the two girls. But seeing Jiang Cheng's sly smile, they secretly decided to ask him about it after class. "All right, enough nonsense," Young Loudy's voice rose, and the gym immediately quieted down as the three of them sat cross-legged on the floor. Seeing this, Young Loud Eye began to speak. "I believe you've seen the defensive effects of this hard Qigong, so next we'll talk about the method of operation." After saying that, he pointed at Jiang Cheng and said, "Kid, come up here, let us do a demonstration." "Me?" Jiang Cheng was surprised and pointed to himself, thinking that the old man wouldn't take the opportunity to hit back, but he still stood up obediently. "Take off your shirt," Young Loud Eye continued. Jiang Cheng was no longer willing to go along with this. If it were just two big men, it would be one thing, but there were also two girls sitting below. He immediately said, "Old man, are you sure you want me to take off my clothes here? Otherwise, how can I demonstrate the operation of hard Qigong without taking off my clothes?" Grandpa Yang said with a mischievous smile, then looked at the two girls and asked, "What do you think? Should we let this kid take it off?" "Yes, he must take it off." Lin Ro was the first to step forward and said loudly. Just imagining Jiang Cheng completely naked made her a little excited. "What about Dr. Lu?" The old man turned to ask Lu Xinru. Lu Xinru's face turned slightly red. She was actually looking forward to the idea of Jiang Cheng taking off his clothes, so she gently nodded and said, "See, everyone agrees," Grandpa Yang said. Jiang Cheng refused with a face full of rejection. "I won't take it off." "Then are you going to let these two young ladies do it?" Old Yang said, his eyes becoming lewd. Lin Ro immediately lost her composure and said, "Jiang Cheng, for the country, for the people, just sacrifice a little." Lu Xinru also said seriously, "Don't worry, in the eyes of doctors, you're no different from a piece of pork belly." Under the moral pressure of the three, Jiang Cheng bit his teeth and agreed. "Just to make teaching easier, okay?" Jiang Cheng struggled to squeeze out a few words, giving old Yang a fierce glare that made him shiver before slowly pulling up his t-shirt. What shame not to be a male model with this body. The moment Jiang Cheng took off his shirt, Lin Ro couldn't take her eyes off him. Two well-defined chest muscles were prominently raised, with 8-pack abs sharply outlined, and that winding mermaid line leading down. Gulp. Lin Ro's face turned slightly red as she swallowed. Lu Xinru was not much better off. After so many years in medicine, she had seen countless male bodies, but none were as perfect as Jiang Cheng's. It was simply a work of art, even more attractive than the so-called Prometheus statue of ancient Rome. The stitched wound on his lower abdomen not only didn't detract from his appearance, but instead made this male body exude a strong masculine hormone aura. I really want to touch it. Lu Xinru thought to herself. Hey kid, what you dazed for? Keep taking off. Old Yang's voice rang out again. Jiang Cheng frowned even deeper and said, take it off? Of course. If you don't take off your pants, how can you see the meridians on your legs? Old Yang said with righteous indignation. Aye. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and slowly reached for his casual pants, preparing to pull them down. The two girls also stared wide-eyed with flushed faces. The next moment, Old Yang timely spoke up. Kid, you don't need to take off your underwear. Just your outer pants will do. Okay. Jiang Cheng sighed in relief, feeling much less pressure in his heart. It really was difficult for him to expose everything in front of others. He couldn't get over that mental hurdle. However, even so, it was still unavoidable to feel awkward. He is quite big, Lin Rose said softly. Lu Xinru also nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, he's not lacking in size. I meant his muscles. The two girls suddenly exchanged glances and simultaneously said in perfect harmony. As for what they were referring to, only they knew in their hearts. To avoid further awkwardness, Old Yang cleared his throat and said, all right, let's not talk too much nonsense. Let's begin explaining the principles of hard Qigong. He patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder and said, now, start breathing in the energy absorption method and simultaneously perform the energy control technique. Okay. Jiang Cheng didn't know what the old man was going to say, but followed along anyway. He inhaled deeply. A warm current was drawn into his body, flowing into his lower abdomen, the dantian area, and under the operation of the energy control method, that massive energy began to circulate with his movements. All right, now you all pay close attention. Old Yang raised his voice, his 5 fingers forming a palm, and with a single motion, he forcefully slapped Jiang Cheng's rear. Smack! Chapter 41. Permanent Commodity Column. Old man, what do you want to do? Jiang Cheng was furious. Old Yang casually glanced at his palm and said, but is quite resilient. Watching this scene, Lin Ro blushed and rubbed her small hands. She also wanted to give it a pat. Lu Xinru's eyes were also eager to try. Old man, what exactly do you want to do? Jiang Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected that during their time at the survivor's base. Although the old man was flamboyant with his words, he didn't have such peculiar habits. What's going on now? Old Yang unceremoniously replied, what do I want to do? Of course, it's to teach you how to gather your energy. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and added meaningfully, you don't think the old man wants to do something to you, do you? Old man, you... Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth in anger. If looks could kill, the old man would have died 1,000 times already. Old Yang, unfazed, continued. Hard Qigong is a method of defense. So how do we defend? Do we use our own flesh? Jiang Cheng couldn't care less about being angry and asked. Isn't it? Wrong. Totally wrong. Old Yang directly denied it and explained, hard Qigong relies on the energy for defense. The real principle is to fill the entire body with energy. When an external force attacks, the energy can react to block it. This is the highest essence of hard Qigong. What you need to learn is the first step of hard Qigong, which is the energy reaching the target. As the name suggests, it means that when a certain part of the body is attacked, the energy in the dantian can quickly reach that area to resist the attack. Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully. The old man's meaning was already very clear. It was to control the qi to reach. Old Yang continued, the key to qi reaching is self. Self means automatic. You need to let the qi form self-memory so that it can reach on its own without any operation. So how can we make the qi reach on its own? Jiang Cheng asked. Old Yang smiled mysteriously and said, of course. Clap. A crisp sound rang out again. Jiang Cheng's buttocks were hit hard again. Feeling a sharp pain, Jiang Cheng couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, old man, what do you mean? Yang Loud Eyes smiled leisurely and said naturally, I'm helping you quickly reach the realm of qi self-realization. You're helping me? Jiang Cheng's teeth were nearly grinding to dust. Yang Lao Dia replied, Oteruise? If I don't hit you, how will you know to use your qi to resist my attacks? If I don't hit you a few more times, how will your qi form memory? In the end, you just want to hit me, Jiang Cheng fumed. He knew this old man had a strong sense of revenge, using teaching as a means to retaliate. Yang Laodai grinned and said, "You guessed it right, but this is indeed the fundamental method of practicing hard qigong." "And taking off your clothes?" Jiang Cheng asked again. Yang Laodai revealed all his old, yellowed teeth and said, "That's naturally to take revenge for your disrespect towards the elderly and love for the young." After saying that, before Jiang Cheng could respond, he shouted, "Attention, I'm going to hit you." "Damn." Jiang Cheng thought it was bad news and immediately focused his energy. As for the two girls beside him, old Yang had them practice by hitting each other, which was his principle of colorful yet refined. It must be said that old Yang's method was indeed effective. After half a day's practice, the energy in their bodies had basically adapted to the external reactions, and every time old Yang made a move, Jiang Cheng could respond quickly. "All right, let's stop here for today." Old Yang waved his hand. After accompanying Jiang Cheng for half a day of practice, he felt that his old injuries were about to flare up again. But he couldn't help but feel a fondness for this kid. 3 points. Good talent, quick to pick up skills, and obedient. The few of them practiced continuously for 3 days according to old Yang's method. July 8th, 2022. Jiang Cheng's injuries were completely healed under the care of Lu Xinru and the treatment of the sleep chamber. Due to practicing the qi absorption technique, 2 white energy lines, about the thickness of chopsticks, appeared in his dantian. According to old Yang's explanation, this is a sign of the second level of postnatal development. His hard qigong also achieved initial results after several days of diligent practice. Based on strength measurement calculations, he could withstand a force of 1,000 pounds without any issue. And beyond that, he would need to rely on the venom armor. In the gym, Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, "System, check my information. Host, Jiang Cheng, gender, male age, 23 level. Postnatal second layer, half-awakened spirit. 0, 2, can amplify combat power by 20, intelligence, 7. 5, normal human is 1, strength, 21. 75, normal human is 1, agility, 10. 75, normal human is 1, mentality, 7. 8, normal human is 1, virus resistance, 0. 5, when reaching 1, can be immune to first-level mutated and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability. Awakening degree, 40. 0, comprehensive combat power, 40. 3, the martial artist realm is postnatal second layer, having reached the level of half-awakened, with a spirit value of 0. 2, amplifying combat power by 20. Looking at the first item, Jiang Cheng was somewhat puzzled. Old Yang was a postnatal 5th layer martial artist, yet he could harden against first-level mutated beings. According to the values provided in the data, Old Yang's spirit value might be around 0. 5, which means his amplified combat power would be 50%. A normal person's strength is around 100 gene, so with a 50% increase, it would be 150 gene. Jiang Cheng found it a bit hard to understand, and thought he might ask the old man about it later. Looking further down, his strength attribute was 21, 75, equivalent to 2,175 pounds, which had fully reached the power value of an awakened one. His agility attribute was 10, 75, with a speed of 75, 25 meters per second, completely surpassing a first-tier speed-type mutant. His mental attribute was 7, 8, still showing no significant change, and his virus resistance was 0, 5, having increased by 0, 1 compared to before, which might be related to the improvement in his martial artist realm. The awakening level was 40, which needed no further explanation. After scanning all the values, Jiang Cheng came to a conclusion. He could now take on a first-tier mutant, either strength type or speed type, and had a chance to kill it. He just didn't know how many energy points the crystal of that first-tier mutant would be worth after killing it. Facing the one from Yanghe's school, he still felt uncertain. Also, he had lost the watermelon knife during the battle and needed to find a replacement weapon. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining 772 energy points and opened the Apocalypse base mall. The 6 items in the mall had all been updated. Item list. Level 2 Ancient Virus Vaccine, 2,000 energy points. Ancient Zombie Virus Vaccine, after injection, can eliminate viruses infected by second-tier mutants in the body. Ineffective against zombies that have transformed into first-tier mutants. Level 1 Tang Dao, 300 energy points. Has toughness comparable to a first-tier mutant. Can cut through iron like mud. Level 1 armor, 400 energy points. Can defend against first-tier mutant damage. Cannot be repaired after being destroyed. Level 2 Doomsday Warrior, 5,000 energy points. Strength comparable to a second-tier Awakened One. No consciousness. Loyalty 100. Only requires 100 energy points per day to maintain life activities. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 100 energy points. Explosion power can severely injure a first-tier mutant. Explosion damage range diameter of 5 meters, single use. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, 200 energy points. Power can penetrate a first-tier mutant, causing damage. Has a magazine capacity of 6 rounds. Bullet price, 20 energy points a round. Note: the described bullet item is permanent and can be purchased in the permanent item section. Update time: 10:05, 24:0. Permanent item section. Chapter 42. The choices of everyone. Cheng looked at the side of the product shelf and indeed saw a label marked permanent. He entered to check it out. Permanent product. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullet, 20 energy points per round. Power can penetrate level 1 mutated creatures. Is that all there is? Cheng looked at the level 1 Doomsday Pistol bullets in the permanent goods section and couldn't help but chuckle. It was clear that he needed to brush up on permanent items to have them displayed in the goods section. Since that's the case, Cheng looked back at the merchandise list. The secondary items were almost not worth considering. They were very tempting but unaffordable. Now, the only items he could afford were the primary ones. Cheng selected 3 items: Level 1 Tang Knife, Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, and Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, with an additional 6 Level 1 pistol bullets. The system's voice prompted, "Would you like to purchase?" "Buy." Cheng replied without hesitation. In an instant, his energy points were deducted by 600 points, leaving him with a pitiful 142 energy points. Cheng received the 3 purchased items and silently cursed the monster from Yanghe School 1,000 times in his heart. Just wait. Exiting the base mall, Cheng began to examine the items in his hands. First was a Level 1 Tang Knife, measuring 1 meter in length, with a fully wooden handle. The scabbard was made of an unknown material, covered in a layer of matte black. Drawing the Tang Knife, the blade was straight, and it emitted a cold gleam along the edge. They say a good knife can cut hair, but he wasn't sure if this one could do it. Feeling intrigued, Cheng directly plucked a hair from his head. His hair wasn't long, about 10 centimeters, and he placed it on the blade, gently blowing before the hair fell. With a single breath, the hair was sliced in half. "What a good knife!" Cheng exclaimed. Compared to the previous watermelon knife, he felt this Tang Knife was possibly even sharper. It was about the same size as a grenade from a battle royale game, with a similar usage. But he wondered about its power. Cheng put this thing into his pocket and hid it well, then took out a Level 1 Doomsday Pistol. The style of the pistol was similar to a Desert Eagle, but it was larger, with a full metal body and a black paint finish that gave off a strong Doomsday vibe. This was the kind of gun a man should play with. After playing with the Doomsday Pistol for a while, Cheng put it into his backpack. After tidying up, he directly went downstairs with the backpack. His injuries had healed, and it was time for him to go out and hunt zombies. However, before going out, he had one more thing to do. System. Check the information of the 3 people. Cheng thought. Yes, host. Name: Lu Xinru. Age: 28. Skills: Intermediate Medicine. Beginner Cooking Friendliness: 95. Name: Lin Ro. Age: 22. Skills: Beginner Firearms. Beginner Combat Friendliness: 90. Name: Yang Laodad. Age: 75. Skills: Iron Fist Hard Qigong. Breathing Technique Friendliness: 95. Very good, all above 90. Cheng nodded in satisfaction. What he wanted was the friendliness of the group. A friendliness level of 90 represented deep trust. They would generally believe what he said as long as it wasn't too far-fetched. Only when the friendliness reached deep trust would Cheng truly accept the other party as companions and allow them to use items from the system shop. In his past life, he had encountered too many betrayals and seen too much of the malice of human nature. Even teammates would stab each other in the back. The system data would not lie, which allowed Cheng to feel at ease. He called for Yang Laodad, Lin Ro, and Lu Xinru. Cheng took out 2 transparent glass syringes and said, "This is a genetic enhancement agent. After injection, It can enhance the body without any side effects. So, now you have two choices in front of you. Upon hearing the word choice, the three of them became serious, losing their usual playful demeanor. "Kid, you speak," said old Yang. Lin Ro and Lu Xinru exchanged glances and said, "Jiang Cheng, you go ahead." "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded, taking a deep breath. Over the past few days, he had developed some feelings for them, but in the face of great principles, he could not be soft-hearted. He continued, "The first option is to join my Dawn base, to share both fortune and adversity, and once you join, you can never leave. If you leave, it will be considered betrayal, as long as you betray the Dawn base. I, Jiang Cheng, will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Everyone knows about Jiang Cheng's strength. With such a fierce person chasing them, they only have one outcome. What about the second option? Lin Ro swallowed and asked. Jiang Cheng glanced at Lin Ro and continued. "The second option is to leave the Dawn base immediately. I, Jiang Cheng, guarantee that I will not make things difficult for you, and I will also provide 3 days' worth of supplies as a bonus. This opportunity only comes once. All right, you can choose now." "Kid, are you forcing us to pick a side?" Old Yang exclaimed. Jiang Cheng did not deny it and nodded, saying, "You could say that. We can't stay coiled up here for the rest of our lives. The base needs to develop in the future. We need to expand our influence and save more humanity. So the core members must be the most loyal and trustworthy individuals. All right, kid, don't say anything else. I'm all alone with nowhere to go. Staying here with you. You have a good heart and can take care of me in my old age, so I choose to join." Old Yang was the first to express his stance. Having made his choice, Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Xinru. Lu Xinru thought for a moment and said, "In this apocalypse, I have nowhere to go either. My parents and relatives are probably long gone, and you saved my life, so I naturally choose to join." "Good." Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Ro. Lin Ro hesitated. She was a security officer, and security officers could join other organizations. Plus, she had promised Wang Wei to look for his family. Thinking of this, Lin Ro gritted her teeth and asked, "I want to ask, if the base members encounter difficulties, can you, as the base leader, help solve them? If my companions are in trouble, as the leader, I will naturally do my best to help." Jiang Cheng nodded seriously. "Then, I previously promised Wang Wei that I would help him find out if his family survived. Can you help me look for them?" Lin Ro asked. Jiang Cheng said without hesitation, "No problem. Then I choose one." Lin Ro immediately followed without a trace of hesitation. Seeing the choices of the three, Jiang Cheng let out a sigh of relief. In fact, when he asked this question, he was more nervous than anyone else, but now he had achieved the result he most wanted. Looking at the three, Jiang Cheng bowed deeply and said, "I, the master of the Dawn base, now officially welcome Lao Yang, Sister Ru, and Xiao Ro to join us." Ding. The system detected the host recruiting base members and rewarded him with a level 1 data eye, which can observe various physical data of base members. The data eye, it's a great thing. At this moment, old Yang spoke up. "All right, kid, stop with the emotional stuff. I'm old, and my eyes are prone to getting sand in them." "Okay." Jiang Cheng raised his voice, excitedly looking at the three, and said, "Now I have 2 level 1 gene enhancement serums in my hand, and I hope you can choose 2 people to inject them. I, the old man, have strong martial arts and don't need these technological tricks. This stuff is better left for these 2 girls." Old Yang wisely stepped back. Seeing Old Yang withdraw, Jiang Cheng directly handed the 2 gene serums to the 2 girls. The 2 girls nodded seriously. Each took one, and without hesitation, injected it into their arms. At this moment, Jiang Cheng secretly thought, "Activate the Eye of Data." Chapter 43. Monsters in the Supermarket. Ding. The Eye of Data has been activated. The system's voice immediately rang out. Name, Lu Xinru. Gender, female. Age, 28. Friendliness, 95. Level, None Spirit 0. 05. Can increase combat power by 5. Wisdom, 4. Average human is 1. Strength, 5. Average human is 1. Agility, 2. 6. Average human is 1. Mental, 1. 8. Average human is 1. Virus resistance, 0. 05. When it reaches 1, can be immune to first-tier, mutated entities and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability? Awakening degree, 0. 8. Technique, Qi, gathering method, hard qigong skills, intermediate medicine, beginner cooking, comprehensive combat power 10. 4. Jiang Cheng was shocked to find that Lu Xinru's combat power had actually reached 10. 4. He had only been able to improve by a fraction each day, truly making one feel inferior when comparing oneself to others. After looking at Lu Xinru, he turned his attention to Lin Ro. Name: Lin Ro. Gender: female. Age: 22. Friendliness: 90. Level: None. Spirit: 0. 05. Can increase combat power by 5. Wisdom: 2. Average human is 1. Strength: 5. 2. Average human is 1. Agility: 2. 7. Average human is 1. Mental: 1. 7. Average human is 1. Virus resistance: 0. 05. When it reaches 1, can be immune to first-tier mutated entities and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability: Awakening degree: 0. 7. Technique: Qi gathering method, hard qigong skills, beginner firearms. Beginner combat, comprehensive combat power 10. 6. Lin Ro's combat power had also reached 10. 6. This meant that as long as they did not encounter first-tier mutated entities, both women had the ability to kill dozens of zombies on their own. After looking at the two women, Jiang Cheng aimed the eye of data at Old Man Yang. Name: Yang Jinan. Gender: male. Age: 75. Friendliness: 95. Level: acquired level 5. Spirit: 0. 5. Can increase combat power by 50. Wisdom: 2. 5. Average human is 1. Strength: 32. 45. Average human is 1. Agility: 9. 2. Average human is 1. Mental: 10. Average human is 1. Virus resistance: 1. 5. When it reaches 1, can be immune to first-tier mutated entities and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability: Awakening degree: 10. 0. Technique: Qi gathering method, hard qigong. Diamond fist skills: none. Comprehensive combat power: 51. 65. Holy crap. His comprehensive combat power is actually 51. 65. A 50 combat power boost. Seeing Old Man Yang's combat power, Jiang Cheng was completely unsettled. Old Man Yang's combat power was actually over 11 points higher than his own, but this also explained one thing. Spirit value indeed represented a combat power increase, and practicing martial arts could enhance various physical attributes, with the two complementing each other. The reason his physical attributes had not improved due to martial arts practice was likely because his body had already undergone genetic enhancement and reinforcement from base equipment. To put it another way, if a cup could originally hold 300 milliliters of water, it would need to increase its capacity and strength to hold more water. Jiang Cheng's body was like that cup, with actual strength and capacity already reached. It just needed the infusion of water. While he was thinking, suddenly, a scream came from the side, accompanied by a foul smell. Jiang Cheng had just turned his head and saw the two girls fleeing upstairs to the bedroom. Kid, I really didn't expect that your so-called gene enhancement agent could actually refine the body and revert the acquired back to the innate state. It's truly miraculous. Young old daddy observed the changes in the two girls. One must understand that martial arts cultivation is actually a gradual process, improving little by little each time to expel the impurities from the body to achieve an innate transparent body. At his age, his martial arts cultivation was barely at the 5th level of the acquired stage, which was already impressive. He never expected that a small vial of gene enhancement agent could achieve a level he had never reached in his entire life. How could young old daddy not be amazed? He knew that such a miraculous medicine probably only had 2 vials left. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng wouldn't have asked the 3 of them to make a choice. After all, he was already 75, and he didn't know how much longer he could live. So it was better to give the opportunity to the younger people. After collecting his thoughts, Jiang Cheng gave some instructions and left with his sword. According to his memory, today was the day the first-level mutant appeared in Linxian City. Of course, this was recorded by the Linxian survivor base. He had already encountered a mutant a few days ago. According to the records, this first-level mutant appeared around the Walmart Living Supermarket on Silver Avenue. Jiang Cheng also had an impression of Walmart. Today, he would take it as his target. Meanwhile, at Linxian City Vocational School, in addition to an iron gate at the entrance, there was a circle of electrified barbed wire coiled around it. Occasionally, a careless zombie would climb up, and under the strong high-voltage current, it would instantly turn into a pile of rotten flesh. Suddenly, the gates opened, and 3 military vehicles rushed out quickly, knocking away the zombies that were blocking the gate. As the iron gate closed, the military vehicles drove away down the road. This was military vehicle number 1, heading to Walmart Living Supermarket on Silver Avenue. Mission objective: gather supplies and search for surrounding survivors. Did everyone understand? A firm voice sounded from the intercom. This is military vehicle number 2, received. This is military vehicle number 3, received. The 3 military vehicles sped down the road in a triangular formation. And in less than half an hour, at an intersection, a semicircular building appeared in front of the driver's window. The building had a huge display screen, which had become a decoration due to the power system failure caused by the flood. Below the display screen were 3 golden characters: Walmart. Although it was called a supermarket, Walmart was actually a comprehensive shopping mall with various living and entertainment facilities. In front of Walmart was a large square, but unfortunately, it had long lost all traces of human activity, leaving only aimlessly wandering zombies in the square. Bang! A zombie didn't have time to react and was knocked several meters away, turning into a pile of rotten meat. The remaining zombies were also attracted by this huge noise, looking confusedly at the 3 military green vehicles charging toward them. Bang! 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 The 3 military vehicles showed no sign of stopping, directly accelerating to collide with the zombies. It wasn't until the zombies were mostly cleared that they finally stopped the vehicles and 15 soldiers got out. Especially the strong man at the front, holding a submachine gun, shouted loudly, "Brothers, clean up the zombies in this square." "Yes, Captain." The other soldiers responded to the order and raised their guns to shoot. In less than 3 minutes, the zombies in the square were cleared out. "Brothers, let's go in and gather supplies." The captain shouted again, and the 15 soldiers immediately gathered together, cautiously making their way toward the entrance of Walmart. As they entered the shopping mall, several zombies pounced at them but were quickly dealt with. The soldiers surveyed them all. The shops were already in a state of ruin, with displays askew, and it was extremely quiet inside, with no sounds of living people. Looking at such a tragic scene, the soldiers all frowned. The captain pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go into the supermarket to gather supplies and look for any signs of human activity." "Yes." The other soldiers immediately responded. A dozen of them pressed against the mall's architecture, cautiously making their way upstairs. One soldier, upon seeing the words supermarket, immediately called out, "Captain, the supermarket is over here." "Received." The strong man nodded and signaled the team members to move forward. When they reached the supermarket entrance, the man spoke again. "Lu Min, you go up and take a look." "Yes." The soldier named Lu Min replied and carefully walked over. Upon discovering that there were no zombies inside the supermarket, he immediately called out, "Captain, it's safe here. There are no zombies." "Good, brothers, follow me." Just as the captain began to speak, suddenly, there was a loud bang. A shadow flashed before the group. Lu Min, who was still standing at the supermarket entrance, instantly crashed against the wall behind him and turned into a puddle of blood. Enemy attack. Chapter 44, Rescue Team. As the voice fell, a huge gray figure appeared before everyone. The creature was about 3 meters tall, with an 8-part mouth, arms that were giant red scythes, and legs resembling the muscular frame of an enlarged human body. It was a first-level, speed-type mutant zombie, the Reaper. "Attack it." As the captain, Wang Chang's eyes turned bloodshot. A brother he had spent every day with had just sacrificed himself before his eyes. He immediately raised his gun and fired. The other soldiers, being veterans who had experienced the battlefield in Chudu, recognized this big guy. 14 guns were raised and fired madly. Tot, 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 tot. The gunfire spat flames, and bullets formed a dense firing net that crazily hit the Reaper. Howl! The bullets only penetrated halfway, but they were embedded in the flesh, making the Reaper roar in pain, its powerful legs pushing against the ground to quickly evade the bullet attacks. "Don't let it escape," Wang Chang shouted hoarsely, simultaneously pulling out a grenade from his waist, pulling the pin with his teeth, stepping forward to throw it, and yelling, "Get down." The soldiers immediately dropped to the ground. Boom! The explosion sound, mixed with a scorching wave, spread outward. The steel balls in the grenade, under the massive explosion of gunpowder, had tremendous kinetic energy, surpassing the penetrative ability of bullets, and in the narrow space, no matter how fast it couldn't escape. Howl! With a scream, a large number of steel balls drilled into the Reaper's body. Instantly, thick blue viscous blood flowed from the bullet holes, leaving streaks of blue blood on its grayish-white skin. Feeling the injury to its body, the Reaper dared not advance, turned a glance at the supermarket entrance nearby, and directly dove inside. Chase it! Wang Chong was the first to get up. Seeing the Reaper trying to escape, he immediately rushed forward, and the other soldiers followed closely behind. Walmart supermarket was very large, with shelves mostly around 4 meters high. The 3-meter-tall Reaper hid inside, making it difficult for them to spot it. Seeing this, Wang Chong said, "Su Cheng, take your team to search on the left." "Yes, Captain." Su Cheng replied firmly, signaling for 4 teammates to follow him. "Guopeng, you take your team to search on the right." "Yes, Captain." Guopeng led 3 soldiers to wrap around to the right. The remaining teammates, "Follow me to search in the 12 o'clock direction." "Yes, Captain." 14 warriors immediately split into 3 groups, surrounding in all directions. Before long, a scream echoed, followed by the sound of gunfire. It was Su Cheng's team. Wang Chong immediately locked onto the direction and ran over. Sure enough, after passing through several shelves, he saw the Reaper confronting Su Cheng's team, and one warrior was already severely injured, looking like he wouldn't survive. "Su Cheng, be careful." Upon seeing this, Wang Chong shouted immediately. Before Su Cheng could react, a gray scythe pierced through his chest, and blood spilled from his mouth as he looked in disbelief at his chest, wanting to speak but unable to make sound. His eyes faded, and his limbs fell limp. Su Cheng, another warrior, had fallen, and he was the squad leader. Wang Chong was furious, raising his gun and shooting fiercely. The Reaper seemed to have adapted to the bullet attacks, letting out a howl and suddenly leaping into the air, turning into a blur before everyone, swinging its scythe at the next warrior. Another warrior fell. Xiao Zhou, the 4th comrade, had fallen, and Wang Chong's eyes widened. Bloodshot with rage, unable to contain his anger, he charged forward. Tat tat tat, tat tat tat. The fire from Wang Chong's submachine gun continued to erupt, but had no effect on the Reaper. In contrast, as the Reaper saw Wang Chong getting closer, it suddenly swung its scythe at him. Not good. Feeling the fierce wind, Wang Chong realized the danger and rolled on the ground just in time to avoid it. But just as he was about to get up, "Wang Chong, be careful," a comrade shouted. Wang Chong sensed the crisis behind him, but the monster's speed left him no time to react. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed. He felt something wet on his face, mixed with a salty, fishy taste. Wang Chong vaguely understood what had happened and turned his head with great difficulty, only to find that a warrior had shielded him from the attack. "Wang Ming." Wang Chong's voice trembled, his eyes reddening. The warrior named Wang Ming endured the excruciating pain and said with difficulty, "Captain, hurry, run." As he spoke, Wang Ming pulled out a grenade and bit off the pin. At that moment, Wang Chong understood and shouted, "Retreat, everyone retreat." The remaining 11 warriors immediately fell back. Wang Chong took a deep look at Wang Ming, tears in his eyes, and ran towards the supermarket exit. Boom! As the warriors exited the supermarket, an explosion sounded. Wang Chong's body shook, and he immediately called for the warriors to retreat to the military vehicles in the square. He knew they couldn't kill the Reaper with just their firepower. This road should be right. He remembered walking a mile south from the entrance of Sunshine Supermarket on Yanghe West Road, then crossing Linzhou Avenue, passing Tongren Bridge, and walking a kilometer through the pedestrian street. But now everything along the roadside looked wrong. Just as he stopped to check his direction, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. "What sound is that?" Jiang Cheng frowned, then turned sideways and hid behind a decorative tree to look in the direction of the explosion sound. 50 meters ahead, zombies were moving towards the south, and occasionally gunfire could be heard in the distance. Gunfire? Could it be the military? Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed even deeper. It wasn't that he disliked these people. On the contrary, he admired them. To protect the civilians of the survivor base. One batch of warriors after another fought fiercely against the zombies without fear of death. The largest survivor base in Chu province was established by them. However, Jiang Cheng had his own matters to attend to and didn't want to feel constrained. Nonetheless, he still planned to catch up and take a look. Gripping his tang knife tightly, Cheng moved forward along the wall, occasionally encountering a zombie charging at him, which he swiftly dispatched with a single blow. After walking about a kilometer and collecting roughly 100 zombie crystals, Cheng spotted 3 figures fighting ahead. Dressed in camouflage, they were hiding behind a military green jeep, facing a first-tier speed-type mutant. Seeing this, Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for the three. 3 ordinary humans armed with guns against a first-tier speed-type mutant? That was definitely a guaranteed loss. Should he go save them? Cheng pondered, weighing the pros and cons. He decided to intervene. He wanted to gather some information about Chu City from these people. Chapter 45. Slaying the Reaper. Damn the Reaper. I'm going all out with you. Watching his teammates suffer heavy casualties, Cheng clutched a grenade and was ready to charge and to take them both out, but fortunately, the remaining 2 comrades managed to hold him back just in time. One of them snatched the grenade from Cheng's hand and said, "Captain, don't go in. If we keep fighting like this, we'll all end up dead here. Damn it, let me go. I want to avenge my comrades." Cheng had already lost his sanity. Seeing that Cheng wouldn't listen, Guopeng and Zhou exchanged glances, and the 2 of them forced Cheng's arms down, opening the car door and shoving him inside. "What are you doing? I'm a captain. Let me go." Cheng struggled wildly. Guopeng and Zhou remained silent, continuing to push Cheng into the car. Once he was inside, Guopeng firmly grabbed Zhou and said, "Old Zhou, I've entrusted the captain to you. I'm going to distract the Reaper." "No way. Guopeng, you stay here to protect the captain. I'll distract this guy." Zhou firmly refused. As the 2 insisted back and forth, the Reaper took the opportunity to get closer. Just as the Reaper was about to pounce, Guopeng simply pushed Zhou aside. Then with one hand holding a gun and the other pulling out a grenade, he charged out. "Damn it, look over here." Guopeng pulled the trigger, and the grenade was immediately thrown out. The Reaper couldn't dodge in time. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. The fireball released a scorching wave, knocking it back a few steps. Seizing the moment, Guopeng shouted to his teammates behind him, "Captain, old Zhou, hurry and go." "Zhou, I command you to put me down now," Cheng yelled. Seeing Guopeng fighting alone and refusing to comply, Zhou eyes brimmed with tears. He knew that if they didn't retreat now, they would waste Guopeng's good intentions. Pulling Cheng, he said, "Captain, let's listen to old Guo. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain." "Damn it." Cheng looked at Zhou pleading eyes, pounding the seat in frustration, then said regretfully, "Go." As soon as he finished speaking, the military vehicle started and suddenly reversed. Hearing the engine roar, Guopeng felt a hint of comfort flash across his face. He looked back at the Reaper, his eyes filled with determination, raised his gun, and shouted, "Come on, you bastard. Today, let Grandpa teach you a lesson." Roar. The Reaper let out a loud roar and leaped, its sides swinging down towards Guopeng. Unfazed, Guopeng pulled out the last 3 grenades, and as the Reaper approached, he pulled all the pins, murmuring, "Dad, Mom, I'm coming to be with you." Just as he finished speaking, the Reaper was already upon him. At the same time, Cheng looked at the soldier's movements and felt a stir in his heart. He estimated the distance to be about 50 meters. There was still time. Gripping his Tang Dao, he swiftly moved and appeared in front of the soldier in less than a second, then shouted, "Quick, throw away the grenade. Leave this to me." "Who are you?" Guopeng was taken aback. Cheng didn't have time to explain. He simply swung the knife handle and knocked the 3 grenades out of Guopeng's hand. Then he grabbed Guopeng by the collar and jumped to the side. Boom! The 3 grenades exploded into a massive fireball. Countless steel balls splattered in all directions. Fortunately, Cheng had dragged Guopeng to 100 meters away, just in time to avoid the attack. "You stay here and behave. I'll handle that mutated creature." Cheng dropped the sentence and flashed out 100 meters again, leaving Guopeng standing there in a daze. Did he encounter a hidden master? Soon, he felt sorrowful again, if the master had appeared earlier than the other brothers. Sniffling, Guopeng looked at the battlefield and shouted a reminder. "Master, this guy has tough skin, bullets can't penetrate it, so be careful." In the square, Cheng listened to Guopeng's reminder from behind, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. As expected of a soldier of the people, even at this moment, he was still thinking of others. which made Jiang Cheng feel that it was worth it to step forward to rescue. Setting aside his thoughts, Jiang Cheng fixed his fiery gaze on the massive creature in front of him. Today, let me test your strength. Gripping the handle of his knife, Jiang Cheng slightly bent his legs. The Reaper stared fiercely at the human before it, its movements becoming exceptionally cautious as it sensed a threat from this human. With a roar, the Reaper, after all, was not human. Its beastly instincts outweighed its reason. It pushed off the ground, leaping over 10 meters, and the enormous size on its arms came crashing down towards Jiang Cheng's head. So soon it couldn't hold back. Jiang Cheng's gaze remained calm. His hand rested on the knife handle, waiting. Suddenly, his expression changed. In the next second, a gust of wind rushed towards him. Now's the time, Jiang Cheng secretly cursed. Gripping the hilt of the Tang knife and swinging it instantly, the blade coming out of its sheath and striking at the giant's scythe. A metallic clash echoed through the square, and an invisible wave radiated outward from the point of impact, stirring up dust around Jiang Cheng. Goodness, the strength is quite considerable. Feeling a slight numbness in his hand, Jiang Cheng was secretly astonished. The power of this speed-type mutant definitely exceeded 1 ton. Fortunately, his strength attribute had reached 2175, barely allowing him to withstand this blow. If it were those half-awakened individuals, they would either be dead or severely injured. "Get out of my way," Jiang Cheng shouted, exerting force with his arms. The 20 combat power increased from his 0.2 spirit value activated instantly. Pushing the giant scythe, he was locked in combat with directly away. Bang! 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 This scene was witnessed by Guopeng, who was 100 meters away, completely shattering his worldview. What the hell? Is he even human? With one strike, he sent the Reaper flying. This brother is fierce. Soldiers have always admired the strong, and Guopeng, who had been saved by Jiang Cheng, was mentally deifying him at that moment. With Jiang Cheng gaining the upper hand, Guopeng shouted excitedly, "Master, let's take him down." Jiang Cheng's lips curled slightly. Given the current situation, after the increase in his combat power, his strength was at an advantage, but he didn't know about his speed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a furious howl erupted from the Reaper, who had never endured such humiliation among humans. In an instant, it vanished from sight. "Be careful, this thing is incredibly fast," Guopeng's voice came again. Jiang Cheng listened without a trace of panic on his face, still tightly gripping the Tang knife, his front foot rubbing against the ground. In the next moment, a strong wind rushed in from behind. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he quickly turned around, bowing slightly as he thrust his weapon forward. With a thud, blue blood sprayed out as the blade pierced straight through the Reaper's chest. However, it wasn't over yet. A first-level mutated being wouldn't die just from having its body pierced. They had only one weakness. Jiang Cheng knew this very well. Gripping the handle of the knife and applying force upwards, the Tang knife was sharp, slicing through without any resistance, as if cutting through a melon, until the blade sliced through the neck, and Jiang Cheng followed with a horizontal slash. A massive 8-petal mouth head soared into the air. Chapter 46. The Survivor Base of Lincian. "Damn, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right?" Guopeng rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. When he saw the huge corpse lying on the ground, a surge of joy welled up in his heart. The sacrifices of his teammates were not in vain. Even though it wasn't Guopeng himself who took revenge. Over on this side of the square, Jiang Cheng looked at the weak, opening and closing 8-petal mouth on the ground, and with a blank expression he stabbed down. With a sound of puff, the head immediately fell silent. Jiang Cheng continued to grip the Tang knife tightly and slid it forcefully, splitting the Reaper's skull in half, exposing the brain matter and other tissues inside. He poked at it with the knife tip and discovered a crystal the size of a white marble. Holding it in his hand, Jiang Cheng noticed under the sunlight that this tier of mutated zombie crystal was completely transparent and colorless compared to ordinary zombie crystals. He wondered how many energy points this thing was worth. Murmuring to himself, Jiang Cheng put the crystal into his backpack. After doing this, he looked towards the distant soldier he had saved, thought for a moment, and walked straight over. However, just as he took a few steps, a sudden sound of shattering glass echoed. Jiang Cheng turned his head in a hurry and discovered that a huge object had crashed through the third-floor window and jumped down. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted. With his current strength, he quickly captured the figure of this guy. Another mutated creature, and still a power type. He looked at the big guy, showing no fear on his face, but instead filled with excitement. The battle with the speed-type mutated creature had only lasted a little over a minute, and he hadn't fully enjoyed himself yet. Now, with another one coming, it was just what he wanted. Gripping his tang knife, Cheng walked over with a smile. At that moment, a loud bang echoed. The ground of the square sank down. The big guy slowly stood up from the depression and then charged straight towards Cheng. Bring it on. Cheng's face was agitated, and he quickly walked forward. Roar! As he saw the human rushing towards him, the massive figure let out an angry roar, and like a muscular fist as strong as an elephant's leg, it smashed towards the human's head. The fist grew larger in his line of sight, but Cheng didn't draw his knife or evade. Instead, he clenched his empty left hand into a fist and, with all his strength, charged towards the giant fist. In the distance, this is the Crusher. Surprised, Guopeng saw a scene that completely shattered his worldview. A master is going to fight the Crusher barehanded? Oh my god, is this still a human? At the same time, roar! The Crusher's giant fist struck out, and Cheng, undaunted, also swung his fist to meet it, facing the oncoming wind. In the next moment, the large and small fists collided. Bang! The explosive air burst outward in waves, spreading in all directions. Cheng only felt a numbness in his fist as a great force surged up his arm, causing his body to suddenly retreat 7 or 8 steps before he steadied himself with a foot on the ground. Wow, that power is really something. Cheng rubbed his sore shoulders, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Just now, he had only used 10% of his strength and had not yet mobilized the spiritual energy within his body. Now, he threw another punch to counter, and the spiritual power in his dantian surged instantly, increasing his combat power by 20%. This means that his previous punch strength was 175 pounds. So now his punch is 610 pounds, which translates to over 3 tons. Let's go again. Cheng shouted loudly. The Crusher, having already knocked this human back with a punch, seized the opportunity to pursue and struck again. The two punches collided in midair half a second later. Bang! Waves of ripples spread out once more. Cheng was pushed back again by the opponent's immense strength, but this time he only retreated 2 or 3 steps. In contrast, the Crusher also took a step back. Big guy, bring it on. Cheng let out another loud shout. This time, he flashed forward, sprinting at full speed, fully unleashing his agility attribute of 1075. With the increase in speed, it was as if an additional acceleration had been added to the 2,610 pounds. The Crusher was also stirred by Cheng's battle intent, roaring as it threw a punch to counter. Once again, it was a clash of 2 fists. Bang! This time, however, the big guy was forced back several steps, while Cheng stood his ground. Seeing that he had suppressed his opponent, Cheng's battle intent intensified. He went all out, chasing closely and throwing punches wildly. Bang! This time, the big guy didn't have time to react and was directly hit in the face, his massive body crashing down toward the ground. Boom! A loud explosion échoué. The marble floor of the square caved in, and cracks of varying degrees appeared around it. Cheng did not stop because of this. When the large figure was stunned, he threw another punch at the opponent's head. Bang! Bang bang! After more than 20 consecutive punches, even the powerful defense of a first-tier strength-type mutant struggled to withstand these attacks. For a moment, the opponent was beaten to the ground and unable to move, with his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose swollen. Not far away, what did I see? The Crusher was being beaten by a master with bare hands and could not fight back. Guopeng patted his own heart, fearing that he might collapse from shock at any moment. I have to say, this thing really has tough skin. After unleashing more than 20 punches, Cheng also felt his fists go numb. Rubbing his fists, he attacked again, but this time he switched to the tang knife in his right hand. Whoosh! The blade flashed. The panting Crusher was instantly decapitated. He stabbed the knife into the head, performing the same operation. The skull was severed, revealing a white, transparent crystal the size of a marble inside. With a flick of the knife tip, Cheng caught the zombie crystal and stored it in his bag. After finishing all this, Cheng confirmed that there were no other mutants around and walked towards Guopeng. In contrast, Guopeng, faced with the approaching master, went from excitement to being at a loss, like a fan meeting a celebrity. He walked up close. Cheng examined the appearance of the soldier. His skin was dark, his face resolute, and his features were the kind that could easily be lost in a crowd. Yet the tenacious aura about him was inviting. I am a member of the search and rescue team sent from the survivor base in Chudu to Linxian. My name is Guopeng. How many of you are there in total? Cheng asked. Our search and rescue team originally had 20 members, but today, during the search at the Walmart supermarket, we lost 12 comrades. If the captain can safely reach the base, we should still have 8 left, Guopeng replied truthfully. Cheng asked, where are you stationed? Linxian Vocational and Technical College. Linxian Survivor Base. Upon hearing these 2 key locations, Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted. Today is July 8th, and the prehistoric torrential rain occurred on June 24th. Calculating it, it has been exactly 15 days, which indeed marks the establishment of the Linxian Survivor Base. But wasn't the Linxian Survivor Base established by 4 awakened ones? Thinking of this, Cheng's expression became serious as he asked, may I ask if your base has these few people? Huang Shui, Wu De, Zhou Qing, and Duan? No, Guopeng shook his head. Fearing Cheng wouldn't believe him, he explained, we record everyone who enters our survivor base. If there were any, I would definitely know. No. Cheng frowned and asked again, is there a female internet celebrity named Li Qingwan? I don't know if she's an internet celebrity, but there is indeed a girl named Li Qingwan, Guopeng replied. Since Li Qingwan has appeared, it stands to reason that this Linxian survivor base is the same one from the previous life. Could it be that something unspeakable happened in between? Cheng remembers that he entered the survivor base 20 days after the apocalypse, with 5 of those days being a blank for him. Something must have happened. Cheng felt increasingly uneasy, so he said, you should be able to contact your captain, right? Yes, Guopeng nodded vigorously. All right, contact your captain, and then I'll go with you to your survivor base, Cheng said directly. Huh, are you planning to join our base, expert? Guopeng asked excitedly upon hearing this. No, I just want to confirm something. Chapter 47, Linxian Survivor Base 2, on Silver Avenue. A military jeep was speeding along. Wang Chang sat in the passenger seat, wildly shooting at the zombies by the roadside with a submachine gun, the gunfire attracting a large group of zombies to the road. Captain, save some bullets, Zhou said helplessly. After finishing a magazine, Wang Chang felt a mix of anger and sorrow and said, I'm just a useless piece of trash. If I had commanded properly, Guopeng and the others wouldn't have sacrificed. Speaking of Guopeng, Zhou felt a lump in his throat and held back tears. Captain, that's why we must safely reach the base, so we don't let old Guo's sacrifice go to waste. Sigh. Wang Chang sighed heavily, lowering his head and falling silent. Zhou was also quiet. For a moment, the atmosphere in the vehicle was quite oppressive. Suddenly, a voice came from the intercom, still immersed in sadness. Zhou thought he was hearing things and said with a mournful expression, Captain, I think I'm hearing things. I think I also heard Guopeng's voice, Wang Chang muttered. Meanwhile, Guopeng was puzzled. Logically, although the electrical equipment in Linxian City was down, the signal tower was still intact, and he was using satellite communication equipment. So there shouldn't be any signal issues. What's going on? Didn't get through? Cheng asked curiously. Guopeng awkwardly shook his head and picked up the intercom. Puzzling? It shouldn't be. Let me try again. In a military vehicle, the intercom sounded again. This time, Zhou and Wang Chang exchanged glances and looked at the intercom. Once they confirmed it was Guopeng's voice, Wang Chang's face filled with surprise, and he excitedly snatched the intercom. Guopeng, is that you? It's Captain Wang Chang. Hearing Wang Chang's voice, Guopeng also became excited. Captain, it's me. How are you doing now? Confirming Guopeng was still alive, Wang Chang quickly calmed down and asked. Guopeng replied, I'm doing great. Then he explained, I thought I was finished, and then, Captain, guess what happened? Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me, Wang Chang said, tears still in his eyes, laughing and scolding. Guopeng said, it was an expert who saved me. Wang Chang asked, expert? Tell me more. Guopeng replied, okay, you just stay safe. After saying that, Wang Chang glanced at Zhou. Zhou made an okay gesture. Captain, Just watch. He slammed on the brakes, then made a sharp turn, flooring the accelerator. In an instant, the big Jeep sped off towards the Walmart supermarket. In less than 5 minutes, Walmart Square appeared before them. With a sudden stop, Guopeng awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Captain, all of this is thanks to the expert. He quickly pulled Wang Chong to introduce Jiang Cheng. Expert, this is our captain. Jiang Cheng looked at the lean man in front of him, nodded, and extended a hand, saying, Hello, my name is Jiang Cheng from Lincian City. Wang Chong looked at the tall, thin, fair-skinned young man in front of him with surprise, finding it hard to imagine that such a seemingly fragile young man could take down 2 first-tier mutated creatures. He grasped Jiang Cheng's hand and said, Brother, my name is Wang Chong, and I'm Xiaoguo's captain. This time, thanks to you saving Xiaoguo, if you ever need anything from me, Wang Chong, just let me know. If I frown even a little, you can take a knife and chop me up, of course, excluding anything that violates discipline. As soon as Wang Chong spoke, Jiang Cheng judged that he was a warm-hearted and loyal man. Not wanting to be polite, Jiang Cheng nodded and said, All right, then I'll trouble Captain Wang in the future. Brother Jiang Cheng, don't mention it. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Changge. Wang Chong replied enthusiastically. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, Changge, to be blunt, I do have some questions I want to ask you. All right, let's talk in the car. Wang Chong replied, beckoning Jiang Cheng to get in the car. However, seeing the 2 first-tier mutated corpses on the ground, he took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was connected. This is Armored Unit 1. Please state your business. Wang Chong said, This is Military Vehicle 1. With the help of Brother Jiang Cheng, we have eliminated 2 first-tier mutated creatures. Should we have the headquarters in Chudu send someone to collect samples? Understood. Wang Chong hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Cheng, making a gesture inviting him to speak. Jiang Cheng nodded and prepared to get in the car, but suddenly he paused, glanced at the nearby Walmart, and said to Wang Chong, Could you wait for a moment? Wang Chong waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, No problem, we'll wait. Thank you, Jiang Cheng said, and in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Seeing Jiang Cheng suddenly vanish, Wang Chong and Zhou Yang finally believed Guopeng's words. This tall and slender young man was indeed extraordinary. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng reappeared in the original spot, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that his backpack was slightly bulging. What's this? Wang Chong asked curiously. Just took a few things, Jiang Cheng explained. All right, then let's get in the car. With a wave of his hand, Wang Chong signaled, and Jiang Cheng didn't hold back, directly taking a seat in the passenger seat, while Guopeng and Zhou Yang drove the other 2 military vehicles. Half an hour later, the 3 vehicles stopped in front of a vocational school. Jiang Cheng looked at the familiar building in front of him, and a surge of complex emotions welled up in his heart. Before his rebirth, he had struggled for more than 10 days in the apocalypse to enter this survivor base. He thought it was a new beginning after a life of despair. But upon seeing that damned bitch, he realized it was far from as easy as he had imagined. He was assigned by Huang Shui to the most dangerous scavenger team, doing the hardest work and receiving the least amount of food, some of which was even moldy. Later, he met that girl. Jiang Cheng looked at her with pity and gave her half a piece of bread, and she regarded him as the most important person. Until the day before the zombie tide came. He didn't expect that leaving for just half a day would turn into a permanent farewell. On that day, Jiang Cheng vowed that would must die. Now, living another life and knowing that she is in the survivor base and about to meet her, Jiang Cheng actually felt a bit scared. Scared that all of this wasn't real. Jiang, what's wrong with you? Seeing Jiang Cheng's expression change from cloudy to clear, Wang Chong couldn't help but ask. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, It's nothing. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the rising emotions in his heart. Soon, the iron gate of the vocational school opened. 3 military vehicles drove in. Just as they got out, a man in uniform walked towards them, surrounded by a few people. Wang Chong jogged forward to explain the situation. The man nodded and looked Jiang Cheng up and down, equally surprised that such a seemingly delicate young man could have the ability to kill first-level mutated beings. He extended a hand and said, Comrade Jiang Cheng, hello. I am Li Feng, the commander of the rescue team sent by the Chuda military district. Li Feng shook hands and said, Captain Wang told me you are looking for a comrade named Li Qingwan. Yes, where is she? I hope to meet her as soon as possible, Jiang Cheng said anxiously. Li Feng smiled and said, "Of course, that's not a problem." He pointed in one direction and said, "We have built a makeshift shelter in the back garden of the Lincian Vocational Technical College by the lake. She should be there, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, before meeting Comrade Li Qingwan, I need to thank you." Without waiting for Li Feng to finish, Jiang Cheng's figure flashed, and he rushed towards the makeshift shelter area. Right now, he just wanted to see her as quickly as possible. Chapter 48. Li Qingwan's rejection. Looking at Jiang Cheng disappearing from view, Li Feng couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh, surprised. Wang Chang, standing beside him, seemed to ponder something. For him, she must be someone very important. Lincian Vocational Technical College. By the small lake in the central garden, there were several rows of makeshift shacks built from wooden planks. There weren't many shacks, about 50 or so, each barely accommodating one person. Jiang Cheng stopped in front of the shantytown, searching row by row. Finally, amidst a group of survivors, he found that familiar figure. Long hair fell over her forehead, some strands even tangled together due to not having been washed for a long time. Under a fluffy red high school uniform that she must have scavenged from somewhere, her figure was hard to discern. She hugged her knees, burying her head between her legs. It was exactly the same posture as when Jiang Cheng first encountered her. For a moment, the scenes of past and present overlapped, and Jiang Cheng's vision became somewhat blurred. However, he still composed himself and slowly walked toward the woman. The surrounding survivors seemed to notice the difference in Jiang Cheng and consciously stepped aside. He approached the woman. Jiang Cheng called softly, "Li Qingwan." Hearing someone call her name, the woman trembled slightly, slowly raised her head, and when she saw the unfamiliar man in front of her, her gaze became momentarily confused. Jiang Cheng didn't know what to say, so he turned around and took out a bag of potato chips from his backpack and handed it over. He remembered this was Li Qingwan's favorite snack. Sure enough, she was still the same as before. Jiang Cheng was both heartbroken and amused, so he said, "Didn't you used to like Lay's potato chips?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan immediately became alert, looking into Jiang Cheng's eyes. How did this man know her preferences? "You don't need to be nervous. I'm not a bad person," Jiang Cheng said after thinking for a moment, then disregarding whether she would refuse. He stuffed the chips into Li Qingwan's arms and asked, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Li Qingwan looked at the chips in her arms and shook her head in confusion. After the apocalypse, many people were filled with uncertainty about the future, and Li Qingwan was no exception. She had originally worked as a full-time music broadcaster after graduating from university, earning just enough to get by. But who would have thought that suddenly there would be an apocalypse? Now she just wanted to survive. "So think about it. Do you want to follow me?" Jiang Cheng said directly. Hearing this, Li Qingwan's gaze became alert again. This man really had intentions toward her. But what did he want from her? Li Qingwan looked at Jiang Cheng in confusion. Jiang Cheng did not hide it, and said directly, "I have formed a civilian survivor organization and stored enough water and food, including the chips in your arms. I hope you can join, but I cannot tell you the specific reason for your joining." The matter of rebirth was too bizarre for him to disclose. According to his memory, today, this base would undergo a drastic change. Although he did not know the reason, one thing was certain. In the Lincian survivor base ruled by Huang Shui and Wood, it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to survive. Women often resorted to selling their bodies, and men were forced into slavery. He had to take Li Qingwan away as soon as possible. Li Qingwan listened, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head in refusal. In her heart, she leaned more towards the official organization of the Great Zhou. All right. Seeing Li Qingwan's refusal, Jiang Cheng felt a bit disappointed, but he understood her reasons. After all, a personal organization was an unknown, unlike the deeply rooted official Great Zhou. However, he still said, "If one day you change your mind, you can contact me through Captain Wang Chang of this base, or Captain Wupeng, or even their commander. I can come and pick you up anytime." After saying that, without waiting for Li Qingwan to respond, he took out all the food he had packed in his bag, which he had gathered from a supermarket, filled with snacks that Li Qingwan loved. After putting them down, Jiang Cheng sighed and turned to leave. As for Li Qingwan, watching Jiang Cheng's lonely figure walk away, she felt as if she should be very familiar with this man. Was it an illusion? Li Qingwan had to be saved, but Jiang Cheng did not want to force her to follow him. He left the refugee shantytown. Cheng returned to the command center of the base. Li Feng had been eagerly awaiting him in the temporary operations room. As soon as Cheng entered, Li Feng immediately stood up and smiled. "Jiang, little brother, have you met the person?" Cheng nodded with some regret. "I wonder what the relationship is between this Li Qingwan and Jiang, little brother?" Li Feng asked curiously. Cheng shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm her fan." This, Li Feng could actually understand, as some reclusive masters inevitably have their quirks. After speaking, he glanced at Wang Chong beside him. Wang Chong immediately understood and said, "Jiang, my old brother, our team leader has an ungracious request. We hope you can join us. In these times of national crisis and social collapse, our army really needs special talents like you, Jiang. If you agree, I can report to headquarters right away and fight for an absolutely generous treatment for you." Li Feng also took the opportunity to speak up. "Join?" Cheng shook his head directly without thinking. "I'm used to being alone and can't stand constraints. If you need help, I can provide assistance." Li Feng, hearing Cheng's quick refusal, realized there was a misunderstanding and immediately said, "Brother Jiang, you actually don't need to worry about this. We can grant you absolute autonomy. And in the future, if a survivor base is established, it can also have an official title. The condition is that you settle here, and if the headquarters encounters trouble, Brother Jiang can decide whether to take action based on the situation. Such conditions are not impossible to consider." Cheng's heart stirred. His base indeed needed an official title, which would make future operations much more convenient, and people like Lin Ro would be more willing to accept the base. Since that was the case, Cheng couldn't help but ask, "What about the benefits?" "It's up to you," Li Feng said sincerely. Up to him? This Li Feng was quite generous and casual. To be honest, money didn't mean much to him. Food, on the other hand, seemed acceptable. "All right." Cheng's eyes lit up as he directly made his request. "I need the official to provide me with 10,000 ordinary zombie crystals every month, clothing and food for 100 people, and 10 bags of various vegetable and fruit seeds." Chapter 49. Crowd Disturbance. Cheng raised his eyebrows, thinking that Li Feng felt he was asking for too much, and immediately added, "As a reward, I can make a move once a month." Li Feng shook his head, appearing on his face as he said, "This condition is beyond my scope of authority. I need to apply to headquarters." Okay. Cheng was not afraid of trouble. No matter how you looked at it, he was bound to profit. Of course, these supplies in exchange for his assistance meant that the other party also benefited. Soon, the call was connected. "This is the headquarters of the Chudu survivor base. Please state your business." Li Feng spoke on the phone. "I am Li Feng, the captain of the Lincian search and rescue team, and I request to communicate with the headquarters commander." Please hold on." There was a hesitation on the other end for 2 seconds. About 10 minutes later, a strong voice came through. "I'm the commander of the Chuda military district." "Comrade Li Feng, please speak." "Commander, I need to report an important piece of intelligence to you." The two exchanged for about 10 minutes. The other side was surprised. A young man in his 20s killed a crusher and a reaper? Is this situation true? You should know the consequences of falsely reporting military situations. I guarantee with my integrity that it is absolutely true, and Comrade Guopeng is a witness. If we can recruit this person, the safety of the temporary Lincian survivor base we established will be guaranteed, and the work of rescuing survivors will go more smoothly. Li Feng said. The commander thought for a moment and said, 100 people's worth of survival supplies is too much. We can currently only provide supplies for 20 people, and we can only provide 2,000 ordinary zombie crystals. As for vegetable seeds, we can only provide one type each month, 1 pack at a time. You know that currently, land cannot be cultivated, and a large number of crops have been wasted, so the remaining vegetable seeds are very precious to us. You tell him that we can only offer these conditions. This, I will go and communicate with him." Li Feng listened, his expression falling. The commander was too ruthless, directly cutting Cheng's request by nearly 90%, and he felt a bit worried that Cheng would not agree. Putting down the phone, he turned and awkwardly looked at Cheng, sheepishly repeating the conditions from the headquarters. Sure enough, Cheng frowned and said, 2,000 ordinary zombie crystals are too few. I can take a little less, but it cannot be less than 5,000 crystals. Vegetable seeds should be provided in 2 types each month, 1 pack for each type. And I need survival supplies for 50 people. All right, I will relay this. Li Feng immediately acted as a messenger. For 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals, vegetable seeds of 2 types each month, 1 pack for each type, and survival supplies for 30 people. Jiang was also satisfied with this result. When Li Feng saw that they had reached an agreement, he excitedly extended a hand and said, "Brother Jiang, welcome aboard. From today on, you are our security advisor at the Lincian survivor base." "Thank you," Jiang nodded. Li Feng continued. "The headquarters said that this batch of supplies will arrive by the end of this month, no later than the 31st. All right." After settling the issue of supplies, Jiang thought of his concerns and still asked, "Captain Li Feng, do you know Huang Shui Wood, Zhou Qing, and Du Wen?" Li Feng frowned and said, "I haven't heard of the first 3, but according to reports from the other comrades, it seems a new person named Du Wen was registered at the survivor base today." Saying this, Li Feng curiously looked at Jiang and asked, "Do these people have any relation to you, Brother Jiang? Are they enemies for life?" Jiang suddenly said, "Enemies for life?" Li Feng's expression darkened. Jiang pulled Li Feng aside and explained in detail. As Li Feng listened, his expression grew increasingly shocked, until he nearly exclaimed at the end. He asked seriously, "Is what you said about Brother Jiang true? Given Du Wen and the others' temperament, it's highly likely they are targeting the Lincian survivor base, and their methods are extremely decisive and ruthless. If nothing unexpected happens, they should act tonight. If that's the case, it would indeed be a terrifying matter." Li Feng murmured, a chill rising behind him. Meanwhile, at the Shaqiao community inside a residential building, 3 men and 1 woman were gathered together, while a middle-aged couple stood by nervously. Among the 3 men and 1 woman, a towering man shouted at a masked young man, "Boss, is this plan reliable?" "They're soldiers," the masked young man replied indifferently. "So what if they're soldiers? As long as we take that temporary base and develop and grow from the vocational school as our stronghold, we will become the kings of Lincian City." Wood expressed his dissatisfaction. "They're just a bunch of ordinary people." Huang Shui revealed a hint of ruthlessness on her face. The masked young man continued, "Du Wen has already entered. We just need to wait for dark. Once Du Wen sends the signal, we will act in unison. Tomorrow, the Lincian survivor base will be renamed." As he finished speaking, fierce smiles appeared on the faces of the 4. This base was something they were determined to seize. Time passed quickly, and at 7:53 p.m., the sun had long set, and the clouds in the sky gradually turned deep gray. On the main road in front of the vocational school, only a white figure remained aimlessly wandering among the zombies. Inside the vocational school's operations room, Jiang and the others exchanged glances and then went out to start implementing their plans. Jiang silently walked towards the slum area. To be honest, he wasn't too sure about dealing with 4 awakened ones at once, but handling just Du Wen was more than enough for him. Based on his memories from his previous life, Du Wen was a male, a temporary immortal, with an unknown age and profession, and his ability was invisibility, with an unspecified duration. Holding a tang knife, he entered a building next to the slum area, then jumped a few meters high and slipped into a classroom on the 2nd floor. He casually pulled a chair to sit near the window, from which he could see the entire slum area. Now he just needed to wait quietly for Du Wen to make his move. 10 minutes passed. Inside the slum area, survivors collected their rations for the day. Some gathered in groups while others chatted about current events. Among them, a man in a white short-sleeved shirt moved into the crowd, listening to everyone talk. "Damn, if it weren't for this godforsaken apocalypse, I'd be getting a massage at the club right now." A bald tattooed man with a gold chain cursed and complained. Clearly, he had been doing well before the apocalypse. Another man chimed in, "Oh, my brother, don't complain. It's already good to have something to eat these days." "Yeah, we might as well talk about some gossip," a middle-aged man said, then mysteriously added, "Let me tell you an important piece of news." "What news?" A few more people gathered around. "I heard that Captain Wang Chong took people to gather supplies, but they encountered some ghastly thing and lost 12 teammates," the middle-aged man said. "Oh my, is that why today's rations are so scarce? If the rescue team members are all sacrificed, how are we supposed to survive?" The conversation grew more heated, and more people joined the crowd. Seeing that the topic had attracted everyone's attention, the man in the white short-sleeved shirt quietly retreated to the side. then pulled out a lighter from his pocket and quietly ignited a slum before slipping back into the crowd as if nothing had happened. Soon, the smell of burning drew people's attention. Do you smell something? It seems something is burning. Everyone followed the source of the smell and found that their shelter was on fire, and the flames began to spread. Since the shelters were close together, aided by the night wind, a row of shelters caught fire. Seeing their homes ablaze, the crowd hurried to find something to extinguish the flames. This commotion quickly attracted the soldiers on guard. The man in the white short-sleeve shirt watched from a corner, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Upstairs, Cheng looked down at everything from above, standing up slowly while holding the tang knife. The time had come. It was my turn to make a move. Chapter 50. Subduing two fully armed soldiers ran over, and some survivors rushed to greet them. Comrades, we don't know how it happened, but the shelter is on fire. On fire? The soldiers turned their heads, and upon seeing the towering flames, one immediately said to his comrade, "Quick, report this to the commander." "Okay, you stay here and keep an eye on things. Contact me immediately if anything happens." After saying this, the soldier turned and ran towards headquarters. Just after passing a corner, suddenly a knife was pressed against his neck. "Do you know what you're doing?" The soldier reprimanded calmly. "Stop wasting my time. Tell me where the command headquarters is." A man's voice warned from the darkness. "Honestly confess, and you'll have a chance to live." Imyodan say, "Hiv. If I tell you, you really won't kill me?" The soldier hesitated before speaking. The man was delighted to hear this and immediately replied, "Of course, I always keep my word." "All right, I'll tell you the headquarters is." As the soldier spoke, he seized the man's wrist when he wasn't paying attention, while his other hand gripped the blade and executed a fierce shoulder throw. Unfortunately, the next moment, the soldier felt his strength sink like it was in the ocean. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge the person behind him. "Huh, surprised you can't move?" The man's voice turned colder as he removed the knife from the soldier's neck, using one hand to grip the soldier's neck and lift him effortlessly, as if toying with an ant, saying, "Under the boss's grace, I've already completed my awakening. Now you're facing a being with extraordinary power." He tightened his grip on the soldier's neck. The soldier's face turned pale, feeling as if a mechanical arm was choking him. With any more force, his neck would snap. He struggled to speak. "Why you? Who are you?" "You will never know, because of your foolishness." Duan's words fell as his arm suddenly exerted force. Just at that moment of life and death, pooh, bang bang, a blood arrow shot out, and the sounds of two heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. One was the soldier whose neck had just been grabbed, and the other was a severed arm. Screams erupted. Blood spilled out continuously onto the ground. Cheng, seeing the blood gushing from nowhere, dashed forward, using the back of his knife to strike the person down. Soon, a figure emerged. Cheng stepped on the visitor's back, pressing a dagger against his throat, and said coldly, "Duan, do you want to live or die?" "Why you? How do you know my name?" Hearing the other party reveal his name, Duan's features twisted as he asked, "Who are you, and why do you know my name?" Cheng sneered coldly in his heart. "How do you know?" Of course, it was because in his previous life, he was at the Lingxian survivor base and saw it every day. He said lightly, "Don't ask me how I know. Let me ask you, do you want to live or die? You have 3 seconds. 3, 2. When Cheng counted to 3, Duan immediately panicked and hurriedly pleaded, "I want to live." Wise choice. "Next, I'll ask, you answer, understood?" Cheng said indifferently. Duan quickly nodded. "Why are you here? What is your purpose?" Cheng asked. "How many of you are there? Who is outside? Who else is inside besides you? When will you make your move?" Cheng continued to ask. "How many awakeners do you have, and what are their abilities?" Cheng thought for a moment, and then asked. Duan immediately replied, "I have invisibility, unlimited time. Zhou Qing can fly. Sun Chong can petrify his body with extremely high defense. Wu De can enlarge his body, tripling his strength, and Huang Shui can control fire. Currently able to create fireballs with his bare hands." Damn, just like in his previous life, these two idiots have awakened their abilities. Hearing about Huang Shui and Wu De's abilities, Cheng clenched his fists. But it's not too late. Today, he will leave these few rogues here. And then that's Sun Chong. He hadn't heard any information about this person in his previous life, and the fifth awakener's ability was not petrification. So it's highly likely that Sun Chang died in this competition, or for some other reason, anyway, within these 3 days. Big brother, do you have any other questions? Duan asked cautiously. This person had cut off his arm upon their first meeting. If he made him unhappy, the knife was still pressed against his neck. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "This is how it is. In a while, you will listen to my orders and launch the signal. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll be the first to send you on your way." Yes, big brother, I promise to act according to your instructions. Duan replied repeatedly. Of course, if he really got killed by this person, the plan would be considered successful. They would have taken over this base. But he wouldn't enjoy the fruits of victory. As a partner, he couldn't tolerate sacrificing himself to work for others. If they were to die, they should all die together. Jiang Cheng nodded, then looked at the soldier who was getting up beside him and asked, "Brother, can you still move?" "Haha, brother, you're quite humorous." Jiang Cheng smiled. Then his expression turned serious as he said, "Comrade, please report to Captain Li Feng immediately and say that I have captured a prisoner. Ask him to come over right away." "Yes, Advisor Jiang." The soldier immediately stood straight, saluted, and jogged towards the operations command room. Soon, Li Feng hurried over. Looking at the one-armed person Jiang Cheng was stepping on, he showed a look of surprise and said, "Brother Jiang, is this the awakened one you mentioned who wanted to seize our base? One of them?" "Yes. His ability is invisibility, classified as a first-tier awakened. The duration of invisibility is unlimited. His strength is estimated to be around 1 ton, and his speed is 5 times that of an ordinary human. Conventional weapons are unlikely to kill him," Jiang Cheng said, gesturing for a soldier to shoot at his back. "Captain, are we really shooting?" The soldier glanced at Li Feng and asked. Li Feng scolded, "Damn it, if Advisor Jiang tells you to shoot, just shoot. Why so much nonsense?" "Yes, Captain." The soldier shouted, then raised his gun aimed at Duan's back. Taking a deep breath, he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out and hit Duan's back. Strangely, the spot where the bullet struck left only a hole in the clothing and a red dot on the skin, without penetrating. This, Li Feng gasped. To be honest, at his level, this was indeed beyond his understanding. However, since Jiang Cheng could clearly identify the opponent's characteristics, he must be very knowledgeable about these so-called awakened ones. Seeing Li Feng hesitating to speak, Jiang Cheng said, "Li Ge, we can discuss this later. The urgent matter now is to proceed with the plan we set." All right. Chapter 51. Slaywood. In front of the main road at the entrance of Lincian Vocational Technical College, several figures were waiting in the food alley across. "What is Duan doing? It's been so long, and he still hasn't sent the signal." Sun Chang cursed angrily. Wood frowned and said, "Could it be that he ran into some trouble?" Zhou Qing's expression was calm, his eyes as tranquil as water, and he said lightly, "What's the rush? Just wait." Mr. and Mrs. Huang overheard the conversation. They hadn't expected things to develop to this point. If they really took action against the soldiers now, their Huang family would never be able to clear their name. The couple exchanged glances and could see the worry in each other's eyes, but the situation was pressing, and they could only keep some thoughts to themselves. Time passed minute by minute. Just as the few were anxiously waiting, suddenly a gunshot rang out. It was Duan's signal. Sun Chang's expression brightened, and he immediately looked at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing calmly uttered 2 words, "Action." With the command, the 6 immediately sprang into action. Sun Chang was the most enthusiastic, running while shouting, "Petrify!" Instantly, his iron tower-like muscles became petrified. With each step he took, the ground cracked beneath him, displaying overwhelming might. Wood was equally unwilling to fall behind, shouting loudly as his figure instantly grew to 3 meters tall, his originally thin body now muscular and imposing. Zhou Qing, wearing a mask that obscured his expression, simply pointed his toes and soared into the air. Huang Shui was much steadier than Sun Chang and Wood, slowly trailing behind them with a blazing fireball burning in her hand. Mr. and Mrs. Huang timidly followed behind Huang Shui. The commotion caused by the group immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies and the soldiers stationed at the base. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Open fire!" The soldiers immediately opened fire, bullets continuously spewing from the gun muzzles. But the bullets that struck the frontmost Sun Chang only sparked without leaving a mark. "He!" Are you guys just tickling me? Sun Chong chuckled mockingly with his petrified face, then grabbed the iron gate of the vocational school and pulled hard. Crack! Instantly, the iron gate deformed, along with the barbed wire being tossed aside by Sun Chong. TCH, I thought this attack on the base would bring me some excitement. You guys are all so weak. Sun Chong displayed disdain. In reality, it wasn't that the soldiers were lacking in combat strength. Each soldier dispatched to search for survivors in surrounding cities was an elite among special forces, considered a king of soldiers. However, Sun Chong and the others had already surpassed human limits and were not afraid of bullets. Only superheroes like Captain America could compete with them. Sun Chong, stop playing around and finish the fight quickly, Zhou Qing reminded. Just watch, boss. Sun Chong grinned widely, leaping into the air and lunging towards the soldiers. Retreat. Seeing they were outmatched, the soldiers immediately threw a few grenades at the incoming Sun Chong. Boom! The scorching shockwaves forced the others to step back several paces. When they opened their eyes again, they found that the soldiers in front had vanished without a trace. Damn it, they're running like rats so fast. After a few complaints, Sun Chong picked the steel balls out from his body one by one, then continued to push deeper into the Lincian survivor base. Meanwhile, the soldiers had reached the teaching area, shouting into the walkie-talkie, "Captain, there are 6 enemies in total, 3 of whom are unafraid of bullets and have already entered. We can't hold them off and are retreating. Received. You all retreat to the back for now. The rest will be handled by Advisor Jiang and us." Li Feng put down the walkie-talkie and glanced at Jiang Cheng beside him. Jiang Cheng stared intently at Du Wen. Du Wen's soul instantly left his body in fear, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Big brother, I really didn't know that Huang Shui's parents would come along. Those 2 old folks are just ordinary people. I didn't count them in." As soon as he finished speaking, a silver flash appeared in Jiang Cheng's hand. A blood arrow shot out. Du Wen covered his neck with his remaining hand, looking at Jiang Cheng in disbelief, but the suffocating sensation that washed over him gradually made him lose consciousness. "Jiang, what are you doing?" Li Feng asked in confusion. They usually had a policy of treating captives well. Since the opponent had surrendered, they wouldn't harm their lives. Jiang Cheng said directly, "Leave him. The soldiers won't be able to keep watch on someone like him. If he escapes, it will cause us a lot of trouble." That's true. Li Feng listened to this and only thought Jiang Cheng was ruthless. But in times like this, being ruthless is necessary. Kindness will only leave you vulnerable. "All right, next, let's go meet them," Jiang Cheng said, then pulled out a grenade from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "This grenade can penetrate their bodies and cause them harm. Let's leave it to Brother Wang Chong to use." "Thanks." Wang Chong knew the value of the grenade. Even though there was only one, he was still delighted. Then, Jiang Cheng pulled out a level 1 Doomsday pistol and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "This pistol can penetrate their bodies, and it has a total of 6 shots, so use it sparingly." "Thank you." Li Feng took the pistol. The 3 exchanged glances and walked out of the command room together. At that moment, Huang Shui and her group happened to walk towards them. The 2 groups collided near the teaching building. "It's you." When Wood saw Jiang Cheng, he immediately flew into a rage, wishing he could rush up and smash him into a pulp. Huang Shui's expression also turned cold. Every time she thought back to the scene of her arm being severed a few days ago, the stump ached faintly, but her gaze towards Jiang Cheng was indeed very complicated. Compared to Wood, Jiang Cheng was more masculine and handsome. The outline of his muscles could be faintly seen through his thin shirt, exuding a strong male charm. In contrast, Wood, who had been thin before they met, could barely last 5 seconds, and after getting injured, his demeanor became increasingly effeminate, yet he still liked to act tough, which disgusted himself. "Jiang Cheng, I didn't expect to run into you here. It's truly heaven's eye-opening, giving me, Wood, a chance for revenge," Wood said hatefully. As soon as those words fell, Zhou Qing and the others looked over curiously. They had frequently heard Wood shouting a name since they met him, and looking at Jiang Cheng now. He indeed had some strength, but only compared to ordinary people. "I'm also very surprised. A good man like you has now become neither man nor woman," Jiang Cheng mocked. Looking for death, Wood's hostility surged, and he yelled, "You all stay back. This person is mine." "I don't mind," Sun Chong shrugged. "Hurry up." Zhou Qing nodded in agreement. With their strength, taking the Lincian survivor base was almost a sure thing. "Come on, let me see what Wood's strength is," Wood shouted loudly, and his 3-meter-tall body suddenly charged forward. To Li Feng and the others, it felt like a giant figure flashed by quickly, but to Jiang Cheng, it was as if everything was in slow motion, every move and technique laid bare before him. TSK, TSK, TSK. With 2 clicks of his tongue, Jiang Cheng's figure suddenly vanished, and then a flash of the blade appeared. Is it resolved just like that? Li Feng was in shock. He had thought that facing a monster like Wood, Jiang Cheng would at least have to engage in a fierce battle. But to their surprise, in the blink of an eye, before they could even see clearly, Wood was slain on the ground. Jiang Cheng steadied himself and walked over to Wood, who was still struggling with his opening and closing mouth, and struck with a knife. Wood's pupils quickly dimmed. This time, he was truly dead beyond any possibility of revival. Jiang Cheng held it and placed it in his backpack. "This is what you owe Qing want." Then he raised his head to look at Huang Shui and the others, saying, "Come on, continue." Chapter 52. The battle intensifies. Wood is dead? Huang Shui looked at the corpse on the ground in disbelief. Sun Chang also looked at Zhou Qing in disbelief and said, "This kid killed Wood." Zhou Chang's expression darkened, realizing they had encountered a tough opponent, and decisively said, "It's a tough spot. Everyone attack together." "All right," Sun Chang shouted, rolling up his sleeves. Huang Shui came to her senses and nodded with a complicated expression. Jiang Cheng flicked the blood off his blade and said, "Li Gu, that one in the sky is up to you." "No problem," Li Feng replied with a serious nod. Jiang Cheng said to Wang Chong, "Chang Gu, that woman is up to you now. Don't worry, brother, I'll make sure you get your revenge." Wang Chong glared at Huang Shui with a sinister look, secretly planning how to capture her alive and hand her over to Jiang Cheng for disposal. "As for that Sun Chong, I'll handle him myself." With the tasks assigned, the 3 of them took their positions and charged forward together. "Here they come. Let's see how I can kill you." Sun Chong was the first to charge in, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly until he reached Jiang Cheng, raising his fist high and then striking down hard. "Take this punch from me." "Here they come." Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed. He didn't intend to face this monster head-on. His current strength was 2,175 gene, which could reach 2610 gene with the enhancement of his spirit, but facing someone of Sun Chang's physique, it still seemed a bit lacking. He quickly dodged and swung his tang knife towards Sun Chang's waist. Bang! A spark flew out. A shallow white scratch appeared on Sun Chang's waist. "He, not bad with that knife. Scratching me counts as being qualified." Sun Chang, seeing that Jiang Cheng hadn't broken through his defense, couldn't help but laugh loudly, raising his fist and charging forward. "After my petrification, my hardness is half that of diamond. Let's see how I can turn you into meat paste." Seeing this, Jiang Cheng quickly swung his knife to block. Clang, clang, clang. The blade of the tang knife collided with Sun Chang's petrified giant fist, sparking a series of sparks, and the force transmitted from the blade made Jiang Cheng's hands tingle. Such strong power. While blocking with the knife, Jiang Cheng searched for an opportunity. Sun Chang's defense was too high. The tang knife couldn't break through his defense for a while, and he found himself in a tough battle. On Li Feng's side, the situation was equally grim. Bang! A shot fired, and the immense recoil nearly caused the level 1 Doomsday pistol in Li Chang's hand to slip from his grasp. Shocked, he looked at the pistol, speculating about its place of manufacture. It should be known that among handguns, the Desert Eagle had the most power, and he operated it with ease. However, Jiang Cheng's use of this pistol made him feel a lack of control, even more so than with the Barrett sniper rifle. Looking at the power of the bullet fired, Zhou Qing dodged it, and it struck the concrete wall of the teaching building behind him, directly creating a fist-sized hole. The bullet did not stop after penetrating one side of the concrete wall. It continued flying until it completely penetrated the other 2 walls before embedding itself in the 4th wall. This is comparable to a small armor-piercing round. Swallowing hard, Li Feng looked at the pistol again, his admiration evident on his face, secretly thinking that after the battle, he would discuss with Jiang Cheng how to get this gun for himself. Zhou Qing was also shocked by the power of this gun. When the bullet left the chamber, he felt a deathly threat from the incoming force. "What a good gun." Zhou Qing uttered 2 words calmly. Li Feng chuckled, "Comrade." Since you also see the power of the gun, I advise you to surrender early to avoid losing your life for no reason. It's too early to talk about surrendering now. Let's see if you can hold on for a minute first. Zhou Qing's voice turned cold, his body slowly descending as he relaxed his wrist and assumed a combat stance. Since that's the case, let's settle this under our hands. Li Feng pulled out another handgun and charged forward. On Wang Chang's side, he rubbed his fists and looked at Huang Shui boldly, saying, Wang Chang never hit women. But you're different. You provoked Brother Jiang. Stop talking nonsense, come on. Huang Shui shouted sharply, flames rising in her palm. In an instant, a fireball the size of a soccer ball took shape, and with a wave of her hand, the fireball shot out towards Wang Chang. Throwing a fireball? Are you a damn magician? Damn it! A heat wave rushed at him, and Wang Chang screamed, rolling to the side. Boom! The fireball exploded on the ground, scattering sparks in all directions. Even though he had avoided the impact of the fireball, Wang Chang still felt a burning sensation on his back, as if it were placed on a stove. Damn, it's really fiery hot. Wang Chang complained, and another fireball came flying at him. Here it comes again, Wang Chang shouted, rolling once more while pulling out the handgun from his waist. Bang! Bang! As an elite in the military, Wang Chang was very accurate with his shots, and one shot hit Huang Shui directly in the chest. Puffed. A spray of blood burst forth. A hole the size of a finger appeared in Huang Shui's shirt, and her skin was cut with a wound the size of pinky, brushing away the deformed bullet on her chest. Huang Shui's eyes were filled with fury as she stared intently at Wang Chang, flames rising in her palm once again. Damn, no wonder Brother Jiang couldn't take it. It's so fiery hot, anyone would turn to ashes if they approached. Wang Chang shrieked, quickly rolling to dodge. The battle between Jiang Cheng and the three of them has escalated to a fever pitch. Jiang Cheng swung his knife, using the rebound force from his opponent to retreat a few steps, then looked to the side. Where he saw Wang Chang and Li Feng being firmly suppressed. He frowned secretly. No, even if ordinary people possessed weapons capable of killing first-tier mutated creatures, their reactions and strength were still far inferior to those of awakened ones. He needed to quickly end the battle with Sun Chang. Otherwise, if either of the two were to be defeated, the balance of the fight would shift to the other side. With this thought, Jiang Cheng looked back at Sun Chang. After battling him for half a day and observing for a long time, he discovered a problem. Sun Chang could petrify his entire body, leaving almost no weaknesses. And the only area that wasn't petrified was his eyes. Perhaps this was a breakthrough point. With this in mind, Jiang Cheng swung his knife again. Sun Chang laughed heartily as he watched Jiang Cheng attack. Mocking, come on, you little insect, let's see how many more times you can dodge. His defensive power was extremely strong, and his enhanced strength allowed him to lift 3 tons with his bare hands. He could fail countless times, but if Jiang Cheng failed even once, he would be crushed into a pulp. He wanted to see how long Jiang Cheng could hold out. Come on, Jiang Cheng shouted loudly, pushing his speed to the limit as he flashed behind Sun Chang and aimed a fierce strike at his back. He was trying to attract the other party's attention. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the Tang knife proved sharp. Even though the opponent's body was as tough as stone, continuous jabs at a single point gradually chipped away at the covering rock, revealing a dent the size of a thumb. Kid, what kind of trick are you playing? Chapter 53. Soft-hearted after being hit repeatedly in the back, although it didn't hurt. It provoked Sun Chang. Damn it, dodging around like a fly is so annoying. Furious, Sun Chang turned around and threw a punch. Jiang Cheng was not afraid. He shifted his weight back on his toes, dodging the attack, and after landing, he leaped up again, flashing to Sun Chang's back, targeting the spot he had just stabbed. With a poochie, blood gushed out. Sun Chang cried out in pain, his eyes instantly bloodshot. I actually got hurt. You broke through my defense. Stabbed by the Tang knife, Sun Chang could no longer remain calm. His reason was immediately replaced by rage, and he frantically lunged at Jiang Cheng. I'm going to crush you. Huh? Jiang Cheng saw Sun Chang lose his rationality and sneered, swiftly darting forward to stab at his back. With a poof, a blood arrow the thickness of a pencil shot out. It didn't cause much harm to Sun Chang, but it was extremely intimidating. He cried out in pain, hurriedly covering his back with one hand while reaching for Jiang Cheng with the other. Now's the time. Taking advantage of the gap when his opponent freed one hand, Jiang Cheng's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, a flash of silver light zipped by. Sun Chang felt a sharp pain in his eye, and his vision went completely dark. "Ah, my eyes, you've blinded me." Sun Chang covered his eyes with both hands, blood seeping through his fingers, his mouth wide open as he cried out in agony. Jiang Cheng seized the opportunity, his Tang Dao once again striking out, targeting Sun Chang's throat. Not good. Zhou Qing heard Sun Chang scream and quickly looked over. When he saw Sun Chang covering his eyes, with blood all over his fingers and hands, he thought to himself that it was bad news. His body sprang into the air as he hurried to provide support. But just then, a gust of wind struck him head-on. Zhou Qing's body froze, and he immediately retreated. "Hey, your opponent is me," a shout came from the ground. Zhou Qing angrily looked at the person lying there. It must be said that even if an ordinary person gains strength, their combat skills are still far inferior to those of a warrior. Every time he tried to approach Li Feng, he was forced to retreat by Li Feng's pressure. "You. Very good." Zhou Qing almost spat out the words through gritted teeth. Li Feng laughed loudly. "Our fight isn't over yet. You can't leave. Come on." Zhou Qing shouted and quickly lunged at Li Feng. Li Feng showed no signs of backing down, gripping his gun and continuously retreating, waiting for Zhou Qing to get closer before suddenly pulling the trigger. Bang! A tongue of flame shot out. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth, wanting to withstand the blow and then kill Li Feng, but he underestimated the level 1 Doomsday pistol. The moment he was hit, a burst of blood blossomed from his shoulder, and his body was sent flying backward by the bullet's immense force. At that moment, Jiang Cheng here, with a swift motion, the Tang knife pierced through the throat, going all the way in. Jiang Cheng gripped the handle and sharply pulled the knife up. The sound of tearing echoed, the sound of flesh being cut. Sun Chang's body shook violently and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After dealing with Sun Chang, Jiang Cheng did not stop. The blade flashed again as he turned and lunged toward Zhou Qing. Not good. Zhou Qing crashed through the concrete wall, realizing something was wrong and attempted to get up and escape, but Jiang Cheng was faster. The Tang knife pierced straight through his chest as Jiang Cheng pulled the knife up with both hands. Zhou Qing's neck, along with his head, was severed in half, red and white mixed together, oozing out, looking utterly disgusting. After eliminating Zhou Qing, Jiang Cheng turned to look at the last remaining person. At that moment, a cry for help came from Wang Chang's direction. "Brother Jiang, hurry, I can't hold on." Wang Chang's face was flushed, his hair singed, and his combat uniform was riddled with large and small burn holes, making him look utterly disheveled. "I'm coming." Jiang Cheng did not hesitate for a moment, swinging his long knife towards Huang Shue's back. "Shuer, be careful," Huang Fu shouted, throwing himself in front of her without a second thought. "Get away. I don't need you to protect me." Huang Shui screamed as she turned to shake her father off, but it was too late. With a thud, the Tang knife pierced through Huang Fu's chest, his heart ruptured, and a mouthful of fresh blood spilled from his lips. "Why? Why did you protect me? You only see me as a tool to climb the social ladder." Huang Shui cried out hoarsely. "Silly child, haha. Wonderful managed abitersmile." Turning to Jiang Cheng with pleading eyes, while gripping the knife blade and begging, I know it was wrong for Shuer to betray you, but she is still young. It's because of me that she did this. Please, please spare her. If you really want to kill someone, just kill me instead. Use my life in exchange for my daughters." As he spoke, Huang Fu knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. Jiang Cheng looked at Huang Fu with a complex expression. In his memory, Huang Fu had always been polite to him, and he hadn't seen Huang Fu and Huang Mu since the establishment of the Lincian survivor base. He didn't want to kill innocent people, but did Li Qingwan deserve to die? Did his brother Shun Fu deserve to die? Did those innocent people who were murdered deserve to die? Jiang Cheng thought of this and said firmly, "I'm sorry, Huang Shui, you must die." With that, he drew his Tang knife and lunged at Huang Shui. At that moment, another figure rushed in. "Puchi Mom?" Huang Mu, with blood at the corner of her mouth, said sorrowfully, "I'll give my life too, Jiang Cheng. I'll trade both my and Lao Huang's lives for Shuer." Jiang Cheng's previously firm gaze was once again filled with conflict. He wanted to kill Huang Shui, but he never expected Huang's parents to exchange their lives for hers. After thinking for a moment, he let out a bitter laugh. He realized he was still too soft-hearted. Saying this, he drew his tang knife and pointed it at Huang Shui. His eyes red as he said, Huang Shui, you have good parents. I won't kill you today, but don't think you can leave so easily. As long as you can survive my punch, I will let you go. Jiang Cheng, let her go, Huang's father pleaded, covering his bleeding wound, and Huang's mother did the same. But Jiang Cheng shook his head firmly and said, there's no room for negotiation. Dad, Mom, don't beg him. Huang Shui looked at Jiang Cheng with red eyes and slowly spoke, I'll take your punch. All right, I promise, as long as you can survive my punch. I will definitely let you go, Jiang Cheng said, taking a deep breath. Come on. Huang Shui steeled herself, walked to the side, and slowly closed her eyes. Jiang Cheng saw this and walked slowly forward, examining the face of the woman he once loved. If you hadn't betrayed me, if you hadn't killed Qing Wan, if... Sigh, there are no so many ifs in this world. Since there was betrayal, one must pay the price. Jiang Cheng's gaze was incredibly resolute. He stood with his legs apart in a horse stance, his arms slightly bent, as the spiritual energy in his dantian continuously converged towards his fist. All the betrayal, hatred, and anger coalesced into this one punch. With this punch, Jiang Cheng's spiritual attribute amplification reached its peak, unleashing an unreserved force of 2,610 pounds right at the center of Huang Shui's chest. Bang! This punch directly caved in Huang Shui's chest, sending her flying backward with over 2,000 pounds of force. She only stopped after crashing into the concrete wall of the teaching building, causing it to crack inward. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Huang Shui's head hung low, blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth, already breathing in less and out more. Jiang, what is this? Li Feng inquired. Throw her down and leave her in the street. Whether she lives or dies is up to fate. Jiang Cheng said without a hint of emotion. What about this couple? Li Feng pointed to Huang's parents, whose lives were rapidly fading away. Throw them in the street and let them live or die. Chapter 54, Aftermath. At the entrance of the Linxian survivor base, 7 bodies were carried out by several soldiers and casually tossed beside a trash bin in the food street across the main road. Brother, when do you think this world will end? I don't know, just live one day at a time. The soldiers clapped their hands, chatting as they walked back to the base. Since the apocalypse broke out, more and more people had died. They experienced the loss of comrades and family members every day, and they were almost numb to death. However, just after they left, a woman's throat in the pile of corpses suddenly made a swallowing motion. In the next moment, who? The supposedly dead Huang Shui suddenly opened her eyes wide, gasping for fresh air, her chest rising and falling violently, the previously caved-in area beginning to be subtly repaired by a force. If one could see through her, they would find that her once broken heart inside her chest was slowly starting to beat again. That was close, I almost died. Huang Shui felt both astonished and terrified. Fortunately, she had secretly discovered that the zombie crystals possessed a certain degree of healing ability and had hidden one in her mouth before joining the battle. It was partly a gamble, and she hadn't expected it to actually work. However, due to the severity of her injuries, she couldn't move for the time being. The cause of all this was Jiang Cheng. Thinking of this, Huang Shui's features twisted in anger. Her parents were killed, her teammates were wiped out, her lover wood was split in half, and she was brought to the brink of death. She silently vowed, Jiang Cheng, wait for me. One day, Huang Shui will rise again, and I will use your head to honor my parents' spirits in the afterlife. As her words fell, perhaps due to the heavy scent of blood, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed faintly, mixed with the low growls of zombies. Damn it, this cursed body, move already. Meanwhile, at the temporary command center within the survivor base, Jiang Cheng extended a hand towards Li Feng with an expressionless face. Li Feng, with a flattering smile, said this. Brother Jiang, since your martial arts are exceptional, these external items shouldn't matter much to you. How about just giving them to your brother? If that doesn't work, I can exchange 2 submachine guns for them. These are the latest models used by the military, and the 7.62mm bullets will let you shoot to your heart's content. Jiang Cheng's forehead broke out in a line of black lines as he complained. Do you think your worthless things can compare to mine? Saying this, He snatched it from Li Feng's hand. Ignoring Li Feng's look of resentment, Jiang Cheng turned to Wang Chong and similarly extended his hand, asking, "Where's the bomb?" Used it, Wang Chong said reluctantly, stammering. Used it? Huh. Jiang Cheng let out a cold laugh. Wang Chong only felt a blur in front of his eyes and hurriedly reached for his waist, only to find the Doomsday bomb that was originally hanging there was empty. Suddenly, he felt dejected and quickly looked towards Li Feng for help. At that moment, when their gazes met, they both saw a desire in each other's eyes and exchanged a tacit glance. Li Feng turned and said, "Brother Jiang, my dear brother, name your price." Wang Chong quickly chimed in, "Yes. That's right, as long as you want something, we can get it for you." "Can you really offer that?" Jiang Cheng said. "Don't forget, you still owe me 4,000 ordinary zombie crystals, 30 people's worth of survival supplies, and 2 packs of vegetable seeds." "I know, but this is a deal between the headquarters and you. Now, it's a deal between our Lincian survivor base and you, my brother," Li Feng quickly replied. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's heart stirred. What he needed most right now was zombie crystals. As long as he had enough of them, he could enter the mall to exchange for supplies. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If you want to trade, that's fine. Brother Jiang, just say what you want." Li Feng quickly responded when he saw Jiang Cheng relent. "Yes, as long as Brother Jiang is willing, I'll do everything I can to find it for you." Wang Chong said eagerly. He was too tempted by that bomb. Just a handgun could penetrate 4 layers of 20-centimeter thick concrete walls, so the power of that bomb was unimaginable. Jiang Cheng lowered his head in thought, while Wang Chong and Li Feng waited obediently at the side. A level 1 Doomsday pistol costs 200 energy points, and it's uncertain when such firearms will be available. The Doomsday bomb is powerful, capable of sending a zombie to its end with just one. Jiang Cheng was very reluctant to part with either item. However, with the support of the Chu City survivor base, the Lincian survivor base would undoubtedly grow stronger. And building good relationships was very important at this stage. After some contemplation, Jiang Cheng reluctantly said, "This is how it is. I can exchange both the pistol and the bomb, but on the condition that you need to provide zombie crystals for the trade." Li Feng replied, "Brother Jiang, just tell us the amount. Hunting ordinary zombies is not difficult, and as long as the survivors are mobilized, collecting zombie crystals is not a hard task. First, for the pistol, each one requires 2,000 ordinary zombie crystals, and level 1 mutated zombies are counted separately. For bullets, each shot costs 100 zombie crystals, with level 1 mutated zombies also counted separately. For the bomb, each one costs 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals, again with level 1 mutated zombies counted separately. Can Brother Jiang give us a discount?" Li Feng gritted his teeth and negotiated. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "If Brother Li can't come up with something to exchange, let's forget about the deal." "No." Wang Chong saw Jiang Cheng about to refuse and hurriedly said to Li Feng, "Captain, say something." Li Feng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, I agree." "Good. Then whenever you collect the zombie crystals, we'll exchange them then," Jiang Cheng said directly. "Deal." The two parties reached an agreement. Jiang Cheng didn't stay long and directly ran towards his base. The Silver Avenue is about 5 kilometers away from the Yanghe community, but with Jiang Cheng's full acceleration, he arrived in just over a minute. "Dawn, open the door." As soon as the words fell, the base gate opened immediately. Before he even stepped inside, Jiang Cheng saw Old Yang, Lin Ro, and Lu Xinru anxiously waiting at the entrance. Seeing the gate open, the two girls quickly rushed over. Lu Xinru quietly observed Jiang Cheng's body, checking to see if he had any injuries. "I don't have any." Lin Ro's clean cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly denied it. Jiang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart as he listened, and then he briefly recounted what had happened today. "So, it turns out you've been dealing with the military?" Old Yang frowned and said. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. "It's considered a partnership for now, mutually beneficial. Well, cooperation is certainly not a problem, but I still have to advise you, old man, to seek independence in your endeavors. Don't let yourself be controlled one day," young Lao Dao said solemnly. "I understand what you're saying," Jiang Cheng replied earnestly. He knew that young Lao Dao meant well for him. "By the way, regarding Huang Shui, I suggest you think it through carefully. If you don't want to take action yourself, Lin Ro and I can do it on your behalf." A scheming woman like her, if she doesn't die, could bring endless trouble, Lu Xinru said. Lin Ro quickly nodded in agreement. I support Sister Lu's opinion. In fact, after letting Huang Shui go, Jiang Cheng felt a bit regretful. However, he had used all his strength in that punch, and he had tested it. There was no way Huang Shui could survive with a rupture heart. After thinking for a moment, he said, if Huang Shui is dead, that's fine. But if she is alive and dares to play any tricks, I will definitely kill her on the spot without hesitation. I hope so, but I'm afraid someone might see their ex-girlfriend and struggle to stay tough, he added with a click of his tongue. Chapter 55, Big Purchases. Jiang Cheng's old face turned red. Ahem. Ahem. Kid, it's good for young people to be passionate and loyal. But there's a saying, what needs to be severed should be severed. If you don't cut it off, it will only bring chaos. As the old saying goes, wildfires can't be completely extinguished. They will grow again with the spring breeze. There is also a proverb that says, young Laodad was getting into it, but Jiang Cheng really couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly fled. Seeing the three of them dumbfounded, he burst into laughter. The entire Dawn base was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. Once he entered the transformation room, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and pulled out today's spoils from his bag. 120 ordinary zombie crystals, 2 first-level mutated zombie crystals, and 4 first-level beginner awakener crystals. Jiang Cheng first threw in 120 ordinary zombie crystals. The energy points immediately increased by 132 points. Then he threw in 2 first-level mutated zombie crystals, and the energy points increased by another 2,200 points. To his surprise, 1 first-level mutated zombie crystal could actually convert 1,100 points of energy. As for the remaining 4 first-level primary awakener crystals, Jiang Cheng hesitated. In fact, he had never mentioned the last awakening method, which was that as long as one obtained the awakener's crystal and swallowed it, they could also awaken. However, this awakening has 2 drawbacks. After devouring the awakener's crystal, one would not be able to awaken their own abilities, but could only inherit the abilities of that crystal. This means that if the ability of the crystal is fire control, then you would inherit the fire control ability. The second drawback is that the growth of the crystal is extremely difficult. It can only rely on consuming awakener crystals for self-evolution and cannot evolve through other means. So this awakening method is basically something that everyone subconsciously avoids mentioning. Should he keep them? Jiang Cheng hesitated a bit. These 4 abilities were all quite good. Zhou Qing's flight, Sun Chang's petrification, Wood's gigantification, and Du Wen's invisibility, all of which were extremely practical supernatural powers. Forget it. Let's transform. Jiang Cheng ultimately made the decision not to keep them. The reason was simple. The growth process was too complicated, and there weren't many awakeners. He couldn't guarantee that all awakeners were evil. As a member of his Dawn base, he hoped that his teammates' growth wouldn't be restricted. With great reluctance, he tossed 4 awakeners' crystals into the transformation chamber. The energy points immediately increased by 600. Was each crystal worth 650 energy points? That's even more valuable than a first-tier mutated creature. Jiang Cheng's earlier frustration vanished instantly, replaced by shock at the remaining energy points. Remaining energy points, 9,072. 3. He struck it rich. Jiang Cheng's eyes. Decisive risks and rewards are proportional. To kill 9,000 zombies, he would need to take 1 stab at a time, which would take 150 minutes or 2.5 hours. Without hesitation, he asked, System, please list the energy points required for upgrading the equipment. Ding. Level 2 operating room, 1,000 energy points. Level 2 backyard, 1,500 energy points. Level 3 cultivation room, 1,000 energy points. Level 3 spirit pool, 500 energy points. Level 3 gym, 500 energy points. Level 3 storage space, 500 energy points. Level 3 energy conversion room, 1,000 energy points. Level 3 dormitory, 1,000 energy points. Level 3 base, 10,000 energy points. Jiang Cheng glanced around and said directly, upgrade to Level 3 spirit pool, Level 3 gym, and Level 3 energy conversion room. Ding! 2,000 energy points deducted. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Level 3 spirit pool. For every 2 energy points consumed, 4 cubic meters of spirit pool can be transformed. Drinking once can enhance one internal attribute of the body, up to 2 times a day, with the effect of the second enhancement halved. The vegetation irrigated can increase body attributes by 0.3 each time it is consumed, and can be enhanced once a day, with a 2 chance to awaken the latent, extraordinary genes in the human body, becoming an awakened. It can increase the cultivation spirit value speed by 20. Level 3 Gym consumes 2 energy points for each hour of use, increasing one body attribute, strength or agility, by 1 each time, usable twice a day, with the second use having the attribute increase. It includes advanced combat skills and martial arts skill, meditation. After use, it can double the spirit value for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Level 3 Energy Conversion Room automatically absorbs dissipated external energy from all waste output of the house and converts it into energy points, with a conversion rate increased by 0.2 times, obtaining a fixed 50 energy points from the outside world daily. Remaining energy points, 72. 3. The enhancement effects of Level 3 equipment are exceptionally good. I'm not wasting these energy points. Cheng sighed at the upgraded equipment and opened the base mall. Aside from the permanent items section, which had no changes, the items in the products section refreshed again. Permanent items section. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullets, 20 energy points per shot. Power can penetrate Level 1 mutated creatures. Products section. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 100 energy points. Quantity, 5. Explosion power can severely injure a Level 1 mutated creature. Explosion damage radius diameter 5 meters, single use. Level 1 Blood Restoration Potion, 200 energy points. After use, physical attributes double. Effect lasts for 5 minutes. Side effect. Within 6 hours, overall combat power is halved. Level 1 Eye of Data, 300 energy points. After use, can observe the combat power of biological entities below Level 2 mutated creatures. Level 1 Doomsday Warrior, 2000 energy points. Strength comparable to a Level 1 Awakened. No cognition. Loyalty 100, requires only 50 energy points daily to sustain life activities. Level 1 Ancient Virus Vaccine, 800 energy points. Quantity, 5. Ancient Zombie Virus Vaccine, after injection, can eliminate the virus in infected individuals. Ineffective for those who have already transformed into zombies. Refresh time, 12:09. 08 Cheng glanced at the product list. The Level 1 Doomsday Bomb was definitely a must-buy. The Level 1 Blood Potion seemed a bit useless. As for the rest, Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Clear the product list except for the Blood Potion." Ding. This transaction requires a large amount of energy points. Would the host like to proceed with the purchase? The system reminded. Buy. These items are very useful to him right now. Spending some energy points is nothing. Ding. 6,800 energy points deducted. Purchase successful. Remaining energy points, 272. 3. Looking at the remaining energy points, Cheng felt a bit pained. He had barely gotten used to these energy points, and now they were all gone. But as long as he could have the ability to protect himself in the Doomsday world, it was absolutely worth it. Ding. Items have been distributed. Please handle them, host. As the system's voice fell, a white light flashed in front of him. A large number of items lay quietly in the transformation room, especially a humanoid object that was entirely silver, which caught his attention. The Level 1 Doomsday Warrior had seen its master. Chapter 56, A Lesson from Dawn. Is this the Level 1 Doomsday Warrior? Cheng discovered that this thing, aside from being humanoid, had a silvery metallic sheen all over its body. And as soon as the information about the Level 1 Doomsday Warrior was exchanged, it was implanted in his mind. Item: Level 1 Doomsday Warrior. Description: entirely made of high-density, liquid metal, capable of changing forms at will, internally embedded with an intelligent microchip, equipped with low-level zombie combat skills. Strength comparable to a Level 1 mutant. Loyalty, 100%. Looking at the item description in his mind, Cheng focused and directly asked Zero, "Can you change to another form?" "Yes." Zero nodded mechanically. Its body transformed into a puddle of liquid, then wrapped around Cheng's arm, becoming a liquid bracelet the thickness of a finger. "Good. Maintain this form until I call you out," Cheng said with satisfaction. "Yes, master." With that, Zero fell silent. Cheng took out a small square box, which contained 2 items resembling contact lenses. According to the system's introduction, these are the level 1 data eyes, which, when worn, can integrate seamlessly with the eyeball without any side effects. After putting on the data eyes, he took out a glass syringe filled with a glowing green liquid. This is the level 1 ancient virus vaccine obtained through exchange. Cheng did not hesitate at all, directly plunging the needle into his arm and injecting the vaccine into his flesh. Aside from feeling a slight warmth on his forehead, he did not experience any significant changes. The only change was in his virus resistance attribute. Virus resistance 1. 5. When it reaches 1, it can provide immunity against first-tier mutated and below ordinary zombie viruses. As expected of an item exchanged through the system. Seeing that the vaccine was effective, Cheng quickly took out 3 more vaccines, exited the transformation room, and handed one to each of the others, saying, "This is a first-tier ancient virus vaccine, which you can refer to as a zombie virus vaccine. After injection, it can effectively provide immunity against zombie scratches from second-tier mutated beings and below." "What? You say this is a zombie virus vaccine?" Lin Ro exclaimed in surprise. Old Jiang also looked at Cheng with a strange expression. Lu Xinru, although not studying epidemiology, was also very curious about this vaccine as a doctor. "As for its origin, I cannot disclose that, but I can guarantee that this vaccine is absolutely effective," Cheng said sincerely. In fact, everything about Cheng was quite mysterious. A high-tech base, food that could increase strength when consumed, and water that could enhance the body when drunk. All of this was too incredible. It was hard to tell if it was the effect of the high favorability rating above 90. "All right, I won't be polite then." Old Yang was the first to take the vaccine, rolling up his sleeve and injecting it directly. "I believe you too." Lin Ro and Lu Xinru quickly took the vaccines and injected them as well. Soon, the virus resistance attributes on the 3 of them exceeded 1. The night passed peacefully like this. The next day, Cheng arrived at the gym early. The introduction to the 3rd-level gym made him eager to try it out. As soon as he stepped inside, a voice greeted him. "Welcome to the 3rd-level gym. The system's sprite Dawn is at your service." The aloof and elegant figure of Dawn seemed to have gained a bit more liveliness compared to before. "Learn martial arts skill. Meditation." "Yes." Dawn nodded lightly and began to explain. "The purpose of the skill meditation is to temporarily enhance your spiritual value using mental power, which requires your mental power to reach 5. Now I need to assess your body to arrange the meditation learning steps based on your physical condition." "Okay." Cheng nodded. "What I need to do?" Dawn replied, "Just stand still." Following Dawn's instructions, Cheng stood in the center of the gym as Dawn's eyes emitted a white light, similar to a CT scan, scanning Cheng from head to toe. Body data generating. Generation complete. Learning steps generated. As the last sound fell, Dawn said, "Master, you can currently proceed directly to the 2nd step of learning." "All right, let's begin," Cheng said eagerly. Dawn explained, "The 2nd step is to use your mental power. You need to clear your mind of distractions, place yourself in a comfortable and relaxed environment, and then feel if there are floating green light spots around you. If there are, try to imagine your mental power forming a giant net to capture all the spiritual energy around you into your body until you can no longer hold it." "I'll give it a try." Following Dawn's instructions, Cheng closed his eyes and easily saw the spiritual energy around him. This step was very similar to the method of gathering energy, the only difference being the mental power net. A net? Could it be a fishing net? He muttered to himself as he tried to imagine his mental power like a thin thread, then controlling these threads to intertwine and weave into a giant fishing net. Soon, the net formed in his mind. Cheng struggled to control the large net, capturing the surrounding spiritual particles and pulling them toward his body. In an instant, Cheng felt a surge of fullness within him. He was intrigued and immediately checked his spiritual value. Spirit 0.204. Skill activation in progress. Can increase combat power by 40. Can increase combat power by 20. Is this how it is? In a moment of excitement, Cheng took a deep breath and threw a punch at the weight measuring device in the gym. Boom! A loud bang sounded. The big screen immediately displayed the value. 3,045 pounds. Good. Very good. Cheng shouted excitedly, then stepped onto the treadmill next to him and began to run. After a minute, His speed reached its peak, and a number appeared on the big screen: 105. 35 meters second. Indeed, all his values had increased by 40. After completing his meditation training, Cheng started learning advanced combat skills. The so-called force unloading can be understood as using minimal force to unload maximum force. Similar to the lever principle, using the point of impact as the fulcrum and exerting force to counteract external force. Force unloading is not about creating something from nothing. It is like a mathematical formula, where the exerted force can approach zero but never equal zero. With Dawn's explanation, Cheng stood in front of the automatic combat simulation dummy for practice. As a mechanical arm from the dummy punched toward him, Cheng instinctively dodged. But soon he heard Dawn's reprimanding voice. "Master, you can rely on your agility attribute to dodge attacks now. But have you considered how to evade an opponent who is stronger in agility and strength? Therefore, to unload force, one needs to bear force. Without pain to stimulate the muscles cannot react as a fulcrum." Chapter 57. The first mission of the Dawn members. "Master, take this punch like a man. Don't let Dawn look down on you." Dawn encouraged from his side. "Let's talk, got it." Cheng forcibly stopped his instinctive dodging motion and took a punch from the mechanical arm head-on. At that moment, Old Yang's hard qigong immediately came into play. As the fist hit his shoulder, spiritual energy automatically gathered at the point of impact, dissipating most of the force and leaving only a small portion to spread out. "Master, please stop your little movements and let your muscles remember," Dawn spoke up again. Cheng's ears heated up and he shouted loudly, "Come again." This time, he forcibly stopped the flow of inner energy and took the attack of the mechanical arm head-on. Hiss! Even though his body had undergone several enhancements, this punch still made Cheng gasp in pain. Taking a deep breath, Cheng yelled, "Come again!" Bang! "Come again!" Bang! After an hour of continuous strikes, Cheng finally remembered the memory of this pain. When faced with the punches from the mechanical arm, his muscles would involuntarily start to twitch. Believing that the master had already sensed the changes in the muscles, the next thing to learn was to use the muscles as support to apply force. Dawn said at the right moment, "Remember, this initial unloading of force changes the direction of the incoming force's movement, protecting oneself from harm. This is the current lesson." Cheng nodded and silently tried again. Another hour later, as the force of the punch came at him, Cheng remained motionless until the moment the opponent hit his shoulder, when his body suddenly trembled. In the next second, the mechanical arm that should have shot straight out unexpectedly changed direction and struck toward another spot. Finally, it succeeded. Cheng said excitedly, "Well done. Keep practicing tomorrow. Every part of your body, except for your shoulders, can serve as a point to release force." The 2-hour training session has ended. Cheng took big gulps of spiritual water to replenish his body. Compared to the previous level 2 spirit pool water, he found that the changes brought by the level 3 spirit pool water were like the body refining in a fantasy novel. He could clearly feel his body being strengthened. This enhancement affected his skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, and even the tiny capillaries. Feeling the changes in his body, Cheng quietly said, "System, check my body data." Host, Cheng, gender, male, age, 23, level, acquired level 2, semi-awakener spirit, 0, 2, can amplify combat power by 20, wisdom, 7, 5, normal human is 1, strength, 24, 25, normal human is 1, agility, 11, 35, normal human is 1, spirit, 7, 9, normal human is 1, virus resistance, 1, 5 at 1, immune to tier 1 mutated zombies and below common zombie virus, ability, awakening degree, 42, skills, Qi, gathering technique, hard Qigong, meditation, combat, advanced, comprehensive combat power, 51. Glancing at the body data, both strength and speed had increased, but what caught his attention the most was the awakening degree, which had unexpectedly increased by 2. This was a pleasant surprise. Then there was the matter of Dawn. Currently, Lu Xinru and Lin Ro both had over 400 pounds of strength. As members of the Dawn base, they also needed to train their abilities to work for the base in the future. After tidying up, Cheng walked to the leisure area and gathered everyone, saying, As of today, our Dawn base has initially acquired 4 members, and under the enhancement of the spiritual water, everyone's physical quality has greatly improved. Therefore, starting today, I need to assign everyone's tasks to fully train everyone's abilities. All right, you brat, just say it. I knew one day I would become your worker. Old Yang said with a curl of his lips. Jiang Cheng, you just say we have no objections, the 2 women said. After staying stable at the base for so many days, Lin Ro and Lu Xinru felt a bit embarrassed. They were eating and drinking from Jiang Cheng, who as the base owner went out daily to hunt zombies at risk, which was indeed a bit unreasonable. They had long hoped Jiang Cheng would assign tasks. Jiang Cheng was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. He said, "First, Old Yang, as a combat unit, the cleaning task of Yanghe North Road will be assigned to you." "No problem," Old Yang replied readily. After assigning Old Yang's task, Jiang Cheng looked at Lin Ro and said, "Lin Ro, you and Dr. Liu are responsible for finishing off the zombies that Old Yang kills and collecting the crystals. We'll make sure to complete the task," Lin Ro said excitedly. As for Dr. Liu, practice killing zombies with Lin Ro and Old Yang these days, and after 3 days, stay at the base to study medicine, Jiang Cheng said. "No problem," Lu Xinru nodded. In fact, Jiang Cheng had already thought about each position. Lu Xinru, as a doctor, was an extremely valuable talent. But since arriving at the base, she had been living a stable life, which was not a good phenomenon. In the apocalypse, regardless of the position, one needs to have a strong physique and basic combat ability to survive better. Therefore, Lu Xinru just needed to learn how to kill zombies. Lin Ro and Old Yang had no other requirements for now. Being a combat unit was very suitable. In the future, as the base expands, perhaps other tasks would be assigned to the 2, but for now, the most urgent thing was to improve combat strength. After assigning tasks, Jiang Cheng handed each person a grenade and instructed, "This is a level 1 Doomsday bomb. With great power, it can injure Tier 1 mutated zombies. Keep it for self-defense." Also, the firearms that Lin Ro and I collected from the security office, each of you will be equipped with one. Lin Ro knows where the guns are located. Lastly, I want to emphasize that everyone should prioritize their own safety. If you can't fight, you can run. If you keep the Green Mountains, you won't worry about firewood. We understand. The 3 felt Jiang Cheng's concern and nodded vigorously. Okay, let's start our action. Lastly, I want to emphasize that you must avoid densely populated zombie areas, such as nursing homes, kindergartens, schools, hospitals, shopping malls, and so on. After giving the instructions, Jiang Cheng recorded the information of the 3 at the base gate, allowing them to enter by facial recognition when he was not around. After bidding farewell to the 3, Jiang Cheng took his knife and went out. July 9th, 2022, 8:40 a.m. In the food alley across the street from the Linsien survivor base, a pile of zombie corpses lay scattered on the ground. They all had one thing in common. Their bodies were burned to charcoal, and the zombie crystals in their brains had disappeared. In a house in the Shaqiao community of Linsien, a disheveled girl knelt in front of 2 glass boxes made into urns, her eyes red, and she knocked her head hard. Bang, bang, bang. The tremendous force cracked the cement floor. The girl, however, was oblivious, her cheeks continuously streaming with tears as she looked at the urns and murmured, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Schwerer will definitely avenge you." Chapter 58. Seeking Tier 1 Mutated Zombies. The zombies on Yanghe West Road, Yanghe South Road, and Yanghe East Road had basically been cleaned up. The remaining densely populated areas on Yanghe North Road, especially the big guy at Yanghe School, made Jiang Cheng decide to avoid confrontation for now. Currently, his most urgent task was still to obtain zombie crystals to replenish the base's energy points. Now that my strength has reached the level of a Tier 1 Awakener, I will first deal with those 2 Tier 1 mutated zombies that ambushed Old Yang. Holding the Tang knife, Jiang Cheng walked straight along Yanghe West Road, crossed the ship community, went up the levee, and headed east along the levee. In less than half a minute, he arrived at the Rose Garden. "This is it." Jiang Cheng glanced at the Rose Garden, which was divided into eastern and western parts by a Rose Avenue, leading south directly to the Central Commercial District. The Commercial District was not a place for him to act for the time being. It was even more crowded than Yanghe School. If another big guy like the one in the school appeared, it would be questionable whether he could escape. For now, he needed to deal with the 2 areas next to the levee first. Cheng thought as he held the Tang Dao and walked down the embankment. Meanwhile, in the western district of Rose Garden, building a woman was carefully leading a thin, pale little girl of about 6 or 7 years old up the stairs. When they reached the 9th floor and looked at the door of Unit 903, the woman hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to knock. Who the hell is knocking? Hurry up and get lost. An impatient voice came from inside. Brother, I want to exchange for some food, the woman said. Come in, the voice responded. Upon hearing the mention of exchanging food, the door was opened slightly, and the woman quickly pulled her daughter in. The inside was small, but filled with bottles and jars. A group of burly men were gathered in the living room, drinking and chatting, occasionally squeezing the woman in their arms, eliciting soft cries of pleasure from her. The woman followed the men into the living room, and seeing her former neighbor dressed provocatively, she was momentarily taken aback. Then she squatted down and said to her daughter, Be good, wait for mommy over there. Okay, but mommy, be quick. I'm a little scared, the little girl said weakly. Mommy knows, the woman replied. After her daughter obediently walked to the door, she gritted her teeth and approached one of the burly men, then pleaded, Brother Jiang, could you give me some food? My daughter hasn't eaten in 2 days. Where's the stuff? The man, known as Brother Jiang, leaned back on the sofa and looked the woman up and down. The woman bit her lip and took off a gold necklace she'd worn for 6 years from around her neck. The necklace had a thumb-sized jade pendant, and reluctantly, she handed it over, saying here, The man weighed in his hand and then said, Doomsday, go get her a slice of toast. Upon hearing this, the woman became anxious and hurriedly said, Brother Jiang, we are all neighbors. This gold necklace is 50 grams, and the pendant is high-quality iced jade. My husband spent over 30,000 on it. How can it be just a slice of toast? What? You think it's too much? Brother Jiang sneered and added, Doomsday, tear that slice of toast in half for her. You. The woman was so angry she couldn't speak. In the end, she swallowed her anger and said, Fine, just give me 1 slice. After saying that, she extended her hand. Give it to me. Oh, you're so angry. I've changed my mind, Brother Jiang teased, then said, Doomsday, tear that half slice of toast in half again. You are too much. The woman was so furious her chest heaved violently. And finally, she simply said, I don't want it anymore. Give me back my necklace. Get back to you? Are you kidding me? You said you wanted to buy bread, and now you don't? Who am I supposed to sell the torn bread to? Brother Jiang's voice turned cold as he fixed his gaze on the woman, saying fiercely, Today you have to buy it, whether you want to or not. The woman was also frightened by Brother Jiang's attitude and could only resign herself to her misfortune, saying, Then just give me the bread. Upon hearing this, Brother Jiang's expression softened considerably. He looked the woman up and down. Although her hair was deliberately made messy and her face was smeared with some dirt, he could still see from her delicate facial features that she was quite attractive. Moreover, the beige coat she wore wrapped her tightly, making him even more curious about what was underneath. He looked at the woman with an aggressive gaze and licked his lips, saying, The price of bread has gone up. A necklace won't cut it unless you're willing to sleep with me. Impossible, the woman gasped in shock, even abandoning the necklace. She turned and walked toward the door. The woman crashed onto the sofa, disoriented. Before she could shout, Brother Jiang pressed himself against her and began tearing her clothes. No, I don't want the bread anymore. I'll give you the necklace back. Let me go. The woman screamed while struggling. The little girl, standing at the door, heard her mother being bullied and rushed in to try to pull the man away from her mother. But before she could get close, Doomsday grabbed her and she immediately burst into tears, crying, Mommy, don't let him bully you. What the hell are you pretending for? This is Rose Garden. Don't think I don't know what you do. We're all selling, and once I'm done with you, I'll give you 2 slices of toast, and then you and that little burden can eat. Brother Jiang, consumed by lust, turned red-faced and crazily tore at the woman's clothes. The onlookers were enjoying the spectacle. I've never liked her. What else with the pretentiousness? Ever since she moved in here with that little burden, I haven't seen her husband around. What kind of look does she give us normally? We're all in the same line of work. Who looks down on whom? The women mocked while eating sunflower seeds. No, get away from me. Just as the woman screamed, a loud noise suddenly echoed from the hallway, shaking the house slightly. Brother Jiang stopped his actions in shock, frozen in place. Not only him, but the men and women around also didn't dare to breathe. It's Coming again, Doomsday trembled. "Shut the hell up," Brother Jiang growled, turning to look at the woman beneath him, and slapped her hard, angrily saying, "It must be your mother-s whore of a friend who brought that monster here." Bang! Bang! The sound grew closer, and the people in the room began to breathe rapidly. Brother Jiang quickly released the woman beside him, signaling his subordinates to pick up their weapons. In the next moment, boom, the front door flew backward, and a monster with an 8-petaled mouth peeked its head in, roaring. "Get up! Don't just stand there. If you don't move now, we'll all die here." "What is that sound?" Cheng frowned. It's strange to say, but he had been looking for those two mutated creatures here for quite a while, yet he hadn't even seen a shadow of them. Could it be that? Cheng immediately drew his knife and rushed up. Chapter 59, Real Combat Effects. It's this building. Hearing the roar, Cheng leaped into the entrance of the unit, lightly tapping his feet a few times, and soon saw the figure of the Reaper. Don't kill me." A male survivor retreated in terror, and just as he passed by a little girl, he suddenly grabbed her, trembling and saying, "You want to eat people, right? Eat her. The meat of children is the best. You beast, put my daughter down. Quickly put my daughter down." The woman, seeing her daughter being held hostage, disregarded the Reaper in front of her and rushed towards the man. The Reaper let out a roar. In its eyes, humans, no matter their size, were its food. The giant scythe on its arm swung violently, and seeing this, the man immediately threw the little girl away. "Mom, Tuan," the woman screamed in desperation, jumping up to try to catch her daughter. Just as the scythe was about to pierce both of them, a loud crash echoed on the ground. The Reaper's massive scythe was severed at the base and fell to the ground. From the severed arm, blue slime splattered out, and in pain, the Reaper let out a loud roar, turning to look in the direction from which the tang knife flew. Another loud roar erupted, seemingly wanting to tear apart the human in front of it. Cheng wouldn't indulge its temper. With a quick step, he threw a punch toward the Reaper. Bang! Cheng moved quickly. With just one punch, he sent the Reaper crashing through the wall and flying out from the upper floor. Then he picked up the tang knife in his hand, too lazy to comfort the mother and daughter who were still in shock, and leaped down from the broken wall. Did my eyes play tricks on me? It seemed like I just saw someone jump down from the upper floor. The woman thought she was hallucinating, while her daughter in her arms looked at the broken wall with bright, sparkling eyes. The other survivors were all relieved to have survived the ordeal. Boom! The ground of the community was smashed, creating a large cracked area. The Reaper shook his somewhat dazed head, brushed off the cement from his body, and quickly ran towards the outside of the community. Trying to escape, Cheng let out a cold laugh. After landing, his body sprang out again, chasing after the Reaper. The Reaper was very fast. Is it in a state of rage? Cheng licked the corner of his mouth, not afraid at all, but rather a bit excited. Fighting against the Reaper could greatly make up for his lack of combat experience against first-tier mutated beings. Bring it on! Cheng shouted loudly. The Reaper responded to the sound. Its body shot forward and dove down, the remaining hand scythe slicing through the air, producing a whistling sound. Here it comes. Cheng held the tang dao, standing in place as he swung the blade at the scythe. The clang of metal striking metal echoed throughout the entire Rose Avenue. Under such immense force, Cheng did not take a step back. Instead, it was the Reaper who was forced to retreat. Due to the overwhelming strength, a significant gash was cut into the scythe. With a howl, the Reaper separated from the tang dao, stepping back several paces, then bending slightly, leaping up as the massive scythe came crashing down from above. Cheng let out a cold laugh, raising his hands to block with his knife. A sharp buzzing sound rang out, and the concrete pavement beneath Cheng's feet directly caved in, but he stood firm like an unyielding pillar, unmoving. Is that all you can do? If that's the case, then the game ends here. Cheng had completely adapted to the Reaper's attack patterns. Horizontal slashes from left to right, diving horizontal slashes or diagonal slashes, jumping down for vertical slashes. It was just these three moves back and forth. After finishing his words, Cheng exerted force with his arms, sending the Reaper flying. Then with a flick of his right hand holding the long knife, his body suddenly vanished from the spot. A flash of blade light passed by. The next moment, a massive head shot up into the sky, then fell to the ground, the headless corpse gushing forth a large amount of blue liquid like a fountain. With a flick of the Tang knife to shake off the blood, Cheng slowly walked towards the Reaper's head, then lightly tapped a few times with the tip of his knife, and a transparent zombie crystal appeared before his eyes. As he put it into his backpack, a whistling wind rushed towards the back of his head. Cheng immediately let out an angry shout. He turned around and threw a punch to block. Bang! The air exploded with a loud sound. The immense force coming from his arm sent him flying backward for more than 10 meters before he finally landed on the ground. Damn it! This crusher's strength is truly terrifying. Cheng rubbed his numb arm, looked at the crusher with a provocative gaze, and shouted, "Hey big guy, not bad for strength. Come at me if you can." Roar! The crusher sensed the human's provocation and roared in anger, charging toward Cheng with a raised fist. Boom! 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 With each step he took, the ground cracked beneath him. Come on. Today he wanted to see just how strong this monster really was. Roar! The crusher was already in front of him, swinging its massive fist down hard toward Cheng's head. It was just the right opportunity to test the results of his training at the gym. Cheng took a deep breath, swung his fist to counter, and did not use his spiritual energy to amplify his strength. The two fists collided rapidly. At the moment of impact, Cheng felt the immense force on his fist. But just as this power was about to crush his finger bones, Cheng used one fist as a pivot and sharply flicked his wrist. In an instant, the large fist changed its attack direction and struck to the side. Effective. Cheng tested the effect, and, taking advantage of the crusher being propelled forward by the momentum of its punch, delivered a fierce blow to the crusher's arm. Boom! The punch was ferocious, and at the moment it struck the arm, the well-defined muscles visibly dented, and a faint cracking sound could be heard from the bones. Snap! Under this immense force, the crusher was slammed to the ground. Quickly getting back up, the crusher looked at its arm in surprise, seemingly unable to believe that this small prey possessed such great strength. Again, Cheng let out a loud roar. The crusher was not deterred and immediately turned around, charging towards Cheng with large strides. Boom! Again, he used the technique of releasing force, and then waited for the right moment to punch at the crusher's arm, sending it crashing to the ground. After getting back up, the crusher repeated its previous tactics. After a series of over 10 moves, Cheng took a deep breath. He had already mastered the technique of releasing force against the crusher. Clang! The Tang knife was drawn. The battle should come to an end. Chapter 60. The transformation of zombies with a flick of his long knife. Cheng shook off the blue blood and safely stowed away 2 first-stage mutated crystal cores into his backpack. The 2 mutated beings had been dealt with, and next was the cleanup of the ordinary zombies. Cheng thought for a moment, then stepped forward and leaped into the western area of the rose garden. A low growl suddenly echoed. Cheng's eyes narrowed as he turned around, and with a swift motion, he severed the head of a charging zombie. He looked at the twitching headless corpse on the ground, his brows furrowing. It was somewhat similar to the zombies from Yanghe's school, but different. Their speed had clearly increased. Could it be that the ancient virus within them has evolved? While he was pondering, another zombie lunged at him, displaying neither the clumsiness nor the slow pace of the initial zombies. On the contrary, it was almost as agile as an ordinary human. Indeed, they had evolved. Cheng, without saying a word, swung his knife and struck out. Whether it was due to the intense sounds of battle earlier, a large number of zombies came in response, surging towards the western area of the rose garden. Just in time, Cheng let out a cold laugh, his figure shifting as shadows of his knife flickered continuously. Occasionally, zombies that got too close were kicked away by him, flying over 10 meters. This scene was witnessed by the survivors on the upper floor, especially the little girl who had been rescued, pulling on the woman's arm excitedly and asking, "Mom, is that uncle a superhero?" The battle lasted for a full hour. Cheng was somewhat surprised to find that he, who was originally able to kill at least 1,000 zombies, had only managed to slay 200. If observed with the naked eye, one would only notice that the zombies had changed their movements, but the battle data does not lie. The number had dropped from 1,000 to 200. The zombies had indeed become stronger. With a sigh, Cheng watched as the zombies on the ground began skillfully collecting crystals. Holding his long knife, He gently slid it across a zombie's head, instantly splitting it in half. What flowed out was no longer dark red blood, but a thick black goo, and the previously gray crystals had also lightened in color. Looking at these crystals, Cheng seemed to ponder, then continued to work hard. Just as he was about to finish collecting, his movements suddenly froze. He tightened his grip on the tang knife and glanced back with a cold expression. The woman, seeing Cheng's actions, felt scared but still mustered the courage to say, "See, can I?" "No." Cheng rejected without a second thought. Thud. Seeing Cheng's refusal, the woman immediately knelt on the ground and pulled her daughter beside her, saying, "Quick, kneel down like mommy." Seeing the scene, Cheng continued to lower his head to dig for crystals, too lazy to care about the mother and daughter pair. Currently, the base hadn't expanded, and he had no plans to take in survivors for the time being. Even if he were to accept survivors, he would need to conduct a selection process. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that Cheng still refused, the woman began to knock her head on the ground, one after another, even causing her forehead to bleed, but not stopping. Cheng showed no sign of being moved by this behavior, and "Put away your little thoughts. I will not take you in. Rest assured, I won't make it difficult for you. I just beg you to take in my daughter. She eats very little. You just need to throw her a bite of what you can't finish, and Zhanya, will be grateful to you for life." He. I think you might have misunderstood my meaning. Cheng sneered a couple of times while continuing to collect the zombie crystals, saying, "I don't have that much time to take care of a burden, a child. But if you want food, I can share a little with you. As for taking you in, don't even think about it." Hearing this, Zhanya seemed to make an important decision, extending her hand and forcefully tugging at her clothing, instantly exposing large areas of skin to the air. "What do you mean by this?" Cheng's voice turned colder. Zhanya shook her head and said to herself, "You can rest assured, I'm very clean, and I've only been with my child's father once." "You know, that is not what I meant," Cheng replied, speechlessly, just as he finished collecting all the zombie crystals. After being rejected again, Zhanya felt inexplicably defeated. She questioned herself. She had decent looks, and even though she was already 30, her skin was still as youthful as that of an 18-year-old girl. Was this guy not a man? No, that's not it. Thinking of Cheng's words, she spoke again. "You can rest assured. I want to let you support a freeloader. I can cook. 6 years ago, I worked at a 5-star hotel in Lincian and have certificates as a special chef and nutritionist. I can also sew clothes and farm. If you have needs, By the end, Zhanya's voice grew faint. "You can farm?" Cheng's eyes lit up. "Can you also grow staple foods and vegetables?" Cheng asked again. "Yes," Zhanya affirmed, then looked at Cheng with a pleading expression. "I can do all of this. Can you take us in? Don't worry. As long as you give us mother and daughter something to eat, it's fine, even if it's just one meal a day." Cheng thought for a moment and said, "I can take you in, but if I find out you can't do anything, don't blame me for being ruthless and kicking you out." Thank you," Zhanya said as she pulled her daughter beside her and repeatedly bowed. "All right, get up. You wait for me here. I'll come to pick you up in about an hour." After Cheng finished speaking, he glanced at the thin little girl and then took out 2 sandwiches from his backpack. These were made by Lu Xinru before everyone left. There were 3 in total, and Cheng had already eaten one. He handed them over and said, "I don't have much food in my backpack, so just make do with this." Thank you, Zhanya said, her eyes filled with gratitude, then immediately took them and handed one to her daughter, saying tearfully, Tuan, eat quickly. This is from your superhero uncle." "Thank you, superhero uncle," Tuan said in a soft voice. "Eat up." Cheng turned his head. In the apocalypse, there are many pitiful people like Zhanya and her daughter. It's not that he has a hard heart. If he were to take in a group of irrelevant people into the base, not only would it waste food, but those people might even stage a revolution, feeling that they were wronged. Zhanya understands gratitude and is content, especially with her additional skills. That is the kind of talent he needs. Of course, he doesn't know much about Zhanya's character, but as long as they are in the base, it's just a matter of his word. This damned apocalypse. With a sigh, Cheng rushed towards the eastern area of the Rose Garden again. He needed more energy points and to kill more zombies. Chapter 61. Arranging mother and daughter, there were twice as many zombies in the eastern area of the Rose Garden as in the western area. He initially thought he could finish in 2 hours, but it ended up taking 2.5 hours. A total of 500 zombies were killed. Cheng sheathed his knife. He had gradually sensed that all these zombies were transforming into the kind of zombies from a zombie movie. What do you want to do? Speak. What did that man just give you? Hand it over to me. The voice belonged to Zhang and several men. With the sound of a little girl crying nearby, Jiang Cheng's expression turned cold. How long had he been gone? This group of bastards was already out bullying people. It seemed necessary to give these scum a good warning. He lightly stepped forward and instantly leaped to the entrance of the community. Sure enough, across the street, a mother and daughter were surrounded by a group of men, one of whom was the bald man from upstairs, while the others were holding the little girl tightly. Let go of my daughter. Please let go of my daughter. I've already given you my necklace. What more do you want? What do you want? Bald man Zhang sneered. If you hadn't screamed so loudly, that monster wouldn't have been attracted here. It's all your fault that my supplies are all wasted. If I don't take your daughter to settle the debt, what else can I use? Saying this, Zhang's tone turned cold. And what did that kid give you? Hurry up and hand it all over. Yes. As soon as Zhang's order was given, several of his lackeys immediately surrounded them. They looked at Zhang with malicious intent. It was this woman. If it weren't for her attracting that thing, their comfortable lives wouldn't have turned to dust. Just as they were about to take action, a flash of a blade swept by. The men who were about to strike suddenly froze in place. Zhang, furious, shouted at everyone. What the hell are you standing there for? Get on with it. As soon as he finished speaking, a spray of blood splattered onto his face, making it hard for him to open his eyes. He quickly felt the blood on his face and opened his eyes to find that all 6 of his lackeys had their heads severed. My God, a ghost! Zhang screamed in terror, not caring about the mother and daughter in front of him, and turned to run. But after just 2 steps, another flash of a blade swept across his neck. Thud! His head fell to the ground. A fountain of blood gushed from the severed neck. Zhang's heart nearly stopped at this sight, and Tuan beside her was stunned in place. Zhang quickly reacted, pulling her daughter close and comforting her. Tuan, don't be afraid. It's Uncle Superhero who has defeated these bad guys. Mommy, Tuan knows. These bad guys bullied Mommy. They should be killed. It's okay, it's okay. Zhang thought her daughter was just reacting to the shock. After all, what could a 6-year-old understand? All right, let's go. Jiang Cheng's voice sounded from aside. Zhang was slightly taken aback, then looked at Jiang Cheng holding the blood-stained Tang knife, her body involuntarily shivering. If you're scared, you can stay here, Jiang Cheng said. Noticing Zhang's fear, Zhang suppressed her fear and shook her head, saying, before the apocalypse, they were just local bullies here, committing immoral acts regularly. After the apocalypse, they became even more unrestrained, treating human life like grass, and many neighbors have died at their hands. They deserve to die. It's good that you can understand this. However, if one day you dare to betray me, your fate will be the same as theirs. After saying this, Jiang Cheng stepped out, though he slowed his pace. Zhang, holding her daughter, followed closely behind, maintaining a certain distance. Soon, a private house appeared before them. Jiang Cheng said, "Open the door." "Please come in, master." A mechanical voice sounded, and the door automatically opened to both sides. Watching Jiang Cheng's actions, Zhang was shocked, especially by the sci-fi style of the new decoration inside, which made her doubt whether she was dreaming. As the mother and daughter entered, the door quickly closed. The data I immediately activated. Name, Zhang, age, 30, friendliness, 80, wisdom, 1, average human is 1, strength, 0, 6, average human is 1, agility, 0, 5, average human is 1, spirit, 0, 4, average human is 1, skills, master level cooking, intermediate agriculture, intermediate sewing, advanced management. Overall combat power, 2, 5 name, Gu Tuan age, 6 friendliness, 90 wisdom, 0, 8, average human is 1, strength, 0, 0, 5, average human is 1, agility, 0, 7, average human is 1, spirit, 0, 2, average human is 1, skills, none, overall combat power, 1. 75 Jiang Cheng looked at the information of the two and nodded secretly. Zhang had indeed not lied to him, especially regarding that cooking skill, which had actually reached a master level. Both agriculture and sewing were at intermediate levels. And there was a strange advanced management skill, which was quite intriguing. The skills were not low, and with a friendship level of 80, it was about right. Higher than that of Lu Xinru back then. Zhang Ye's daughter surprised Jiang Cheng a bit. Her friendship level had actually reached 90. It's worth noting that a friendship level of 90 means that the system explains that no matter what he says, the other party will trust him unconditionally. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng said, "There's a bathroom on the first floor. You can take Tuan to wash up first, and I will prepare some clothes for you to change into. Also, there are ingredients in the fridge that you can use freely later. As for where you will stay." Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and pointed to the yard outside, saying in a little while, "I will give you a military tent and some blankets to sleep on. You can stay in the yard for now. Is that okay?" "No problem. That's already very good," Zhang Yi said gratefully. Being provided with food and accommodation in such an environment made her feel like she was in paradise. "Well, I have some things to take care of outside later, so after you finish eating, just stay quietly in the leisure area." Jiang Cheng's arrangements are not without basis. The rooms in the base are reserved for important members, and since they are not members yet and their friendliness level has not reached the required threshold, they cannot be assigned a room for the time being. Besides, the backyard, aside from being somewhat spacious, is actually quite acceptable. The temperature in the backyard is self-regulated. The air quality is good, and it is fully enclosed, so there is no need to worry about encountering danger. For ordinary survivors, such a location is more than enough to be considered paradise. After arranging for the mother and daughter, Jiang Cheng took some clothes from the warehouse and placed them at the bathroom door before giving a brief instruction and leaving directly. Chapter 62. Human, you're playing dirty. Yanghe North Road. This alley gradually prospered since the establishment of Yanghe School in 1998, as a large number of students brought consumption opportunities for local households to start businesses and create jobs. Shops, medical clinics, and small supermarkets sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Later, the Yanghe Welfare Institute, Yanghe Technical School, and Yanghe Kindergarten were built in the community. However, all this prosperity disappeared in a great flood. When the flood receded, the demographic advantage instead became the source of chaos in this area due to the zombies. "Hurry, run to the base." A loud shout came from beside the Yanghe Welfare Institute. Two beautiful women hurriedly ran towards the base. Just then, there was a loud bang. The cement wall of the Yanghe Welfare Institute suddenly collapsed, kicking up a large amount of dust. In the dust, a bare-chested figure was thrown out violently, crashing against the nearby wall, while a huge monster leaped out from the smoke, swinging a large sickle at the figure. "Damn it!" The figure quickly pulled himself out from the cement wall and dodged to the side. Boom! Another loud noise. The wall where the figure had been standing instantly turned into a pile of rubble. Too fast. The figure was none other than old Yang. He glanced secretly at the direction the two women were fleeing. When he saw that they were far away, he finally let out a sigh of relief. If it were one-on-one, he was confident he could suppress the monster, but with the two women nearby, he had to divert his attention to protect them, which allowed the monster to gain the upper hand. Aside from this, there was something else. The zombies in this welfare institute were somewhat strange. They moved with the agility of normal humans, or even more so. There was an enormous difference compared to the ordinary zombies he had encountered before. "No, I must tell that kid about this," old Yang thought, his expression serious, and he looked up at the giant creature in front of him, a hint of coldness appearing on his face as he shouted, "Hey, ugly thing, a creature just like you ambushed me before. Now that I'm healed, I'll take it out on you first." As soon as he finished speaking, old Yang let out a loud roar. Iron palm. With those words, his muscles bulged again, growing from about 1.78 meters to 2 meters tall, his body expanding significantly with steam rising from his skin. Roar. Although the Reaper in front of him couldn't understand what the human was saying, it sensed the provocation and let out a huge roar. Its legs sprang forward, and its body flew out like a cannonball, the massive sickle on its arm cutting through the air with a whistling sound. "Ha, beast!" Old Yang coldly shouted, slightly bending his arm, until the monster was right in front of him. He suddenly unleashed a punch. Diamond fist. The air erupted with a sound like popping beans. Gusts of wind swirling around his arm, and a faint golden glow surrounded his fist, wrapped in internal energy. Clang! The reaper's giant sickle was equally hard, and a deafening metallic clang echoed as it collided with his fist. But in less than 2 seconds, the reaper was sent flying backward due to its insufficient power. Seeing this, old Yang stepped on the ground, sending fragments flying, and propelled himself out again to deliver another punch. Bang! This punch targeted the reaper's face, causing blue liquid to splatter from its 8-petaled mouth as it smashed down to the ground. Boom! The massive body hit the uneven cement pavement, creating a large pit. The attack continued. Bang! 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 Old Yang unleashed punch after punch, each one harder than the last, with every hit smashing the reaper's enormous mouth deeper into the ground, until the head was reduced to a mushy pulp. Old Yang finally stopped his fists, breathing a sigh of relief. This beast has a really hard head. However, thinking of the stones Cheng had instructed him to collect, he looked down at the mushy remains and indeed found a transparent crystal about the size of a marble. This must be it. Meanwhile, as the two women were running, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before them. Seeing Cheng, they shouted, Cheng, over here. Hearing their voices, Cheng rushed over. When he saw the two looking disheveled, he couldn't help but ask, "Where's Old Yang?" Old Yang is holding off that giant mutated zombie to let us escape, and we don't know how he is now. Cheng, you have to go help him, Lin Rose said anxiously. Got it, you go check on him. Lu Xinru naturally understood Cheng's intention, but Old Yang's safety was the priority now. Okay, nodding, Cheng swiftly disappeared before the two women. At that moment, at the entrance of the Welfare Institute, just then, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. His body leaped, flipping backward in midair just as a strange giant leaped over the spot where he had been standing. Landing steadily, Old Yang assumed a fighting stance, his instincts telling him that this monster was somewhat unusual. Big guy, this human is quite interesting. Hurry up and help me catch him. A childish lowly voice rang out. This was a silver-haired little lowly, and she was situated within a body over 3 meters tall, looking extremely bizarre. She pointed at Old Yang, her face unable to hide her excitement, as if she had spotted an interesting toy. Is this the monster that hurt Cheng? Old Yang thought to himself. If that were the case, then his life might be forfeit here. But shouldn't it be at the school? Never mind. Let's test the opponent's strength first. Thinking this, Old Yang shouted, Little one, if you want to catch me, it'll take some effort. Why don't we play a different game? I'll catch you. And if I do, you give your head to me. If I can't catch you, my head is yours. How about that? Okay. Upon hearing there was a game to play, the little lowly immediately showed a happy expression and asked, How do we start? I'll count to 3, and when I reach 3, the game begins and I'll catch you. Old Yang said loudly. Good. Hurry up and count. If you count slowly, I'll let the big guy kill you. The little lowly clapped her hands happily. Seeing the little lowly agree, Old Yang felt cold sweat on his back. Fortunately, this monster isn't very smart. He took a deep breath and loudly counted 1. His muscles tensed, half of the internal energy in his dantian focused on his legs, while the other half enveloped his entire body. After regulating his internal energy, Old Yang secretly thought, Now's the time. He shouted 3. As he spoke, his body left a faint golden afterimage and rushed towards the silver-haired lowly. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The monster was caught off guard, taking a heavy blow to its abdomen and staggering back 5 or 6 steps before stabilizing itself. At that moment, the silver-haired lowly on its head began to cry. Human, you're being unreasonable. And didn't lose. This round doesn't count. Chapter 63. Encountering the silver-haired mutant zombie doesn't count? Alright, let's do it again. The monster only retreated 5 or 6 steps, looking perfectly fine. Such a creature was truly terrifying. Just as Old Yang was contemplating how to retreat, that demonic, childish voice rang out again. No, this time it's my turn to catch you. If I catch you, you have to give me your head. If I can't catch you, then I'll give you my head. The silver-haired lowly rubbed her reddened eyes and said pitifully. Old Yang instinctively refused. No, this game is set by me, and the rules should. The game had already begun. Before he could finish speaking, the silver-haired lowly, with an unreasonable smile, began counting. 1, 2. Oh no! Old Yang thought to himself, turning to run, but the gust of wind came suddenly, leaving him no time to react. Caught off guard, He crossed his sturdy arms and shouted, "Hard Qi Gong." Boom! A blast sound erupted. The mutated zombie's fist struck his arms, dispersing the inner energy gathered in his arms. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through his arms, and the immense force sent his body flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into the security room beside the welfare home, turning it into a pile of rubble. Cough, cough. Old Yang coughed violently, his mouth filled with a metallic sweetness. What terrifying strength! If it weren't for me putting all my effort into the hard Qi Gong, I might have been done for here. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Old Yang slowly crawled up from the rubble, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared intently at the silver-haired monster in front of him, while one hand reached for his pants pocket. Who would have thought that the old man would have a day to use this thing? Kicking aside the obstructing concrete slab, he stepped forward and said, "You win this round, but we're playing best of 3. I won the first round, you won the second, now let's start the third. I don't care. This game is mine. Your head is mine now." The silver-haired lowly immediately protested, bursting into tears like a gambler who couldn't take a loss, her emotions becoming volatile. "I want big guy. Go, bring me the human's head." Bang, bang, bang. The stout body below her neck pounded its chest and assumed a running posture. Whoosh! The massive figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing the situation was dire, Old Yang quickly pulled out something from his pocket and threw it. "Old man invites you to eat a melon." At the moment of throwing, he rolled on the ground like a lazy donkey and then pushed off the ground with his toes, his body retreating in a straight line towards the base. "What is this?" The silver-haired lowly looked suspiciously at the dark, oval object in front of her and reached out to grab it. Boom! A scorching wave of air erupted, and her small hand holding the melon was instantly blown to pieces, along with the flesh on her arm, leaving it charred clean. Even her chubby, adorable gray face lost half, exposing the stark, white bones beneath. Human, I will eat you." Her piercing scream echoed along Yanghan North Road. The gigantic monster roared angrily towards the sky, its fist the size of a grinding while heavily pounding down on the lowly's neck, instantly reducing the silver-haired lowly, who was left with only half a face, to a puddle of mush. Soon, the mush began to writhe and gradually transformed into the head of an adult human female. Her elbows and knees sprouted bony spikes. At the base of her tailbone, a bony tail emerged from the flesh, and her body shrank from 4 meters to 2 meters. The mutant's cold eyes stared at the direction Old Yang was fleeing, fingers snapping like popping beans. "Human, you're the second one to force an end to transform. I must kill you." With that, she stomped one foot on the ground, creating a dent. Her 2-meter-tall figure vanished after a gust of wind stirred. Run! Old Yang had only one thought in mind. He finally understood why that brat Cheng had been so badly injured. This monster was in a league of its own compared to that big scythe. What on earth is this thing? Old Yang pondered. Just then, a rushing wind came from behind. "Oh no! Hard Qi Gong!" Old Yang shouted fiercely, but there was no time to gather his inner energy before his back was struck hard, sending his body flying like a broken kite. At the same time, Cheng was rushing towards Yang Laodai's position. Suddenly, a figure flew into his line of sight. He instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! The public restroom by the roadside instantly collapsed into ruins. What is this? Cheng didn't have time to check, and saw a familiar figure getting closer to him. Silver hair, gray face, covered in bone spurs. This thing. Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and the first thing he pulled out was not the tang knife, but the Doomsday bomb from his pocket. Damn it! Humans! The monster seemed to sense the power of the grenade, pausing in midair before quickly retreating several meters. Boom! The Doomsday grenade exploded in the empty space. The scorching shockwaves spread out in all directions, blowing debris on the street askew and raising a cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of the explosion, Cheng dashed to the edge of the ruins, recognized Old Yang, and without saying a word, picked him up and desperately ran towards the base. "It's you. It really is you." As the smoke cleared halfway, the mutant saw that familiar figure, its eyes glowing red, and its sharp teeth clattering ominously. She would never forget it was this guy who stabbed a knife into her chest. Unfortunately, he got away at that time. Now that they met again, she could not let this human, who had seen her ugly appearance, escape once more. Roar. With a furious howl, her leg muscles bulged, and with a push, the ground cracked open. The air around her transformed into a black shroud, breaking the sound barrier as she chased after Cheng. Damn it! How did this thing appear here? Cheng cursed angrily under his breath and continued to speed up. He was only 200 meters away from the base, and, at his current speed, it would take him less than 2 seconds. However, that monster was even faster. In an instant, it was right behind him. Cheng immediately took out the Doomsday pistol from his pocket. Bang, bang, bang. Dawn, open the door. Cheng shouted anxiously. Master, please come in. The base's main door opened immediately, and after Cheng entered, it quickly closed again. The next moment, boom, there was a violent tremor outside the door, one after another. The submachine guns outside the base detected the monsters and began to attack. Hot, tot, tot. 1 minute later, the submachine gun stopped, and there was no more movement outside. At this moment, Cheng, who had just come out of the operating room, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the door was sturdy. Otherwise, everyone in the base would probably have died at the hands of the monsters. Cheng said, "That zombie is chasing us." Seemingly afraid that Lin Ro might not understand, he added, "The mutated zombie outside is the one that seriously injured me." Hiss. Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Xinru and Lin Ro both gasped. They may not fully understand Cheng's strength, but at least they have a rough idea of about 70 or 80%. With just a few movements, she can slay over 2,000 zombies, moving freely among the horde. Such a master being brought to the brink of death shows just how terrifying this zombie's strength is. It won't come in, will it? Lin Ro swallowed hard and said. Lu Xinru and Zhanya, who had rushed over, also looked at Cheng with concern. Cheng shook his head and said, "Not for now, but for the time being, we can only be confined to the base and can't go anywhere. As long as they can't come in for now, that's fine." Lin Ro and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 64. The Threat Outside the Base. Inside the operating room. How is the situation? Cheng frowned and asked, "That's good." Cheng also let out a sigh of relief. It's good that old Yang is fine. After walking out of the operating room, Cheng called for Zhanya and her mother. At this moment, Zhanya had washed up and changed into a clean outfit. At a glance, she had willow leaf eyebrows, cherry lips, an oval face, a delicate nose, and skin like jade, a truly gentle and beautiful woman. Cheng silently marveled. No wonder when he first met Zhanya, she was dressed in a beige trench coat, her hair messy and her face dirty. If it weren't for that, with such a face in that environment, she would have probably, aside from her appearance, the tight-fitting dark blue knitted long dress perfectly accentuated her curvy figure, tall and majestic in the front, round like the moon in the back. Combined with her slightly nervous expression and the youthful fingers secretly poking each other, the mature and intellectual charm of a 30-year-old woman was undoubtedly radiating. Behind Zhanya, a pair of lively big eyes curiously stared at Cheng, perhaps due to not having eaten for a long time. Her small face appeared somewhat waxy and looked a bit malnourished. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Cheng, the boss of the Dawn Base. You can call me boss or sir. Cheng began to introduce himself. Then, he pointed to Lin Ro and said, "This is our base's combat personnel, named Lin Ro." "Thank you." Zhanya awkwardly shook Lin Ro's hand. Cheng's forehead twitched with a row of black lines. What does this even mean? After giving Lin Ro a sideways glance, Cheng pointed at Lu Xinru and introduced her. "This is our doctor and part-time cook at the Dawn Base, Lu Xinru." Lu Xinru looked Zhanya up and down, forced a smile, and said, "Hello, I'm Lu Xinru. If you feel unwell anywhere, you can come to me." "It's nothing." Lu Xinru nodded. Cheng continued. "There is another person resting in the room. His name is Yang Jianan. You can call him Old Yang. He is a combat personnel from our Dawn Base." After introducing everyone to Zhanya, Cheng looked at her again. Zhanya immediately understood and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Zhanya. From today onwards, I will be responsible for the cleaning, cooking, laundry, mending clothes, and some miscellaneous tasks at the base. This is my daughter. Her name is Tuan. After speaking, she rubbed Tuan's head and said, Tuan, introduce yourself to everyone." I. After hesitating for a moment, Tuan still mustered the courage to step forward and said softly, "Hello, My name is Gu Tuan Tuan. My dad is Gu Cheng, and my mom is Zhang Ya. So Tuan Tuan's last name is Gu. Who is more handsome, Tuan Tuan's dad or Uncle Jiang Cheng from our dawn base? Lin Ro smiled and hugged Tuan Tuan, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Uncle Superhero is a bit more handsome. Tuan Tuan bit her finger and gave her answer. Jiang Cheng. Let me introduce everyone briefly, so we can get to know each other. All right, let's keep it at that for now. Zhang Ya, you can make lunch today. Jiang Cheng said directly. All right, sir. Fang yanadi yintli. Seeing this, Lu Xinru said, I'll go help. Saying this, the two women entered the kitchen together. Lin Ro, who was nearby, also felt embarrassed to stay in so she followed them in. Jiang Cheng looked on and shook his head slightly. He couldn't be bothered to guess the woman's little thoughts. Soon after, Zhang Ya's culinary skills immediately impressed everyone. If the dishes made by Lu Xinru could be called delicious, then Zhang Ya's dishes could only be described as art. Even the same dish was transformed into something exquisite by Zhang Ya, making Jiang Cheng feel as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Moreover, during the meal, the sound of gunfire from outside occasionally echoed, which made him feel a bit irritated. Could it be that the damned aberrants were nesting near his base? No, he couldn't be confined like this forever. Jiang Cheng thought to himself as he walked into the transformation room with his backpack. Ordinary zombie crystals were worth 700 pieces, while first-tier mutated bodies were worth 2 pieces. But what surprised Jiang Cheng was that after throwing in those 700 zombie crystals, his energy points directly increased by 8,400 points. An ordinary zombie was actually worth 10 energy points. After the shock, Jiang Cheng was even more certain of his guess. This group of zombies had indeed become stronger. If the zombies continued to mutate like this, he couldn't imagine what the zombie tide would be like 3 years from now. Next, he tossed in 2 first-tier mutated body crystals. The energy points increased by 2,400 points. It seemed that the first-tier mutated bodies had not changed, which meant that the time required for them to evolve might be longer. For now, he noted down these data. Jiang Cheng checked the remaining energy points. 11,058 energy points. System, open the base shop. Permanent items. Level 1 Doomsday pistol bullets, 20 energy points per round. Power can penetrate first-level mutated creatures. Item list. Level 1 Blood Boost Potion, 200 energy points. After use, physical attributes double. Effect lasts for 5 minutes. Side effects. Overall combat power is halved within 6 hours. Refresh time 125:18. Due to large purchases in the morning. The item list now only has the level 1 Blood Boost Potion left, while the other items are gray and cannot be purchased. Jiang Cheng looked at the items and thought for a moment. Purchase 20 rounds of level 1 Doomsday pistol ammunition and 1 explosive blood potion. Ding! Purchase successful. 600 energy points deducted. As the system notification ended, a blood-red glass vial syringe and 20 metallic bullets appeared in Jiang Cheng's hand. After putting these items into his backpack, Jiang Cheng opened the base equipment upgrade panel. Currently, the spirit pool, gym, and energy conversion room had been upgraded. Taking a quick glance at the remaining equipment, he realized that with the remaining energy points, it was sufficient to upgrade all the equipment. However, the immediate situation required him to quickly enhance his strength to deal with the threats outside. As for the other equipment, he could only postpone that for now. Thinking this, Jiang Cheng said, upgrade to level 3 sleep chamber and level 3 storage space. Ding! 1,500 energy points deducted. Upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining level 3 sleep chamber. Each entry into the chamber consumes 1 energy point. Resting for 6 hours restores physical attributes and repairs all external injuries, delays the onset of the virus, and each sleep increases mental attributes by 0. 2. A 0.2 increase in mental attributes and the ability to repair all external injuries is quite good. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly. In this way, Old Yang's injuries could be healed. He continued to look at the information below. Level 3 storage space. Total area of 10,000 cubic meters. Inside the storage space, time is frozen. The stored food comes with a small spirit attachment that provides 1 use. Consuming it can automatically increase 0.3 strength agility. It can be enhanced twice a day, with the second effect halved. It automatically consumes 2 energy points daily. Profit. Cheng's expression brightened. It was equivalent to an increase of 0.45 attribute points per day. Exiting the interface, Cheng looked at his current energy points, which stood at 89.58. 3 points. As for the remaining points, he would wait until the product section refreshed to see if he could find anything good. Chapter 65. Turning point. After spending 1 energy point to place old Yang in the sleep pod, Cheng directly called the 2 girls to the gym. Guang introduced the situation to them. Cheng said, "Yes, master." Guang nodded lightly and addressed the curious girls according to the rules of the base. "You can train here for 1 hour, and I will be responsible for the guidance. This training can enhance your physical fitness, improve your reaction capabilities, and teach you combat skills against zombies." "Is it really that amazing?" Lin Ro exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Lu Xinru appeared relatively calm. After Guang finished the introduction, Cheng spoke. "I don't know if you've noticed, but ordinary zombies are no longer what they used to be. They are as agile as adult humans and stronger than adults. It's impossible for everyone to be by your side at all times. Each member of the base will need to stand on their own in the future. Therefore, you need to become stronger. Guang has the best training system in the world. I hope you will train seriously in the coming days. After a week, I will test you, and those who pass will be able to continue training in the gym. Those who do not pass will automatically be removed from the combat team." As for the last sentence, Cheng did not say it out loud. If these girls did not understand his concerns, then they would have to exit the combat sequence and become logistics personnel. He could not afford to waste resources on those without combat talent. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls also realized the seriousness of the issue and nodded solemnly. "We understand." After arranging for the 2 girls, Cheng stood to the side, relaxed his body, and practiced the breathing technique taught by old Yang. The spiritual energy, as an enhancement for combat, also could not be neglected. Expelling distractions, he inhaled through his nose and exhaled through his mouth. As he breathed, his arms controlled the direction of the internal energy flow within him, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge towards him. So far, he had a total of 2 strands of internal energy in his dantian. According to the display on the data panel, this indicated that his martial artist realm had reached the 2nd level of the acquired stage. "It seems like my speed has increased," Cheng murmured to himself, because while controlling his internal energy, he felt that the influx of spiritual energy surrounding him was much faster than before, and the flow of internal energy had also increased. If the flow of internal energy used to be similar to a stream 2 fingers wide, now the width of the stream was 3 fingers. With the infusion of spiritual energy and the cleansing of internal energy, Cheng felt all the pores in his body relax, and his cells were buzzing with joy. The 3rd strand of internal energy was also slowly condensing in his dantian. By 9 o'clock in the evening, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a mouthful of white, turbid air slowly exited his mouth, then was expelled by the air purification system in the gym. System, check my data. Host, Cheng, gender, male age, 23 level, postnatal 3rd layer, half-awakened spirit, 0.3, can amplify combat power by 30, wisdom, 7. 51, average human is 1, strength, 24. 253, average human is 1, agility, 11. 353, average human is 1, mentality, 7. 91, average human is 1, virus resistance, 150. 1. When reaching 1, immune to 1st-tier mutated and lower ordinary zombie viruses. Ability, awakening degree, 45. 0. Skills, Qi absorption method, hard Qigong, meditation. Combat advanced, comprehensive combat power, 59. As expected, the 3 strands represent that my martial artist realm has reached the postnatal 3rd layer. Cheng verified his guess. But there was another surprise. The upgrade of his martial artist level brought not only an increase in spiritual value, but also varying degrees of growth in all his attributes. Wisdom increased by 1 point, strength increased by 3 points, representing a breakthrough in his strength to 2,725 gene. Agility reached 14.35, which is 145 meters per second. Mental attribute is 1. Virus resistance is 0. 1. Awakening degree increased by 3%, and overall combat power reached 59. Good. Good. Cheng said good 3 times in a row. With such strength, his chances of escaping when facing the mutated creature outside would greatly increase. Looking at the time, it was already 9:03 p.m. Cheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. For hours had passed, and the base's shop had refreshed, allowing him to shop for a new round. He directly said, "System, open the shop." Ding. The shop is open. Item list. Level 1 space ring, 1000 energy points, contains space-time technology, can store objects. Volume 1 cubic meter. Level 2 Doomsday bomb, 1000 energy points, explosion power can severely injure a second-tier mutated creature, explosion damage range diameter 10 meters, single use. Level 1 Doomsday sniper rifle, 800 energy points. Power can directly penetrate the defenses of a first-tier mutated creature, can harm second-tier mutated creatures. Sniper bullet price, 50 energy points per shot. Note, the described bullet item is permanent and can be purchased in the permanent item list. Level 3 Doomsday warrior, 10,000 energy points, strength comparable to a third-tier mutated creature, loyalty 100, requires 1,000 energy points daily for sustenance. Level 1 optical invisibility cloak, 200 energy points, can evade tracking by first-tier mutated creatures, has a certain degree of confusion against second-tier mutated creatures. Level 1 Doomsday martial arts treasure chest, 500 energy points, after redemption, can randomly open a level 1 martial arts inheritance crystal. The crystal can only be used by oneself and cannot be transferred to others. Refresh time, 2039-21. He scanned the items from top to bottom. To be honest, every item here was something he wanted to redeem, especially the level 3 Doomsday Warrior. The reason he didn't use the level 1 Doomsday Warrior before when fleeing was that this mutated creature was obviously different from a first-tier mutated creature. If he really released the level 1 Doomsday Warrior, it could very well get destroyed. The redemption price for the level 1 Doomsday Warrior is considerable, and as an important combat power of the base, Cheng didn't want to waste it. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough energy points. However, while redeeming could eliminate the threat of mutated creatures, it would also put him in a predicament of energy point shortage. With 1,000 energy points needed daily, he feared it would wear him out. Struggling to move away from this item, Cheng shifted his gaze to the other products. First was the level 1 space ring. In the future, he wouldn't have to carry a backpack when going out, which would save a lot of trouble. Then there was the Doomsday bomb, which could serve as a life-saving piece of equipment. After some thought, Cheng directly said, "Purchase all items in the shop except for the level 3 Doomsday Warrior." Ding! Do you want to deduct 3,500 energy points for the purchase? The system prompt sounded again. Buy. Cheng said firmly. Ding! Purchase successful. Items will automatically be delivered within 2 meters of the host. Please check. As the system's voice fell, a white light illuminated in front of Cheng. First was a metal ring. The style was the most ordinary round ring, overall silver in color, without any patterns. Cheng held it in his hand, and suddenly, a surge of information flooded into his mind. So that's how it is. Cheng tried to wave his right hand, which was adorned with a ring, towards the secondary Doomsday bomb on the ground, and in the next moment the bomb disappeared. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the Doomsday bomb reappeared in his palm. Good stuff. If this thing is used well, it can achieve an unexpected effect. Nodding in satisfaction, Cheng picked up the primary Doomsday sniper rifle on the ground. Similar to the sniper rifles in movies, it was 5 meters long, with a matte black finish, equipped with a sighting device, and had an effective shooting range of 2 kilometers, though it only held 3 rounds, which was a bit lacking. Cheng couldn't store this gun in his spatial ring, so he had to set it aside for later to hide in his room. He then looked at the optical invisibility cloak. It was somewhat similar to a raincoat, capable of completely enveloping a person. The fabric was very lightweight, almost imperceptible, and when Cheng tried it on, his body became completely invisible, allowing him to observe the outside situation through the cloak. The only downside was that no skin could be exposed. Without the cloak's coverage, his visibility would be compromised. The last item was the strangest, a pitch-black wooden box. Was this the primary Doomsday martial arts treasure chest? One magical thing, but he didn't know what martial arts techniques it would yield. Chapter 66. Testing. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng slowly opened the black wooden box. Inside was a white crystal about the size of a fist, which faintly shimmered with a soft white glow. Is this the martial arts inheritance crystal? Jiang Cheng curiously reached out to touch it. In an instant, the crystal's radiance surged, and a milky white light merged into his palm. The next moment, the name of the martial skill surged into his mind. Double overlapping force. It can unleash double the strength. As the name suggests, if a person has a strength of 100 pounds, using double overlapping force would allow them to exert 200 pounds of force. After digesting the information in his mind, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. If that's the case, with his current strength of 2,725 pounds, using double overlapping force would enable him to unleash 5,450 pounds of force. Adding a 30 increase from his spiritual value, he could explode with over 7,000 pounds of force. Over 7,000 pounds. That's almost twice that of a first-tier mutated creature. Great. Jiang Cheng immediately stood up and walked to the force measuring machine without saying a word. The technique of the double-layer strength surged in his mind, as if he had practiced it for many years. He formed a fist with his hand, and his arm drew a wave before striking the measuring machine fiercely. Double-layer strength. Bang bang. Two loud explosions echoed on the side of the measuring device. A number immediately appeared on the big screen. 5,000 pounds. Do it again. Jiang Cheng secretly thought to himself that it was his first time using it, and he was still a bit unaccustomed, which led to his power not reaching its peak. Huh! With a low shout, he swung his arm, creating waves, and then unleashed a punch. Bang! A line of numbers immediately popped up on the display. 5,450 pounds. It worked. Jiang Cheng was ecstatic, like a child who had just received a fascinating new toy. Practicing repeatedly in the gym until it felt as natural as his own arm before finally stopping. He glanced at the time. It was 11:30 p.m. After 6 hours, the old man should be recovered. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment, closed the gym door, and walked towards his room. At this time, old Yang had already sat up from the sleep pod. Seeing Jiang Cheng approach, he immediately spoke up. Kid, how's that monster? Is it outside the base? Jiang Cheng shrugged helplessly. With the second layer of strength, he was eager to try his hand at the monsters outside, but for now, he decided to wait until after training tomorrow. By the way, old man, how is your injury? Yang loud outside. I have to say, this thing of yours is truly miraculous. I clearly remember my ribs were broken, but after just a night's sleep, they have already healed. If I rest for a few more days, I should be fine. As he spoke, the old man's expression became serious, and he asked, what are you planning to do about that monster outside? For now, we'll just stay at the base. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and replied. Anyway, the old man has lived for 75 years. He has done all the fun things and eaten all the good food. He has long made enough of a return. If you decide to fight that monster, remember to call the old man. Yang Laodao laughed heartily. Jiang Cheng said speechlessly, old man, just rest assured. Old man Yang nodded and said, all right, then I won't talk too much. Jiang Cheng. July 10th, 2022. Morning, 8:10 a.m. Jiang Cheng wiped the sweat off his forehead as he stepped out of the gym. System, check my profile panel. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male age, 23 level, postnatal triple. Semi-awakened spirit, 0. 3. Can amplify combat power by 30. Wisdom, 8. 5. Normal humans are 1. Strength, 29. 75. Normal humans are 1. Agility, 15. 75. Normal humans are 1. Mentality, 9. 1. Normal humans are 1. Virus resistance, 1. 6. When it reaches 1. Immune to first-level mutated and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability, awakening level, 47. 0. Skills, Qi, gathering method, hard Qi Gong, meditation, combat advanced. Double overlapping force, overall combat power, 63. One after glancing at the information on the mission data panel, Jiang Cheng nodded to himself. His strength had reached 2,975 gene, and his agility had hit 110, 25 meters per second. In terms of speed, he still lagged behind the monsters outside, but in terms of strength, using double overlapping force, he could at least match them evenly. After tidying up his clothes, Jiang Cheng picked up his tang knife and headed downstairs. At that moment, the people in the base were gathered in the lounge chatting. The little lowly Gutuanchuan was playing in the backyard, while Zhang was cleaning. Compared to the initial quietness, the base was much livelier now. Seeing Jiang Cheng come down, everyone looked over, especially Lin Ro, who stood up and asked Jiang Cheng, "What you up to?" "I'm going out to deal with that thing," Jiang Cheng replied casually. The attribute boost in the morning gave him a bit more confidence. Lu Xinru frowned and said, "Why not wait a few more days?" Lin Ro also said, "Anyway, the base has enough food and drink. We can improve our strength a bit more." Old Yang was somewhat surprised and said, "Kid, so soon? We clearly discussed yesterday to wait until you fully recover, but I didn't expect you to move today." "Yes," Jiang Cheng nodded, but to avoid worrying his teammates, he added, "Don't worry. If there's any danger, I will retreat immediately." After advising everyone, Jiang Cheng walked to the door. To be honest, just thinking about facing that silver-haired mutated being made him a bit nervous. But he couldn't just hide in the base whenever trouble arose. 3 years later, during the zombie tide attacking the Lincian survivor base, first-level mutated beings could only be considered cannon fodder. The truly terrifying ones were the second and third-level mutated beings that followed behind the group of first-level mutated beings. Almost every mutated being could wipe out a group of human awakeners, not to mention the colossal figure at the back of the army that could destroy everything. Thinking of this, his resolve to go out grew stronger. "Dawn, open the door." Ding. Detected powerful mutated zombies outside. "Confirm opening the door?" The Dawn base reminded. "Open." Jiang Cheng said decisively yes. The mechanical voice of Dawn sounded. The door slowly opened wide, just enough for one person to pass through. Jiang Cheng bent down and rushed outside, shouting, "Dawn, close the door." "Yes, master." As the voice fell, a huge figure flew down from the roof and crashed into the door. Fortunately, the door was strong enough. Aside from a few half-centimeter scratches, it didn't deform. Seeing that it couldn't break open the door, the figure turned and chased after Jiang Cheng, which was the silver-haired lowly aberration. "Goodness, I'm glad I got out quickly." Jiang Cheng sprinted forward, glancing back to observe the situation behind him. Suddenly, a strong wind rushed toward his back. Instinctively, he turned and swung his sword. The tang knife hummed as its blade resonated, and Jiang Cheng was knocked several meters forward by the opponent's claw. The tang knife struck the ground, dragging a few meters before he stabilized his body. Jiang Cheng leaned on the hilt of his sword, his expression vigilant as he stared at the figure ahead. Then he straightened up, drew his long sword, assumed a fighting stance, and shouted, "Ugly monster, weren't you going to eat me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Roar. "Human, I will kill you." Chapter 67. Outwitting the Slayer. "Data, I activate," Jiang Cheng secretly muttered. The next moment, data about the monster immediately appeared on his information panel. Name, Slaughter Race. Zombie level, first stage upper wisdom, 0, 3 strength, 40 agility, 43. 7 overall combat power, 84. No wonder it was able to seriously injure the old man and me. Jiang Cheng looked at the data of the killer in front of him, feeling utterly shocked. The level alone had already reached the highest point of a first-tier zombie. If allowed to continue developing, it wouldn't be long before it advanced to a second-tier zombie. Second tier. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng struggled to swallow. He had only seen a second-tier zombie once in his life, during the time of the zombie siege. Back then, when he was still a scavenger, he heard news from the Seekers that the most significant characteristic of a second-tier zombie was that its attribute values were 10 times that of a first-tier zombie. For example, a first-tier crusher had a strength of 1.8 tons, while a second-tier crusher would have a staggering strength of 18 tons. What does 18 tons mean? Equivalent to an ultra-heavy truck. Just imagine what kind of experience it would be like if an ultra-heavy truck charged at you. Even with the strength of a first-tier awakener, one would probably be hit half to death. Currently, while this killer's strength had not yet reached the standard of a second-tier zombie, its agility attribute was definitely very close to that level. With this in mind, Jiang Cheng turned off the data eye, staring seriously at the killer in front of him, gently adjusting the wristband, and softly said, 0, transform into combat mode, eliminate the target, this killer in front of us. As soon as he finished speaking, the metallic wristband on his arm began to wriggle, flowing into a pool of liquid metal on the ground, slowly solidifying into a humanoid shape. "Yes, master." Zero spoke expressionlessly. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew up, and Zero vanished in the blink of an eye. What is this? The killer looked curiously at the metal figure charging toward it. As a first-tier zombie, it realized it could not sense any life energy from this being. Before it could react, Zero threw a punch, and a half-meter-long metallic short blade formed on its arm, stabbing toward the killer's head. Clang! A sharp collision sound rang out. Zero's short blade was blocked by the bone spurs on the killer's elbow. You want to kill me? Interesting. The killer grinned, suddenly smashing its other arm down, knocking Zero to the ground. But just a breath later, Zero rolled over and got back up, stabbing again with a short blade, like an unwearied, unfeeling robot. Seeing Zero entangled with the opponent, Cheng stopped watching and pushed off with his right foot, his body shooting out like a cannonball. The tang knife in his hand, slicing through the air. Despicable human, daring to sneak attack? Feeling Cheng's blade coming, the killer's gray-white eyes glowed red, grabbing Zero by the neck and throwing it toward the wall nearby. Boom! A huge sound erupted. A concrete wall of a residential building by the street was smashed out a large hole. With Zero no longer blocking it, the killer hooked its right elbow, instantly blocking the tang knife that was about to strike its face. Damn, this zombie's speed is really fast. Cheng cursed quietly, but didn't feel discouraged. He used the pivot of the tang knife to rise and executed a side kick. Bang! The Slayer reacted swiftly, raising his left knee to block Cheng's attack. After two moves were neutralized, Cheng quickly stabilized his body, pushing off the ground with his foot and leaping backward to create distance from the Slayer. No, this won't work. This guy's reaction speed is too fast. Ordinary attacks can't break through his defense at all. After a few probing moves, Cheng gained a certain understanding of the Slayer's strength. Since brute force wouldn't work, he had to rely on strategy. Adjusting his physical state, Cheng flipped his wrist, and a transparent cloak instantly appeared in his hand, which he hurriedly donned. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from sight. The Slayer stared at the suddenly vanished human, momentarily dazed, muttering to himself, "The human is gone." As he spoke, he suddenly became extremely agitated. The human is gone. The human. He let out a tremendous roar, losing his sanity and wildly grasping at the air, indiscriminately attacking the houses on either side. Boom, boom, boom. A two-story residential building nearby couldn't withstand such turmoil and collapsed under the Slayer's terrifying impact. The other attacked houses also continued to collapse in a series of dramatic scenes. Cheng hid in the shadows, secretly observing the scene, shaking his head continuously. The speed of this demolition was astonishing. The zombie must have had a demolition team at home before it died. With a sarcastic remark, Cheng stumbled closer. The Slayer had been making a racket for a full 5 minutes before reluctantly stopping to rest. Humans, seeing my disgraceful state, ran away. Where exactly is that detestable human? The Slayer stood there, muttering to itself, resembling a madman who had just escaped from a hospital. However, just as it was about to leave, a faint sound suddenly came from beneath its feet. Clang! The Slayer curiously looked at its feet and found a small, oval-shaped black ball, smoking quietly beside it. What is this? The Slayer felt an inexplicable familiarity with this little thing, but couldn't recall when it had seen it before. As a zombie, it struggled to remember many things. It bent down to pick it up. In the next moment, boom, a mushroom cloud several meters high slowly rose. Blue slime and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, Cheng, wearing an optical transparent cloak, approached to inspect the scene and found that only a half-dismembered body was still writhing on the ground. The scattered flesh was likely the remnants of its lower body. Having lost its lower half, the Reaper seemed still dazed. It opened its mouth to say something, but blue blood continued to ooze out. This is the power of a level 2 apocalypse bomb. Cheng looked at the in front of him and directly retracted his optical invisibility cloak, exposing himself to the zombies. Humans. The Reaper let out a muffled sound from its throat, wanting to reach out and grab, but found that its right arm had also mysteriously disappeared along with its lower body. Cheng didn't say a word, and the blade flashed. With a thud, the Reaper's head immediately fell. As the head moved away, the upper body also fell silent. Finally, it was resolved. Cheng let out a heavy sigh of relief, raised the Tang knife in his hand, and the Reaper's skull was instantly split open, revealing two marble-sized zombie crystals prominently within the blue tissue. There were actually two zombie crystals. After a brief shock, Cheng immediately stored the crystal in a space ring. As for the corpse, he glanced at it and a thought arose in his mind. Could the zombie's body also convert energy points? With this question in mind, Cheng placed the zombie's head and upper body into the space ring. Finally, he looked at the damaged civilian building and quickly went over to investigate. Upon seeing Zero's tragic state, Cheng felt a pang of heartache. As a liquid metal robot, Zero's neck was covered in liquid metal that had been torn apart, revealing the broken electronic components inside. Moreover, the metal skeleton throughout its body was damaged to varying degrees, with sparks occasionally flying out. Fortunately, it seemed that the damaged metal in those areas was slowly coming together, as if undergoing repairs. Meanwhile, at Yanghe School, near the high school building, there were densely packed zombies everywhere. At a glance, there were 3 crushers and 5 reapers. Anyone who was awakened would be intimidated and dare not approach. In front of this horde of zombies, a giant zombie over 6 meters tall was leaning against the school building, resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide, filled with rage, and let out a furious roar. Humans! Humans! In an instant, the horde of zombies below immediately prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear and not daring to move. After venting for a long time, the giant zombie finally calmed down. But the anger on its face was still evident as it pointed at the horde and shouted, "Search! Find me the humans!" In an instant, thousands of zombies collectively rushed towards the entrance of Yanghe School. Chapter 68. Zombie Anomaly Dawn. Open the door. Yes, master. A mechanical voice sounded, and the base's gate immediately opened. Cheng walked in, holding a large head with silver hair, under the astonished gazes of everyone. Old Yang immediately recognized that this was the zombie that had severely injured him and exclaimed, "Kid, you're something else." Cheng smiled without saying a word, walked directly into the transformation room, and threw his head straight into the transformation box. Energy points, 60. Oh, this thing is actually worth so much. Cheng, filled with surprise, recalled the zombie body he had previously discarded, feeling a pang of regret in his heart. Immediately, he threw the remaining half of the killer's body and 2 zombie crystals into the mix. Energy points, 36. Energy points, 3,600. Energy points, 3,600. In an instant, the remaining energy points surged from 5458. 3 to 1, 2754. 3, what a windfall. Meanwhile, in the Shaqiao community, inside a house, 6 men were seated around. One of them respectfully looking at the one-armed woman at the front, saying, "We have already sent someone to inquire. The Lincian survivor base has a total of 7 combat personnel and over 100 survivors, and there's a batch of supplies from Chudu that will arrive in a week." The woman was Huang Shui. She said lightly, "Is the information reliable?" "Absolutely reliable. I have a brother acting as an insider at the survivor base. They go out to collect supplies every 3 days on average, and when they do, we will meet at the Lincian Sports Plaza," the man immediately replied. Huang Shui nodded in satisfaction. "Good." She then asked, "Apart from this, is there any other intelligence?" The man thought for a moment and said, "Also within the Lincian survivor base. The team leader Li Feng and the captain Wang Chong seem to take special care of a woman named Li Wanqing. It is said that she was specifically recommended by a security consultant named Jiang Cheng. Upon hearing this name, Huang Shui's gaze instantly turned cold, and flames flickered in her palms. Taking a deep breath, Huang Shui regained her composure and said, "Lu San, from now on, you will continue to be responsible for the information transmission regarding the Lincian survivor base, and closely monitor the frequency and routes of the combat personnel going out to collect supplies. Then find an opportunity to insert someone to build a good relationship with Li Qingwan." "Yes, boss," Lu San nodded repeatedly. Huang Shui continued, "Zhao Zhonglai, you and Lu Quan are responsible for recruiting personnel for our base. Be sure to expand our numbers to 50 in 3 days." "Yes, boss." Sun Feng, Chun Lei, Wang Shuo, you three are in charge of collecting living supplies and weapons. Yes, boss. After arranging the tasks, Huang Shui raised her voice and said, Brothers, as long as we successfully capture the Lin Xian survivor base this time, you'll be the heroes of my Blood Mandala organization. Money, women, whatever you want will be at your disposal, and even gaining abilities like mine is not impossible. Such tempting words stirred excitement among those present. They had witnessed their leader wielding power like a divine weapon, turning dozens of zombies to ash with a mere wave. If they had such abilities, what money and women? They would be easily within reach. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly stood up, kneeling on one knee, and shouted, We follow the boss. Looking at the respectful demeanor of the crowd, Huang Shui smiled faintly. Human hearts can be used. At the Lin Xian survivor base. Team leader, should we contact brother Jiang, Cheng now? Wang Cheng asked Li Feng beside him. Wait until the supplies arrive before contacting him. It will also express our sincerity. In the Yanghe community, a large number of zombies surged out of Yanghe school like a tide, rushing towards various places in the Yanghe community. The fortunate surviving humans, hearing such noise, immediately shut their doors and windows, trembling in their homes. At this time, inside the Dawn base, just as everyone was about to eat, a loud bang suddenly echoed. Jiang Cheng raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and said, Shu Guang, turn on the surveillance. Yes, master, a mechanical voice responded. A screen appeared on the wall of the dining hall, showing a scene to everyone. They saw a large number of zombies wandering through the streets. Among them were not a few first-level mutated beings, which made everyone secretly alarmed. God, have these zombies gone crazy? Lin Ro exclaimed. Lu Xinru also furrowed her brows, while Zhang Ye, who was serving food to everyone, gripped the ladle tightly. Next to her, Tuan Tuan, confused, tugged at Zhang Ye's clothing and asked, Mom, so many zombies. We still have Super Uncle. Tuan Tuan's eyes suddenly brightened. Ever since she followed Super Uncle, she no longer had to endure hunger every day, and there were even many delicious snacks. Aside from not being able to go outside, she felt happier than before the apocalypse. If only Dad were here too. Tuan Tuan thought, her big eyes dimming a bit. What if the old man goes out to take a look? Old Yang spoke up. Among these zombies, most were ordinary zombies, with the occasional first-level zombie mixed in, posing no significant threat to him. Let's eat first, and I'll go out to take a look tomorrow. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. At his gesture, everyone began to eat. After the meal, for some reason, he always had an ominous premonition about the zombies moving out. This matter was too strange. As soon as that first-level killer died, not long after, the horde of corpses moved out, as if they were searching for something. Could it be? Jiang Cheng found his thoughts somewhat amusing. Perhaps he was overthinking. Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng sat cross-legged on the floor in the middle of the gym, continuing to silently practice the breathing technique. By evening, the outside gradually quieted down. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, a hint of joy on his face. Perhaps due to drinking the spirit pool water, his speed in practicing the qi gathering technique had increased significantly. After 8 hours of cultivation, the inner energy within him had grown stronger, and he estimated that within 2 days, he would be able to condense the 4th strand of inner energy. That's enough for today. Haste makes waste. Exhaling a breath of turbid energy, Jiang Cheng got up and walked towards the bedroom. Outside, the zombies had been in an uproar for 2 whole days, finally falling silent on the 12th. The remaining energy value had also increased to 15094. 3. During this time, the base shop refreshed twice, but there were no items that interested Jiang Cheng. July 13th, 2022. Early morning, Jiang Cheng sat in the gym, feeling the 4th strand of inner energy within him, and silently said, System, check my information panel. Ding! The system panel is now open for you. Chapter 69. The Disaster at the Immortal Base Host. Jiang Cheng, gender, male, age, 23, level. Acquired stage 4 semi-awakened spirit, 0. 4. Can amplify combat power by 40. Wisdom, 8. 5. Normal human is 1. Strength, 39. 1. Normal human is 1. Agility, 20. 1. Normal human is 1. Mentality, 9. 8. Normal human is 1. Virus resistance, 1. 7. when it reaches 1, can be immune to first-tier, mutated organisms and lower-level ordinary zombie viruses. Superpower. Awakening level, 53, 0. Skills, Qi absorption technique, hard Qigong, meditation, combat, advanced, double-layer strength, comprehensive combat power, 76. 7. Jiang Cheng scanned from top to bottom and was quite satisfied with the current increase. The Qi gathering technique had been cultivated to the 4th level of the acquired stage, with a spiritual value of 0. 4. And a combat power increase of 40. After advancing to the 4th level acquired martial artist, there wasn't much increase in physical attributes. His strength reached 3,910 pounds, exceeding that of an ordinary first-level crusher. But when facing a first-level crusher in a rage state, he could only avoid its attacks unless he used the double overlapping force or activated his spiritual value. His speed increased to 147 meters per second, which is double that of an ordinary first-level reaper, and, similarly, against a first-level reaper in a rage state. He needed to enhance his combat power. The mental attribute increased to an effect of 9. 8. Reflected in his cultivation of the Qi gathering technique. He always felt as if he was grasping something, but it was separated by a thin membrane. This mysterious state intrigued him greatly. The awakening degree increased to 53. At a daily increase rate of 2. In another 24 days, he would successfully awaken. I wonder what ability I can awaken. Jiang Cheng murmured as he exited the system interface. Overall, his current strength allowed him to face a first-level altered being without defeat. But he was still not strong enough against a first-level slayer. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng said directly, "System, open the base mall." Ding! The mall has been opened. After a night, the product list in the mall had refreshed. Permanent products. Level 1 Doomsday pistol bullets, 20 energy points per shot. Power can penetrate first-level altered beings. Level 1 sniper bullets, 50 energy points per shot. Power can directly penetrate the defense of a first-level altered being and can damage a second-level altered being. Product list. Level 1 Doomsday bomb, 100 energy points. Quantity, 5. Explosion power can severely injure a first-level altered being. Explosion damage range diameter of 5 meters. Single use. Level 1 Doomsday pistol, 200 energy points. Power can penetrate first-level altered beings, causing damage. Magazine capacity of 6 rounds. Bullet price, 20 energy points per shot. Note, the aforementioned bullet products are permanent and can be purchased in the permanent product list. Level 1 Optical Invisibility Cloak, 200 energy points, can avoid tracking by first-level altered beings, has a certain degree of confusion against second-level altered beings. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 5,000 energy points. No side effects, can awaken ordinary people, awakening ability determined by individual genes. Level 1 Steel Armor, 300 energy points, can withstand 3 attacks from a first-level altered being, will be destroyed after 3 attacks. Refresh time, 1845-05. Scanning the list, the Level 1 Awakening Potion caught his interest, but he didn't want to rely on external forces for awakening. However, Lin Ro and the others really needed the Awakening Potion. As for the others, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment. Previously, he had a deal with Li Feng and the others, and there were only 2 Level 1 Doomsday bombs left in the hands of Lu Xinru and Lin Ro. So it was just right to restock. Therefore, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Clear the product list and purchase 20 Level 1 Doomsday pistol bullets." Ding! Do you wish to consume 6,400 energy points to purchase the selected products? Purchase, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation. Ding! Purchase successful. The items have been delivered within a 2-meter range of the host. Please check automatically. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared, and a large number of items appeared on the floor of the gym. Jiang Cheng didn't even look and waved his hand, directly putting everything into his space ring. After doing this, he went straight into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and began to wash himself. The intensity of the training in the gym was increasing, and with his current physical condition, he was still sweating profusely. Moreover, Jiang Cheng was quite particular about cleanliness. Perhaps it was due to being from Chu, but he felt uncomfortable all over if he didn't shower for a day. Halfway through his shower, the monitor suddenly flickered twice, and a news broadcast from Chudu began to play. The news was presented by a young woman in camouflage, with short hair that was simple and neat. a small and slightly upturned nose, tanned skin, and slightly arched eyebrows, giving her a heroic appearance. The name on the woman's desk was Li Qiyu. Hello, everyone. I am Li Qiyu, the news host from the Chudu Survivor Base. From now on, I will be hosting news related to Chu Province. Now, I will bring you the current news. First piece of news. At 16:10 on July 12, 2022, our soldiers at the Chuda base have recaptured the areas along the Longjiang Bridge, which indicates that our military has the capability and strength to gradually reclaim various regions of Chudu. Second piece of news. Since the end of the Great Flood on June 27th, a large number of zombies have appeared. Our military has currently discovered different types of zombies and has named them. Please, surviving citizens, be sure to remember this message. Ordinary zombie. Moves slowly, weaker than an adult. Can be killed by one person alone, with the head being the fatal spot. Mutated zombie. Moves swiftly, strength equal to or greater than an adult. Can be surrounded and killed by two or more people, with the head being the fatal spot. Tier 1 Reaper. Its arms are like size, standing at 2.78 meters tall, grayish-white all over, with an 8-petal mouth, sharp teeth, enormous strength, and extremely fast speed. Ordinary people cannot contend with it. If encountered, please find cover immediately and do not run away. The fatal spot is the head. Tier 1 Crusher. Similar in shape to a human, standing at 3.12 meters tall. Grayish-white all over, muscular build, stronger than the Reaper, but slower in speed. Ordinary people cannot contend with it. If encountered, handle it immediately if you meet a Reaper. Tier 1 Slayer. Has a bizarre shape, with bone spines all over, has two forms, grayish-white, muscular build. If encountered, seek cover immediately. It cannot be contended with. Tier 1 Mutant. Has a bizarre shape, with different forms, abilities unknown, cannot be contended with. Tier 2 Death Crusher. An evolved form of the Tier 1 Crusher. Standing at 5.22 meters tall, reddish-brown all over, with enormous strength, an IQ equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child, cannot be contended with. Tier 2 Death Reaper. An evolved form of the Tier 1 Reaper. Standing at 2 meters tall, reddish-brown all over, with enormous strength, agile movements. An IQ equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child, cannot be contended with. Tier 2 Death Slayer. An evolved form of the Tier 1 Slayer, standing at 2 meters tall. Reddish-brown all over, with bone spines all over, an IQ equivalent to that of a 6-year-old child, cannot be contended with. Cheng looked at the rows of information. His brows tightly knitted. He never expected that Chu had already encountered second-tier mutated zombies. Finally, I have a news report for you. Currently, our base's soldiers have dispatched rescue teams to various locations in Chu Province and have established temporary survivor bases in each city. Therefore, citizens of Chu Province, please do not panic, do not be anxious, maintain a positive mindset, and wait for the arrival of the rescue personnel. Turn off the news. Cheng suddenly remembered something about the Linxian survivor base. Half a month after the establishment of the base, it suffered a devastating blow. It seemed that a second-tier zombie led a group of zombies to attack the base. At that time, all 5 awakened individuals and 20 semi-awakened individuals at the Linxian survivor base were deployed, resulting in 5 semi-awakened individuals' deaths, and 10 semi-awakened individuals and 3 awakened individuals severely injured. All to take down that second-tier zombie. He was fighting among the crowd, and if he hadn't later hidden in a pile of debris, he might have been one of the survivors who died then. It is still unclear whether that second-tier zombie has been born, and with the absence of awakened individuals like Wood and the others guarding the base, will it still face zombie attacks like before? How should he remind Li Feng and the others? Cheng frowned in deep thought. Suddenly, the satellite phone in the room rang. Chapter 70, Taking Action. He picked up the satellite phone, and immediately, Li Feng's voice came through. Brother Jiang, what's the matter? Cheng asked. Li Feng replied directly, It's like this, today. The supplies from headquarters just arrived in Linxian and were hijacked. Moreover, the team we sent out to search for survivors has lost contact. Now, only 2 combat personnel and I are left at the base. We have no choice but to request your support. Is everything okay at the base? Cheng inquired. For now, yes, Li Feng shook his head. All right, hold on for a bit. I'll arrive in about half an hour. After hanging up the satellite phone, Cheng's brows furrowed tightly. Logically speaking, with the firepower of the Lincian survivor base, ordinary forces would only dare to avoid it, unless they were awakened or semi-awakened. Who could it be? Thinking this, Jiang Cheng stood up directly. The situation at the Lincian survivor base could not be delayed. It was a collaborative relationship he had worked hard to establish. If the base were to be destroyed by others, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Gripping his tang knife, Jiang Cheng quickly ran downstairs and glanced at everyone in the room, saying, "Everyone, stop what you're doing for now. We have a mission." "What mission?" Lin Ro clenched her fists. The setback from a few days ago had left her feeling very ashamed, but after several days of diligent training, she could clearly sense that her abilities had improved significantly, making her very interested in the mission Jiang Cheng mentioned. Jiang Cheng said directly, "It's like this. Our task this time is to support the Lincian survivor base. I'll explain the specifics to you on the way. You have 10 minutes to prepare now." "Yes." Young Lao Die, Lin Ro, and Lu Xinru immediately went upstairs to get ready without saying a word, and even Zhanya began to pack. Jiang Cheng looked at her and shook his head with a hint of amusement, saying, "Zhanya, you and Tuan Tuan just need to keep the base safe." "But I'm also a member of the base." Zhanya thought for a moment and replied. She had been at the base for several days, doing only some simple tasks, which made her feel very insecure. After all, in the apocalyptic world, food was extremely precious. Just cooking and cleaning. She and her daughter were worry-free about food and clothing. Could there really be such good things? She often asked herself. Or perhaps Jiang Cheng thought, "You belong to the logistics team, and ensuring the base's logistics is your task." Jiang Cheng explained. "Well, okay." Zhanya bit her lip and nodded, her thoughts in disarray. While everyone was busy preparing, Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to enter the transformation room to check on a level 1 apocalyptic warrior that had been damaged yesterday. After a night of repairs, the broken skeleton had fully healed, and the cracked parts of the body had fused together. 0. Report on the recovery status, Jiang Cheng said. It seemed that the 50 energy points spent over the past 2 days were not wasted. Jiang Cheng nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 0 immediately melted into a pool of liquid metal that crawled up Jiang Cheng's wrist and transformed into a bracelet attached to it. Before long, Old Yang and the other 3 gathered on the first floor. Jiang Cheng first glanced at the attributes of Old Yang. Strength, 38. 8. Normal human is 1. Agility, 9. 2. Normal human is 1. Spirit, 10. 1. Normal human is 1. Strength increased to 3,880 gene. Agility reached 64. 4 meters per second. And the other attributes did not change much. With Old Yang's current stats, dealing with first-level mutated beings and first-level awakened individuals is absolutely not a problem. Jiang Cheng continued to look at Lin Ro's data. Spirit, 009 can increase combat power by 9. Strength, 9. 55. Ordinary human is 1. Agility, 2. 7. Ordinary human is 1. Virus resistance, 1. 15. When it reaches 1, can be immune to first-level mutated zombies and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability. Awakening level, 6. 7. Lin Ro's strength increased to 955 gene. Speed increased to 18. 8 meters per second. Spirit value reached 0.09, and with an additional 0.01, she could successfully advance to the first level of the acquired realm. Her virus resistance also increased by 0.1. With such strength, she wouldn't have to fear ordinary zombie hordes alone. The most important thing is that her awakening level reached 6.7, which should be the effect of the third-level spirit pool water. He then looked at Lu Xinru's data. Spirit, 0.08, can increase combat power by 8. Strength, 8. 85. Ordinary human is 1. Agility, 3. 1. Ordinary human is 1. Virus resistance, 1. 15. When it reaches 1, can be immune to first-level mutated zombies and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability. Awakening level, 7. 8. Lu Xinru's overall training talent is not as good as Lin Ro's. Her spirit value only increased to 0.08, needing another 0.02 to reach the first level of the acquired realm. However, her strength increased to 885 gene. Speed increased to 21. 7 meters per second. Virus resistance increased by 0.1, and her ability awakening level is decent, reaching 7. 8. With her current strength, dealing with ordinary zombies is also not a problem. However, for safety's sake, Cheng still took out a set of first-level optical invisibility cloaks and handed one to Lu Xinru, saying, "Take this. It can provide a good stealth effect against first-level mutated zombies." "Thank you." Lu Xinru nodded happily. Seeing Lu Xinru receive the equipment, Lin Ro showed an expectant look. Cheng naturally couldn't be biased, so he took out a level 1 steel armor and handed it over, saying, "This can withstand 3 attacks from a level 1 mutated creature. But I still hope that you two will try to avoid getting too close when encountering a level 1 mutated creature." Finally, Cheng pulled out 2 items and handed them over, saying, "Old man, this Doomsday bomb is for you. Also, this is a blood enhancement potion. After injection, it can double your strength, but it only lasts for 5 minutes. After use, there will be a 6-hour period of weakness, but it poses no hidden dangers to the body." I knew you were thinking of the old man. "All right, I'll keep this." Old Man Yang was not polite and directly kicked it into his bag. Once the items were distributed among the 3, Cheng spoke up. "This time, it's the second mission for our Dawn base. Lin Ro and Lu Xinru, aside from this support mission, each of you is responsible for collecting 50 ordinary zombie crystals. Can you do that?" "Very good," Cheng continued. "As for the old man, if we encounter a first-level mutant, just take care of the cleanup." "No problem." After arranging the tasks, the 4 of them set off in high spirits towards the Lincian survivor base. Meanwhile, in the Shaqiao community, 3 military vehicles and 2 small trucks drove into the neighborhood. The military vehicles stopped and the doors opened. "Roll out." "Damn it. Do you dare to hijack supplies from the Chudu survivor base? Screw you, what a load of nonsense." Inside the vehicle, a man was kicked out and rolled onto the ground, but he still refused to submit and try to stand up, only to be quickly pinned down by several young people in the community. One after another 10 soldiers got out of the vehicle. Although the soldiers looked indignant, they had guns pointed at their heads and had no choice but to squat on the ground with their heads held. "Old Zhao, go inform the boss. We have hijacked the supplies." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold female voice came. "No need." Everyone looked over, and a woman slowly walked out from the community's unit door. The man who was being pressed to the ground saw the woman, his eyes bloodshot, and angrily said, "It's you. It's actually you. Cheng and his brothers shouldn't have let you go back then." Cheng? The woman listened, seemingly recalling something, her expression gradually darkening. But soon she suddenly smiled and said, "It wasn't him who let me go. My life was exchanged by my parents." After saying that, she said coldly, "Today is his day of death." Ignoring Cheng's furious curses, the woman glanced at the supplies on the parked truck and said with satisfaction, "Lu San, you did very well." "Hee, thank you, boss." Lu San said with a grin, "So what do we do next?" "Notify your insider at the Lincian survivor base. Control Li Qingwan, and we will meet at the Lincian survivor base in 10 minutes. "Yes, boss." Lu San responded, then continued to ask, "What about these soldiers?" "Bind them all and take them over." Chapter 71. The Reckless Robbers at the Lincian survivor base, formerly the Lincian Vocational and Technical College. Inside the base, Li Feng was pacing back and forth. This time, 6 soldiers were sent by the headquarters for support, but without exception, they were all hijacked, and the survivor collection team, led by Cheng, had also lost contact. The 2 incidents must be related. Just as he was frowning in thought, suddenly, a soldier jogged in and reported, "Report, Commander, survivors in the shantytown have taken Miss Li Qingwan hostage." "What?" Li Feng's expression changed dramatically. Without waiting for the soldier to continue, he directly picked up the submachine gun on the table and said, "Go. Let's take a look." "Yes." The soldier immediately followed. At this time, in the shantytown, a man held a knife to a woman's neck, and there was another man and woman beside him, presumably accomplices. The man shouted loudly to the crowd around, "If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. I can tell you, this survivor base is about to change its name." A few bold people stepped out and yelled back, "Shut your damn mouth. With you. Do you think you can rob Commander Li? You must be looking for death." "Brothers and sisters, what are we afraid of from these 3 thugs? Let us go. As long as we catch them, when the commander is happy, he might send us to the Chudu headquarters early." As soon as he finished, the survivor's eyes lit up. Who among them didn't T want to go to the Chudu survivor base? They immediately surrounded them. He. You probably don't know that the convoy sent out by Chudu this morning was intercepted in the Lincian urban area, and all the rescue team members lost contact. Now the base only has Li Feng and 3 others left. Do you think they still have the ability to protect you? The man shouted loudly. The other survivors were immediately scared. Everyone looked at each other, still somewhat unclear about the situation. Seeing that he had intimidated these people, the man immediately gave a look to his accomplices, and the 3 of them began to move towards the exit with Li Qingwan. But the next moment, let go of the hostage. As the voice fell, the man immediately turned his head and saw Li Feng standing at the entrance, pointing his gun at him with a stern expression. The man was not afraid. He grabbed Li Qingwan and held her in front of him, sneering. If you have the guts, shoot. I'd rather die here with this woman. You're testing my patience. Li Feng stood firm, his fingers slowly resting on the trigger. I'll say it again. If you have the guts, shoot. The man swallowed hard. He was nervous inside. According to previous intelligence, this woman was very important to Li Feng. Surely he wouldn't shoot, right? Is that so? Li Feng snadat. He knew that the robber was betting, and he was also betting. He spoke slowly. Now I will count to 3. If you release her within 3 counts, I can let you and your companions leave. If I finish counting to 3 and you still don't let her go, I will shoot you and this hostage together. You know, as the commander, I can't disregard the lives of everyone in the Lincian survivor base for one survivor. Saying this, Li Feng looked apologetically at Li Qingwan and said, Miss Li, I'm sorry. For the sake of everyone, I can only give you up. It's okay. Li Qingwan shook her head with red eyes. However, she knew that her treatment was all because of that person. That day, he invited her to join his base and told her his name was Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng also took out her favorite snacks. Later, after Jiang Cheng left, the warriors at the Lincian survivor base began to take care of themselves. She wasn't a fool. If given the chance, she would really like to thank him in person. Unfortunately, it seemed there would be no opportunity for that. Thinking of this, Li Qingwan suddenly said, Captain Li, can you help me with something? As long as it doesn't go against my morals, I will definitely help you. Li Feng immediately agreed. If you see Jiang Cheng again, please say thank you for me, Li Qingwan said loudly. Li Feng smiled wryly. I will definitely pass it on. All right, stop with this tragic act and get the hell out of my way. If you don't move, I'll really make a move. A man shouted loudly, the tip of the knife in his hand, even cutting into his skin, drawing a trickle of blood. Li Feng listened, his expression once again serious, holding his gun and said, 1. Stop pretending. Get out of the way. A hint of panic flashed in the man's eyes. 2. Li Feng continued counting. Why you dare to shoot? The man panicked directly. He didn't expect Li Feng to actually dare to threaten him. Was the intelligence wrong? If the other party really shot, wouldn't his life be forfeit here? Thinking of this, the man's palms were already dripping with sweat. 3. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had already arrived near the Lincian survivor base. Originally, he intended to go in directly, but he changed his mind at the last moment. He turned to Lin Ro and said, You and the old man will lie in ambush here. Do not act under any circumstances. When the time comes, I will signal and shout to attack. Then you can catch them off guard. No problem. Lin Ro and Lu Xinru were somewhat excited, while Old Yang nodded nonchalantly. Old man, I leave Lin Ro and Lu Xinru's safety to you. After saying that, Jiang Cheng swiftly moved towards the base. For some reason, he had a premonition that something was happening inside. As he passed through the main gate of the base, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of curiosity. The large gate was surprisingly unguarded, which definitely indicated a problem. With that thought, he quickened his pace. Soon, he saw 2 men and a woman not far away, holding a woman hostage, with a knife pressed against her neck, while Li Feng was holding a gun and negotiating with the opposing side. Qingwan. Jiang Cheng immediately recognized the appearance of the kidnapped woman. His heart tightened, but he restrained the impulse to rush forward and hid in the corner to observe the situation. Meanwhile, Li Feng shouted loudly, 3. He suddenly made a gesture as if pulling the trigger, which made the knife-wielding man across from him tense up, but soon raised his hands and helplessly said, All right, although I really don't want to admit it, you win. Brothers, clear a path for this gentleman. This woman was a key target that Jiang Cheng had specifically named for protection. If she were really killed, even under urgent circumstances, It would likely leave a mark in Jiang Cheng's heart. It wasn't worth leaving a bad impression in Jiang Cheng's mind for the sake of 3 criminals. If this woman were not Li Qingwan, Li Feng guaranteed he would have fired his gun. However, to prevent the criminal from harming the hostage, Li Feng warned, "I advise you to protect the life of the woman in your hands. Don't lay a finger on her, or no one will be able to save you." "Huh, still pretending to be tough?" The man sneered, seemingly showing off as he grabbed Li Qingwan's hair. After all, the boss only wanted to kidnap this woman. He never said he couldn't do anything else. With one hand, he yanked on the collar of Li Qingwan's clothing. The sound of tearing fabric mixed with her scream filled the air. Because it was summer, Li Qingwan was dressed lightly, and large areas of her skin were exposed to the air. Ignoring the pain in her hair, Li Qingwan desperately shielded her chest, holding on to her last line of defense. The man held up the torn fabric, inhaling it with pleasure before tossing it aside and reaching for Li Qingwan's chest. "Stop!" Li Feng shouted urgently. But the man retorted mockingly, "Stop? I'm going to do it. Anyway, I haven't had a woman in a month. This little girl is just perfect for relieving my urges." Saying that, his hand continued to reach for Li Qingwan's chest. Li Feng's face turned pale at this scene, and he staggered back a few steps, feeling powerless. It's over. Chapter 72. At the critical moment, Li Qingwan's face showed despair. But he couldn't move. Yet, the situation was equally dire. What to do? What to do? Just at this critical moment, a flash of silver light appeared. Phew! A severed hand flew into the air, blood spraying out like a burst dam. My hand? The man muttered, staring in disbelief at his severed forearm, unable to react as everything happened too suddenly. In the next moment, he screamed in agony, a sharp pain shooting through his brain. "My hand!" The man crazily waved his severed arm, trying to alleviate the pain, while a surge of rage rose from his chest. Without thinking, he pushed Li Qingwan toward his accomplices and shouted, "Kill her." As soon as he finished speaking, the pair of men beside him exchanged glances and drew out their daggers, thrusting them toward Li Qingwan. Toof! Toof! 2 more hands holding daggers flew up, their vision blurred, and Li Qingwan instantly disappeared from in front of them, and then their sight quickly fell, plunging into endless darkness. Staring at the heads on the ground, the leading man was stunned. What has happened? How did they suddenly die? And the hostage, Li Qingwan, was also gone. He frantically looked around, but saw no one. What was that? The man began to tremble involuntarily, wildly swinging the knife in his hand at the air. "You better come out, bastard. Hiding and showing your face is nothing impressive. Come out." The man screamed angrily. In the next moment, another flash of knife appeared. His other arm flew off, blood splattering everywhere, while a tang knife was pressed against his neck. He endured the excruciating pain, raising his head pale, only to meet a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. "Tell me, who sent you?" Jiang Cheng said, one arm around Li Qingwan and the other holding the tang knife. "Ha! If you have the guts, kill me." The man scoffed defiantly, but before he could finish, his vision blurred, and a warm stream, mixed with a metallic taste, slowly slid down his rough face from where his left ear had been. Looking down, he saw an ear lying quietly at his feet. "My ear, This time, the man was scared. He fell to his knees with a thud, banging his head on the ground and pleading, "Just kill me, please kill me. It's better to die than to be tortured like this." "Kill you?" Jiang Cheng looked at the man with disdain, as if he were looking at a pig or a dog. With a swift motion of his tang knife, the man's right ear fell to the ground. "Who sent you?" "Lu San. It was Lu San who ordered me to kidnap this woman." Under Jiang Cheng's overwhelming pressure, the man no longer held back. Jiang Cheng searched his memory for anything related to Lu San, but unfortunately, he had no records of Lu San in his mind. What puzzled him was that among this group, they chose to tie up Li Qingwan specifically. The only people who knew about his connection with Li Qingwan were Li Feng and Wang Chong, and besides them, there were only the group of wood. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's expression turned cold as a person popped into his mind. Could it be her? Jiang Cheng frowned. It's best not to be her. If it really is her, he definitely wouldn't let this woman go this time. After thinking for a moment, he continued to ask, "Who is Lu San? What did he send you here for? What forces are behind him? Who is the leader of this group? Give me a detailed account of everything." If you dare to tell even half a lie, I will make you wish you were dead." These words sounded like the voice of a demon in the man's ears, and he hurriedly revealed everything he knew. "Lu San is a member of the Blood Red Mandala. He sent me here as an undercover agent to gather information about the Lincian survivor base, and during our meeting a few days ago, he specifically instructed me to capture a woman named Li Qingwan, saying it was the order of the leader." "What else?" Jiang Cheng continued to press. "That's all. I only know this much. I'm just an outer member of the organization. I only contact Lu San, and I don't know anything else." The man trembled continuously. It seemed that there was nothing more to be learned from this person. Jiang Cheng looked at the outlaw, as if he were a cockroach, flipping his wrist as the blade flashed continuously. The Tang knife returned to its sheath. When he looked again, the man kneeling on the ground had already turned into pieces. Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated in return. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Jiang Cheng turned his head to see Li Qingwan in his arms, left with only a piece of underwear. A wave of heartache washed over him, and he directly took off his short-sleeved shirt and handed it to her. "Here, put this on for now." It was somewhat warm, and the scent on it made her feel very at ease. She looked at Jiang Cheng with gratitude, wanting to say something, but she didn't know how to express her thanks. In her impression, this was only the second time she had interacted with him. So why was he helping her like this? Li Qingwan couldn't figure it out and had to suppress the question in her heart. Jiang Cheng stood bare-chested, revealing his streamlined muscle lines, gripping a broadsword, and looking at Li Feng with a very complicated expression. Li Qingwan had encountered trouble, and Li Feng indeed bore an undeniable responsibility, but he had also witnessed the scene of Li Feng negotiating with the assailants. Jiang Cheng questioned himself, thinking that if it were him, he might not be able to reach the level of Li Feng. After some thought, his gaze gradually softened as he looked at Li Feng and said, "Captain Li." Li Feng thought Jiang Cheng was going to hold him accountable, and his expression darkened. He still mustered the courage to apologize. "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry for letting you down. It's all my fault for not protecting well, allowing someone to take advantage of the situation. If you hadn't arrived in time, Miss Li might have." "Brother Li, there's no need to blame yourself." Jiang Cheng shook his head. Hearing this, Li Feng showed an incredulous expression and said, "Brother Jiang, you don't blame me?" "I do." Jiang Cheng opened his mouth, but continued. "As the leader of the base, you carry the lives of the survivors on your shoulders. Given the circumstances, you've done your best. What about our previous cooperation?" Li Feng was afraid Jiang Cheng would terminate their partnership. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "The cooperation continues." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng finally relaxed his previously tense heart. His spirit jolted, as if he had made a decision, and he firmly stated, "Jiang, don't worry. From now on, as long as you say the word, I, Li Feng, will go through fire and water for you." Meanwhile, outside the Lincian base, a team of nearly 100 people stood at the entrance, led by a woman with a severed arm. The woman said coolly, "Where are they? By rights. They should have moved by now." Lu San's expression darkened. He felt a bit anxious, wondering if something had gone wrong. The woman seemed displeased with the delay. She didn't like unexpected changes to the plan. With only Li Feng and 2 others left in the base, it was the best time to seize it, and Li Qingwan was at most just an extra. She frowned and asked, "What about Zhao Zhong? He's still a kilometer away. He should arrive in about 10 minutes. Lu San hurriedly replied, "Send someone to have him hold off the zombie horde. Once I give the signal, let him lure the horde over," the woman ordered. "Understood." Lu San immediately nodded and sent a subordinate to relay the message. After doing this, the woman said directly, "All right, start calling people." She was impatient to take over the base, and as for the group of zombies, a cold smile flashed across her icy face. This was the surprise she had prepared for Jiang Cheng. Hearing this, Lu San quickly called his subordinates to push the captured prisoners forward to kneel, especially Wang Chong. "Damn it, stubborn brat." He kicked him to the ground. Then he shouted into the base, "Captain Li Feng, we brought your team members. Aren't you coming out to meet us?" Inside the base, Li Feng was preparing to enter the command room with Jiang Cheng to discuss matters regarding Wang Chong. But the next moment, the voice from outside the base reached him. His expression instantly turned icy. Chapter 73. Reconciliation? "The main character has arrived," Li Feng said coldly. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Let's go take a look." As he spoke, He seemed to think of something and glanced at Li Feng. Li Feng immediately said, Xiao Zhou, you stay here to protect Miss Li. After the two organized themselves, Jiang Cheng took out a handgun and handed it over, along with 10 rounds of Doomsday pistol ammunition, saying, this is a Doomsday pistol, consider it a pre-usage. Remember to account for it along with the last one. No problem. Li Feng readily agreed. Taking the handgun and weighing it in his hand, his affection evident as he exclaimed, this gun has some real power. Last time I used this. Switching to other guns felt too soft. Let's go see what this so-called blood mandala is all about. The two exchanged glances and walked straight outside. They arrived at the base entrance. Jiang Cheng saw the woman in charge. Her expression so cold, it was almost freezing. He shouldn't have shown mercy and let her go. Since he had encountered her this time, he had to eliminate the threat for good. Li Feng's face was equally grim, because the brothers who were kneeling at the base gate with guns pointed at their heads were all those who had gone out to search, among them Wang Chong, who was the most conspicuous in the front. He looked at the woman in charge and directly said, speak, what do you want? Captain Li Feng was indeed a smart man. Huang Shui smiled faintly and continued, when talking to a smart person, I won't beat around the bush. I want this base. Impossible. Suddenly, Wang Chong, who was kneeling on the ground, shouted out loud. The base was fought for by the brothers with their lives. Why should we give it to you? Damn it, I told you to shut up. Lu San, seeing Wang Chong interrupt, directly picked up the gun but struck Wang Chong hard on the back, and when Wang Chong fell to the ground, he stepped on him, pressing him down to prevent him from getting up. Stop! Li Feng shouted loudly, raising his voice. The base can be given to you, but you must release my brothers and give me a day to arrange for their evacuation. Ha ha ha! Huang Shui laughed out loud, mockingly looking at Li Feng. Captain Li Feng, since you think we're fools, then I won't hesitate to say it again. What I want is this base, including the weapons inside, living supplies, survivors, and you and your brothers. Impossible. Li Feng instinctively refused. As a soldier of Chudu, how could he bow his head to serve a petty person? It would be better to just kill him. Impossible? Then what about your brothers? A playful expression appeared on Huang Shui's face. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Cheng patted Li Feng's shoulder, signaling him to stand back, then stepped forward and said, Huang Shui, stop it. Jiang Cheng. The two words were almost squeezed out of Huang Shui's teeth. Her eyes were blazing with anger. What right do you have to tell me to stop? It seems you haven't understood my meaning. I'm not advising you. Jiang Cheng's voice turned slightly cold as he continued. Back then, Uncle and Aunt used their lives to spare you, and I said that if I encountered you again, I would kill you. Are you threatening me? Huang Shui laughed out loud, as if she had heard something amusing. Ha! Jiang Cheng, you really are too self-righteous. You don't think I would be grateful and let it go after you kill my parents and crush my heart with a punch, do you? You haven't forgotten what I said to you in college, have you? Saying this, Huang Shui recited word by word. If we love each other, we rely on each other. If we turn against each other, one side must die. I'm telling you now, the hatred between us for killing parents is irreconcilable. Today, either you die or I die. After finishing her words, Huang Shui flipped her palm, and a basketball-sized ball of blazing red flame condensed and then threw it fiercely at Jiang Cheng. Unrepentant, Jiang Cheng thought to himself, drawing his tang knife and slashing down at the fireball. Bang! In an instant, as the blade descended, the fireball immediately dissipated in the air. Sheathe the knife. Jiang Cheng lightly touched the ground with his foot, his cold gaze fixed on Huang Shui, and said, if you only have this little strength, then end it yourself. Damn it! With one move, Jiang Cheng easily shattered Huang Shui's attack, leaving her face as dark as water. With just one move, she realized she was no match for Jiang Cheng and could only suppress her anger and retreat into the crowd. She pointed at the warriors in the front row and said, Jiang Cheng, you're really strong, and I'm not your opponent, but what about these people? Do you not care about their lives? Huang Shui. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and squeezed out two words. If it weren't for his cooperation with Li Feng, he certainly wouldn't care about the lives of this group of people. But in order to strengthen the Dawn base, he couldn't sever his relationship with Li Feng just yet. He said coldly, what do you want? Ha ha ha. Jiang Cheng, are you begging me? Huang Shui laughed triumphantly, pointing at the ground and saying, if you want me to let this group go, it's not impossible, but only if you kneel before me, apologize, and break one of your arms. Then I'll agree to let them go. You must be dreaming. Jiang Cheng's face darkened. This scene reminded him of when he was still in university, when Huang Shui had made him kneel and apologize because she was in a bad mood. To this day, this woman hadn't changed at all. Her despicable nature was deeply ingrained in her bones. But the current situation, Jiang Cheng's mind began to race. From the very beginning, he had been sizing up the group of people. Although there were many of them, most were just a rabble, and among Wang Chang's underlings, only one person had a gun, while the remaining 5 were only holding knives. If he could take out these 6 from behind, there was a chance. Moreover, he had specially arranged for Lin Ro and Yang Laodai to wait across the street, and Lu Xinru had an optical invisibility, cloak in hand. With this in mind, Jiang Cheng suddenly had an idea. He looked at Huang Shui, changing from his previous indifference to a gentle gaze. Shui, I was wrong. How about we make up? With our strength, occupying this base and unifying Lin Xian would definitely not be a problem. By then, I would be the king of Lin Xian, and you would be my queen. What do you think? Jiang Laodi, what are you doing? Do you even know what you're saying? Li Feng looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief, never expecting him to switch sides at such a crucial moment. What did you say? Jiang Cheng turned to look at Li Feng coldly and said, Can't you understand what I mean? Huang Shui was my ex-girlfriend, and she is powerful. That third-party wood is dead now. Isn't it a perfect match for us to be together? After saying this, Jiang Cheng looked at Li Feng with disgust, swinging the knife handle in his hand and, under Li Feng's terrified gaze, knocked him out cold. Then, he swiftly turned and knocked out the soldier who was about to shoot from behind. After incapacitating the two, Jiang Cheng looked at Huang Shui with deep affection and said, Shui, are you satisfied with this? Jiang Cheng, what exactly do you want to do? Huang Shui's heart stirred. If Jiang Cheng could truly cooperate with her, she wouldn't have to exert so much effort. Moreover, recalling the various moments during their university days, she swore to the heavens that she had really thought about marrying Jiang Cheng. Unfortunately, the Wood family was too wealthy, and she couldn't resist the temptation. Besides, she loved to play, and before Wood, she had secretly been with quite a few men behind Jiang Cheng's back. Now, that Wood was dead. Those men had probably turned into zombies, and she and Jiang Cheng still had a chance. Besides, she had merely made the mistakes that all women make. She hadn't killed anyone, and she was so beautiful. Why shouldn't she be forgiven? Meanwhile, across the street, Lin Ro whispered, This guy Jiang Cheng is really a big liar. Buffed. Are you a bit jealous, little girl? Yang Laodai said. Hey, you guys dare to laugh at me. Lin Ro lightly stomped her foot. Yang Laodai timely said, All right. I see what this kid is up to. He probably wants us to launch a sneak attack. In a bit, Dr. Liu and Lin Yatu. You two should use that optical invisibility cloak to take out the guy with the gun in front. What about you, old man? Naturally. The remaining 3 will be mine. Chapter 74. Furious strike at Huang Shui. What are you hesitating for? Jiang Chengyu. Huang Shui's eyes turned red. She couldn't understand why heaven would play such a joke on her, forcing her to choose between Jiang Cheng and her parents. Why? Why is it you who kill my parents? Huang Shui suddenly burst into tears. Perhaps she had been holding back for too long. Her emotions surged forth like a flood, and her body involuntarily ran toward Jiang Cheng, as if a fledgling returning to its nest, and she fell into Jiang Cheng's embrace. Jiang Cheng wrapped his arms around Huang Shui's waist, resting his chin on her forehead, and said softly, Shui, it's okay. Everything is over. Is it really over? Tears sparkled in Huang Shui's eyes. Don't worry, I will take care of everything, just like before. Jiang Cheng spoke gently, while one hand climbed up Huang Shui's back, as if feeling a long-lost warmth. Huang Shui also closed her eyes to enjoy this moment of tenderness. Perhaps she should agree to this boy in front of her. Suddenly, Huang Shui's eyes flew open, and one arm reached toward the hem of her skirt. It's gone. Are you looking for this? Jiang Cheng's voice came from beside her, as gentle as ever, but Huang Shui felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. With a clang, a silver dagger hit the ground, making a metallic sound. When did you find out? Huang Shui asked in disbelief. Jiang Cheng revealed a hint of sarcasm and said indifferently, Have you forgotten something? How do you know I won't? Did you forget the promise you made me back then? No matter what I do or how long I play outside, You would always wait for me in the same place. Didn't you say that? Huang Shui retorted unwillingly. Huh. Jiang Cheng self-deprecatingly laughed and said, people change after going through things. If I didn't have my current strength, do you honestly think you would look at me? Moreover, you also said that was back then. Ha ha. Jiang Cheng, I really underestimated you. Upon hearing this, Huang Shui laughed maniacally, even distorting her features due to the intensity of her laughter. As the laughter subsided, Huang Shui mocked, given the current situation, do you really think you can disregard the lives of these people? Of course not, so I can only trouble you. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. Drawing his Tang Dao, the blade positioned across Huang Shui's neck, and shouted, make your move. What? Huang Shui seemed to realize the danger and began to struggle violently. Flames started to gather in her palms, and sparks even flickered in her eyes as she anxiously shouted, Lu San, kill these people. But her movements were still a bit slow. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out. Lu San, who was holding Wang Chong hostage, was just about to pull the trigger when a finger-sized hole appeared in his temple, and he collapsed, his pupils in confusion. With Li San's suppression gone, Wang Chong immediately rose to resist. The other members of the Mandala organization found their vision blurring, their bodies flying backwards and crashing into the wall, becoming a puddle of bloody flesh. Only Sun Fong, barely clinging to life, weakly took out a walkie-talkie and said, move, move. After finishing his words, he tilted his head and breathed his last. I will kill you. Seeing this scene, the flames on Huang Shui intensified, the fireball in her palm swelling to the size of a yoga ball. But the next moment, a blood arrow shot out. Her head flew off and fell heavily to the ground. It is said that a person retains 7 seconds of consciousness after being decapitated. Huang Shui clearly saw a headless body dressed in a JK uniform, gushing blood like a fountain. Another flash of blade light passed. Her arms, legs, feet, and body were marked with fine bloodlines. And just as her consciousness was about to plunge into darkness, her body shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Looking at the fragments on the ground, Jiang Cheng, to avoid a repeat of the previous resurrection incident, drew his blade again and swung it at Huang Shui's head. Poof! The head instantly exploded. At that moment, Jiang Cheng looked at the sun hanging high in the sky. The pent-up anger in his heart finally dissipated, and he murmured, Qingwan, a Fudat, Gowa, I finally avenged you. It was as if he was conveying his longing to relatives who had passed into another time and space. After calming his complex emotions, Jiang Cheng nudged Li Feng, who had been lying still pretending to be dead, and said, Li Gu, stop pretending. If you don't get up soon, I'll clear the scene. And over there, brothers, it's time to get to work. Ha! You found me out. Li Feng, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and got up, laughing loudly. Jiang, old brother, how do you think I performed? At the same time, the little soldier also got up, rubbing the back of his head and grinning foolishly. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I would definitely give you an Oscar. A row of black lines appeared on Jiang Cheng's forehead. The leaders of the Blood Mandala were decapitated, and Li Feng quickly dealt with the remaining rabble. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Jiang Cheng was introducing his base members to Li Feng and the others. This is Lu Xinru, our base doctor. I've managed to survive until now thanks to Dr. Lu's superb medical skills. Li Feng immediately stepped forward enthusiastically and extended a hand, saying, Dr. Lu, if our brothers at the Lincian survivor base have any issues in the future, we might need to trouble you. Lu Xinru did not extend her hand, but nodded lightly, then unconsciously stepped a few paces back towards Jiang Cheng. Li Feng noticed this, but did not feel awkward, and he listened as Jiang Cheng continued the introduction. This is Old Yang. Li Feng quickly greeted him, hello, Old Yang. He, young man. I've heard that the girls in Chudu are fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, with big breasts, slim waists, and ample hips. Is that true? Old Yang said with a lewd grin. Li Feng's smile immediately became somewhat stiff. Next, Jiang Cheng pointed to Lin Ro and said, this is Lin Ro. She used to be in law enforcement, and now she is a member of our base. Upon hearing this, Li Feng stood straight and saluted, then lowered his hand and said with a smile, Miss Lin, women are no less than men. Not at all, Lin Ro replied shyly, then suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, Captain Li, do you happen to know a soldier named Lin Yi? Oh, You know Squad Leader Lin? Li Feng's eyes lit up. He finally found a familiar face. Upon hearing this, Lin Ro quickly said, "Yes, Lin Yi is my younger brother. Is he still alive? How is he doing?" When she first joined Jiang Cheng's base, Lin Ro had planned to find Wang Wei's family and then bring them to Chudu to reunite with her brother Lin Yi. She didn't expect that plans would change, and she would end up joining Jiang Cheng's base. Now, what she wanted to know most was her brother's situation. Li Feng hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Ro's anxious expression, he decided to tell her. "It's like this, Squad Leader Lin. What happened to Lin Yi?" Lin Ro asked urgently. Squad Leader Lin was injured and is currently recuperating at the Chudu survivor base. After thinking it over, Li Feng decided not to tell Lin Ro the full truth. This brother and sister might never see each other again in this lifetime. Upon hearing that her brother was injured, Lin Ro first felt anxious, then let out a sigh of relief, saying, "That's good, as long as he is alive." However, just as Lin Ro was about to continue her inquiry, suddenly, a soldier rushed over anxiously and shouted, "Captain Li, not good. A large group of zombies is approaching." "What?" Li Feng's expression changed in shock, and he quickly looked at Jiang Cheng. When he saw Jiang Cheng's expression, he knew his worries were unnecessary. Jiang Cheng stood aside and raised his voice. "All members of the Dawn base, assemble." "Yes." Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, and Yang Loud Eye replied loudly, their expressions serious. "Prepare for battle." Chapter 75. The Great Battle Against the Zombie Horde. Damn. A human was speeding ahead on a motorcycle, his face filled with fear as he cursed incessantly. He couldn't understand what the leader was thinking, sending him to lure the zombies. If things didn't go well at the Lincian survivors' base, it would be disastrous. However, Sun Fong had already sent the signal, and Zhao Zhonglai could only twist the throttle all the way down. Behind Zhao Zhonglai, a dark wave surged towards him like a tide. If one looked closely, they would see a horde of decaying zombies running at an incredible speed, nearly catching up to the motorcycle several times. A glance revealed at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them, enough to trigger a fear of crowds in anyone. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Lincian survivors' base, the members of the Dawn base stood ready, while Li Feng and others from the Lincian base were also building a defensive line with their rifles. 3 minutes later, the roar of a motorcycle echoed on the road, growing closer. Survivors? Jiang Cheng looked at the figure in front, his brows slightly furrowed. But soon, the motorcycle made a sudden stop, and the person riding it was thrown off. "Help me!" This person shouted in panic, but before he could get up, he was overwhelmed by the black wave that followed closely behind. "They're here," Jiang Cheng secretly thought to himself, and waved his arm down. Li Feng understood immediately and shouted, "Fire! Shoot for me!" In an instant, countless tongues of flame erupted. The zombies in the front row fell to the ground in response. Jiang Cheng saw this and commanded, "Old man, let's take the lead." "No problem, kid." Old Yang didn't think twice, stood up and shouted, his figure suddenly growing to 2 meters tall, his short-sleeved shirt bursting apart, revealing explosive muscle lines. With a stomp, the ground cracked, and he charged towards the zombie horde like a human cannonball. Damn, is this how fierce old men are these days? Li Feng and Wang Chong were so shocked their jaws almost dropped. Jiang Cheng said again, "Lin Ro and Lu Xinru, you two clean up the solitary zombies." "Yes." Lin Ro and Lu Xinru exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Jiang Cheng squinted at the horde of zombies ahead, revealing the blade of his tang knife. With a flash of his figure, he turned into a silver streak and charged forward. Kill! With one swing of his knife, half of a zombie's body was cleaved in two. The remaining zombies, seeing this, immediately surged forward, but as the blade gleamed, without exception, they were all reduced to fragments. The scene on the old man's side looked equally shocking. Diamond Fist. A punch was thrown at the incoming zombie. In an instant, the zombie flew backward like a shooting star, and its massive inertia collided with a group of zombies, creating a gash that looked like a trench on the surface of water from a distance. To the warriors at the Lincian survivor base, the performance of the people from Dawn Base appeared as if gods had descended from the heavens. The soldiers were excited. The eyes of all the warriors sparkled with little stars. Seeing this, Li Feng was also stirred by a competitive spirit and shouted, Brothers, let us go. We may not be as good as Brother Jiang Cheng, but we can't lose to those two women. Roar, roar, roar. Inspired by Li Feng, the soldiers picked up their guns and charged forward. Hot, 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 hot. Faced with the attacking zombies, the soldiers raised their guns and shot, quickly taking down a lone zombie. Just then, another zombie lunged from the side. Seeing no way to dodge, suddenly a delicate shout rang out. Boom! The lunging zombie was punched away. Although Lin Ro and Lu Xinru couldn't descend like gods of war like Jiang Cheng and the old man, they still displayed remarkable strength. Just when everyone's morale was high, several beastly roars echoed from a distance. Jiang Cheng and the old man both looked up and discovered 4 first-tier mutated creatures. Among them, 2 were enormous with bulging muscles, standing 3 meters tall, resembling little giants. As they charged forward, ordinary zombies that couldn't dodge in time would be sent flying. The other 2 ran like the wind, dragging along 2 massive scythes, resembling reapers. With each swing, countless severed limbs would fly, regardless of whether they were of the same kind. 2 first-tier reapers and 2 first-tier crushers. Jiang Cheng immediately recognized the big guy in front of him. He turned to Grandpa Yang and smiled. Old man, choose one. Which one do you want? That one with the scythe. It's too ugly. I've been annoyed by it for a long time. Grandpa Yang grinned. Then the other 3 are mine. I really hate those big guys full of philosophical vibes. Jiang Cheng licked his lips. It was his first time dealing with 3 first-tier mutated creatures at once. No problem. Let's see who could take down the first one first. After Grandpa Yang finished speaking, he shot out like an arrow. Damn, old man, you're not playing fair. That's a sneak attack. Jiang Cheng shouted, swinging his Tang Dao, transforming it into a fleeting shadow as he charged forward. The Howler, observing the 2 humans in front of him, showed great interest, roaring as he rushed over. With each step he took, the ground cracked beneath his feet. When he reached Jiang Cheng, the first-tier Howler swung his fist down. Jiang Cheng let out leaped into the air, twisting his body, and passed by the massive fist. After landing steadily on the ground, Jiang Cheng jumped again, forcefully slashing at the neck of the first-tier crusher. With a thud, the long knife sank halfway in, getting stuck in the gap between the bones. Jiang Cheng's expression turned serious as he swiftly struck the hilt of the knife with his other arm. With the powerful impact of his palm, crack, the bones of the crusher shattered, and its massive head shot up into the sky before falling back to the ground. Boom! Without its head, the muscular body collapsed with a thud. Jiang Cheng landed steadily on the ground, flicking the blue blood off his knife, and laughed. Old man, this time you lost for sure. Huh! A young lad comparing strength with an old man. How shameless. Old Yang, unwilling to admit defeat verbally, put in a lot of effort. He roared, "Get up, old man." In an instant, the muscles and veins on Old Yang's arms bulged, and he lifted the massive body of the Reaper above his head. For a moment, the first-tier Reaper began to struggle wildly. Old Yang remained unfazed, swinging the giant scythe with both arms, causing the first-tier Reaper's body to spin in the air. "Get up, old man." Boom! Dust flew up as the asphalt road was directly dented. Seizing the opportunity, Old Yang leaped up and swung his arms towards the Reaper's head like shadows. Golden, just, fist. Golden light burst forth. Countless golden rays struck down on the Reaper's head until the massive body finally stopped moving. Only then did he clap his hands and walk out from the dust. Hee, kid. The old man also took down one. Chapter 76. Wrapping up, that was fierce. Li Feng exclaimed repeatedly. Wang Chong sighed beside him. If he joined our team, he'd definitely be a battle god. As the two exchanged glances, they could see the regret in each other's eyes. But fortunately, we have a good relationship with Brother Jiang, Li Feng remarked again. Facing such an enemy, he couldn't muster even a thought of resistance. It felt as simple as crushing an ant. Old man, there are still 2 left. Just watch closely, Jiang Cheng said excitedly, the thrill of battle making his blood boil. Old Yang smiled helplessly. You kid, be careful. If you need anything, just call for the old man. No problem. Jiang Cheng licked his lips. Tang Dao was drawn, and a surge of energy spread around him. Looking at Jiang Cheng again, he had already transformed into a silver flash flying towards the first-level crusher. Slash! With a single strike, the arm of the first-level crusher was sent flying into the sky, causing it to roar in pain and prepare to pounce on Jiang Cheng. Too slow. Jiang Cheng landed with his knife, pushing off the ground with his legs to leap again, his palm wielding the tang knife, transforming into countless knife shadows that sliced through the body of the first-tier crusher. In an instant, several blue threads blossomed on the massive body of the first-tier crusher, and before it could let out a painful roar, it was reduced to scattered chunks of flesh that fell to the ground, with only its head remaining intact, its mouth weakly opening and closing. A knife pierced into its skull, swiftly finishing off this first-tier crusher. Jiang Cheng turned the blade and flew towards the first-tier reaper. Again, several silvery lights flickered up. Boom! Boom! Two clouds of dust erupted on the road. Through the dust, one could see two enormous scythes smashing the pavement, leaving it riddled with cracks. Without its hand scythes, the first-tier reaper was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Cheng did not give it a chance to escape, swiftly moving in and striking down with a knife at its head. PFF, its 8-petaled mouth shot into the sky. Blood splattered from the severed neck. Boom! Another loud sound, and the 3-meter-tall body crashed down. With the 4 first-level mutated creatures gone, the remaining ordinary zombies were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They say ants can kill an elephant, but that is only under the condition that there are enough ants. One must ask, with just the elephant's towering body, a single stomp could easily crush nearly 10,000 ants. Now the ordinary zombies were the ants, and Jiang Cheng was the elephant. With Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, Old Yang, and the nearby soldiers helping to harvest, over 5,000 zombies were quickly cleaned up. Next, with the soldiers' assistance, they spent more than 3 hours collecting zombie crystals. After counting, there were a total of 231 ordinary zombie crystals, 20 mutated ones, and 4 first-level mutated crystals, along with Huang Shui's awakened crystal and a first-level crusher crystal that Old Yang had not had time to take out before. It could be said to be a bountiful harvest. To be honest, if it weren't for the limited space in the ring, Jiang Cheng wouldn't have let the zombie corpses on the ground go to waste either. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the command center of the Linxian survivor base, Jiang Cheng and Li Feng sat opposite each other. Compared to Jiang Cheng's calm demeanor, Li Feng appeared slightly nervous. After a moment, Li Feng finally spoke up. Brother Jiang, about the transactions we discussed earlier, are they still valid? Of course, Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. He naturally knew what Li Feng was worried about, but there was no need for concern. After all, he also needed a large amount of supplies to support the development of the base and would not take advantage of Li Feng or ruin their relationship. That's good. Li Feng sighed in relief. Then let's not delay any further. Let's start the transaction, Li Feng said excitedly. No problem. Jiang Cheng nodded and took out 4 level 1 Doomsday bombs, a level 1 Doomsday pistol, and 20 rounds of level 1 pistol ammunition from his pocket. He said, 1 level 1 Doomsday bomb is worth 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals. A level 1 Doomsday pistol costs 2,000 ordinary zombie crystals. And 1 round of pistol ammunition is worth 100 ordinary zombie crystals. The total is 8,000 ordinary zombie crystals. As for the 3 rounds you used last time, I'll let it slide for the sake of our friendship. Since Jiang Cheng had asked the soldiers to help collect the crystals this time, he thought it would be a personal favor. All right, thank you, Li Feng said with a forced smile. Also, don't forget the 4,000 zombie crystals and 30 portions of survival supplies, including vegetable seeds, that you promise me every month, Jiang Cheng reminded him, worried that Li Feng might forget. Of course, Li Feng nodded, then eagerly put the pistol and ammunition into his holster as if they were treasures, causing Wang Chong, who was nearby, to drool. Soldiers love their weapons, and as a soldier king, Wang Chong was no exception. The next 4 level 1 Doomsday bombs were also distributed, with Wang Chong receiving 1, which made him feel much more at ease. After the transaction was completed, Li Feng's convoy escorted Jiang Cheng back to his base. Then there was Li Qingwan. After experiencing the incident at the Linxian survivor base, had also joined the Dawn base. Waving goodbye to the escorting soldiers, Jiang Cheng looked at Li Qingwan, who was standing at the alley entrance in a daze, and said with a smile, "Come with me." Okay. Li Qingwan nodded nervously. Transitioning from a familiar environment to an unfamiliar one made her somewhat uneasy. But thinking of how Cheng had saved her before, she decided to follow him. Linro, Lu Xinru, and her father were quietly laughing behind them. They arrived at the entrance of the base. Cheng said softly, "Shu Wang, open the door." "Yes, master," a mechanical voice responded. The next moment, the tightly closed door automatically opened, retracting into the walls on both sides. Once a few people entered, it quickly closed again. Voice control? This technology surprised Li Qingwan slightly. She curiously looked around the inside of the base, and, after scanning the area, her reaction was the same as that of Lu Xinru, Linro, and the others. Shock. Yes, it was the kind of shock that overturned their worldview. The technology-themed decoration, high-tech equipment, and the comfortable environment that felt like a spring breeze upon entering. And after the door opened, she even smelled the long-missed aroma of hot dishes. "Is there someone in the kitchen?" Coming back to her senses, Li Qingwan couldn't help but ask. "That's our chef at Shuwang Base, Miss Zhangya," Cheng said with a smile, pointing at the refrigerator. "There are fresh ingredients in the fridge. If you're hungry, you can take some, or you can tell Zhangya. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Xiao Ji and Dr. Liu. For martial arts cultivation, you can learn from my dad." Listening to Jiang Cheng's introductions, Li Qingwan felt an indescribable novelty. However, she politely looked at the two women behind her and bowed, saying, "My name is Li Qingwan. Before the apocalypse, I planned to apply for a music teacher position, but due to a twist of fate, I became a full-time music broadcaster. If you all like, I can sing for you to relieve fatigue." Li Qingwan's introduction was very sincere. Linro and Lu Xinru, who had previously held a slight hostility towards the girl because of Cheng, now found her much more agreeable, especially Linro, who stepped forward and hooked her arm around Li Qingwan's, happily saying, "Qingwan, don't worry, I'll take care of you in the base from now on." "Thank you, Sister Linro." Li Qingwan softly thanked her and looked at the enthusiastic crowd, feeling a sense of longing for the days to come. "All right, everyone has been busy all day. Let's eat." Chapter 77. Zhang Ye's decision. After a hearty meal, Li Qingwan also got to know the beloved little lowly of Shuguang Base. Gu Tuanshuan, and the distance between her and everyone else narrowed quite a bit. Taking advantage of the time, while everyone was chatting in the leisure area, Cheng directly entered the transformation room. He took out the zombie crystals from his bag. There were a total of 17, 231 ordinary zombie crystals, 20 mutated zombie crystals. Originally 4 first-order mutated body crystals, plus 1 from his father, making a total of 5, and 1 awakener crystal from Huang Shui. Cheng eagerly threw everything in at once. Soon, the numbers displayed for the remaining energy points in the conversion room changed dramatically. Energy points, 219, 492. Remaining energy points, 228, 186. 3. I've become a rich man. Cheng suddenly blurted out a sentence. Since his rebirth, he had never been this wealthy, and this number represented that he could do many things. Thinking of this, Cheng couldn't wait to open the base upgrade device and said, "List the required upgrade equipment." Ding! Level 2 operating room, 1,000 energy points. Level 2 backyard, 1,500 energy points. Level 3 cultivation room, 1,000 energy points. Level 3 base, 10,000 energy points. Upgrade all. Cheng said directly. Ding! Do you want to consume 13,500 energy points to upgrade the equipment? Upgrade. Remaining energy points, 214686. 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Level 2 operating room. In the operating room, the patient's surgery success rate increases by 60. Equipped with a Level 1 medical pod, can automatically scan and detect patients, can heal most external injuries, can heal most internal injuries. Critically ill patients in the medical pod can delay death for 10 minutes. Each use consumes 20 energy points. Equipped with a medical robot assistant, can assist doctors in surgical work, consumes 1 energy point daily. Level 2 backyard. Area expanded to 200 square meters. Automatically releases spiritual energy. Can automatically simulate a natural environment. The speed of martial arts training in the backyard increases by 10. Automatically consumes 10 energy points daily. Level 3 cultivation room. area of 10 acres, consumes 20 energy points daily for automatic cultivation. Crops cultivated mature every 2 months and 15 days. After maturity, can be automatically harvested. Each acre consumes 2 cubic meters of spiritual pool. Crops can be eaten 3 times a day, each time strengthened 0. 5 attribute points: strength, agility, spirit. Each use requires an interval of 3 hours. The upgrade of the level 3 base requires 16 hours. Please be patient, host. Looking at the introduction of the upgraded equipment, Cheng was full of joy. Then, he looked at the system mall, which would refresh in more than 4 hours. Thought for a moment and exited the transformation room. Only Li Qingwan was still sitting in the rest area. Cheng slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that he hadn't entered her information yet. So he hurried over and said, "Sorry, I forgot to input your room information." While speaking, Cheng opened the data to check Li Qingwan's profile panel. Name: Li Qingwan. Age: 23. Friendliness: 90. Intelligence: 1-1. Average human is 1. Strength: 0. 4. Average human is 1. Agility: 0. 6. Average human is 1. Spirit: 0. 9. Average human is 1. Skill: singing. Overall combat power: 3. The friendliness actually reached 90. Cheng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this girl to be so trusting. As for the skill, Cheng couldn't understand when singing became a skill. Did it have a built-in hypnotic effect? Shaking his head with a hint of amusement, he said, "Let's go. I'll arrange a room for you first." After saying that, he glanced at the profile of Zhang Yu beside him. Favorability: 83. Cheng shook his head slightly. It seemed that Zhang Yu's sense of belonging to the Dawn base needed further improvement. "Thank you." Li Qingwan stood up hesitantly and followed Cheng upstairs. The 3 rooms on the second floor were already occupied by his father, Lu Xinru, and himself, leaving only rooms 5 and 6 on the 3rd floor empty. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Cheng pointed to the door of room 5 and said to Li Qingwan, "Come over and record your information first." "Okay." Li Qingwan nodded and stood in front of the door. Cheng said, "Inputting information, access permission set to use only. Information entry successful, door to room 5 opening." As a mechanical voice finished speaking, the door to room 5 slowly opened. Just like before, the entire room was clean and tidy. All the equipment was fully automated, and the air was fresh, giving a very comfortable feeling upon entering. You really gave me this room?" Li Qingwan said, still in disbelief. She had been living in a dilapidated shed for a long time, and she thought her life would continue like that. She never expected to have such a comfortable room. For a moment, it felt somewhat dreamlike. It was far better than the room she lived in before the apocalypse. "Of course," Cheng said naturally, then looked at Li Qingwan's dirty appearance and smiled. "All right, you've had a long day. Go rest now." "Thank you," Li Qingwan said earnestly as she gave a deep bow. Cheng smiled as he looked at her, helplessly turning to say goodbye and leave, while Li Qingwan stood at the door watching him go. She really hadn't felt so full and satisfied like today in a long time. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhang Yu was washing her daughter's hair in the bathroom, the 2 white, tender bodies, one big and one small, faintly visible in the steamy air. However, Zhang Yu's gaze was unfocused, clearly a bit distracted. Suddenly, "Mommy, you heard Tuan?" "It's okay." Tuan obediently shook her head. She didn't blame her mother. She was just a bit worried about her mother's state, so she softly said, "Mommy, are you thinking about Uncle Superman?" "Huh?" Zhang Yu's charming and sexy eyes widened in surprise. Then she playfully scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. What would Mommy think about Uncle Superman for?" "Mommy, then do you miss Daddy?" Tuan asked softly. "Him?" Zhang Yu murmured, feeling inexplicably annoyed. Ever since that night when Tuan was born, the man had disappeared, leaving a note saying to find him in Chudu if there were any difficulties. But 6 years had passed, and Zhang Yu was holding back a breath. Chudu was less than 100 kilometers from Linxian. Why should she go find him? Couldn't he come to see her? One could say that this man was unworthy of being Tuan's father. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's mind inexplicably flashed with Jiang Cheng's face. He had saved her from danger and then provided her and her daughter with a comfortable and safe place to live. In such a cruel apocalypse, people like him had almost gone extinct. If only. Thinking this, Zhang Yu shook her head again. How could a married woman in her 30s with a child compare to the other women in the base? They were younger, prettier, and more capable. And what about her? No. As she thought of this, a hint of competitiveness arose in Zhang Ye's heart. Who knows? Maybe you just like her type. Mommy, you're lying. You don't miss Daddy. You're thinking about Uncle Superman. Tuan's voice rang out again. But Mommy looks at Uncle Superman the same way the other sisters in the base do. Tuan said with some confusion. Hearing this, Zhang Ye felt an inexplicable stir in her heart and, without thinking, asked, Then does Tuan want Uncle Superman to be Daddy? Yes. Tuan nodded without hesitation. Tuan nodded as if she understood. Chapter 78. Luckily, clever Huang Shui and her group had been completely eliminated, and the large forces like that should not appear in the Lincian city area for a while. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng felt a bit more at ease. Next, he needed to use the survival supplies provided by the Chudu survivor base to create his own survivor camp. The construction of the camp would definitely revolve around the Dawn base, starting with clearing the zombies outside the base and building high walls for protection. But he didn't know how to build walls or work with cement. Rubbing his aching head, he suddenly realized that to truly create a survivor base, relying solely on himself was not enough. Just then, there was a soft knock at the door. Who could it be at this late hour? Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, put on his robe, and walked forward to open the door. But when he saw the person standing at the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Ye's pretty face was slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling, wearing a lace-trimmed V-neck nightgown that reached her hips, revealing her smooth shoulders like milk. Her long legs were exposed to the air from the thighs down, making one's imagination run wild, and her slender fingers were nervously rubbing together, appearing somewhat uneasy. Do you need something from me? Can I come in and talk? Zhang Ye's small mouth slightly opened. To be honest, this was her first time doing something like this, and her heart was racing like a frightened deer, feeling extremely nervous. Well, then come in and talk. Jiang Cheng nodded and stepped aside to let Zhang Ye in. He didn't know what brought her to find him at this hour. Could it be that she wanted to request a room due to Li Qingwan's arrival? Regardless, it was best to hear her out first. However, Zhang Ye's figure and appearance were truly impressive, even though he had not considered matters regarding women due to his issues with Huang Shui. Zhang Ye's attire stirred up his most primal instincts. He closed the door. Zhang Ye and Jiang Cheng sat opposite each other on the sofa. Neither spoke, and for a moment, the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Eventually, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and then asked, Is there something you need from me? Fang ya yentli nadith. Jiang Cheng felt a bit curious upon hearing this and smiled, saying, You are now a member of the base, so go ahead and speak, as long as it's within my capabilities. Zhang Ye, listening to this, felt even more flustered. However, thinking about her future with her daughter and the fact that there were so many women in the base, she gritted her teeth, stood up under Jiang Cheng's astonished gaze. Her cheeks flushed and said in a weak voice, Do you want to become Tuan's dad? Huh? Jiang Cheng suspected that he had misheard. What did it mean to become Tuan's father? Did it mean that he should let the little girl recognize him as a godfather? The god and godfather always made him feel uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Cheng said seriously, I understand what you mean. You understand? Zhang Ye's cheeks turned even redder, and she felt a bit hot. Yes. Jiang Cheng placed his hands on Zhang Ye's shoulders and looked at her intensely. I understand your meaning. You are worried that Tuan lacks paternal love, and her childhood is not complete. Don't worry, as a member of the base, I will give Tuan the utmost care. I. Zhang Ye felt a bit anxious. In fact, she really wanted to say that was not what she meant. Seeing Zhang Ye's anxious look, Jiang Cheng sighed. Zhang Ye, you don't need to say anything. I know it's not easy for a woman like you, but rest assured at the base, I will ensure your food and accommodation, and later, under certain conditions. I will also help you find your husband. Find him? As soon as Zhang Ye heard the word husband, she felt inexplicably wronged, a sourness rushing to her nose, her beautiful eyes turning red, and it was vaguely visible that there were glistening tears swirling in her eye sockets. She had long been disheartened by him. Feeling the warmth in Jiang Cheng's arms, Zhang Ye gently leaned her head on his shoulder. After a long time, they finally parted. Zhang Ye said a bit shyly, Sorry for disturbing your rest. It's okay. If you have any worries in the future, you can come to me. Jiang Cheng smiled. Thank you. Fang Yanadith. Thank you. After saying a few more words, Zhang finally left. When the door closed, Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Luckily, I'm clever. Otherwise, I would have really lost my body." Meanwhile, Zhang stood outside the door, sobbing while feeling touched by Cheng's thoughtfulness. But halfway down, she suddenly felt something was off. Wait, she didn't come to find Cheng. Thinking of this, her watery, beautiful eyes were filled with resentment. July 14th, 2022, 6 a.m. Cheng got up very early, but his complexion was somewhat poor, with dark circles around his eyes. I have to say, the charm of a young woman is really strong. He almost couldn't hold back, but it was tough for little Jiang. He splashed his face with cold water and went straight to the gym. "Dawn, let's start training," Cheng said loudly. "I suggest the host use the breathing technique to adjust his energy before starting training," the cool, aloof voice of Dawn reminded. Okay." Cheng awkwardly nodded, immediately stood up and began to operate. After a series of movements, the dark circles under his eyes immediately dissipated, and he became incredibly energetic again. He exhaled a breath of stale air, and his condition was completely restored. Shu Wang timely said, "Starting today, we will begin the unloading training for the other parts of the body. Master, remember, I know it's still the old rule, to unload force. One must learn to bear force." Cheng interjected before Shu Wang could finish. "Well, it seems Master has understood quite well," Shu Wang nodded. For the next 2 hours, Cheng endured Shu Wang's relentless attacks. There wasn't a single good spot on his body, not even on his face. However, the training results were very evident. At least now, he could make quick judgments about the points of force when facing attacks and respond accordingly. Of course, these unloading techniques still needed to be constantly summarized in combat and training. After the training, Cheng drank an entire bottle of spirit pool water, and the bruises on his body from the training quickly faded, with his skin color returning to normal. Next, Cheng directly opened the system panel. "System, check my profile information." A mechanical voice immediately sounded. Chapter 79, The Improvement of the Base People, 1, Ding. The data panel is open. Host, Cheng, gender, male age, 23 level. Postnatal level 4, semi-awakener spirit. 0, 4, can amplify combat power by 40. Wisdom, 8. 5, average human is 1. Strength, 42. 0, 5, average human is 1. Agility, 20. 6, average human is 1. Mentality, 10. 0, average human is 1. Virus resistance, 1. 7, reaching 1 allows immunity to first-tier mutated and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability. Awakening degree. 55. 0. Skills. Qi gathering method. Hard Qigong. Meditation. Combat advanced. Double layer force. Comprehensive combat power. 81. 15. He glanced at the information. Cheng nodded secretly, exited the information panel, and said, "Open the base mall." After a night, the product section of the base mall had already refreshed. Ding! The base mall is open. Permanent products. Level 1 Doomsday pistol bullets. 20 energy points per shot. Power can penetrate first-level mutated beings. Level 1 sniper bullet price. 50 energy points per shot. Product section. Level 1 Doomsday life skill treasure chest. 200 energy points after exchange. Can randomly open 1 level 1 life skill inheritance crystal. The crystal can only be used by oneself and cannot be transferred to others. Level 2 Gene Enhancement Potion, 1000 energy points, quantity, 2. After use, each attribute increases by 5 points, has certain antiviral ability, can increase awakening degree by 30. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 5000 energy points, no side effects, can awaken ordinary people, awakening ability depends on personal genes. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 100 energy points, quantity, 5. Explosion power can severely injure a first-level mutated being. Explosion damage range diameter is 5 meters, one-time use. Level 1 Doomsday Submachine Gun, 500 energy points, quantity, 5. Power can penetrate first-level mutated beings, causing damage to them. Magazine capacity of 30 rounds. Bullet price, 20 energy points per shot. Note: the mentioned bullet products are permanent and can be purchased in the permanent product section. Level 1 Venom Armor, 800 energy points, quantity, 3. Transparent like venom. attaches to the host's body surface, undetectable by ordinary people. Can withstand part of the physical damage from first-level mutated beings. Ordinary zombies cannot break through the physical defense. Refresh time 1754-36. This level 1 life skill treasure chest is quite a novelty. Glancing at it, Cheng continued to look down. To be honest, all the products in the product section are currently extremely scarce, and besides, he has a lot of energy points now, feeling extravagant. Without hesitation, he said, "Clear the products." Ding. Do you want to deduct 600 points of energy to clear the product section? Yes. Cheng said directly. Ding. Purchase successful. Products will be distributed within a 2-meter radius around the host. Please check. The system reminded. Soon, a white light flashed before him, and various items appeared in front of Cheng. He was too lazy to check, waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, all the items were packed into his spatial ring. Then, he checked the upgrade time of the base. There were still 5 hours left until the base upgrade was successful, which means it would be upgraded around 1 in the afternoon. He exited the system interface. Cheng went downstairs directly. Yang Laodou, Liu Xinru, Lin Ro, and Li Qingwan were chatting casually on the sofa, while Zhanya and Tuan were busy coming in and out of the kitchen. When they saw Cheng coming down, they couldn't help but cast him resentful glances, which startled Cheng, making him quickly avoid their gaze. He called out to the few people on the sofa, "Old man, Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, come here for a moment." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately walked over quickly. Lin Ro excitedly leaned in and asked, "Is there another task?" Cheng shook his head, took out 3 transparent boxes from his spatial ring, and handed them over. "What is this?" Lu Xinru asked curiously. Her father took the box and looked at it from side to side. When he saw the wriggling liquid inside, he couldn't help but frown and said, "What's in here? It feels like a slug. You'll know if you open it." Cheng replied with a smile, without explaining further. "Really?" Lu Xinru, curious, was the first to open the box. The box was similar to a normal takeout container. With a gentle poke, the glass box opened, and the blob that looked like a slug immediately crawled out, then began to spread along Lu Xinru's wrist towards her body. "Quick, pull it off." Lu Xinru was most afraid of such slimy things. It was just like the slimes in otherworldly novels, especially the sensation of it sticking to her skin, which made her break out in goosebumps. Cheng hurriedly said upon seeing this, "Don't resist. This is a new type of armor. You'll know in a moment." "Really?" Lu Xinru suppressed her nausea and allowed the mass of mucus to envelop her body. Seeing this, Old Yang immediately opened the box without hesitation. When the venomous armor spread over his body, he didn't resist as much as Lu Xinru did. Lin Ro, seeing that both Old Yang and Lu Xinru were wearing it, awkwardly said, "Maybe I shouldn't wear it. I have steel armor." "But you don't have it now," Cheng said with a smile, extending his hand. Lin Ro immediately pouted and reluctantly took off the steel armor, then opened the box to release the venomous armor inside. Once all 3 had donned their armor, Cheng finally said, "Aren't you curious about the power of this armor?" Lin Ro nodded immediately. Cheng smirked, drew out a tang knife, and then suddenly swung it towards Lin Ro. A scream rang out. Everything happened too suddenly, and Lin Ro had no time to react. But a few seconds later, she realized that she didn't feel any pain. "All right, open your eyes and take a look," Cheng said with a smile. Lin Ro hesitantly looked down. Lu Xinru and Old Yang also turned to look. They saw that the tang knife was entangled by rows of crystal-clear threads, just 10 centimeters away from Lin Ro's arm. Lu Xinru tried to push the knife forward, but found that even with her immense strength, she couldn't move it. To her surprise, this small thing had such defensive power. Old Yang was once again impressed by the item Cheng had produced. Lu Xinru also looked astonished. Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Cheng explained with a smile, "This is called venom armor. It is lighter than steel armor, and as long as it doesn't encounter danger, you can't sense its existence at all, plus it can defend automatically." "You gained some insight," Lin Ro said blankly. Next, Cheng took out 3 vials of potions and said, "The vial with the blue potion is for enhancing physical abilities, and the one with the red potion allows you to directly become an awakened. You 3 can choose among them." The effects of the 3 syringes were incredibly powerful, especially the awakening potion. Cheng thought that the awakening potion would be the best choice for old Yang. As expected, the 2 women exchanged glances and chose the gene enhancement potion. Since they weren't strong yet, choosing the gene enhancement potion was the best option. And as the strongest combat force in the base besides Cheng, they naturally hoped old Yang could become stronger, adding an extra layer of security to the base. Old Yang understood the goodwill of the 2 women and quietly accepted the gene awakening potion. Cheng nodded silently and said, "All right, let's start the injection." The 2 women exchanged glances, took the blue syringe, and directly plunged it into their arms. Chapter 80. The changes in everyone. In the next moment, their cheeks turned crimson. Waves of heat surged through their bodies, and black substances were emerging from their skin pores. With 2 sharp screams, the 2 women quickly ran towards the bathroom. Cheng watched the 2 figures and directly opened the data. Name, Lu Xinru. Gender, female. Age, 28. Friendly level, 95 level. Non-spirit, 0. 08. Can increase combat power by 8. Wisdom, 8. Average human is 1. Strength, 13. 85. Average human is 1. Agility, 9. 25. Average human is 1. Mentality, 6. 8. Average human is 1. Virus resistance, 1. 45. When it reaches 1, can be immune to first-level mutant and below ordinary zombie virus. Ability, awakening level, 37. 8. Skill, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong skills, intermediate medicine, beginner cooking, overall combat power, 37. 9 with a wisdom of 8 points. Her strength has reached 1385 gene, still about 1,500 gene short of first-level awakeners. Her speed has reached 64. 75 meters per second, very close to the speed of a first-level Reaper. If encountered, she can barely hold her own for a short while. Her mentality has reached 6. 8, and it is uncertain whether she can cultivate meditation skills. Both her virus resistance and awakening level have improved. Looking at Lu Xinru's data, Cheng was satisfied. She can now handle ordinary zombies and mutant zombies completely on her own. Next, he looked at Lin Ro's data panel. Name, Lin Ro. Gender, female. Age, 22. Friendly level, 90 level. Non-spirit, 0. 09. Can increase combat power by 9. Wisdom, 6. Average human is 1. Strength, 15. 7. Average human is 1. Agility, 7. 7. Average human is 1. Mentality, 6. 7. Average human is 1. Virus resistance, 1. 45. When it reaches 1, can be immune to first-level mutant and below ordinary zombie virus. Ability, awakening level, 36. 7. Skill, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong skills, beginner firearms. Beginner combat, overall combat power, 36. 1 with a wisdom of 6. Her strength has reached 1570 gene, still about 1,000 gene short of first-level awakeners. Her speed is 53. 9 meters per second, with a slight increase. Cheng directly skipped the rest, glancing at the final overall combat power, 36. 1, which is not much different from Lu Xinru's. Compared to each other, Lin Ro focuses on strength, while Lu Xinru focuses on speed. Overall, the second-level gene enhancement potion is definitely beneficial for both. Finally, Cheng looked at his father. The next part regarding his father was the main event. "Old man, are you ready?" Old Yang nodded solemnly, and then directly injected the first-level awakening potion. Ha. Kid, what on earth is this? I've never felt this good before." Old Yang laughed heartily, his face full of excitement. Seeing this, Cheng hurriedly asked, "Old man, what ability have you awakened now?" "Ability?" Old man Yang closed his eyes to sense it, then suddenly opened them and shouted, "Transform into Buddha." As soon as he finished speaking, Old man Yang's body swelled up, growing to about 3 meters tall and transforming into a muscular giant before stopping. His whole body radiated a dazzling golden light. At first glance, one might mistake him for a great Buddha. "Old man, your transformation is impressive," Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Old man Yang grinned widely and laughed. "Kid, the best is yet to come. Now, pick up your tang knife and cut me." Old man Yang laughed heartily. "Old man, are you sure?" Cheng raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Sure, hurry up and take action, stop dawdling. Old man Yang shouted loudly. Cheng didn't waste words and raised his voice, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew the tang knife, gripping the handle with both hands, and reminded, Dad, I can make my move now. Stop dawdling like a woman, just cut. Old Yang urged. Here it comes. Without further ado, Cheng raised the knife and swung down with both arms. The silver blades light, aiming at Old Yang's abdomen. Good. Old Yang did not dodge or evade, letting out a loud shout, exposing his chest and meeting the tang knife head-on. In an instant, a sound like a morning bell resonated. Waves rippled outward, causing a painful ringing in people's ears. Even Zhanya and the others hiding in the kitchen clutched their ears in agony. Looking at Old Yang's belly, after the tang knife came down, not only did the blade fail to penetrate, but there wasn't even a mark left on his stomach. This defense was simply invincible. Cheng sheathed his knife, his face filled with joy. Old Yang was even more proud, thinking that if this ability were paired with his diamond fist, he would dare to say that even a group of first-tier mutated beings would be no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Cheng hurriedly asked, Old man, are you feeling unwell? The old man, now full of energy, felt that he could watch 10 more neon love action films without any problem. Yang Laodad Laogid. How long can the transformation last? Cheng asked again. Yang Laodad thought for a moment and said, as long as the old man's internal energy doesn't run out. The transformation can be maintained indefinitely. I see. Cheng thought for a moment and directly opened the Eye of Data. Check. Name, Yang Jian, gender, male age 75, friendliness, 95 level, postnatal 5-fold, first tier awakened spirit, 0, 5 can amplify combat power by 50, wisdom, 5, normal human is 1, strength, 58, 8, normal human is 1, agility, 14, 2, normal human is 1, mentality, 15, 1, normal human is 1, virus resistance, 2, at 2, immune to second-tier mutated and below ordinary zombie viruses, superpower, transformation into Buddha, awakening degree, 100, cultivation method, chi gathering method, hard qigong, diamond fist skills, none, comprehensive combat power, 93. 6 Cheng swallowed hard. The data was simply too terrifying. His strength had directly increased to 880 pounds. His speed reached 99, 4 meters per second. His mental power was 15, 1, allowing him to be immune to second-tier zombie viruses, and his ability was Buddha transformation, with a comprehensive combat power of 93. 6, with such terrifying data, even facing a first-tier killer, he could directly ignore the opponent's attacks. Looking at Grandpa Yang's data, Cheng began to anticipate his own abilities after awakening. Next, Cheng checked Zhanya's friendliness towards him, which was 95, and thus gave room number 6 to the mother and daughter. After doing all this, Cheng sat quietly in the rest area, waiting for everyone to prepare. Meanwhile, on the Yanghe dike, looking down, the river water rippled with the summer breeze. On the riverbank, a few scattered zombies were aimlessly wandering along the shore. Suddenly, a splash appeared on the water's surface. A figure about 5 or 6 meters long suddenly leaped out of the water, opening its massive mouth to swallow a zombie on the bank. With a splash, water sprayed everywhere. When looking again, the giant had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the scattered ripples on the river surface. Chapter 81. The Development Direction of the Base. While waiting for others, Cheng took out the level 1 life skills treasure chest he had purchased from his spatial ring. It was still an ordinary wooden box, painted with milky white paint. Having learned from the last inheritance experience, Cheng opened the treasure chest directly. In the middle of the box was a crystal radiating a blue glow. Cheng grasped it tightly. Suddenly, the blue crystal transformed into a dazzling light that fused into the palm of his hand. Advanced swimming? A surge of information flooded his mind. The content of the life skill inheritance crystal was advanced swimming, which allowed a person to move in water as if they were walking or running on land, and also enabled them to dive underwater for 10 minutes. After absorbing the memories in his mind, Cheng felt as if he had practiced swimming for 20 years, but it appeared on his face. How should he put it? This skill was equivalent to compensating for his shortcomings as a non-swimmer. But the awkward part was that he wouldn't just go swimming in the river for no reason. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard, was Jiang Cheng's evaluation of this skill. He pouted and continued to wait. Soon, the two girls finished washing up, changed into clean clothes, and walked downstairs. At a glance, the two girls' skin showed a noticeable change. Previously, there would be some tiny blackheads, but now it was as smooth as milk. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, if the apocalypse hadn't come, your skin could be used for advertisements and become stars. Lin Ro rolled her eyes and replied, what's so good about being a star? Isn't it better to be a great local sheriff, eliminating evil and upholding justice? Exactly. Compared to being a star, I prefer the feeling of saving lives on the operating table. Lu Xinru shook her head and said, ha ha ha, you kid really hit the nail on the head. Old Yang laughed heartily, holding his belly. Jiang Cheng shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands in helplessness. Then, his expression became serious as he said, all right, now let's talk about serious matters. Saying this, he waved to Li Qingwan and Zhanya, who were beside him, and said, you're also part of the base, so let's all sit together and discuss. Soon, the six of them gathered around. Jiang Cheng was the first to speak. Currently, our base has established a preliminary armed force and has reached a cooperation agreement with the Lincian Survivor Base, which will provide us with 30 supplies for survival each month. After a pause, Jiang Cheng said, now, if the base wants to develop, I have two ideas about the direction of the base's development that need to be discussed. Jiang Cheng, go ahead, we're all listening to you, Lin Ro said first. Lu Xinru also nodded in agreement and said, you saved our lives as our boss. I support any decision you make. Old Yang also said, anyway, I'm already 78, who knows how much longer I can live, whatever crazy thing you want to do. I'll go along with you. Although Zhanya was rejected by Jiang Cheng yesterday, she still felt grateful towards him and said softly, we'll listen to you. Tuan Tuan also listens to Uncle Superman. I also listen to you. Li Qingwan spoke less but also expressed her support. The second idea is to focus on elitism, temporarily centering on us few, enhancing everyone's strength, and after reaching a certain scale, we will then build temporary shelters. What do you think would be a better approach? Jiang Cheng raised a question, and everyone frowned. It was true that for the base to develop, it needed people, but if they started by recruiting refugees, it would easily lead to a mix of good and bad personnel. If someone among them instigated a rebellion, their previous investments would be in vain. No one wanted to take on such a thankless task. After thinking for a long time, it was Zhanya who spoke first. Can I share my thoughts? No problem. Let's brainstorm. Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. Receiving affirmation, Zhanya continued. Regarding the current environment, I think we can take a comprehensive approach. First, we should focus on the Dawn base as the main entity and direct resources primarily towards the base personnel. Second, themed around Dawn, we can build temporary shelters nearby. We can recruit refugees, but if they want food, they need to exchange equivalent items. Over time, this will give these refugees a psychological hint that they can only survive by following the Dawn base. Third, we need to quantify the exchange of supplies. Each person can only exchange enough supplies for one person's daily living. If they have families and need more supplies, they need to register to avoid personal resource accumulation and prevent rebellion. Fourth, we should assign work. Among the refugee group, we can select some reputable individuals to distribute work and offer benefits to facilitate management. Fifth, for those who are unable to gather supplies, such as the elderly, children, and disabled, those with families should have their family members take care of them. Those without family members can be allocated a small amount of supplies. And children can be managed separately to nurture talent for the future of the base. After listing a few points, Jiang Cheng listened with sparkling eyes. As expected of senior management talent, her thinking was very clear and resonated with him. To be honest, his main reason for wanting to gather survivors was to have more people to collect zombie crystals for him. Personal strength was limited after all. It wasn't to waste his warehouse supplies to help others for free. He understood the principle of a grain of rice brings kindness, while a dough of rice brings resentment. This was the apocalypse, and the darkness of human nature was magnified to the greatest extent. He wasn't a saint. If it weren't to resist the zombie wave 3 years later, he wouldn't be thinking about building a refugee camp. The survival of this group of people had nothing to do with him. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Cheng looked at the others. Lin Ro directly said, I agree with Sister Zhangya. Lu Xinru also nodded. For now, Sister Zhangya's plan is the best. Old Yang and Li Qingwan had no objections either. Finally, Cheng made the decision. All right, let's proceed with this for now. With the direction of the base's development confirmed, Cheng felt energized. Okay, next I will assign today's tasks. Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, and the old man, you three will form a group and continue to collect crystals, aiming for at least 100 ordinary zombie crystals and one first-level mutated crystal, Cheng instructed. Old Yang waved his hand. No problem, leave this to the old man. I may not be good at other things, but fighting is still my forte. Uncle Super, how about Tuan? Seeing everyone assign tasks, Tuan looked at them with hopeful eyes. Cheng smiled and rubbed the little head of Tuan, saying, you just need to help Mom clean our base. Tuan understood, boss. Gu Tuan suddenly stood at attention and saluted. Her innocent gesture made everyone burst into laughter. After checking their equipment, the group headed out. Chapter 82. Revisiting Yanghe School, Tiannan City. It is a brother city right next to Linxian City. The two cities face each other across the Yanghe River, which is several hundred meters wide. A Yanghe bridge spans both sides of the river, closely connecting the two cities. Because of the convenience of Yanghe Bridge, many buildings have been constructed along it, the most famous being the Yujing Yipin in Linhe. At this moment, in Yujing Yipin, room 4008 of Building 8, a young woman lay in bed, coughing violently. Two men sat by the bed. One slightly older man was holding a child, his brows furrowed, sighing repeatedly. What are we going to do? If this continues, we'll all starve to death here. He glanced at the emaciated baby in his arms and, with a determined heart, said to the woman in bed, Elian, there's zombies everywhere outside, and we have no food at home. Keeping the child alive only means suffering together with us. Rather than starving to death later, we might as well. At this point, the man stopped, but his meaning was clear. The woman's pale cheeks flushed red with anger, and she propped herself up excitedly, saying, Chen Tai, this is your child. How can you say that? Do you deserve to be a father? Cough, cough, cough. After speaking, she immediately broke into a severe coughing fit. Hearing this, the man also got angry, standing up and growling. What right do you have to question me? If it weren't for me, this family would have been finished long ago. Look at you now, like a consumptive, lying in bed every day and doing nothing, just criticizing me. If you had the ability, you'd go out and find food. Chen Tai, you ungrateful wretch. When you had nothing, it was my parents who took you in, gave you food and shelter, and even helped us buy this apartment. Why do you have to criticize me? Shun Lian cried out in anger. Enough. Shun Fu, who had been unable to listen any longer, stood up to stop the two. Gritting his teeth, he said, Isn't it just food? I'll go out and get some. Just stop the damn arguing. After saying this, he looked at Chun Tai and warned, Chen Tai, I'm telling you, out of respect for my sister, I'll call you brother-in-law. You better speak to my sister politely. If I see you bullying her, I swear I'll kill you. He then walked towards the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife. Seeing this, Shun Lian quickly shouted, Fuzi, what are you doing? Let us think of another way. My sister can still hold on. However, just as he was closing the door, he heard Chen Tai and his sister arguing again. Sigh. Shen Fu let out a deep sigh. What on earth is happening to this world? Just over half a month ago, everything was peaceful, and now, half a month later, it's a hell on earth with corpses everywhere. He told himself many times that this was just a nightmare, and he would wake up soon. But every time he woke up, the screams of zombies outside reminded him that this was not a dream. What should I do? Shen Fu's eyes were filled with confusion, now that his sister had contracted pneumonia and urgently needed penicillin for treatment. The family had run out of food for 3 days, and his little nephew was getting weaker by the day, while his brother-in-law was starting to turn against them. He really didn't understand why his parents had brought a son-in-law into their home. Forget it, let's find food first, he thought to himself as he tightened his grip on the kitchen knife and cautiously walked down the stairs along the handrail. They lived on the 4th floor. It wasn't high, but he walked very slowly and carefully, afraid of making any noise that would attract the zombies. Strangely enough, a week ago, He could kill 1 or 2 zombies by himself, but in recent days, the zombies had become agile and incredibly strong. Even dealing with just one was extremely difficult for him. As he stepped out of the building, the sounds of zombies began to echo again. Shen Fu peeked his head out to look around and saw a zombie walking towards him about 50 meters away from the entrance. Damn it! The zombie's growls grew closer, and Shen Fu's palms were almost sweating from anxiety. He took a deep breath, and just as the zombie poked its head out, he shouted, "Die!" Shen Fu lunged forward, swinging the kitchen knife down. Crack! The knife easily sliced into the zombie's shoulder, and dark red blood slowly trickled down. "Oh no, I missed," Shen Fu thought to himself, realizing the mistake. Sure enough, the zombie cried out in pain, turning around to bite him despite the injury. Damn it! Shen Fu saw the situation was bad, kicked the zombie down to the ground, and took advantage of its struggle to escape, abandoning the kitchen knife and running outside. The zombie quickly got back up and chased after him. It's over, it's over. Meanwhile, on Yanghe West Road, Cheng walked alone towards Yanghe School. A few days ago, the commotion on the West Road puzzled him. Logically, he had cleared all the zombies from the street. So where did such a large group of zombies come from? The answer was obvious. It could only be from the high school section of Yanghe School. Moreover, it was very likely related to that first-tier killer. As he pondered, he unconsciously reached the corner where Sunshine Supermarket was located. Turning left, Cheng's pupils suddenly constricted. Sure enough, he saw that all the shops on both sides of Yanghe North Road had collapsed, and the iron gate of Yanghe School at the back was smashed to pieces, debris scattered everywhere, clearly indicating it had been violently rammed. And only a first-tier mutant could break open such a heavy iron gate. Thinking of this, Cheng tightened his grip on the tang knife in his hand and cautiously walked over. Entering the school, right in front was the middle school section, to the left of which was a basketball court and the school cafeteria, with the high school section right next to the cafeteria, close to the Yanghe embankment. He didn't even need to look at these buildings. Cheng knew them all too well. When he was young, he loved to climb the basketball hoop on the court. He quickly walked towards the basketball court. There were only a few scattered zombies around, and he didn't see any large creatures, which made him frown. Could it be that he was mistaken? Just as he was lost in thought, the few zombies noticed his presence and came running towards him with a roar. Cheng couldn't be bothered to look. As the zombie came within about a meter of him, he swung his tang knife. Thud! A headless corpse fell directly to the ground. Then came another 5 or 6 zombies, all of which were killed by Cheng in the blink of an eye. Half a minute later, after collecting the zombie crystals and tossing them into a space ring, Cheng sheathed his knife and continued toward the high school building. The structure of the high school resembled an inverted U, with the opening facing the basketball court. After walking a few steps, Cheng suddenly paused, leaped onto the roof of the cafeteria, and then crouched at the edge of the eaves to peek toward the high school. When he saw the scene outside the high school, especially that gigantic figure, Cheng couldn't help but gasp. His Chapter 83. No retreat. What exactly is that thing? Beyond detection range. Unable to open. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in his field of vision. Unable to detect? Cheng was startled again, but quickly reacted. The range of the data eyes probing is for aberrant entities below Tier 2. This aberrant entity cannot be probed, which suggests it is likely Tier 2 or above. Cheng even had a guess that the commotion on Yanghe Street a few days ago was very likely related to this zombie. Regardless, he decided to observe first. But the next moment, the zombie suddenly opened its eyes and looked in Cheng's direction, scaring him to quickly retract his head. Could it be discovered? Cheng's heart raced with tension. He pressed tightly against the rooftop, afraid to make a sound. After a few minutes, seeing that there was no movement, he cautiously peeked out, only to meet a pair of eyes that were also staring at him. A human. The enormous zombie grinned widely, took a deep breath through its nose, and suddenly its expression changed, becoming irritable. Human, it's you? As it spoke, its eyes turned bloodshot, fixating intensely on Cheng, murmuring to itself. It can't be wrong. This smell can't be wrong. It's him. He killed an inn. After finishing its words, it pointed at the rooftop and shouted, "Catch this human for me." The 5 first-tier Reapers surrounding the enormous zombie were the first to react, while the 3 nearby first-tier Crushers also sprang into action. Damn! Cheng saw several first-tier zombies attacking and quickly drew his sword. He did not expect that the first-tier killer he had killed was actually related to this giant zombie. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a first-tier reaper had approached, and its giant scythe was swiftly cutting towards him. Cheng's eyes narrowed as he gripped the tang knife and swung it, creating a blade shadow in the air. In an instant, a hand scythe crashed down on the roof of the school cafeteria, smashing a large hole into it. Taking advantage of the first-tier reaper's scream, Cheng flipped his wrist, and the tang knife traced a horizontal U-shaped arc in the air, heading straight for the first-tier reaper's head. With a thunk, the head flew off, and the first-tier reaper fell heavily onto the roof, then tumbled down along the eaves to the ground. One first-tier reaper was dead. Two more first-tier reapers attacked from behind. Cheng didn't turn his head, took a step, and executed a backflip, leaping over two first-tier reapers while simultaneously slashing horizontally with his tang knife. Puff, puff, the heads of the two 8-petaled mouths flew into the sky. Boom! Just like the previous first-tier reaper, it rolled off the roof of the cafeteria. Human, the gigantic zombie, stared intently at Cheng, its teeth grinding ominously. It did not expect that in just a brief encounter, this human had eliminated 3 of its subordinates. A loud roar erupted. The remaining 5 first-tier mutated beings immediately ceased their attack and retreated. Cheng saw an opening and didn't bother to retrieve the zombie crystal. He pushed off with his toes and ran towards the Yanghe embankment behind the high school. Right now, Lu Xinru and his dad were still near the Yanghe community. If he ran to the base, Old Yang might be able to escape, but Lu Xinru and Lin Ro were different. He had to shake this guy off. With his agility attribute of 26, Cheng reached the back gate of Yanghe School in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to leap out, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Human, where do you think you're going? When? Cheng's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively lowered his head and rolled towards the ground. Bang! In an instant, a massive gust of wind swept through. When he looked up again, he saw that the iron gate of the school, originally 3 meters high and 4 meters long, had been sent flying out. If it hit him, even with level 1 venom armor, he would still die, right? Cheng instinctively thought. Next, he steeled himself, without a trace of hesitation, and shouted, Zero, come out and stop this guy in front of me. Yes, master. A mechanical voice responded. The metallic bracelet on Cheng's wrist quickly fell off, and then condensed into a humanoid figure, charging towards the giant zombie. What is that? As it watched the strange creature rush in, a hint of confusion flashed in the giant zombie's eyes. What exactly is this silver being? Why can't it sense any life energy from it? Before it could figure it out, Zero had already reached the front, with an arm that condensed into a spear, stabbing straight towards the giant zombie's chest. Foolish creature. The giant zombie looked at Zero's attack with disdain, and with a movement of its arm, it easily grasped the incoming spear in its hand, then pulled hard. Zero was instantly yanked towards the giant zombie. Seeing the situation turn dire, Cheng quickly ran towards the embankment. This was definitely not a place for battle. He needed to lead the monster as far away from the Yanghe community as possible. Want to run? Seeing the human in front of it trying to escape, the giant zombie raised its hand and tightly grabbed Zero's waist, then swiftly chased after Cheng. Just like that, 10 seconds later, a person and a corpse reached underneath the Yanghe bridge. Cheng paused, using the tips of his toes to pivot his body 180 degrees, instantly pulling out an apocalyptic bomb and throwing it at the giant zombie. What was that? The giant zombie caught the bomb in one hand, curiously examining it. The next second, boom! A fireball suddenly expanded in its palm, and the shockwave from the explosion pushed it back a few steps. Once the fireball disappeared, the giant zombie looked at its palm again, finding a charred area, and its expression instantly became fierce. Cunning human, it muttered softly, lifting the deformed bomb in its hand and gripping one of its legs with the other hand. With a loud roar, it exerted force with its thick arms, instantly tearing the bomb in half at the waist. However, it seemed not yet satisfied, gripping the torn pieces in its hand and pulling hard again. Finally, it threw the shredded remains into the nearby Yanghe River. Splash! The fragments sank immediately to the bottom. In a place unseen in the river, another giant mouth swallowed the pieces whole. What a terrifying creature! As Zero was torn to shreds, Cheng felt a heaviness in his heart. He flipped his wrist, and a level 1 assault rifle instantly appeared in his hand, then aimed it at the giant zombie and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Hot tot tot. Flame spat out. One bullet after another was propelled towards the giant zombie under the explosion of gunpowder. Under the dense fire, the bullets undoubtedly penetrated the giant zombie's body, leaving a hole the size of a finger. But if one looked closely, they would find that the bullets had only just embedded themselves and had not caused significant damage to the giant zombie. 5 seconds later, all 20 bullets were fired. Seeing that the giant zombie was only lightly injured, Cheng solemnly put the level 1 assault rifle back into his spatial ring, then slowly raised his tang knife, assuming a combat stance. Now, he had nowhere to escape, and his firearms were exhausted. He could only fight desperately for a slim chance of survival. Fight! Chapter 84. Overwhelming pressure. The giant zombie opened its massive mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, letting out a cruel laugh. The bullet holes in its body were healing at a visible speed, and the bullets embedded in its flesh were being pushed out. In no time, dozens of deformed metal shells fell freely through the air, landing in the grass and disappearing. Compared to the giant zombie's ease, cold sweat dripped from Cheng's forehead, and his whole body trembled. This giant zombie was the first to make him understand what true fear was. The level 1 assault rifle could barely penetrate its defenses, and the level 1 bomb only caused it to stagger back a few meters. One could say that this giant creature was definitely above level 2. He remembered that in the survivor base, zombies were classified. Level 2 destroyers had 10 times the strength of ordinary destroyers, meaning that if an ordinary destroyer had a strength of 5 tons, then a level 2 destroyer would have a strength of 15 tons. This zombie seemed somewhat similar to the previous level 1 slaughterer and was very likely a level 2 slaughterer. If it truly was a level 2 slaughterer, its strength would be a despairing existence. Struggling to calm his inner panic, Cheng took a deep breath, tightly gripped the tang knife, surveyed his surroundings, and while contemplating a countermeasure, he said to the giant zombie, "I'm curious. Why are you chasing me? You killed an so I will kill you." The giant zombie replied, extending its long tongue to lick the corner of its mouth, its gaze revealing a hint of danger. "Who is an Cheng stalled for time. Ananis." As it pondered deeply, its expression became ferocious, hands covering its head, and then it started hitting itself. No matter how hard it tried, it just couldn't remember. This name was clearly very important to it. I shouldn't have forgotten it. How could I forget? Seeing the zombie fall into madness, Cheng thought to himself, "Good opportunity." Gripping the tang knife tightly, he bent his legs, and his body shot out like an arrow, aiming straight for the opponent's head. Cheng roared in his heart as the tang dao glinted in the sunlight, slicing through the air in a beautiful arc. It was about to strike the opponent's neck when suddenly, clang, he, despicable humans, only capable of little tricks. It's a pity that you were just too weak. The giant zombie grasped the tang dao, holding the hilt in one hand and the blade in the other, and with a slight flick, crack, casually tossed the shards of the tang dao into the river, while the giant zombie cackled madly and struck a running pose. Boom! Dirt flew everywhere as its massive body instantly vanished from the spot. Cheng's pupils shrank as he hurriedly looked around, but no matter how he looked, he could only hear the rustling sounds around him and couldn't see a trace of the giant zombie. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from beside his ear. "Human, what are you looking for?" Cheng hurriedly his arm to block. Bang! A huge force mixed with a gust of wind struck his arm. What great strength! Feeling the power on his arm, Cheng quickly circulated his internal energy, making his arm trace an arc to try to dissipate the force. However, the strength was simply too great, and the remaining force still sent him flying over 20 meters. Cheng flipped in the air, barely stabilizing his body. After landing and steadying himself, he gasped for breath. That last move to dissipate the force had drained a lot of his energy. Oh, he actually caught it. The giant zombie looked surprised to see Cheng unharmed, and then its mouth widened even further before it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not good. Cheng secretly thought it was bad and felt distressed, quickly blocking. Bang! The shadow of a fist appeared. The defense of the first-tier venom armor failed first. and the entwined crystal threads were torn apart completely. By the time the fist struck his skin, the internal energy immediately gathered to resist, but unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, it was dispersed, passing through 2 lines of defense, and the force of the fist was also diminished somewhat. In the end, the force was neutralized, dissipating most of the impact. Cheng was thrown dozens of meters away by the residual force. Before he could land, that massive figure appeared beside him again, raising its fist, and a fierce wind howled towards him. Damn it! Cheng's face was grim, gritting his teeth in anger. But the zombie's speed far surpassed his, and its strength was several times greater than his. Unable to dodge in time, he was sent flying. From a distance, Cheng looked like a ball being hit, his body flying in all directions. No, if this continues, he's going to be killed for sure. Cheng felt in his heart, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to take out a level 1 Doomsday bomb from a space ring, holding it in his hand. He waited for that figure to reappear. Cheng immediately pulled away the insurance. At the same time, he used the force of the opponent's punch to fly backward. Half a second later, the bomb exploded. Boom! A fireball rose and a wave of heat hit him. The expanding shockwave pushed the giant zombie back several meters. After flying more than 30 meters, Cheng landed steadily on the ground, gaining a moment to catch his breath. Cough, cough, cough. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Cheng immediately mobilized the internal energy within his body and shouted, "Meditation." His spiritual value was instantly boosted to 0. 8. Under the effect of his spiritual value, Cheng's strength and agility attributes surged by 80%. The original force of 4,205 pounds increased to 7,569 pounds with the enhancement of the spiritual value, and his agility of 144. 2 meters per second reached 259. 56 meters per second. The meditation time was only 5 minutes, so he had to hurry. Secretly cursing, Cheng crossed his hands, took a step forward, and charged towards the giant zombie. In the moment he got close, he shouted, "Double overstrike." Ha! Human, seeking death. Seeing Cheng charging, the giant zombie not only felt no fear, but wore a mocking expression. How could such an ant dare to bite back? What's the difference between that and seeking death? Since this human wanted to die, the giant zombie also put away its playful thoughts, slightly bent its arm, muscles bulging, and at the moment Cheng closed in, it suddenly threw a powerful punch. Double overstrike. The 2 punches collided, and a violent airflow erupted from the center of the fists. The next moment, there was a series of cracking sounds. Cheng's 5 fingers were crushed and deformed, his arm broke instantly, and his body, under this force, was sent flying like a cannonball, leaving a white streak on the Yanghe River before sinking to the bottom. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of flowing water echoed in his ears. In a daze, the cold river water rushed into his nostrils and mouth. With a splash, he spat out a mouthful of water and immediately swung his remaining arm to swim toward the surface. But suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. In the water, a massive shadow was slowly approaching him. Sensing the looming giant, Cheng dared not linger and hurriedly increased the movement of his arms, desperately swimming toward the surface. Meanwhile, on the shore, the giant zombie looked at Cheng, who had fallen into the water, with a cold expression. "Human, do you think you can escape by diving into the water?" As he spoke, he leaped into the air over 30 meters high, then assumed a free-fall position as he dove toward the surface. Just then, water splashed on the river, and a figure surfaced. But upon seeing the giant shadow descending from the sky, the figure quickly darted to the side. In an instant, a massive abyssal mouth leaped from the water, swallowing the giant zombie in one gulp. Perhaps the giant zombie was restless in its mouth as the creature thrashed its tail and flipped over, diving toward the riverbed. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Cheng dared not stay in the river any longer. He immediately forced himself to swim toward the shore, enduring the weakness and dizziness caused by excessive blood loss. Chapter 85. Awakening of Abilities. Help! In a daze, Cheng seemed to see a figure running towards him, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Struggling against the urge to faint, Cheng tried to stand upright, and the figure drew closer. A round face, big eyes. Slightly dark skin, wearing black-framed glasses, with two small mustaches on his lips, looking somewhat lewd. However, at this moment, the person was panicking and shouting. Especially after seeing Cheng covered in blood, he exclaimed in despair, "It's over, it's over. With wolves in front and tigers behind. Am I going to die here?" Thinking of this, he was filled with regret and secretly blamed the author for not updating, shaking off the distracting thoughts. He glanced back and then at the zombie with the severed arm not far ahead. After hesitating, he decided to rush toward the direction of the severed arm zombie. After all, this severed arm zombie looked easier to deal with. With that thought, when he was about 10 meters away from the severed arm zombie, he shouted loudly, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it at the zombie's head. On the other hand, Cheng was startled by the man's loud shout. His spirits lifted, and his vision became clearer. When he recognized the man's lewd appearance, he was overjoyed and shouted, "Shun." Before he could finish, a strong wind rushed toward his forehead. "Damn!" He cursed inwardly, realizing the danger. Cheng forced himself to endure the weakness and pain, ducking just in time as the stone grazed his forehead, narrowly avoiding the blow. He can dodge too? Oh no! Shun Fu, having exerted too much force, fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, the riverbank was covered with sand, and his body was not harmed. He quickly got up and rushed toward the severed arm zombie again. "Shun!" Cheng had just shouted a word when Shun Fu waved a stone at him. Seeing that he couldn't subdue the other party, Cheng gritted his teeth, took a step, leaped into the air, and delivered a side kick to Shun Fu's arm with a whirlwind kick. Ouch! Shun Fu, caught off guard, was hit on the shoulder and fell to the ground, face first. Cheng, seeing this, quickly planted his foot down as Shun Fu was about to get back up, stepping on him. Then he said calmly, "Shun Fu, if you throw stones at me again, do you believe I'll expose that you secretly watched videos in class during high school? Go ahead. You think I'm afraid of you? Wait, how do you know about that?" Shun Fu stopped struggling, surprised. "Who the hell do you think I am?" Cheng said, rolling his eyes as he released his foot. Shun Fu slowly got up and looked at him. When he recognized Cheng, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Cheng, you're alive." But inside, he was extremely excited. "Wait, Cheng, what happened to your arm? Or is your current state like in the novels, where you've turned into a zombie, but still have human consciousness?" Shun Fu guessed this seriously. Cheng gritted his teeth and said weakly, "Stop fucking around. I'm a living person. I'm giving you a chance to help me. Hurry up. I'm about to collapse." After saying that, Cheng directly fell down due to exhaustion, but luckily, Shun Fu caught him just in time, allowing him to barely stabilize himself. Then, Cheng took out an optical invisibility cloak from his spatial ring and handed it over, saying, "Hurry, use this thing to cover us up that way. The zombies won't be able to find us." "Is that true? You have this kind of good stuff?" Shun Fu looked skeptical. Cheng didn't have time to explain and hurriedly said, "The latest technology from the Great Zhou. Hurry up, I don't have time to explain." "Okay." Shun Fu made a gesture and then spread the cloak open, covering the two of them inside. Soon, a zombie came running down, but it seemed to have lost its target, sniffing the air around it incessantly. "It really can become invisible?" Shun Fu exclaimed at the zombie's strange behavior. Cheng nodded and said, "Enough with the nonsense. Help me to a safe place. Remember, stay away from the water." "No problem." With that, the two of them limped towards the embankment, then looked around. After spotting a nearby apartment building, they walked straight over. About 10 minutes later, bang, the surface of the Yanghe River suddenly exploded. A massive figure covered in bone spikes shot out from the water, looking around and, finding no one, let out an angry roar to the sky. "Humans, you cunning and despicable creatures." As soon as the words were spoken, the giant zombie jumped up. At that moment, another beast leaped out of the water, pouncing towards the original location of the giant zombie. Trouble. After dodging the beast's attack, the giant zombie did not linger. Instead, after landing, it crouched down and propelled itself like a cannonball back to its lair, leaving the giant beast behind, its gray-white eyes flashing with unwillingness and anger as it watched the giant zombie depart. In a residential building near the Yanghe Bridge in Tiannan City, two men were sitting by the window. One of them had a twisted right arm with a broken bone and multiple abrasions of varying degrees, looking extremely disheveled. The other man, dark-skinned, short, and stout, cautiously asked, "Should I go find some medicine for you?" "No need." Cheng waved his hand, directly took out a piece of rag and stuffed it into his mouth, then fixed his right hand with his legs and pinched a broken finger of his right hand with his left hand, and with a sudden force, there was a crisp sound of crack. Hiss! Then he did the same with the other 4 fingers, and the arm was treated the same way. 10 minutes later, he tore off the rag from his mouth and took out a transparent glass syringe filled with red liquid from his spatial ring. This was originally meant to be used after reaching a 100 awakening level, but unexpectedly, he had to use it in advance now. However, the current situation did not allow him to refrain from using it. The needle was inserted and the liquid was injected. The effect of the level 1 awakening potion was undoubtedly very obvious. Half a minute after the injection, Cheng began to feel a warmth all over his body, especially at the broken area of his right arm and the location of his right index finger fracture. A tingling sensation surged, and he was enveloped by a warm flow. Cheng knew that his bones were awakening due to the effects of the recovery potion. As time passed, the surface of his fair skin began to flush red, and a large amount of white mist rose from his body. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and he stood up directly from the ground, moving his right arm and flexing his fingers. Seemingly unsatisfied, he performed a set of punches on the spot, confirming that his severed right arm had fully recovered and that his body was filled with strength. Feeling the surging power within him, Cheng had an impulse to rush out and confront that giant zombie again. However, he quickly calmed down. He had not understood the information about that zombie, and rushing in recklessly could lead to an even worse outcome. Reassuring himself, Cheng silently said, "System, open my status panel." Ding. Host, Cheng, gender, male, age, 23, level, postnatal 4th layer, first stage awakened spirit. 0 can amplify combat power by 40. Wisdom, 13. 5. Average human is 1. Strength, 62. 5. Average human is 1. Agility, 30. 6. Average human is 1. Mentality, 20. 0. Average human is 1. Virus resistance, 2. 7. Upon reaching 1, can be immune to first stage mutated organisms and below ordinary zombie viruses. Ability, creation awakening degree, 155. 0. Skills, Qi gathering technique, hard Qigong, meditation. Fighting advanced, double overlapping force, comprehensive combat power, 105. 55. When Cheng saw the entry for his ability, he was completely bewildered. What was this creation? And what was this awakening degree of 155? 0. Chapter 86. Testing abilities. Cheng, are you okay? After hesitating for a long time, Shun Fu couldn't help but ask, "I'm fine." Cheng stretched out his right arm and waved it, then clenched and loosened his 5 fingers, smiling as he said, "What was just injected is a special serum that can heal wounds, but the source of this serum is classified, sorry." Understand. Shen Fu quickly nodded. Cheng's current strength is very likely related to the Great Zhou dynasty, which means that his old classmate entered. Thinking of this, Shen Fu's gaze towards Cheng changed. No matter what Shen Fu thought, Cheng was lost in thought about his own ability. Could it be that he could create things out of thin air? Cheng's thoughts arose as he stared at the palm of his hand, imagining the shape of a firearm. In the next moment, a black iron ball appeared out of thin air in his palm, writhing and gradually taking the form of a gun. Is it really true? Looking at the handgun in his hand, Cheng was overjoyed and quickly tried to pull the trigger against the wall. Bang! The muzzle spat out a flame, and a bullet shot out instantly, leaving a hole the size of a finger in the opposite wall. Awesome! Cheng sighed. However, the test was not yet complete. He handed the pistol in his hand to Shun Fu, his gaze intense as he said, "Why don't you give it a try?" If it confirmed his suspicion, wouldn't that be? What did he just see? A person conjured a gun out of thin air? That was just too bizarre. If zombies could be explained scientifically, then Cheng's ability to create a gun out of nothing completely shattered his worldview. I'll give it a try. Swallowing hard, Shun Fu took the gun. But as he fully grasped the weapon, suddenly, the black pistol disintegrated into tiny particles in his hand, ultimately vanishing completely. This, Shun Fu looked at Jiang Cheng in confusion. Jiang Cheng looked regretful. In other words, the things he created were unusable by others. However, he continued to try. Since he could create firearms out of thin air, could he also create nuclear bombs? Or, to be bolder, could he create and use fire, lightning, and wind? If he could really do that, then his ability could be said to be almost on par with God. With this thought, Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand and imagined the appearance of fire in his mind. Bang! With a clear sound, a ball of scorching flame slowly rose from his palm. The flame was only the size of a soccer ball, not as big as the fireballs created by Huang Shui, but the wave of heat that hit him still conveyed the temperature of the flame. Next, Jiang Cheng tried creating wind, water, lightning, and so on, and he succeeded without exception. Since that was the case, what about living organisms? He decided to give it a try. Jiang Cheng imagined the shape of a human in front of him, facing a mass of air. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his head. The pain interrupted his imagination immediately. He covered his head with both hands and leaned against the wall, resting for a whole hour before feeling a bit better, though his head still felt heavy and dazed. Damn it, this is getting serious. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Just at that moment of sharp pain, he felt his mind almost collapse. But he still didn't give up and tried to create a small mouse or even an ant. Without exception, all failed. Although his head didn't hurt as sharply as before, it still felt like it was exploding with pain. Enduring the pain, Jiang Cheng tried to create chunks of biological tissue or plants, but all were failures. In the end, he reached a conclusion. The ability to create was related to his mental attributes, and currently he couldn't create living beings, including cells, only inanimate objects. Although this conclusion made him somewhat regretful, it was still quite impressive. Once he advanced to a second-tier awakener, or a higher level, it was possible he could achieve it. This ability still had potential for him to explore. After finishing the experiments, Jiang Cheng leaned against the wall, took a sip of spiritual water, and rested for a while. Once he felt a bit better, he looked at Shun Fu, who was quietly waiting beside him, and curiously asked, "Old Shun, how did you end up here?" Don't mention it." Hearing Jiang Cheng's question, Shun Fu sighed and waved his hand, saying, "There's nothing to eat at home. My sister is sick again. My nephew is crying for food, and my brother-in-law doesn't want to go out on an adventure, so I came out." "I see." Jiang Cheng thought for a moment, then took out a sandwich from his space ring and handed it over, saying, "Here." In the space ring, time was frozen, and the sandwiches that Zhanya made in the morning were still as fresh as ever. Smelling the aroma of the sandwich, Shun Fu's mouth nearly watered, and with a look of disbelief, he pointed at himself and said, "Ew, you really giving this to me?" Shun Fu nodded eagerly, snatched the sandwich, and wolfed it down, mumbling indistinctly. Only a fool wouldn't want it. A sandwich the size of a palm was completely devoured by Shun Fu in less than a minute, as he swept it away like a whirlwind. After finishing, Shun Fu licked his fingers, still wanting more. Jiang Cheng found it amusing and then took out a piece and handed it over, saying, "Here, I have another piece." "Thank you." Shun Fu took the sandwich and wanted to continue munching on it, but hesitated for a moment when it was near his mouth and then stuffed it into his pocket. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Go ahead and eat. I have plenty of food here." Seeing Shun Fu's expression, Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly and took out a large piece of toast, several sausages, and a few fried eggs from his spatial ring. As Jiang Cheng kept pulling out food, Shun Fu felt moved and quickly said, "That's enough. All right, if you need more, just let me know. We don't have to be so polite between us." Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, "Thank you." Shun Fu's nose tinged with emotion as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. In this apocalyptic world, everyone fought over food, and there were many cases where people even lost their lives over a bag of expired snacks. Many had fought with their closest relatives over food. So how could he not be touched by Jiang Cheng's willingness to give him so much? "All right, enough of this," Jiang Cheng said irritably. After Shun Fu had gathered the food, Jiang Cheng asked, "By the way, what are your plans next?" "No plans. Just living one day at a time," Shun Fu sighed. "Where else can I go? I graduated in mechanical engineering and had already been signed by a big company. But unfortunately, the apocalypse came and everything turned to dust." "I see." Jiang Cheng's mind raced, and he said, "How about you come here with me? Are you trying to recruit me as your little brother?" Shen Fujokid. Jiang Cheng also smiled and countered, "Isn't it okay? TCH, I knew you had ulterior motives towards me," Shen Fu said irritably. Jiang Cheng continued to ask, "Are you coming or not?" "I can't come," Shen Fu sighed and explained. "My sister is sick and need me to take care of her. If I leave, given my brother-in-law's character, my sister will probably be in a terrible situation." "All right then." Jiang Cheng also sighed. He could understand Shen Fu's concerns, and he had never met Shen Fu's sister or her family, so he was unaware of their character. He felt no obligation to help strangers. He had only given food purely out of consideration for Shen Fu. However, after thinking for a moment, he said, "If you ever want to join in the future, come find me at my home. Yanghe Community, number 328. All right, if that day really comes, I'll come find you." Just as the two were talking, a loud roar suddenly came from outside the house. "Hello." Jiang Cheng listened to the sound and leaned out. When he saw the big guy, he smirked. It's better to come at the right time than just to come. Look, just after awakening his abilities, the test subject has arrived. Chapter 87. Level 3 base activated. Quick, get down. Don't make a sound. The moment he heard the noise, Shen Fu hurriedly grabbed Jiang Cheng. His face pale. "What is there to be afraid of?" Jiang Cheng smiled. Shen Fu lowered his voice, cold sweat on his forehead, and said, "You don't know how powerful that guy is. Over 100 people in our community have died at his hands." "Oh, then I really want to meet him." Jiang Cheng licked his lips, feeling agitated after being severely injured by the giant zombie, with nowhere to vent his frustration. "I know you're strong, but this guy's strength is not something ordinary people can." Before Shen Fu could finish, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he stared behind Jiang Cheng. Stuttering Jiang Cheng. "You!" A roar echoed as a fierce wind rushed toward Jiang Cheng's back. Jiang Cheng didn't even glance back, blocking with one hand. With a loud bang, a massive fist was stopped behind him, the force of the blow whipping up a strong wind that disheveled Jiang Cheng's hair. Looking at the dazed Shen Fu, Jiang Cheng chuckled, "Hold on, let me take care of this big guy first, and then I'll catch up with you." After saying that, he turned around to face the first-tier crusher, transforming his palm into a claw and gripping the opponent's fist tightly. Roar. Jiang Cheng looked at the big guy, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He raised his arms slightly, and with one arm, he lifted the enormous body. Using his right foot as a pivot, Jiang Cheng swung his arm, spinning the Tier 1 crusher 180 degrees in the air, then slammed it hard against the wall. With a loud bang, dust filled the air. The massive body of the Tier 1 crusher was directly embedded into the wall. "Get out of there." Jiang Cheng didn't let go of the first-level crusher's arm, yanking him out of the wall and dragging him outside. This scene left Shen Fu in a state of shock. My gosh, when did Jiang Cheng become so powerful? Has he started cultivating? In contrast, after dragging the first-level crusher outside, Jiang Cheng spread his left palm and shouted, "Congeal." As he spoke, a silver tang knife instantly appeared in his palm. The blade was shiny, the handle was wooden, and its surface was pitch black. This was the tang knife he had replicated from the previous system exchange. Gripping the tang knife with his left hand, Jiang Cheng brought it down on the first-level crusher's arm. With a thud, the blade sank into the flesh, its tip hitting the ground. The first-level crusher's arm was easily severed, and looking at the wound where the arm was cut off, it was incredibly smooth. Is this the tang knife he created? A storm surged in Jiang Cheng's heart. The tang dao he created was completely on par with the ones exchanged from the base mall, and it was even sharper. If that's the case, why not try this? With that thought, Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and the tang dao vanished, replaced by strands of electricity wrapping around his palm, forming a spherical blue lightning in his hand. "Go!" He threw it with one hand. The spherical lightning shot out immediately, flying towards a first-level crusher. After having its arm severed, the first-level crusher attempted to get up, but suddenly, its body stiffened and began to struggle wildly, as if sensing some kind of threat. In the next second, crackling sounds erupted, and its body flickered with electricity, a foul burnt smell wafting from it. The spherical lightning electrocuted it for a full 10 seconds before finally stopping. Looking again, the first-level crusher was charred black and lying on the ground, struggling to move even slightly, its mouth opening and closing, appearing extremely weak. Not bad. Jiang nodded secretly. Being able to directly electrocute a first-tier crusher to a serious injury, the power of the created spherical lightning, is quite impressive. Since that's the case, Jiang waved his right arm, and a whirlwind lifted the zombies off the ground. Then, he conjured a fireball with his right hand and threw it. Boom! The wind fueled the flames. The fireball transformed into a fiery tornado the moment it was launched, burning the first-level crusher to screams. The screams lasted for a full minute. Finally, a shiny crystal fell down. Jiang looked at it, then made a single-handed gesture, causing a small whirlwind to rise in the air and wrap around the crystal. Bringing it over, he grasped the first-level zombie crystal and placed it into his spatial ring, signaling the end of the battle. Inside the abandoned house, Shen Fu saw this and rushed out, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, Jiang, you were so cool just now." Jiang smiled and shook his head, saying, "What's wrong? Want to learn?" Shen Fu nodded vigorously. "Sure, then join my base." As Jiang's words fell, Shen Fu's excited gaze immediately dimmed. He wanted to go, but his sister still needed taking care of. Shen Fu asked, "What about you?" He didn't finish his sentence. He needed to find a way to deal with that giant zombie. The Yue Pin, where Shen Fu was located, wasn't far from the Yanghe Bridge. "Brother, take care. If anything happens, remember to come find me." Just at that moment, as he entered, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Base upgrade completed. As the mechanical voice fell, information about the level 3 base instantly appeared in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 3 base. High-density memory metal waterproof and heat-insulated walls. For level 1 Doomsday submachine guns equipped at the entrance as defensive weapons. The entire house automatically equipped with air purification, temperature control, environmental simulation, and 3-dimensional imaging devices. The backyard is equipped with 4 level 1 Doomsday submachine guns and 1 level 2 Doomsday grenade launcher. 3 fully automated bedrooms have been added. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 1 biochemical laboratory. Level 1 ancient zombie virus. Requires 1 universal energy point to crack. Cracking time is 3 days after successful cracking. It can be purchased in the permanent goods column, unlimited times. Level 1 gene enhancement agent. Requires 2 universal energy points to crack. Cracking time is 4 days. After successful cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent goods column, unlimited times. Level 1 awakening agent. Requires 20 universal energy points to crack. Cracking time is 30 days. After successful cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent goods column, unlimited times. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 1 weapon laboratory. Level 1 Doomsday pistol. Requires 5,000 energy points to crack. Cracking time is 1 day. After successful cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent goods column, unlimited times. Level 1 Doomsday submachine gun. Requires 6,000 energy points to crack. Cracking time is 3 days. After successful cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent goods column, unlimited times. Level 1 Doomsday bomb. Requires 8,000 energy points to crack. Cracking time is 1 day. After successful cracking, it can be purchased in the permanent goods column, unlimited times. Wow! After a long time, Jiang finally managed to utter 2 words. This meant that as long as the energy points were sufficient, many items could be mass-produced. After finally digesting this information, Jiang spoke again. System. Check the equipment upgrade list. Level 2 mall, 50,000 energy points. Level 3 operating room, 10,000 energy points. Level 3 backyard, 15,000 energy points. Level 4 cultivation room, 10,000 energy points. Level 4 spirit pool, 5,000 energy points. Level 4 gym, 5,000 energy points. Level 4 storage space, 5,000 energy points. Level 4 energy conversion room, 10,000 energy points. Level 4 sleep pod, 10,000 energy points. Level 4 base, 100,000 energy points. Chapter 88 Equipment Upgrade. Okay, I was too young. Sighing, Jiang glanced at the rows of equipment and directly said, "Upgrade all equipment except the level 4 base." Ding! Do you want to consume 120,000 energy points to upgrade the equipment? The mechanical voice reminded. Upgrade. Jiang said without hesitation. Ding. 120,000 energy points deducted. Equipment upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 2 mall. There's a chance to refresh level 4 products, and a high probability to refresh level 2 and 3 products. Note: after the upgrade, the goods column will automatically refresh once and add a column of goods. Level 3 Operating Room. Inside the operating room, the patient's surgery success rate increases by 70. Equipped with level 1 medical pods, quantity 2, can automatically scan and detect patients. Can heal most external injuries, heal most internal injuries, and can delay the death time of near-death patients in the medical pod by 10 minutes. Each use consumes 40 energy points. Equipped with a basic medical robot assistant, quantity 1, can assist doctors in surgical work, consumes 1 energy point per day. And an intermediate medical robot assistant, quantity 1, can independently perform small medical surgeries, consumes 5 energy points per day. Level 3 Backyard. Area expanded to 200 square meters. Automatically emits spiritual energy. Can automatically simulate natural environments. Increases martial arts training speed by 20 in the backyard. Automatically consumes 20 energy points per day. Level 4 Cultivation Room. Area of 20 acres can automatically cultivate by consuming 50 energy points per day. Crops cultivated mature every 2 months, automatically harvested after maturity. Each acre consumes 2 cubic meters of spirit pool. Crops can be eaten 3 times a day. Each time enhances 1 attribute point, strength, agility, spirit, with a 3-hour interval between uses. Level 4 Spirit Pool. Every 8 energy points consumed converts 8 cubic meters of spirit pool. Drinking once enhances 2 internal attributes. Can be enhanced twice daily, with the second enhancement effect halved. Vegetation irrigated can increase physical attributes by 0.5 each time consumed. Can be enhanced once daily, with a 4 chance to awaken hidden extraordinary genes in the human body, becoming an awakened one. Can increase the speed of cultivating spiritual value by 30. Level 4 Gym. Consumes 5 energy points per hour of use. Increases 2 physical attributes, strength or agility. Each time can be used twice daily, with the second use reducing the attribute increase by half. Includes special level fighting skills, basic martial arts instruction, and basic mental training. Mental strength must reach 20 points to train. Level 4 Storage Space. Total area of 20,000 cubic meters. Time is frozen within the storage space. Stored food carries a medium-level spiritual attachment once. Consuming it can automatically increase 0.5. Strength, agility, can be enhanced twice daily, with the second effect halved, automatically consumes 5 energy points daily. Level 4 Energy Conversion Room. Automatically absorbs dissipated external energy from all waste outlets of the house and converts it into energy points, with a conversion rate increased by 0.3 times. Fixed daily acquisition of 100 energy points from the outside world. Level 4 Sleep Pod. Consumes 5 energy points each time entering the pod. Resting for 6 hours can restore physical attributes and repair all external injuries. Can delay the onset of viruses, and each sleep increases mental attributes by 0.3. Remaining energy points, 82,086. 3. Looking at the upgraded items, Cheng felt that the overall increase was not that much. Like before, it mainly increased the enhanced attribute points. After upgrading the base, Cheng looked at the biochemical laboratory and directly chose the level 1 gene enhancement agent, saying, "Crack the level 1 gene enhancement agent." This cracking requires 2 universal energy points, and the time is 4 days. After cracking, it will automatically classify into the permanent goods column. Do you want to proceed with this cracking? Crack, Cheng said. He actually had his own purpose. Firstly, the items exchanged from the base mall could be used by anyone. The level 1 gene enhancement agent he exchanged could be used directly by the base personnel and could also be traded with leaf foam, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding. Level 1 gene agent cracking in progress. Remaining time, 95, 59, 59. Done. Exiting the enhancement interface, Cheng immediately said, "Open the base mall." Level 2 base mall opened. Permanent goods. Level 1 Doomsday pistol bullets, 20 energy points per round. Power can penetrate first-level mutated beings. Level 1 Sniper Bullets Price, 50 energy points per round. Level 1 Gene Enhancement Agent, 100 energy points after use. Each attribute increases by 1 point, with a certain resistance to viruses. Item Shop. Level 2 Tang Sword, 1000 energy points, possesses toughness comparable to Level 2 Mutated Entities, cuts through iron like mud. Level 2 Doomsday Warrior, 5000 energy points, strength comparable to Level 2 Awakened Beings, no thoughts, loyalty 100, only requires 100 energy points daily to maintain life activities. Level 2 Doomsday Martial Arts Treasure Chest, 5000 energy points, after redemption, can randomly open one Level 2 Martial Arts Inheritance Crystal, which can only be used by the owner and cannot be transferred to others. Level 2 Doomsday Laser Gun, 2000 energy points, can penetrate Level 2 Mutated Entities. Level 2 Laser Gun Energy Supply Block, 500 energy points block. Each functional block can fire 10 times. Level 2 Venom Armor, 8000 energy points, transparent like venom. Adheres to the surface of the host body, undetectable by ordinary people, can withstand some physical damage from Level 2 Mutated Entities. Ordinary zombies cannot break through physical defenses. Level 2 Doomsday Superpower Treasure Chest, 50,000 energy points after use, can automatically acquire one superpower. Level 3 Gene Enhancement Potion, 10,000 energy points after use. Increases all attributes by 10 points, has certain antiviral capabilities, can increase awakening degree by 40. Refresh time, 23:59. 58 Glancing at the item shop. It must be said that the items in the Level 2 base mall are richer, and Level 2 items appear more frequently. Moreover, each item is something that makes him drool. But now there are only over 80,000 energy points left. Jiang suppressed the urge to empty the shopping cart and thought. Purchase Level 2 Tang Sword. Level 2 Doomsday Martial Arts Treasure Chest. Level 2 Venom Armor. Level 3 Gene Enhancement Potion. Ding! Deducted 24,000 energy points. Purchase successful. Items will be delivered within a 2-meter range of the host. Please check. As the voice fell, a flash of white light appeared before Jiang. Soon, several items appeared before his eyes. First was the Level 2 Tang Sword. Its body was pitch black like ink, and at first glance, the chill emanating from the blade made Jiang shiver. He grasped the sword's body and drew out the Tang Sword. The blade had a wavy fish scale pattern, and as Jiang extended his finger to touch it, suddenly, crystal-like threads extended from his fingertip and began to wrap around the blade. But in the next moment, clang! The blade emitted a buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, the crystal threads wrapped around the blade automatically snapped. What a good sword! Jiang couldn't help but marvel, his eyes filled with affection. It was still a crystal-clear box, inside which lay a blob of transparent substance resembling slime. Upon opening the box, in an instant, the shimmering threads inside quickly crawled out, trying to attach themselves to Jiang's arm. At that moment, the on his hand also extended its shimmering threads to block the advance of the unknown creature in front of him. However, unfortunately, the moment it came into contact with the secondary venom armor, it was immediately enveloped by the threads emitted from the secondary venom armor, as if it had been devoured. In less than a second, the on the surface of his body was completely consumed, and he was left with the secondary venom armor instead. Quite interesting. Jiang looked at this magical phenomenon and sighed, then turned his gaze to the remaining Level 2 Doomsday Martial Arts Treasure Chest. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of martial arts skills he would be able to unlock. Exciting. Chapter 89. Continuing to improve. The Level 2 Doomsday Martial Arts Treasure Chest, unlike the previous black wooden box, was now a white wooden box. Jiang opened it directly, and inside lay a fist-sized, light green, transparent crystal. Without any hesitation, Jiang grasped it tightly. In an instant, the crystal in the palm of his hand emitted a dazzling light green glow, and the light began to consciously burrow into his palm. The next moment, a surge of information flooded in. The Doomsday Evasion Step, a technique for dodging and evading attacks during combat, allowed one to stick close to the enemy when facing them, avoiding their attacks without consuming inner energy. Good stuff. After absorbing the information that surged into his mind, Jiang felt a wave of excitement. The Doomsday Evasion Step was not an aggressive martial art like the double-layer force. but it could serve as a method to avoid damage when facing opponents of equal or even higher levels. This meant that even if he encountered the giant zombie from last time, as long as he seized the opportunity to get close to it, unless the opponent was too fast, it was highly likely that it would not be able to hit him. Closing his eyes, Cheng fully absorbed the Doomsday evasion step. 1 minute later, Cheng's eyes widened, shining with brilliance, and his feet involuntarily began to move. This Doomsday movement technique is a fusion of future humanities techniques based on the Bagua movement and the gecko's close-quarters movement, further refined through scientific modification, serving as a mysterious method to combat zombies. From the side, one could only see the phantoms of Cheng's footsteps, as it was impossible to lock onto his movement trajectory. After practicing, Cheng felt as if he had been learning the Doomsday movement technique for 20 years. After absorbing all this, Cheng looked at the last remaining deep blue liquid flowing within the glass tube. He licked the corner of his mouth and directly injected it into his arm. The next moment, a scorching wave surged through his body. Cheng felt as if he was burning, steam rising all over him. He could distinctly feel his muscles and bones being gradually strengthened, and gray impurities continuously seeping out of his pores. 5 minutes later, a foul odor made Cheng rush towards the bathroom in the room. After freshening up, Cheng looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. His originally streamlined muscles were now much more pronounced, exuding a wild, explosive power. His 8-pack abs looked sculpted, and his skin had become as translucent as jade. If this were my previous life, I could probably debut right on the spot. Cheng looked at himself in the mirror, feeling very satisfied. Next, he quietly said, "System, open my status panel." Ding. Host, Cheng, gender, male age, 23 level. Postnatal 4th layer, First Awakener spirit, 0 4 can amplify combat power by 40. Wisdom, 13. 510. Ordinary human is 1. Strength, 62. 0510. Ordinary human is 1. Agility, 30. 610. Ordinary human is 1. Mentality, 20. 010. Ordinary human is 1. Virus resistance, 3. 0. When it reaches 1, can be immune to first stage mutated beings and below ordinary zombie viruses. Superpower, creation, awakening degree, 195. 0. Skills, Qi gathering technique, hard Qigong. Meditation, combat, advanced, double wave force, swimming, advanced, Doomsday body flicker, comprehensive combat power, 145. 55. Wisdom has increased to 23. 5. Strength has reached 7,205 gene, easily defeating first-stage crushers in ordinary state, and can overpower previous first-stage killers. If he uses meditation and spirit, and then unleashes double-wave force, he can erupt with 25,938 gene of power. Speed is 284. 2 meters per second, almost reaching the speed of sound. Mental power has reached 30. Virus resistance can withstand the virus of third-stage mutated beings, with a comprehensive combat power of 145. 55. After analyzing his attributes, Cheng looked at the 195 awakening degree. Logically, once it reaches 100, the awakening degree should no longer be displayed, as he has already awakened his superpower. Can this 195 be further increased to awaken a new superpower? Cheng was somewhat puzzled. Forget it, he would talk about it after his upgrade. Shaking his head, Cheng looked at his remaining energy points, 58086. 3, and immediately suppressed his desire to shop. He was actually quite interested in that level 2 apocalypse ability chest, but the 50,000 energy points made him hesitate. Although he could afford it now, what about later? The current consumption of energy points at the base was not a small amount. He needed to take a sustainable long-term development path, which suited his cautious personality. After finishing these thoughts, Cheng walked directly to the backyard, sat down, and began to practice the Qi gathering technique. 1 hour ago, Yanghe Bridge, Yayapan, Building 8, in front of room 4008. Shen Fu hesitated for a moment and still knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A vigilant voice from inside, Chun Tai, sounded. Shen Fu frowned and said, "It's me, Shen Fu." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, revealing an old face. The man was initially a bit impatient. But when he saw the food in Shun Fu's hand, he immediately reached out happily. Seeing this, Shun Fu quickly retracted, warily asking, "What do you want to do?" "He. I just saw you looking tired, so I thought I'd help you carry it," Chen Tai said awkwardly. Shun Fu sneered. "You're being so proactive now? No need." Saying this, he brushed past Chun Tai and walked directly towards his sister Shan Lian's room. Meanwhile, Xian'er Road, Chushang Building, a strong man, along with 3 soldiers, was launching an attack on a level 1 crusher. The strong man was Wang Chong. "Brothers, draw this beast attention," Wang Chong shouted. "Yes, Captain." The 3 soldiers replied, picking up their submachine guns and starting to maneuver, occasionally tossing a grenade. Boom! A grenade exploded, sending a fireball several meters high, causing the level 1 crusher to stagger back a few steps. Roar! Injured by the grenade, the level 1 crusher instantly became furious. Its eyes turned red, muscles bulged, and its size increased to 4 meters as it charged towards one of the soldiers. "Damn you!" Wang Chong watched and immediately rolled over, throwing a level 1 apocalypse grenade in the direction of the charging crusher. In the next moment, boom! The explosion erupted between the crusher's legs. Instantly, one of the crusher's legs was blown off, and although the other leg remained intact, it was a bloody mess. Losing a leg, the level 1 crusher lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Good opportunity. Wang Chong saw this and was overjoyed, shouting, "Brothers, go! Take advantage of its weakness and aim for its head." With that, the 3 soldiers rushed forward. Wang Chong also held the level 1 apocalypse pistol borrowed from Li Feng, aiming at the crusher's head and firing twice. Bang bang! The flames spat out, and 2 bullets rapidly exploded from the chamber, shooting straight at the crusher's forehead. Wang Chong was also knocked back 2 steps by the recoil of the level 1 apocalypse pistol, managing to steady himself. "Damn, this thing really packs a punch. No wonder the captain refused to lend it to me." Roar! Feeling the imminent threat, the level 1 crusher struggled to get up, but just as it raised its head, a soft sound was heard. A finger-sized hole appeared in its forehead. Bang! It could no longer hold on. Its massive head crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust, and fell silent. "We won. Captain Wang, we killed a level 1 crusher," the 3 soldiers exclaimed excitedly, their eyes red. Wang Chong also had tears of joy in his eyes, grinning widely to reveal his white teeth. "Ha! Damn it, brothers, I've finally avenged you." This victory had been long awaited by the soldiers. Chapter 90, Apocalypse Soldier Plan. "Mommy, what is Uncle Superman doing?" Little Tuan Tuan stood outside the kitchen, curiously pointing at Jiang Cheng, who was sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard, and asked Zhanya. "Sure." Zhanya raised her finger to her lips and whispered, "Tuan Tuan, Uncle is practicing. Keep your voice down and don't disturb him." "Mommy, what does practicing mean?" Tuan Tuan tilted her little head in confusion. Practicing means learning martial arts to fight off bad people." Zhanya thought for a moment and explained. "Then I'll learn martial arts too," Tuan Tuan said excitedly. Just as the mother and daughter were talking, a gentle male voice came from behind. "Why do you want to learn martial arts?" Tuan Tuan immediately turned around, and upon seeing Jiang Cheng, her chubby little face lit up with joy, and she smiled. "After learning martial arts, I can protect Mommy and Uncle." "Sorry to disturb you," Zhang said apologetically. Jiang Cheng shook his head and smiled. "I just finished practicing." He then lowered his head and playfully rubbed the little round one's head, saying, "When you grow up, Uncle will teach you." As they were talking, suddenly, the base's main door opened. Yang Laodad, Lin Ro, and Lu Xinru walked in, looking weary from their journey, especially Yang Laodad, who tossed a small cloth bag to Jiang Cheng and then plopped down on the sofa, exhaling. "Today nearly killed this old man." Then he suddenly laughed, "But the harvest is not bad. Take a look." "Oh, I want to see what good stuff you old man got." Under the eager gaze of Yang Laodad, Lin Ro, and Lu Xinru, Jiang Cheng directly opened the bag to check. There were 3 transparent zombie crystals, around 200 ordinary gray zombie crystals of various sizes, and over 50 mutated zombie crystals. This was definitely considered an excellent haul. "Nice, we'll have extra food tonight." Jiang Cheng smiled and instructed Zhanya, then looked at the old man and said, "By the way, old man, there's something else I need your help with." "You just say it," Yang Laodad grinned. Jiang Cheng said directly, "Li Qingwan and Zhanya have just joined the base." In order to quickly develop their combat capabilities, I hope you can teach them the method of cultivating inner energy. Old Yang waved his hand and said, "No problem. Anything else?" Jiang Cheng awkwardly added, "Oh, and your hard qigong and vajra fist. No witties. Just make sure to prepare a couple more meat dishes for the old man today." Old Yang said, nonchalantly, since they had already joined the Dawn base. There was no problem in sharing his knowledge, and he was also happy to promote his own school of martial arts. After dinner, the group gathered in the gym. Old Yang stood at the front, cleared his throat, and said, "The vajra fist is essentially a technique that concentrates inner energy into one point and then releases it in an instant. It's not difficult to learn, but the challenge lies in controlling the inner energy. I'll demonstrate it for you first." As he spoke, he pointed to Jiang Cheng and said, "Come up here and practice with me, and let us test your hard qigong results." "No problem." Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up as he immediately got up to the front. The inner energy in his dantian had now formed a habit of self-defense, making it a good time for a test. "He, then you better be ready. My punch has 50 years of power behind it." Old Yang chuckled. "Come on." Jiang Cheng steadied his body, silently circulating his internal energy. Old Yang was not polite either. He slightly retracted his right arm to gather strength, and a faint golden light continuously gathered on his fist. Once he finished gathering power, he suddenly threw a punch towards Jiang Cheng's abdomen. Vajra fist! Bang! The force of the punch surged, creating a sound like an explosion. "Come on." Jiang Cheng retracted his secondary venom armor, secretly gathering strength and tensing his abdominal muscles to brace himself. In the next moment, his abdomen collided with the fist. A gust of wind spread outwards, causing Lu Xinru and Lin Ro, who had practiced the qi gathering method, to barely stand firm, while ordinary people like Li Qingwan and Zhang Yu were blown backward and rolled away. After the punch, Old Yang stood with his fist withdrawn. In contrast, Jiang Cheng's face flushed, and the sensation of shock in his abdomen had not yet dissipated. He took a few deep breaths and silently circulated his internal energy, finally letting out a sigh as his expression returned to normal. He looked at Old Yang with admiration and said, "Great punch." Old Yang laughed heartily. "You're not bad either. To be able to take on 80% of my power is truly impressive. It seems it's time for me to teach you the second part of the hard qigong."